Chapter 001. Rewards for repairs. The golden finger arrives. A shoddy faucet installed in the kitchen, having been in use for over a year, it can hardly withstand the relentless water pressure, often spraying water. Repair reward. 100 yuan. A filthy vegetable washing basin. Used for only 2 years, now covered in grease. Feeling unclean. Repair reward. 100 yuan. A burnt out light bulb overloaded current has killed it beyond salvation. Repair reward. 50 yuan. A table with a missing corner. A clogged showerhead. A broken pair of slippers blinking. The pop-up disappeared. Zhang Chen finally confirmed it was not an illusion. He could see the information about the items. Moreover, repairs could yield rewards? Astonishing, a true golden finger. As a devoted reader of online novels, he was well aware of the significance of such a golden finger. The key was these rewards were quite generous. Although they might seem modest at first glance, one must consider the workload involved. For instance, the inferior faucet in the kitchen. It sprayed water incessantly from the bottom. Clearly, the internal sealing ring had aged. Replacing it would be a simple fix, taking no more than 3 minutes. Similarly, the dead light bulb, how does one repair that? Simply replace it. Just buy a new bulb, take the old one off, and a reward of 50 yuan is easily obtained. The cumulative total for all the items requiring repair was nearing 700 or 800 yuan. This was far quicker than earning money through repair work. However, receiving the rewards was the real objective. Time to test the waters. The sealing ring for the faucet? No stock available. The light bulb couldn't be replaced either. But this filthy vegetable washing basin, according to the prompt, the repair should simply involve cleaning it, right? Without hesitation, he took out a steel wool pad, filled the washing basin with water, added dish soap, and began scrubbing vigorously. After half an hour, the basin gleamed brightly. Blinking, he summoned the pop-up that a prompt immediately appeared. Repair completed, reward successfully granted. In the next moment, his phone chimed. Upon checking, he found a message from 95588. The account ending in 2237 received 100 yuan repair reward on July 8th at 10:47. Balance, 1,735.01 yuan. Is it done? Zhang Chen exclaimed joyfully. Half an hour for 100 yuan, this was faster than earning at work. Realizing the potential, he promptly made a list of all the items in need of repair. A sealing ring for the faucet. 1 light bulb. A bottle of 502 glue. Shower head, a needle. However, how to repair the table with a missing corner? After some contemplation, he decisively noted down 502 glue 10 bottles. Then he planned to fold paper into the desired shape, apply glue, and paint over it. Whether it could be functional didn't matter as long as it looked even. After compiling the list of materials, Zhang Chen grabbed his keys and headed straight to the hardware store downstairs. 10 minutes later, he returned home with a plastic bag and set to work. He disassembled the faucet, replaced the sealing ring, reassembled it, and tested it. It worked perfectly. The pop-up appeared again with the same prompt. Repair completed, reward successfully granted. Shortly after, his phone chimed again. Checking it, he saw the balance had increased from 1,735.01 yuan to 1,835.01 yuan. Another 100 in hand. Wow, this speed is astonishing. He mused with delight. Without pausing, he immediately took out the LED bulb he had purchased for 5 yuan, positioned a chair, climbed up, removed the old bulb, replaced it, and turned on the light. The moment it lit up, his phone chimed once more. 50 yuan added. Awesome. He couldn't help but shout that he wasted no time and quickly took the needle to the bathroom, removed the shower head, cleaned the interior, and cleared the clogs in all the water outlets. After 15 minutes, his phone chimed again. Another 100 yuan credited. Emerging from the bathroom, he took out the 502 glue and fixed the broken slippers. After a few seconds, the phone chimed again. 50 yuan received. Next, he turned his attention to the table with a missing corner. This one was a bit more challenging and required more materials, but the repair reward was double that of the faucet, reaching 300 yuan. His enthusiasm soared. After an hour of work, utilizing 3 sheets of A4 paper, 7 bottles of 502, and a can of red spray paint, he finally repaired the table that had served for over a decade. Summoning the pop-up, he was met with the following message. Repair completed, critical reward triggered. Reward doubled, reward granted. In that moment, Zhang Chen's eyes widened in astonishment. A critical reward? Doubling, did that mean? Just as he pondered this, the familiar sound of the message arrived that he pulled out his phone to see his bank account credited with 600 yuan. Wow, an unexpected surprise? Zhang Chen was ecstatic. In less than 3 hours since he started repairing, he had made 900 yuan. Adding the earlier reward from the faucet repair, that was a total of 1,000 yuan in under half a day. Goodness, if this keeps up, I might just strike it rich. He was exhilarated, but soon he composed himself. Rich? Not quite. Even with 4 more such repair sessions, it would only amount to 4,000 yuan. Even if he earned 4,000 daily, that would only total 120,000 a month. While 120,000 was substantial, it hardly constituted wealth. Not to mention the labor involved. Even if one wished to repair, the necessary materials were required. At present, his home was already cluttered with the items he had fixed. However, the potential for critical rewards. Might there be other rewards? The thought ignited a spark of hope in Zhang Chen. Perhaps he could achieve a 1,000-fold critical hit. Wouldn't that lead to instant wealth? No, I must search for other items to repair. With determination, Zhang Chen scoured the house, moving from the kitchen to the bedroom, and from the bedroom to the bathroom, nearly turning the entire place upside down. Unfortunately, having just moved in, there were not many items available for repair. He found nothing else in need of fixing. However, he had regained some composure. Reflecting on his recent graduation and the decision to rent this old, inexpensive apartment, he had unexpectedly triggered the golden finger. The ability to earn such rewards simply by taking action was already quite remarkable. Moreover, this golden finger surely had other applications. There was no need to rush. With the golden finger, who would still fear being poor? Surely, he would rise to success sooner or later. Feeling a rumble in his stomach, he realized he needed to use the restroom. He promptly headed to the bathroom. 20 minutes later, don't ask why it took so long. The answer was constipation. Rising to flush, he was met with an unexpected sight. Oh my, what a hefty blockage. Did I eat something solid as a rock? Zhang Chen lamented. Just then, he blinked, and a pop-up appeared before him. A toilet blocked by hard excrement blocked, breathless. Repair reward. 200 yuan Zhang Chen. Chapter 002. The neighboring lady disposing of trash. Blocked? What on earth? Breathless? Was this necessary anthropomorphism? Nevertheless, a repair reward of 200? What a delightful surprise. More importantly, a clogged toilet could also yield rewards. Everything is reparable. Though it was a bit unpleasant, it was meant to be cleared. Otherwise, would it simply sit there soaking like some potion? Searching around, he couldn't find a toilet auger. After considering his options, he found a piece of wire. A few minutes later, Zhang Chen pressed the flush button. The clogged toilet was instantly cleared. Simultaneously, a pop-up appeared. Repair completed, critical reward triggered. Receive encyclopedia of toilet principles and installation perfect level intestinal health rewards granted. In the next moment, a surge of knowledge flooded his mind that he instinctively thought of various memories flooding back. Basic styles of sitting toilets, basic styles of squat toilets, fully automatic toilets, siphon principal toilet installation techniques. Tank repairs. And at the same moment, the previously discomfort intestines experienced a wave of coolness. He felt so comfortable that he nearly let out a cry. Once he regained his composure, he found himself in a daze. What? In addition to cash rewards, it can actually transform the body? Wow, the system is incredibly powerful. That so-called encyclopedia is already quite supernatural. This perfect level digestive system is even more astonishing. It directly alters one's physical constitution. My mother will no longer have to worry about my constipation. After a long moment of silence, Zhang Chen could only shout, Brother Tongzi, you're amazing. That spicy chicken, spicy beef brisket, spicy crayfish, complemented by a glass of ice-cold cola. Zhang Chen slurped and devoured his meal with great enjoyment. The most crucial part is that his stomach felt utterly comfortable. He had been experiencing some gastrointestinal discomfort in recent days. Eating spicy food would usually lead to a stomachache. But now, with a perfect level digestive system, he felt no fear of spice. He feasted heartily. Wiping the grease from his mouth, Zhang Chen felt quite pleased. However, it seemed there was nothing left to fix at home. He needed to expand his business. TikTok? He had no followers, and building a profile was too slow. Live streaming? Wasn't that the same? Right, in this old neighborhood, there must be many things that need fixing. I can put up a notice and start with what's around me. Zhang Chen thought. Although he had a golden finger, on-site repairs still required genuine skill. His current repair skills were limited. Once he accumulated enough rewards, upgrading could wait. With that thought, he packed the trash into a plastic bag and stood up to throw it away downstairs. Just as he locked the door, the adjacent middle door opened. A stunning woman, clad in a sky blue fitted short sleeve and a light brown pleated skirt, with softly curled long hair and earrings, appeared. She seemed to be around 25 or 26. Supporting herself against the door, she bent slightly, raising one leg delicately. Her right foot shook, causing her lady's slipper to fall off. With a graceful motion, she slipped on a crystal sandal placed beneath the shoe cabinet. Zhang Chen's eyes widened instantaneously. Her toes, arched and as white as jade, were breathtakingly beautiful. The sky blue fitted shirt revealed her arms, fair and delicate as porcelain. The pleated skirt fell to her knees, accentuating her legs that could rival a model's. Zhang Chen couldn't help but steal glances. Suddenly, the female neighbor made a sound, noticing Zhang Chen. Reacting quickly, Zhang Chen promptly averted his gaze downwards and instead looked up at her face. Goodness, her beauty was almost overwhelming. Just then, a pop-up appeared. The neighbor throwing away trash 2 years of widowhood. Urgently requires repairs repair reward first time. 100,000 yuan, a mysterious grand prize. Zhang Chen was taken aback. Wow, Brother Tongzi, this is too much. Can everything truly be repaired? Upon seeing the reward, Zhang Chen's eyes lit up. 1, 10, 100. 100,000? A full 100,000 for a first-time reward? Could it be that there would be more to come? The key point was, the conspicuous, mysterious grand prize that IT was simply exhilarating. This was utterly outrageous. Meanwhile, Bai Xiao furrowed her brow. What was wrong with this person? So impolite. Staring at her, she admitted that she was beautiful walking down the street. She often attracted men's attention. But couldn't he at least be a bit more discreet? Such blatant staring was quite rude. Ahem. She couldn't help but cough, her irritation evident. Zhang Chen, realizing his mistake, quickly averted his gaze, sheepishly smiling. Sister, I sincerely apologize. You look just like one of my sisters. Bai Xiao was speechless. What clumsy pickup line. Nevertheless, this young man was quite handsome. He must have just graduated. A perfect little wolf cub. Cough, cough. She hurriedly suppressed her errant thoughts. Internally, she felt immensely frustrated. 2 years of marriage, 2 years of widowhood, daily routines of work and home, without a man to care for her. Husband? That man was often away, sometimes not returning for years. Sister, sister. Zhang Chen noticed her staring blankly at him and waved his hand in front of her eyes. Internally, he felt quite pleased. This physique of his certainly attractive female interest. He had at least secured a pan from Pan, Lu, and Deng Xiaoxian. Unfortunately, he learned that while dating during school was one thing, entering society revealed that looks had little value compared to wealth. Bai Xiao finally snapped back to reality, her cheeks flushing bright red. Heavens, Bai Xiao, what are you doing? Staring at a young man. He's quite a bit younger than you. Although embarrassed on the surface, Bai Xiao still spoke up. Young, handsome man. Oops. She instinctively uttered this, leaving Zhang Chen bewildered. Could this be the teasing of an older sister? Wow, the opportunity seemed promising. I've never seen you before. Did you just move in? Bai Xiao's face burned. Try to maintain her composure. Yes, just next door, sister. We're neighbors. Zhang Chen wore an innocent expression, even tugging at his t-shirt to reveal his six-pack abs. Well, at least he hadn't let his athleticism fade during his school days. Bai Xiao's eyes widened in surprise. Little wolf cub. I want a little wolf cub. While she thought this, she didn't dare show it on her face. She still had her pride. No matter how she felt privately, that was another matter entirely. You just moved in, huh? She nodded, noticing the garbage bag in his hand, casually asking, are you going down to throw away trash too? Yes, are you, sister? Zhang Chen responded sweetly. Yes. Bai Xiao felt a bit awkward as there wasn't much to discuss. She immediately turned to grab the tied-up trash bag. In that fleeting moment of bending over, Zhang Chen stared unblinkingly. Truly, so curvaceous. Chapter 003. The body torn apart relentlessly? Oh, the sandals. In the elevator, an eerie atmosphere enveloped the two individuals standing at opposite ends, striving to maintain a distance. Fortunately, they soon reached the ground floor and made their way to the refuse station. They discarded their trash, with Bai Xiao heading outward while Zhang Chen moved inward. However, after taking just a couple of steps, Zhang Chen could not help but glance back. The silhouette was striking, her gait graceful and enchanting. A banana peel? Following the direction of the neighbor's foot, Zhang Chen noticed a discarded banana peel on the ground, carelessly left by some child. In that moment, Bai Xiao remained oblivious. And before Zhang Chen could react, she stepped right onto it. With a startled exclamation, she slipped, nearly falling into a split. Thankfully, the neighbor's core strength held firm, allowing her to regain her balance, though her right foot slid forward too quickly. In an instant, half of her foot slipped out from the front of her crystal sandals, causing the buckle around her instep to snap. Who discarded that banana peel? Bai Xiao was infuriated. Had she reacted a moment slower, she would have ended up on the ground, which would have been utterly humiliating. Now it was still embarrassing. As she watched half of her foot protruding from the sandal, she flicked her hair back and braced herself on her leg to stand upright. "Sister!" Just as she steadied herself, a voice called out. Turning her head, she was met with a familiar face. Ah, the little wolf dog? No, what was his name again? It seemed he hadn't introduced himself earlier. "Come, support me," Zhang Chen offered willingly. "No need. It's fine. Just my sandal breaking." She shook her head awkwardly, rising to her feet. However, her foot remained firmly lodged in the sandal, necessitating a seat to remove it. But where was there to sit? Zhang Chen, unfazed, complained. Who lacks virtue and tosses banana peels on the street? Honestly, with so many people around, what if someone accidentally steps on it? It's just bad luck. Bai Xiao, equally indignant, echoed his sentiments. She then pointed her toes and rubbed them against the ground, but to no avail. Just as she prepared to bend down, Zhang Chen interjected. "Sister, stand still. I'll help you." Without waiting for a response, he squatted beside her. No, don't. It's unnecessary." Her sentence trailed off as Zhang Chen grasped the crystal sandal, giving it a gentle tug before successfully removing it. The moment his hand made contact, Bai Xiao felt a rush of warmth flood her cheeks. She quickly stole a glance around, hoping no one had noticed. Although the neighborhood was somewhat old, it was still bustling with residents. The area was expansive, and everyone seemed hurriedly on their way to work, too preoccupied to pay attention to this trivial incident. However, a few greasy older men cast lingering glances, their stares quite unwelcome. As for Zhang Chen, he appeared momentarily entranced. Up close, he realized just how exquisite the neighbor's foot was, skin as smooth as jade, perfectly shaped. Yet, beyond her foot, his gaze wandered elsewhere. Women's crystal sandals with broken buckle just encountered an unfortunate incident. Part of the body was ruthlessly torn. Repair reward, 100 yuan, TSK. Is this really possible? Zhang Chen mused. What? Bai Xiao's complexion, which had just turned pale, instantly flushed crimson once again. What do you mean? How can this young lad be both lecherous and cunning? What do you mean by is this possible? You forcibly removed my sandals. Huh? No, sister, you misunderstand. I meant that they could break so easily. The quality of these sandals is rather poor. Zhang Chen hurriedly clarified. Damn, just don't get me misunderstood. Although he had certain thoughts, well, it was still due to the mischief of Tongzigo. However, just now, he certainly was referring to her feet. That would make him appear rather twisted. Observing his eagerness to explain, Bai Xiao couldn't help but smile. This young lad is quite amusing. Indeed, the quality is abysmal. Bai Xiao casually remarked, glancing at the time, and sighed, how am I supposed to wear these now? I need to go back and change. No need. I happen to have some 502 glue. A quick fix will suffice. Zhang Chen immediately responded. Fortunately, while repairing things earlier, he had conveniently stowed away the leftover glue in his pocket. Now it came in handy. If he had to go back and exchange them, how would he earn that 100 yuan? What if there was a critical reward? Huh? You brought glue with you? What kind of work do you do? Bai Xiao was taken aback. Me? I'm a repairman. Zhang Chen replied casually. A repairman? Bai Xiao never expected such a job. It was completely at odds with the image of a young wolf dog. Yes, for on-site repairs, lock opening, plumbing, locating leaks, fixing faucets, you can call on me. Zhang Chen began to promote his services, regardless of whether he was capable or not. It was all about making a grand statement first. Quite hard to imagine. Bai Xiao nodded. Zhang Chen fished out the 502 glue from his pocket. As he looked down casually, he saw Bai Xiao standing on one foot. The other bare foot curled up, resting on his shoe, swaying slightly. It was evident she was particular about cleanliness, fearful of soiling her soles. Sister, hold on to me a bit. I'll help you fix it, and you'll be able to wear them. Zhang Chen offered his assistance. Bai Xiao felt a bit awkward. Yet, in the end, she placed her hand on Zhang Chen's shoulder. With a point of support, she finally managed to stand steadily. Otherwise, She would have to wash her foot. Opening the glue, he applied it to the broken edge, aligning the fractured parts. After waiting for a dozen seconds for the glue to set, the sandals were mended. He tugged at them. They seemed sturdy enough. Zhang Chen grinned. "It's done, sister." Bai Xiao took them back and gave them a pull. "It should be fine as long as she could reach the office." "Stand steady, sister. I'll help you wear them." With that, Zhang Chen squatted down to assist. Bai Xiao was about to decline. Unfortunately, this lad was too quick in his movements. She hadn't even voiced her objection. He had just slipped his foot into the sandal. Something feels off. Wouldn't it be better to simply place the shoe on the ground? As soon as she put it on, Bai Xiao realized what was happening. This rascal. Is he trying to take advantage of the situation? "I can manage this myself. No need," she quickly exclaimed, her foot firmly planted on the ground. It dawned on Zhang Chen at that moment. It was already too late for him to intervene. Goodness, such an instinctive reaction could lead to trouble. He stepped back and steadied himself as he watched Bai Xiao don the sandals, bending down to tighten the straps. In that fleeting moment, her graceful back and slender waist were breathtaking. Wow, she looked stunning. Zhang Chen's gaze was transfixed. "Thank you. By the way, I still don't know your name." "I'm Bai Xiao." She stood up and inquired. "Zhang Chen," Zhang as in the long bow, and Chen as in the stars. He replied, "A lovely name." Bai Xiao smiled. "Well, I must be off. I'm running late for work." "All right, goodbye, Bai Jia." Zhang Chen nodded, watching her until she disappeared from view. Reluctantly, he withdrew his gaze. A back view that could slay. TSK. The front view is equally lethal. With a figure like that, anything less than a perfect score would be an injustice to his eyes. Utterly captivating. Rewards. Zhang Chen snapped back to reality and quickly blinked to summon the notification. "Repair completed. Rewards have been issued." "TSK, how dull," Zhang Chen murmured. Chapter 004. The Property Manager, a woman of elegant charm as Zhang Chen ambled through the aged community. His eyes wandered mischievously. He observed the young and attractive ladies, the elegant aunts in high heels, the neighborly wives linked arm in arm with their husbands, and the vivacious beauties clad in denim riding their electric scooters. Yet, to his dismay, none of them presented any repair opportunities. So far, the only indication of maintenance was from the neighborly lady Bai Xiao, and he had yet to spot another. Could it be that such matters were judged solely by looks? Zhang Chen pondered. The older sister is undeniably alluring. The aunt exudes sophistication. The neighborly wife, clinging to her husband, surely boasts a beauty rating exceeding 90. Not to mention the young lady on the electric scooter, radiant youthfulness and vitality, a pinnacle of beauty. Alas, none bore any maintenance information. After contemplating for a moment, an epiphany struck him as he recalled the second line of the pop-up notification. Could it truly be so? Zhang Chen mused. Was it necessary for a repair to arise only from an existing problem? The neighborly lady had not utilized her appliance for 2 years. This indicated her pressing need for a man. Only in need would information manifest, he reasoned. How unfortunate. Zhang Chen felt a twinge of disappointment. He had hoped to encounter several repair opportunities to secure rewards. He had not anticipated the existence of triggering conditions. However, could he create his own conditions in the absence of sufficient ones? Yes, his immediate goal was to successfully assist the neighborly lady and secure one reward before moving on. Zhang Chen's spirits soared, fueled by ambition. The allure of the rewards, especially that enigmatic grand prize, was simply irresistible. What if the reward bestowed upon him a superhuman vitality? That would be extraordinary. No, it was certainly not solely due to the neighborly lady's enchanting allure. Absolutely not. Of course, patience was paramount. He needed to devise a long-term strategy. Fortunately, the day had commenced favorably. Judging by Bai Zhao's reaction, she seemed quite taken with this young, handsome lad. After all, her lack of anger indicated that she was not entirely displeased by his audacity. It appeared that the information was indeed quite accurate. One must not be overly greedy. The priority now is to find something in need of repair. Zhang Chen muttered to himself. Isn't a small amount of money still money? With the afternoon free, he decided to stroll through the community. Given the age of the neighborhood, many facilities had fallen into disrepair, presenting ample opportunities. After walking a few steps, a pop-up notification suddenly emerged from a nearby streetlight. Damaged streetlight, having stood here for over 20 years. It yearns to illuminate once more. Repair reward. 5,000 yuan. Zhang Chen, really? A 3-meter-high streetlight, and I'm supposed to fix it? How on earth could I reach that? Continuing his walk, he looked up and encountered yet another notification. Non-operational air conditioning unit. The indoor unit has long departed. Please allow me to descend from the wall. Repair reward. 8,000 yuan. Gazing at the yellowed air conditioning unit affixed to the second-floor wall, Zhang Chen thought, 8,000. How enviable. But can I truly manage that? Not to mention the peril of climbing. That belongs to someone else. Not far ahead, he spotted the electric scooter shed, teeming with a mountain of scooters, densely packed together. He merely glanced, and a myriad of pop-up windows emerged. Battery-operated vehicle lacking power. Battery-operated vehicle with faulty brakes. Battery-operated vehicle used for 3 years. The sheer volume was indeed daunting. Zhang Chen quickly closed the pop-ups with a blink. After wandering around, he encountered a considerable amount of repair information. Yet, none were straightforward to fix. It was either a malfunctioning streetlight or an issue with the air conditioning unit. Occasionally, a trash can lid had fallen off. He reattached it and earned a 50 yuan repair reward. After 2 hours of labor, he had made 200 yuan. The cost-effectiveness was dismal. Returning to the streetlight, he looked up at the 3-meter-high fixture, stroking his chin. 5,000 yuan. It must be earned. Furthermore, it presented a perfect opportunity to visit the property management office. Although the facilities outside this aging community were deteriorating, the repair rewards were substantial. However, he currently lacked both the qualifications and the skills. He would still need to engage in on-site repairs, accumulating experience step by step. With this thought in mind, he headed straight for Building 1. Upon reaching the glass doors of Building 1, he glanced at the sign hanging on the right. Jinhua Community Property Service Hall. Indeed, he was in the right place. He promptly pushed the door open. Inside was a spacious hall, with a service counter directly opposite the entrance. On the wall behind it, the words Hung In Property Company were prominently displayed. Behind the service counter stood 2 staff members, both female. One appeared to be in her late 20s, exuding an elegant charm. Her features strikingly beautiful. The other was merely 21 or 22, likely a new intern. Her appearance was sweet, and when she smiled, she revealed 2 adorable dimples. Hello. Zhang Chen approached the front desk, and the mature, graceful woman greeted him warmly, inquiring how she could assist him. Hello, sister. Zhang Chen offered a shy smile. He directly stated, the streetlight next to Building 3 is out. I would like to borrow a ladder to fix it. Fixing a streetlight? The 2 women exchanged a peculiar glance, their expressions curious. Are you a resident of our community? The older sister gently asked, her voice particularly soothing. I am a tenant, Zhang Chen replied. I noticed the streetlight was off last night and thought I should repair it. It wouldn't be good if an elderly person tripped in the dark. The malfunctioning streetlight is our property management's responsibility. We will arrange for someone to fix it. Thank you. The older sister smiled, finding this young man rather appealing. How kind-hearted he was. The intern beside her was also quite taken aback. It was her first encounter with someone so benevolent. Moreover, he was extraordinarily handsome. Even more so than the heartthrob from her school. No, I want to give it a try. Zhang Chen quickly clarified. I'm currently apprenticing and doing on-site repairs. I wish to practice. He felt a bit embarrassed as he fabricated this excuse. But we can't let you handle it. Then what about my reward? Practice? The 2 women were even more astonished. Is that how one practices? Indeed, sister. I was contemplating asking for your assistance. If anyone in our community encounters issues such as a malfunctioning faucet, a clogged toilet, or a faulty water heater, please give me a call. I would like to attempt to fix these problems without charging a fee, purely for practice. Zhang Chen spoke with sincere enthusiasm. Oh, is that so? Very well, follow me. The elder sister nodded in agreement, displaying a prompt willingness. Shaolin, keep an eye on things. If you encounter any insurmountable issues, just give me a call. She instructed the intern before stepping out from behind the service desk. Zhang Chen stole a glance. My goodness, her figure is quite remarkable. The upper part of her attire consisted of a tailored women's suit paired with a white shirt, her hair elegantly styled, exuding a sense of professionalism. He had anticipated she would wear trousers, but to his surprise, she donned a fitted skirt. Furthermore, she wore stockings, standing there radiating an undeniable allure. Moreover, up close, one could discern her skin was exceptionally fair. As she approached him, a delightful fragrance wafted through the air, intoxicating in its sweetness. Let us go, she declared, leading Zhang Chen out through the entrance. His previously averted gaze now fixated upon her, captivated by her graceful movements, each sway brimming with charm. Chapter 005, Critical Hit Reward. Immunity to Electric Shock. In front of the residential complex stood a warehouse, within which lay a retractable ladder. I'll help you with it shortly, she remarked as she walked ahead. However, upon glancing back, she noticed the young man trailing behind her. Come on, step forward, don't always linger behind, she exclaimed. Zhang Chen nodded, albeit with a hint of reluctance. After all, one could hardly appreciate the beautiful scenery from such a position. Of course, this matter must remain undiscovered, otherwise, it would be quite improper. Sister, let us exchange contact information. Zhang Chen suddenly proposed. Why? She inquired with a smile. To assist me in generating some business. Zhang Chen replied earnestly. It would also be beneficial for our property management, considering my services are free of charge. Very well, given your earnestness, let's connect on WeChat. She agreed readily. Zhang Chen promptly retrieved his phone and scanned her code. Sister, what should I call you? He asked as they connected. Yue, and you? She replied. Zhang Chen. He introduced himself as well. Just graduated? She queried. Wow, your insight is sharp. Indeed, I have just graduated. Zhang Chen responded, surprised. It's not merely my insight. Many university students rent in this community due to the affordable rent. She chuckled. However, I have yet to encounter someone as kind-hearted as you. If any of my household appliances malfunction, I shall seek your assistance. Ah, you reside here? Zhang Chen was taken aback. Of course, I work here as well. Yue smiled. That's no problem. Feel free to reach out to me for any issues. And I assure you I will fix them. Zhang Chen declared confidently, thumping his chest. All right, I will definitely seek you out if needed. Yue nodded, finding the young man quite agreeable and notably kind-hearted. As they conversed, they soon arrived at the warehouse, which was a single-story building facing the street. Having stood for quite some time, the exterior bore the marks of age. After unlocking the door, they stepped inside, where various items were piled high. The retractable ladder was nestled among them. Zhang Chen maneuvered it out and also borrowed a set of repair tools, intending to return them later. With the ladder in hand and Yue carrying the toolbox, they made their way toward the streetlight. Upon reaching their destination, Zhang Chen set the ladder aside and gazed upward. The streetlight, dating back 20 years, was heavily rusted, with the lampshade having turned a deep yellow. This antiquated model lacked solar panels and was likely powered by conventional wiring. Inside, it probably still housed the original incandescent bulb. However, given its age, one could only wonder if it remained functional. Judging by its appearance, it seemed the streetlight had not been repaired since its installation. Does this streetlight have power? Zhang Chen inquired. It does, but it is in the off position, Yue replied. Ah, you seem quite knowledgeable, Zhang Chen remarked, momentarily taken aback. He had initially contemplated contributing some funds to replace the light bulb, as purchasing a new one would not be overly expensive. However, there was a reward of 5,000. But now, perhaps simply changing a light bulb would suffice. Of course, I am well aware of many things in this community, Yue remarked. Sister, you can't be the leader, can you? Zhang Chen was taken aback. I am the property manager of our community. Yue nodded, then curiously inquired. What is the matter? Did you not see the work photographs posted in the service hall? No, I didn't pay attention. Zhang Chen was also surprised. He never expected Yue to be the property manager. No wonder she was so knowledgeable about the streetlights. Yue found herself somewhat speechless. She assumed this young man sought her assistance due to her managerial position, yet it turned out he was utterly clueless. Quite bold indeed. All right, let us not dwell on my identity. Come on, I'll hold the ladder. You take a look at how to fix it. Yue said. Okay. Zhang Chen nodded. The streetlight pole was quite old, so it couldn't bear the weight of a ladder directly. However, there was a large tree nearby. They leaned the ladder against the tree, with Yue supporting it below while Zhang Chen ascended with his tools. The fixture was easily opened. Indeed, it was an incandescent bulb, but it was unclear when it had burned out. Zhang Chen used pliers to remove the bulb and inspected the interior of the socket. Aside from a bit of rust, there were no significant issues. He also examined the connected wires, confirming they were intact and functional. However, the connection had become loose. He promptly removed the outer casing and reconnected the neutral and live wires. Once he verified the connections were secure, he descended. I'll go buy a light bulb, Zhang Chen announced, turning and rushing out. Wait, Yue intended to mention there was one in the storage, but Zhang Chen had already disappeared. After a while, he returned, panting and drenched in sweat, holding a 100-watt bulb. Zhang. Yue began to speak, but Zhang Chen interjected, Sister, hold the ladder steady. I'm going up. With that, he scampered up like a monkey. Yue quickly straightened herself to support the ladder, wondering why this young man was so eager. He installed the bulb, reassembled the outer casing and the lampshade. After descending, he eagerly said, Sister, shall we test the light? All right, you wait here. I'll go turn it on. Yue responded promptly. After a short while, a sizzling noise echoed, and the LED bulb above illuminated brilliantly. He quickly brought up a notification. Repair completed. Critical reward triggered. Obtaining the complete guide to advanced electrical engineering, all lamp production and maintenance, electrical immunity bonus doubled. Rewards have been distributed. Gazing at the lengthy list of rewards, Zhang Chen felt a rush of exhilaration. My goodness! For critical rewards? He was overjoyed. Thankfully, he had persevered. Otherwise, the loss would have been tremendous. Almost simultaneously with the rewards being issued, Zhang Chen felt a torrent of immense knowledge flooding into his mind. In an instant, all the knowledge of an advanced electrician flooded his mind. Concepts such as neutral wire, live wire, and ground wire, as well as the relationships between voltage, current, and volts, became clear. He grasped the intricacies of circuit installation and maintenance, and the establishment of power grids. Huh? A power grid? What on earth? Zhang Chen felt bewildered. The knowledge that surged forth felt strangely unfamiliar, yet remarkably lucid and adept, as if it had been ingrained through diligent study, forming muscle memory. As his consciousness shifted again, he focused on lighting fixtures. To his astonishment, it wasn't just streetlights. He comprehended the principles, installation, and maintenance of all types of lights. He realized that should anyone encounter an issue with their lighting, he could deduce the cause with a mere glance and the experience stored in his mind. Coupled with his advanced electrical knowledge, he felt akin to a master electrician. No, he was likely even more exceptional than they. These revelations were relatively normal, at least within the realm of knowledge. However, the notion of electrical immunity was bewildering. Was it true that he could not be electrocuted? Did this imply that he could handle live wires without needing to turn off the circuit breaker? Could he touch electrical switches without consequence? This was somewhat terrifying, wasn't it? He raised his hand to inspect his body. It seemed no different. Just then, a notification chimed. A bank message had arrived. Right, the reward was doubled. Zhang Chen snapped back to reality and quickly pulled out his phone. Indeed, he had received a deposit of 10,000 yuan. Exhilaration surged within him. This reward was extraordinarily generous. Chapter 006. Practicing? Are you afraid of practicing the wrong thing? Ah, they truly managed to repair the lamp. After a few moments of waiting, Yue returned. Glancing upwards, she observed the old streetlight emanating a warm, yellow glow. Although the lampshade had dulled over time, rendering the light less than brilliant, it was nonetheless functioning again. It's quite simple. The bulb was burnt out and the connection was loose. Zhang Chen remarked with a smile. Then let's return the ladder and tools to the storage. Yue complimented him and bent down to retrieve the toolbox. Zhang Chen's eyes instantly brightened, captivated by the sight. Yue was already clad in a form-fitting skirt, and her bending over was simply visually arresting. He couldn't help but steal several glances. As she lifted the toolbox, Zhang Chen hurried to collect the extension ladder. Yue shot him a curious look. Just now, was it merely an illusion? Did this young man sneak a peek at her? A smile crept onto her lips. She was well aware of her appealing figure and had often caught the gaze of men. However, to be noticed by a younger man brought her a sense of pride. After all, she was not exactly young anymore, which indicated that her physique still held considerable allure for the younger generation. Moreover, observing his flustered demeanor made her want to laugh. Hey, could you walk ahead? Zhang Chen, hefting the ladder, noticed Yue had not moved and reminded her. Oh. Yue nodded and began to walk past him. Unfortunately, she was too close to the ladder and suddenly heard a tearing sound. A chill raced up her left leg. As Zhang Chen prepared to move, he was yanked back, followed by a sound of breaking. He turned in the direction of the noise. Goodness! Yue's stockings had snagged on the edge of the ladder, and with a flourish, they were torn apart. The elastic edges curled naturally, heightening Zhang Chen's embarrassment as the force of the tug had pulled the fabric up to her thigh. Ah! Yue gasped, quickly bending down to grasp the remnants, pulling them upward with all her might. Zhang Chen, still reeling from the incident, observed as Yue managed to regain some semblance of composure. Yet, the torn edge clung tightly to her leg, swaying in the breeze, undeniably alluring. I'm so sorry. Zhang Chen reacted swiftly, diverting his gaze, his face flushed with embarrassment. Yue, meanwhile, crouched down, her cheeks aflame, hastily explaining, It's not your fault. I wasn't paying attention. At that moment, she felt utterly paralyzed. How could this happen? This was so unfortunate. How utterly humiliating. While a snagged stocking was not the end of the world, having it entirely torn in front of him was a different matter. Despite Zhang Chen being several years her junior, he was still a man. And the thought alone was mortifying. Goodness! Quick, before anyone sees, Zhang Chen urged. Yue quickly lifted her head. Indeed, at this moment, the community appears sparsely populated. It is still working hours, with few individuals present. However, as soon as work concludes, The crowd will surely swell. At that thought, she hurriedly rose, intent on removing her stockings. Although they had been torn, only one side was severed while the other remained intact. How could this happen here? You. Please help me cover a bit. Yue implored softly, her cheeks flushed. Of course. Zhang Chen nodded in agreement. Yue quickly made her way towards the hall, with Zhang Chen following closely beside her. Yet, the way those stockings clung to her legs certainly drew attention. Her skin was as fair as that of an infant. Lost in thought, suddenly, a notification popped up in his left eye. Damaged black stockings, met with an unfortunate incident, violently torn apart. Please allow me to walk intact. Repair reward. 100 yuan, a mysterious prize. What? Zhang Chen's eyes widened in disbelief. How could I repair stockings? This is absurd. Yet, the allure of that reward was undeniable. 100 yuan was trivial, but that mysterious prize? It was a must-have. He never expected that while the mysterious prize from the neighbor's wife had eluded him, an opportunity would arise here with the property manager. But how to approach it? Should he speak directly? Would that not invite a slap to the face? Though Yue had been gentle and amiable thus far, what if she lashed out verbally? Could he dare to discreetly pick it up? How utterly indecent. Zhang Chen felt a deep frustration as he watched the tantalizing prize slip through his fingers. At this moment, he had arrived at the entrance of the hall. Yue turned to inform him to wait at the storage area while she changed her stockings. However, as she turned, she caught him staring not at her legs, but rather at the torn remnants of her stockings. In that instant, her face flushed crimson, burning with embarrassment. What are you looking at? Yue exclaimed, both exasperated and indignant. Just because you're handsome doesn't mean you can be lewd. No, please don't misunderstand. Zhang Chen quickly regained his composure, eager to explain. I just wanted to ask if I could perhaps use the stockings. To practice a bit? What? Yue's expression turned furious. You want to practice on my stockings? You must be joking. No, please, you misunderstand. I'm a tailor. Zhang Chen hastily clarified, realizing she had taken it the wrong way. However, no matter how he tried to explain, it felt utterly off. Even a genuine tailor wouldn't practice on stockings, would they? Where was his dignity? Indeed, upon hearing this, Yue grew even more incensed. So being a tailor makes you special? What, do you intend to repair them? Indeed. It carries such significance. Zhang Chen's eyes darted about as he sought a suitable justification. However, after ruminating deeply, he found himself devoid of any plausible explanation. How unfortunate. I once believed you to be quite amiable, yet I never anticipated that you would. She pointed an accusatory finger at Zhang Chen, her anger palpable. Sister, please do not be upset. I have been studying fashion design at school, and upon seeing this, I instinctively wished to practice my skills. Moreover, I am preparing for a competition, and my needlework is a weak point that I have long desired to improve. Additionally, I assure you, I did not intend to gaze. It is merely that you are so stunningly beautiful, with your fair skin and exquisite taste. I particularly enjoy seeing you in stockings. In a moment of panic, Zhang Chen blurted out a torrent of words, disjointed and frantic. Yue listened, bewildered. What on earth? You find pleasure in watching me wear stockings? Young man, you are quite audacious, daring to tease me on our first encounter? Yet, observing his incoherence, Yue could no longer maintain her composure. She erupted into laughter. Upon witnessing her amusement, Zhang Chen felt utterly perplexed. What is happening? Sister Yu. He scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Is that true? She inquired, her question lacking context. Indeed. Zhang Chen affirmed solemnly, Sister, you are both alluring and beautiful. And I particularly enjoy watching you wear. Not that. Yue interjected swiftly, casting him a sidelong glance. I meant the matter of needlework. Truly, I swear it. Zhang Chen nodded vigorously, though a sense of trepidation gripped him. Could it be? No way. Is it truly that simple? Chapter 007. Critical Strike Reward. The Art of Tongue Dance. Yet, I cannot grant you that. Upon witnessing the eager expression on his face, Yue felt an overwhelming surge of frustration and swiftly turned to enter the hall. Zhang Chen, is that so? You don't wish to inquire further? However, it is rather commonplace, isn't it? What woman would bestow such a thing? Alas, a miscalculation indeed. Had I foreseen this, I would have discreetly retrieved it. It's ruined now. It must be discarded, surely. There is no way to keep it, for the sake of a mysterious grand prize. What harm is there in being a little unscrupulous? After all, it is a tangible benefit. Meanwhile, Yue stepped into the hall, her heart racing uncontrollably. She herself could not fathom why she had posed such a question. Could it be that she might actually grant it? What would that make her? This young man certainly possessed audacity. Had he been of less appealing visage, she would have undoubtedly slapped him across the face. Hey, sister, what troubles you? Intern Zhang Chen. Upon hearing the commotion, looked up to see Yue entering, her stockings torn with a significant rip. She gasped in surprise. Don't mention it. I snagged it on the ladder. Yue explained with exasperation. I thought Zhang Chen ventured. Thought what? Yue paused, her curiosity piqued. I thought you encountered a lecherous man. Zhang Chen admitted, a hint of embarrassment in her voice. Yue rolled her eyes in disbelief. What on earth are you thinking? There aren't that many lecherous individuals. Just as she uttered this, her thoughts involuntarily drifted to Zhang Chen, although he had no connection to her current predicament. She could not help but recall him. The mere thought caused her cheeks to flush. Furthermore, it was rather excessive. Sister? Noticing her dazed expression, Zhang Chen's mind sparked with an odd notion. Could it be true? Wait, that's not right. You went to assist that handsome young man, didn't you? With your stockings in such a state? That young man, surely he must have seen it? In that instant, a wave of insatiable curiosity ignited in her eyes. Oh. Never mind. Yue snapped back to reality and moved behind the service desk. After retrieving what she needed, she tucked it into her pocket. Zhang Chen was taken aback. Shouldn't you just dispose of it directly? Enough of that. You should ensure that young man returns the ladder. Just keep an eye on things for a while longer. Yue declared before leaving once more. Zhang Chen peeked outside and spotted the very handsome young man, Zhang Chen, standing at the entrance with the ladder in tow, awaiting Yue's return. As Yue stepped out, Zhang Chen pondered. Surely, nothing will transpire between them? Could it be? It shouldn't, right? Yet, I've heard that women in their late 20s often have a penchant for younger men. This Zhang Chen is a quintessential example of a younger man. Upon opening the storage room door, Zhang Chen placed the ladder inside and returned the toolbox to its original position. Just as he was about to exit, unexpectedly, Yue slipped in as well. Sister? Zhang Chen was momentarily taken aback. Here, for you. Yue, her cheeks flushed, extended her hand and spoke in a hushed tone. Zhang Chen was left bewildered. But I was just planning to rummage through the trash bin. How has this truly come to pass? Hurry up. It's not good if someone sees us. Yue's face turned a deep crimson, akin to that of a liver. Her mind was in a haze, and yet she herself could not fathom the reason behind it. Had she been bewitched? Yes, that must be it. No wonder you followed me in, as no one would notice us in the storage room. Zhang Chen nodded hastily, taking the item from her hand. Do not grip it so tightly. I must caution you, once it is mended. Deliver it to me without indulging in any lewd behaviors. Yue warned. What lewd behavior? Zhang Chen feigned innocence. Spare me your banter. You know precisely what I mean. Yue retorted, her thoughts racing. I am curious to see if you truly intend to so. Rest assured, I am not that sort of person, Zhang Chen assured her, nodding earnestly. Yet, his gaze inadvertently drifted to Yue's legs, though clad in stockings that accentuated her allure without them. Her skin appeared as pure and creamy as fresh milk. Her legs, long and elegant, stood straight, exuding an exquisite charm. She possessed a refined beauty that, while less overtly seductive, radiated intellect and grace. Still watching? Yue's cheeks flushed deeper. My apologies, it's just that you are exceedingly beautiful. Even more so than a model. I truly did not mean to stare. Zhang Chen scratched his head, feeling slightly awkward. Enough. Come out quickly and message me later. Avoid the main hall. She reiterated firmly. Understood. Zhang Chen nodded. Do not let anyone see you, or it will be difficult to explain. Yue's tone turned serious. Rest assured, I will ensure that, Zhang Chen affirmed. The two of them hurriedly emerged from the storage room, with Yue locking the door behind her as they swiftly departed. Observing her flustered demeanor, Zhang Chen found amusement in the situation. Yet, he was perplexed by Yue's mindset. How could she agree to this? Could it be that she found him handsome? Perhaps that was the reason, after all. Why would a woman hand such a thing to a complete stranger? It was rather absurd. What on earth is Yue up to? She hurried around the corner and, once Zhang Chen's figure was out of sight, finally paused, feeling as if her heart might leap from her chest. It was impossible that she was learning to sew. Had she truly lost her senses? Am I so superficial, so easily swayed by looks that I cannot feel a sense of impropriety? After much contemplation, she remained bewildered by her own reactions. Sighing, she rubbed her face and decided to dismiss the matter entirely. Taking a deep breath, she steadied her emotions before returning to the service hall. As for Zhang Chen, he waited until she entered before making his way home without delay. Wait, that's not right. I must buy some needles and thread first. He promptly turned around and headed towards the tailor shop outside the community. Before long, he had spent a few coins on needles and thread, clutching the stockings tightly in his pocket. Zhang Chen returned to his rented room. Placing the torn stockings upon the table, he promptly activated the pop-up window. Damaged black stockings encountered an unforeseen mishap. Please allow me to be whole again. Repair reward, 100 yuan, a mysterious grand prize. He exhaled deeply, relieved that the grand prize was indeed still available. To be whole again? It meant that merely stitching them up would suffice, right? Zhang Chen muttered to himself, dismissing the notion of needlework as a trick. Even Yi Wei would never believe it. Although he was uncertain of her thoughts, the fact remained that the item was now in his possession. First and foremost, he needed to sew them up. However, the damage was quite extensive. Zhang Chen found himself at a loss for how to proceed. Moreover, these stockings had been worn by Yi Wei just moments ago, adorning her exquisite legs. He quickly composed himself and laid the torn fabric flat, threading the needle. Then, he began to sew, painstakingly, stitch by stitch. After a good 10 minutes, he gazed at his handiwork, resembling the efforts of a dog-esque clawing. It was truly disheartening to behold. The material was inherently elastic, making it particularly difficult to manipulate. While he had managed to sew it, it was undoubtedly ruined. Yet, why had the reward not yet arrived? Stroking his chin, he pondered the pop-up information. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He picked up the mended black stockings and tossed them into the trash bin. In the next moment, a new pop-up appeared. Repair completed. Received a mysterious grand prize. Ding. Mysterious grand prize unlocked. Acquired the ability of tongue dance. Reward has been issued. Zhang Chen. What on earth? Oh. The ability to dance with one's tongue is seen in the videos. Goodness. Something is amiss, Brother Tongzi. Almost simultaneously, Zhang Chen felt a surge of warmth coursing through his tongue. He attempted to extend it, and in the next instant, it began to quiver like a snake's flicking tongue. Zhang Chen. Chapter 008. Repair rewards. Masterful culinary skills. The tongue dances. The tongue licks the chin. The tongue threads the needle. Ugh. Zhang Chen spat out the needle and thread, gazing in awe at the perfectly threaded needle. He was filled with emotion. This was not merely a dance. It was an acrobatic feat. In the past, his tongue could hardly reach his chin. Being able to touch his nostrils was a considerable achievement. But now, it was astonishingly agile. Brother Tongzi was truly impressive. How could such a transformation occur? It was utterly preposterous. Could one truly cultivate such a skill? He retrieved his phone from the refuse, locating Yi Wei's WeChat. He swiftly typed a message. Sister, it's done. After a brief moment, a reply arrived. Wait for me at the entrance. All right, I'll let you know when I arrive. After sending the message, Zhang Chen hurried downstairs. Upon reaching the designated spot, he pulled out his phone once more and sent Yi Wei a WeChat message. Soon after, Yi Wei pushed open the glass door. Casting a furtive glance around, noticing the absence of onlookers, she exhaled in relief and hurried over to Zhang Chen. Just as he was about to utter a word, Yi Wei shot him a warning glare, signaling that such discussions were inappropriate in this setting. Follow me. With that, she tugged him towards a secluded corner. Upon reaching the bend, she opened her hand and commanded, Give it to me. Sister, give? Zhang Chen feigned righteousness, while quickly rummaging in his pocket. He presented it to her. Without a glance, Yi Wei accepted it and casually tucked it into her pocket. Her heart raced uncontrollably. We must leave quickly. This is not to be mentioned to anyone, Yi Wei cautioned. Rest assured, sister, I would rather die than speak of it. Zhang Chen swore earnestly. At that moment, a cautious head peeked around the corner. Zhang Lin, eyes wide with curiosity, had witnessed. Her eyes instantly widened. No way. How did that end up in his hands? It couldn't possibly be. In that fleeting instant, a torrent of scandalous narratives flooded Zhang Lin's mind. She could hardly fathom that Yi Wei, usually so serious, was engaged in such behavior. Was this a romantic connection? But that seemed implausible. The pace of this development was far too swift. Just as she pondered this, she saw Yi Wei turning back. Hastily, she retreated, tiptoeing back to the service hall, feeling as though her worldview had been profoundly shaken. When Yi Wei entered, she noticed Zhang Lin's gaze upon her. It was peculiar. What's wrong? Yi Wei inquired. Is there something on my face? No. Zhang Lin shook her head. Then what are you staring at? Yi Wei pressed. It's nothing, sister. She cautiously ventured. Oh, a neighbor of mine was asking about something. Yi Wei replied calmly. Oh. Zhang Lin refrained from probing further. I'm going to the restroom. Yi Wei nodded in acknowledgement as Zhang Lin headed off. Once inside, she locked the door and conducted a thorough check. Everything seemed in order. However, the craftsmanship is truly crude. Humph. I knew that this fellow harbored ill intentions. Yi Wei's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. She genuinely wondered why she had agreed to such a ridiculous affair in the first place. Wasn't it bound to be discarded? Just as she was about to throw it away, she hesitated. Forget it. I'll take it home first. She mumbled to herself and returned it to her pocket. As for her thoughts, she had no clue. It was just inexplicably perplexing. Sliced pork and water, braised pork, steamed chicken, a generous portion of rice, a chilled bottle of beer. As the dishes were served, Zhang Chen indulged himself heartily. After satisfying his appetite, he emerged from the restaurant, patting his belly in contentment, feeling quite euphoric. Before renting a place, he had been troubled about making ends meet, preparing to submit resumes and seek employment. Who could have anticipated that a golden opportunity would come knocking? What of being a handyman? I am a joyful handyman. I take pride in it. Glancing at the time, he noted it was already past 7. Zhang Chen decisively picked up the takeout boxes and headed home. Don't ask why I packed food. Do you understand the value of frugality? Arriving at his doorstep, he cast a glance at the neighbor's place, straining his ears to listen. There was no sound. The neighbor's wife had yet to return. Stroking his chin, Zhang Chen pondered how to navigate this situation. That was a sum of 100,000 yuan after all, along with a mysterious grand prize. The rewards were undeniably generous, primarily because they were exceedingly tantalizing. Clearing his cluttered thoughts, Zhang Chen opened the door and returned home. He set the food aside and proceeded to make his bed, organizing it simply. After tidying up, he lay down to rest, feeling quite fatigued. Although he hadn't done much work, the emotional toll was indeed taxing. He closed his eyes, yet his mind remained alert. After a day filled with experiments, Zhang Chen had gleaned some understanding of the patterns at play. The appearance of these mysterious rewards seemed utterly random. Yet those of significant value often seemed linked to beautiful women. Whether it be the neighbor's wife, Bai Xiao, or the enchanting property manager, Yi Wei. Who could have imagined that Yi Wei would unveil such a grand mysterious prize? This behavior from the big brother was quite peculiar, Zhang Chen mused. Of course, aside from these musings, the magnitude of the rewards should correlate with the value of the items repaired. For instance, the street lamp had yielded a substantial reward for him. Calculating it all, fixing a water pipe seemed hardly worth the effort. Wait, why had I become so selective? Was I supposed to avoid being picky? Zhang Chen sighed inwardly, realizing that his mindset had grown spoiled. Had he become so disdainful of small earnings? He quickly readjusted his perspective to prevent himself from becoming overly arrogant. Drowsily, he drifted into slumber, only to be awakened by the urgency of nature's call. Rising, he noticed it was already past 10. As he made his way to the bathroom, he suddenly heard the sound of high heels tapping against the floor outside. Had the neighbor's wife returned? Zhang Chen immediately perked up his ears. After a moment, he heard the unmistakable click of a door opening, followed by the sound of footsteps fading away. Returning so late? What kind of work could be so demanding? Zhang Chen muttered to himself. Well then, I'd better run some water. Muttering softly, he entered the bathroom. After refreshing himself, he approached the bedroom door, just in time to hear a knock. Zhang Chen, are you there? Came Bai Xiao's voice from outside. I'm here, sis. Zhang Chen promptly replied as he opened the door. To his surprise, Bai Xiao had not changed her attire. She still wore the sky blue fitted short-sleeve top and the light brown pleated skirt from earlier that day. However, she had swapped her crystal sandals for French rhinestone high-heeled sandals. Clearly, the adhesive had not withstood the day. Noticing Zhang Chen's gaze fixated on her feet, Bai Xiao felt a slight flush creep across her cheeks. This little wolf cub had an odd penchant for staring at people's feet. Was there something unappealing about the rest of her? She pondered this internally, but refrained from voicing it. Besides, she had a matter to address. Zhang Chen, can you fix the gas stove? She inquired directly. Of course. Zhang Chen nodded, only to be struck by confusion. It was already past 10. Why was she needing the stove repaired now? Realization dawned upon him as he exclaimed, Sister, have you not eaten yet? Indeed, Bai Xiao replied with exasperation. I've been swamped with work, pulling late hours, and by the time I got off, all the restaurants were closed. So, I thought I could just make some instant noodles. No sooner had she finished speaking than Zhang Chen noticed a notification pop up in his peripheral vision. The message read, The hungry neighbor lady, 8 hours without food or water, yearning for a meal, repair reward, 1,000 yuan, master culinary skills. What? Zhang Chen's eyes widened in astonishment. Was this truly considered a repair? Fixing one's stomach could count as a repair, right? The reward was astonishingly generous, 1,000 yuan outright. Even more astonishing was the mention of a direct reward for master culinary skills. Incredible. Though he had some cooking skills, his repertoire consisted mainly of steaming rice and making simple dishes like scrambled eggs with tomatoes, often fumbling the seasoning to the point of inedibility. The prospect of acquiring master culinary skills was tantalizing. Even if he did not pursue repairs, he could certainly excel as a chef. He had witnessed the prowess of his friend, Tang Zigu. But wait, hadn't he already packed some food? A spark of inspiration ignited in Zhang Chen's eyes. Zhang Chen? Bai Xiao exclaimed, startled by the sudden intensity in his gaze. What had caused this unexpected surge of enthusiasm? Chapter 009, The Heart-Throbbing Neighbor. This is an extraordinary talent. She cautiously stepped back, preparing to act according to the situation. Suddenly, she heard Zhang Chen exclaim excitedly, "Sister, wait for me." With that, he turned and dashed back into the house. Bai Xiao, what is going on? I was just getting ready. As this thought crossed her mind, Zhang Chen emerged with a plastic bag in hand. Sister, you don't need to eat instant noodles. I've got this, leftovers from takeout that I haven't touched yet. He smiled. In truth, it was merely leftover food, but would she know? After all, the repair task was paramount. What if she refused to eat because it was leftover? Bai Xiao was taken aback. What a coincidence. She accepted the bag and peered inside. Braised beef, spicy boiled pork, and poached chicken, all hearty dishes. Upon seeing this, her stomach, having gone hungry all day, audibly protested with a growl. Zhang Chen couldn't help but glance at her belly. Bai Xiao felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. I've eaten. What about you? She hesitated. This is enough for both of us, but I forgot the rice. He scratched his head, his mind a tad muddled. In reality, he was quite full, but being young, he felt it was fine to indulge a bit more. After all, his aim was to please her. Ahem. All right then. I'll go steam some rice and heat the dishes. That should suffice. Bai Xiao decided not to refuse any longer. She was indeed hungry, and seeing those enticing dishes made her mouth water uncontrollably. Okay. Zhang Chen nodded. He locked the door and said, "Follow me." Bai Xiao took the bag and said, "Sure thing." Zhang Chen decisively grabbed the key, closed the door, and followed the neighbor lady into the neighboring brother's home. The apartment was a standard 3-bedroom, 2-living-room, 2-bathroom layout, with decor that bore the marks of time yet was meticulously maintained. It was a significant improvement compared to her own rented place. However, there was no sign of another man's presence. Not even a pair of men's slippers could be found. Just as she was observing, Bai Xiao, who had just changed into slippers, suddenly gasped, her face flushing crimson. She hastily dropped the plastic bag and dashed over to the sofa, frantically tidying up her clothes. After a quick glance around, she spotted the balcony and rushed over to stow her belongings in the room. Only after that did she re-emerge. Her cheeks still flushed as she awkwardly explained, "I'm sorry, it's a bit messy living alone." "No worries, sister, just focus on the rice. I'm absolutely famished." Zhang Chen swiftly redirected the conversation. "All right, I'll go steam the rice." Bai Xiao nodded and hurried into the kitchen. Zhang Chen watched her enter, donning an apron and turning her back to him. He had been staring for a good 3 seconds when, unexpectedly, Bai Xiao turned around again. In an instant, their eyes met. Oh no. Zhang Chen was startled. There was nothing wrong with sneaking a glance, but being caught was a different matter altogether. What if she got angry and refused to eat his food? The rewards of masterful culinary skills are indeed rare and elusive. Meanwhile, Bai Xiao suddenly recalled that there was a slight issue with the gas stove and intended to ask Zhang Chen for assistance. To her surprise, upon turning around, she found the young man gazing intently at her. Her heart fluttered slightly, but she feigned ignorance and said to Zhang Chen, "Could you take a look at the gas stove? It seems to be causing some trouble. Otherwise, I won't be able to cook our meals." "All right." Zhang Chen exhaled in relief, responding affirmatively as he walked into the kitchen. His gaze lingered on the gas stove, and a prompt appeared. "The gas stove won't ignite. Where has my electricity gone? Without power, I cannot ignite myself. Repair reward, 100 yuan. Zhang Chen quickly deduced, the circuit is disconnected. He immediately discerned the issue. This integrated stove relies on electrical power for ignition, which fundamentally distinguishes it from conventional battery-operated gas stoves. If it were a battery issue, he would be at an impasse. However, since it pertained to the circuit, the solution would be much simpler. Let us not forget, he had recently acquired an advanced electrician's handbook. As the problem became clear, a multitude of potential causes for the circuit malfunction began to materialize in his mind. Within mere seconds, he had eliminated most possibilities, arriving at a near-certain conclusion. Out of power, but I ensured the plug was secure, Bai Xiao remarked, puzzled. It might be the power strip, Zhang Chen suggested, inspecting both the plug and the power strip. Indeed, it was the power strip at fault. However, fixing it was not feasible at that moment, so he instructed Bai Xiao to use an alternative power source for now. Once connected, the stove functioned perfectly. Use it for now. After dinner, I'll assist you in repairing it, Zhang Chen offered. Although there was a repair reward of 100 yuan, he was aware that there was 1,000 at stake here. Naturally, he needed to prioritize addressing Bai Xiao's issue first. All right, you needn't enter the kitchen. I shall handle it shortly, Bai Xiao replied. Very well, I shall await my meal. Zhang Chen smiled. After a little over 10 minutes, the dishes were ready, and the rice was steamed to perfection. She had even prepared a delightful egg drop soup, which she brought to the table. The modest dining table was soon filled, adorned with 2 sets of bowls and chopsticks. Bai Xiao personally served 2 bowls of rice before finally taking a seat to enjoy her meal. As the food filled her stomach, a look of contentment spread across her face. There is nothing quite as delightful as a full belly. As for Zhang Chen, he too pretended to relish the meal. For after all, the sight was indeed appetizing. Before long, Bai Xiao had polished off a bowl of rice and was rising to fetch another. However, upon tilting her head back, she noticed a grain of rice stuck to Zhang Chen's nose. She couldn't help but chuckle. What is so funny? Zhang Chen inquired, perplexed by her laughter. You have rice on your nose, Bai Xiao pointed out, amused by how childlike he appeared, just as she prepared to stand and wipe it away. Zhang Chen swiftly extended his tongue and licked the grain off his nose with remarkable agility. Bai Xiao was taken aback. Zhang Chen, how is it that your tongue is so remarkably long? You can actually lick the grains of rice off your nose. Throughout her life, she had never encountered anyone with such an elongated tongue. Zhang Chen was momentarily stunned before realizing what she had just said about the rice on her nose. Instinctively, he extended his tongue to lick. Only then did he remember. Alas, this was the exquisite tongue dance technique he had received as a reward from the mysterious gift moments ago. It seemed to have emerged from an innate impulse. To his surprise, it left Bai Xiao utterly astonished. I once came across a video on Douyin where someone was born with a long tongue capable of reaching their chin. I never expected to witness such a phenomenon today. Bai Xiao appeared as though she had discovered a new world, brimming with curiosity. But suddenly, as if struck by a thought, her face flushed crimson. Sister? Why is your face turning red? Zhang Chen was taken aback. Oh, it's nothing. Bai Xiao quickly shook her head, her expression laden with meaning, exclaiming, I didn't realize you had such a talent. Have you practiced? Not at all. It's purely natural, Zhang Chen replied. Individuals with such a skill are quite rare. Bai Xiao nodded in agreement, hastily changing the subject. Let us eat. Let us eat. As she spoke, she grabbed her chopsticks and began rummaging through her bowl. However, she had entirely forgotten that her rice was finished. In her frantic search, she ended up scraping at an empty bowl. Flustered by her blushing and nervousness, she exerted too much force, causing the bowl to topple over. She quickly rushed to stabilize it. Yet, as her grip loosened, the chopsticks flew from her hands. They clattered twice upon the dining table before tumbling beneath it, originating from Zhang Chen's side. In that moment, she was utterly bewildered. Sister, allow me to assist you. Zhang Chen, ever the kind-hearted soul, promptly bent down to retrieve the chopsticks. Chapter 10 Bai Xiao, stop overthinking. You have a husband. She sighed. Oh, it's of no use now. Even if I pick it up. Bai Xiao scolded herself for her clumsiness. How could she let chopsticks slip from her grasp? She couldn't fathom why she had been so anxious moments before, making a fuss over nothing. Yet, it felt oddly significant. After a few seconds, Zhang Chen straightened up, holding the 2 chopsticks with a look of innocent clarity. It seems so. Let us just get a new pair. Why is this taking so long? Bai Xiao's cheeks flushed slightly as her sparkling eyes met his, and she lightly bit her lip. The chopsticks fell quite far. I can't reach them. Zhang Chen replied earnestly. I believe you. Bai Xiao mentally retorted. What nonsense. Clearly, he knows yet. Why did she feel a sense of relief? She decided to remain silent. It was as if he hadn't seen anything at all. Meanwhile, Zhang Chen remained remarkably composed, secretly reveling in this unexpected turn of events. However, revealing it was out of the question. If he didn't mention it, she would act as though he hadn't seen anything. If he did, she would assume he had seen yet chosen to ignore it. Quite a conundrum, indeed. I'll go fetch the chopsticks. Bai Xiao fell silent for a moment before standing up and turning toward the kitchen. Watching her retreating figure, Zhang Chen thought this meal was worth every moment. Before long, Bai Xiao returned with a new pair of chopsticks. Her posture was remarkably graceful. Zhang Chen chuckled, Sister, please eat. He then buried himself in his meal. Bai Xiao replied softly, lowering her head and eating in silence. Neither of them mentioned the earlier incident, but the atmosphere felt somewhat off. In a matter of moments, Zhang Chen finished his rice. He then stood up and asked, "Sister, where is your toolbox? I'll help you fetch it." Bai Xiao sprang to her feet at his words and quickly retrieved the toolbox from the guest room, handing it to him. "All right, I'll go repair the power strip. You keep eating." With that, he headed straight for the kitchen. He opened the cabinet door, crawled inside, and located the power strip. After prying it open and conducting a brief inspection, he confirmed that the wiring was indeed loose. He then emerged from the cabinet. Meanwhile, Bai Xiao had lost her appetite entirely. She had been full just moments ago, but now she couldn't concentrate on her meal. Seeing him come out, she quickly stood and asked, "Can it be repaired?" "Yes, but we need to turn off the circuit breaker first," Zhang Chen replied. "Sister, can you use your phone as flashlight to help me see?" "Sure." Bai Xiao nodded, leading him to the door where she turned off the circuit breaker. Suddenly, the surroundings plunged into darkness. Bai Xiao switched on her phone as flashlight, keeping it steady, and followed Zhang Chen into the kitchen. "Stay outside and shine the light. I'll use my phone inside," Zhang Chen instructed, turning on his own flashlight as he crouched down, preparing to crawl in. "All right." Bai Xiao nodded eagerly. Bending slightly at the waist, she observed Zhang Chen crouching down. As he burrowed inside, he caught a glimpse of her and silently marveled at her figure from this low angle. A smile tugged at his lips. He understood the importance of knowing when to withdraw. Without further hesitation, he grasped his phone, turned sideways, and slipped into the cabinet. The wiring was straightforward, yet the process posed some difficulty due to the cramped space. After 5 minutes, he secured the connections and replaced the panel, deftly plugging in the integrated stove's plug before emerging from his task. "Is it done?" Bai Xiao inquired. "Yes, close it up," Zhang Chen replied, dusting off his hands and neatly putting away his tools. Bai Xiao proceeded to switch the circuit breaker back on. Zhang Chen tested the setup, and indeed, it was functioning perfectly. "Thank you so much." Bai Xiao expressed her gratitude, her face radiating appreciation. If it weren't for him tonight, she wouldn't have been able to enjoy a proper meal, let alone instant noodles. "Sister, do we really need to be so polite?" Zhang Chen chuckled. Bai Xiao felt a warmth rise to her cheeks, hastily dismissing any chaotic thoughts from her mind. She expressed her thanks once more. "Sister, you should tidy up these things. I'll head back now. It's getting late, and you have work tomorrow." Zhang Chen announced his intention to leave. It wasn't that he didn't want to stay, rather, he recognized the situation's delicacy. Although the neighbor urgently required repairs, she presented herself as a respectable woman, even if there were underlying feelings. It was far too soon to act on them. If he made a move too soon, he risked landing in trouble. It would be wiser to play it cool and wait for her to take the initiative, ensuring a foolproof outcome. "Yes, it is indeed late. You should rest early. I truly apologize for keeping you up so late." Bai Xiao nodded in agreement. While she found the charming young man hard to resist, she dared not entertain any such thoughts, fearing it would make her seem like a bad woman. "I'll take my leave then," Zhang Chen said, turning toward the door. Just as he grasped the doorknob, Bai Xiao suddenly called out to him. "Zhang Chen, what is it, sister?" He replied, turning back in confusion. Let us add each other on WeChat," Bai Xiao suggested. "At WeChat?" Zhang Chen was taken aback. "Yes, our company has been experiencing frequent power outages, and you could help fix them." Bai Xiao cleverly found an excuse. "Sure, I could use some business." Zhang Chen nodded enthusiastically. "Is this a good deal?" "All right. You scan me," she said, pulling out her phone and quickly locating the QR code. Zhang Chen eagerly scanned it, successfully adding her. "I'll head back now, sister. Goodbye." Zhang Chen waved as he opened the door and stepped outside. Bai Xiao escorted him to the doorway, watching him enter before closing the door behind her. Suddenly, the surroundings fell silent, yet Bai Xiao's heart began to race. She approached Zhang Chen's former seat, remaining in a daze for quite some time before finally straightening up. Her face flushed. Shaking her head, she tried to clear her thoughts. Bai Xiao murmured to herself, "Bai Xiao, oh Bai Xiao, what are you pondering? Do not indulge in reckless thoughts. You have a husband." Chapter 011. I wish to dine, stroll, and lodge with you. Repairs completed. Master culinary skills acquired. Rewards distributed. Repairs completed. Rewards distributed. A pop-up appeared. Zhang Chen, upon inspection, felt as if his hands were endowed with divine assistance. Merely stirring the air with a spoon, a plethora of culinary methods and techniques surged forth in his mind. Masterful culinary skills, indeed, were astonishing. Zhang Chen once again marveled at the prowess of Tongzi Go. In that fleeting moment, the array of dishes that materialized encompassed diverse culinary traditions from Shandong, Sichuan, Guangdong, Jiangsu, Fujian, Zhejiang, Hunan, and more. The thought of fish crossed his mind, instantly conjuring 100 names of edible fish species. In the past, he would have been grateful just to recall the name of a black fish, let alone the myriad of other ingredients. Tongzi Gu had seemingly infused his mind with an entire compendium of recipes, nay, not just one, but dozens. Even that is an understatement. It was as if he had been endowed with the pinnacle culinary expertise of countless masters. This included muscle memory and decades of cooking experience. It was nothing short of absurd. In comparison, the 1,100 he had spent appeared trivial. He must showcase his skills tomorrow. Rubbing his hands together, he felt an undeniable itch to cook. However, glancing around the empty room, he realized he had no cooking utensils whatsoever. Cooking? Without even a pot? Previously, he had no intention of cooking while renting, as work left scant time for such endeavors. Moreover, with such remarkable culinary talent, was he expected to open a restaurant? That was certainly out of the question. Yet, considering the maintenance information that had refreshed on Bai Zhao's head tonight, this masterful culinary skill might prove invaluable in future repair tasks. If only another task to satiate her could arise, the prospects would be promising. Well, it was time for slumber. It was nearly midnight. Checking the time, Zhang Chen yawned, indeed feeling quite weary after a day of exertion. The following day, Bai Zhao left the house early, though the dark circles under her eyes were evident even beneath her makeup. She instinctively glanced toward the door of the neighboring wolf cub's apartment, sighed, and shook her head, unwilling to dwell on thoughts of him. She hurriedly closed the door and went to work. When Zhang Chen finally awoke, it was already 10 o'clock. He ordered breakfast, or rather, lunch. Once it was placed on the table, he took a bite. The salt was excessive. The oil was quite abundant. Was there really that much MSG? No wonder he felt parched. It had been removed from the stove 30 seconds too early. Pre-packaged meals are still sold at such exorbitant prices? Muttering to himself, Zhang Chen paused. Why had his taste buds become so discerning? No, it wasn't merely his palate. It was the result of his master culinary skills. This was surreal. Zhang Chen was astonished. In the past, takeout could only be described with 2 words, delicious. Now, while it was indeed tasty, the marvel of technology and meticulous effort had certainly elevated the experience. However, as he indulged in the meal, his mind instinctively conjured up the flaws of the dishes. It was almost as if he surpassed even the chefs of state banquets. Truly impressive, Brother Tongzi. He could not help but offer another round of praise. After satiating his hunger and thirst, Zhang Chen meandered downstairs. The faded repair information on the air conditioning unit remained unchanged. Occasionally, new repair notices would appear on the community benches, yet Zhang Chen couldn't be bothered to read them. Either the issues were irreparable, or the compensation was insufficient. What he primarily craved was the anticipation of a call. He had left his phone in the property management lobby, and logically, someone should come to his door for repairs. Yet, he wandered about until 1 o'clock without receiving a single call. What was going on? Zhang Chen furrowed his brow and resolved to visit the service hall. Of course, it was not because he found Yue attractive. No, absolutely not. Mustn't he slander her? Upon reaching Building 1, he pushed the door open but did not immediately spot Yue. Only Zhang Lin was present. Hello. Upon hearing his voice, Zhang Lin instinctively greeted him with a smile. Once she recognized him, her expression brightened. Oh, it's you. Yes, where is Sister Yue? Zhang Chen inquired with a smile. Sister Yue is the property manager and is usually quite busy. She should be in a meeting at the headquarters right now. Zhang Lin replied. If there is anything I can assist you with, please let me know. Oh, I see. Zhang Chen nodded, feeling a twinge of disappointment. However, Zhang Lin was also quite delightful, young, vibrant, and radiating energy. Her looks were undoubtedly appealing. If she were to be a girlfriend, she would be a wonderful choice. He thought this in his mind, yet outwardly he still posed the most pressing question. I wanted to ask, why has anyone come to my place for repairs? Huh? Zhang Lin was taken aback, completely unprepared for his inquiry. Isn't that so? This kind of business doesn't come every day, you know. Besides, you just left your information here. It's not possible for it to be so quick, she explained. Come on, you're being a bit too anxious. Although our community is large, we don't have repairs every single day. Zhang Lin chuckled softly, though she was also somewhat puzzled. Why was he so impatient? Could it be that he was interested in Sister Yue? TSK. Such a handsome young man. Why would he be drawn to the older woman type? Was she a vibrant and beautiful young woman herself? Zhang Chen refused to believe in such superstition. Zhang Lin blinked and smiled. One reason is that people rarely come to seek our property management services, and another is that they don't recognize you. What do you mean? Zhang Chen frowned. You're a maintenance apprentice. Although it's free, they want to resolve their issues efficiently and are wary of wasting time. Zhang Lin clarified. In fact, it's not that no one asked. Just yesterday, owners from Building 4 and Building 8 inquired. Sister Yi Wei even introduced you. But as soon as they heard you were an apprentice, they hesitated. They all have jobs to attend to. Leaking water, a malfunctioning water heater, and similar issues all require resolution. If the service is free but the technician lacks skill, it becomes a futile waste of time. Zhang Chen was taken aback to discover this was the underlying issue. However, it truly was. Such repairs typically do not cost much. If free service fails, spending a few dozen yuan to expedite the repair is far more sensible. All right then, Zhang Lin, you can say I am a top-notch repairman. I've been in the business for 5 years. Zhang Chen declared promptly. 5 years. You can't be more than 22 or 23. 5 years ago, you were just 17. Zhang Lin exclaimed, astonished. This lad certainly had a talent for boasting. Top-notch repairman? He spoke as if it were second nature. Believe it or not. I started working at 15. Zhang Chen fabricated with confidence. Zhang Lin rolled her eyes. Brother, your tall tales are impressive. Are you a recent college graduate or a dropout with a knack for excuses? Zhang Chen paused for a moment, recalling that he had indeed mentioned graduating from college yesterday. Clearing his throat, he sheepishly replied, Well, I mainly wanted to drum up some business. How about this? You help me, and I'll treat you to a meal. Really? Upon hearing the promise of a meal, Zhang Lin's eyes sparkled with excitement. Of course, not just a meal, but we could go to the movies, enjoy some milk tea, stroll around, or even stay at a hotel. Anything you fancy. Zhang Chen continued earnestly. Such generosity? Zhang Lin's face lit up with joy, finding this charming young man quite appealing. Dining, watching movies, sipping milk tea, shopping, and staying at a hotel. Wait. Her face flushed as she realized that this entire lineup of activities resembled those typically shared between couples. This fellow was indeed teasing her. Chapter 012. The Misguided Thoughts of Zhang Lin. Fine, I agree to the dinner invitation. She shot him an indignant glance, a mix of shyness and anger. With a stern expression, Zhang Lin huffed. I'm not talking to you, you rogue. It was merely a jest. Zhang Chen chuckled. I truly intend to treat you. Will you come? Absolutely not. Zhang Lin maintained her serious demeanor. However, in her heart, she mused, if it weren't for seeing you with Sister Yi Wei, perhaps I would have truly accepted. After all, Zhang Chen was undeniably charming and handsome, just her type. Yet, the thought of yesterday lingered in her mind. Who would believe there was nothing between them? Moreover, he had just teased her. She firmly decided against it. Really not going? I was planning to spend a bit. Such opportunities are rare. Zhang Chen remarked with a teasing smile. Spend? How much can you possibly spend? Zhang Lin blinked, feeling a flicker of temptation. As an intern, her salary was meager. She had to pay for rent, meals, and other expenses. The thought of a lavish feast seemed extravagant. Even a simple dish of braised pork costing 69 yuan required careful consideration. Such an opportunity was indeed rare, but no. His relationship with Sister Yi Wei was ambiguous, and she dared not risk it. Seeing the sparkle in her eyes, reminiscent of a true foodie, Zhang Chen smiled. Let us see how much help you can be to me, Junior Zhang Lin. Zhang Lin's enthusiasm waned instantly. I thought you were genuinely kind-hearted. Turns out it's merely a transaction. She feigned indignation, fully aware that no one invites someone to dinner without an ulterior motive. Is a small sum not worth considering? Even a bowl of noodles should hold some value, she pondered. But what could his true intentions be? Surely he was expecting her to assist in business matters. The thought seemed ludicrous. After all, she was merely an intern. Where could she possibly help in business? He must realize she lacked such capabilities. Wait, could it be because of Sister Yi Wei? If he seeks to glean information about her from me, that might indeed be plausible. With this thought, her gaze towards Zhang Chen shifted, becoming somewhat peculiar. After all that, he still wanted her assistance? What kind of look is that? Zhang Chen was taken aback. He had anticipated that Zhang Lin's mind was swirling with such chaotic thoughts. Did she think he was pursuing her? What kind of look? This is a look of opportunism. Zhang Lin quickly adopted a serious expression. I merely need your help with some promotion. My thoughts are not as convoluted as yours. Who has convoluted thoughts? Zhang Lin retorted, finding the exchange rather amusing. If she could assist Sister Yue, she would gladly do so. After all, Sister Yue had been quite supportive of her during her time at work. Helping her secure this little puppy was merely part of her duties. With this in mind, she didn't wait for Zhang Chen's response and nodded. All right, but I expect a grand feast. Absolutely. Zhang Chen agreed. Let us meet tonight. Sounds good. Zhang Lin nodded. It was still early, and she had just finished her lunch. Certainly, primarily because she is at work. Only after finishing her shift does she have time. After making an appointment, Zhang Chen was just about to leave when the glass door swung open. Yue entered, carrying a paper bag. Upon hearing the sound, both Zhang Chen and Zhong Lin turned their heads simultaneously. Yue also instinctively looked up, and, upon seeing Zhang Chen, abruptly halted, her delicate face inexplicably flushed. A wave of discomfort washed over her as her mind involuntarily recalled the crooked seam. She was at a loss for thoughts, questioning why she had even brought it back and cleaned it. No, could that thing even be worn? Sister, Zhang Chen called out without an ounce of embarrassment. Sister Yue, Zhong Lin echoed, though her gaze remained fixated on Zhang Chen. It dawned on her that this fellow was boldly eyeing Sister Yue. The mystery was solved. This lad was indeed fond of her. Zhang Lin's conviction solidified. As for Zhang Chen, he was indeed observing. Today, Yue had donned a different ensemble. Although it was still a women's suit paired with a white shirt, the style differed. Most notably, she wore trousers that completely concealed her long, beautiful legs. However, these trousers were somewhat fitted, perfectly showcasing the shape of her legs, rendering her even more alluring. Zhang Chen felt that Yue's makeup today exuded a greater charm. What was Yue doing at this moment? She was blushing. As one of the parties involved, she vividly remembered what transpired yesterday. Thus, when Zhang Chen's gaze traveled down her figure, Yue felt a wave of discomfort wash over her, leaving her momentarily dazed. Realizing she could not allow this to continue, she gathered her wits, feigning indifference, and asked, "What brings you here?" "It's about the repairs. I must ask for your assistance." Zhang Chen sweetly responded, "I understand, but there aren't many repair services available in the community. 2 came yesterday, and I informed them. But they thought you, being an apprentice, wouldn't suffice." Yue explained, "I heard from Zhong Lin. It's all right, take your time." Zhang Chen reassured her in return. Yue smiled, pondering for a moment before saying, "It's fine if they aren't from our community. I can inquire among relatives and friends. Of course, as long as they are repair services, I'm open to it." Zhang Chen nodded. He was taken aback that Yue was willing to assist him in such a manner. Just mentioning this to the property management was already quite helpful. But she was willing to seek business from her acquaintances. She truly was considerate towards him. Indeed. Why limit ourselves to our community? Yue mused. Don't I have friends? With so many classmates from university, I can easily lend a hand, and that would generate business. Yes, he thought to himself. Oh, he would send a group message and post on his social media to seek local information. He would surely find opportunities. All right, you head back for now. If I get any business, I'll reach out to you. We have WeChat, right? Yue smiled. Sure, thank you so much. Zhang Chen nodded, feeling quite pleased. He turned to leave the hall and had not walked far when Zhang Lin hurriedly emerged from within. Wait a moment, she whispered. Zhang Lin? What is the matter? Zhang Chen found her sudden appearance somewhat perplexing. What's wrong? Does my invitation for dinner still stand? Zhang Lin cast him an exasperated glance. Of course it stands. Zhang Chen nodded. But without adding each other on V or exchanging phone numbers, how am I to inform you when I finish work? Zhang Lin gazed at him. Zhang Chen paused for a moment, smacking his forehead. How could I forget to ask for the beautiful lady's contact information? What a failure. If I were out to woo someone, I'd surely be the subject of ridicule. Zhong Lin felt her patience waning. Is this really the time for such flirtation? If it weren't for the sumptuous dinner, the enticing dishes, and the favor for Sister Yue, would I even bother with you? Hurry up and add me. I'm still on the clock. Zhong Lin urged. Without hesitation, Zhang Chen pulled out his phone. Soon, they had added each other on V and exchanged numbers. I'll head back now. I finish around 6. I'll message you then, Zhong Lin declared before hastily retreating. Observing her departing figure, Zhang Chen stroked his chin. What a stunning hourglass figure. She may not have seemed striking from the front, but from behind, her physique is truly admirable. Chapter 013, The Female Sports Teacher, Wanjiao. A business opportunity. Zhang Lin was oblivious to the scrutinizing gaze behind her. When she hurried back to the property lobby, Yue couldn't contain her curiosity and inquired. Why were you in such a rush? Were you chasing after Zhang Chen? Chasing him? Oh, Yue, you're overthinking it. Zhang Lin clarified her stance. Not chasing? What do you think I meant? Yue responded with a peculiar expression. When I said chasing, I meant it literally. Zhang Lin quickly realized and felt a bit embarrassed, initially assuming it was about dating. Of course not. It was merely a matter of saying less. She chuckled lightly and then tentatively asked, Sister, what do you think of him? Yue cast her a meaningful glance and replied with a knowing smile. He's handsome, knows how to charm, has a sweet tongue. But he's quite the flirt. Zhang Lin couldn't help but admire her sister's insight, exclaiming, Sister, you're impressive. Your summary is spot on. Spot on. It's all written on his face. Yue laughed, contemplating for a moment before continuing, Lin. This guy seems fine for now. He looks decent and rather attractive, but he enjoys flirting. If you're interested, you should observe him closely. Don't let him get too close too quickly. Think of yourself first. Sister, what are you saying? Zhang Lin's cheeks flushed. But, wait a minute. You gave him your stockings. Does that imply you're not planning to pursue anything? The situation felt a bit strange. Could it be that a romance she had read about in a novel flashed through her mind? In that story, a woman in her 30s became involved with a younger man while ostensibly introducing her sister to him, only for the younger man to end up entangled with both women. Isn't it peculiar how similar this situation is? She pondered. I'm talking about serious matters here. It's fine to date, but don't cohabit. Once a man gets what he wants, he won't cherish it. Do you understand? Yue stated earnestly. I understand, I'm aware. Zhang Lin nodded in agreement. Curiously glancing around, she couldn't discern anything amiss and ventured to ask, Sister, you think he is quite handsome too, right? Do you have any thoughts about him? Me? Yue was taken aback. Looking at the mischievous glint in Zhang Lin's eyes, she replied incredulously, What nonsense are you spouting? I'm at least 4 or 5 years older than him. Older women can hold their own, Zhang Lin retorted playfully. Lin, what are you always thinking about? Don't joke around with your sister. Yue shot her a disapproving look. Now, get to work and stop daydreaming. All right. Zhang Lin nodded obediently, returning to her post at the service desk. Yet at that moment, Yue felt a flicker of anxiety. She swore she had never considered engaging in anything with a younger man. However, after Zhang Lin's comments today, an odd sensation lingered. This peculiar feeling must originate from that pair of stockings. I'll throw that thing in the trash when I get home, she muttered to herself. Upon returning home, Zhang Chen did not hasten to descend and wander about. Instead, he retrieved his mobile phone and opened the V app. He cast a glance at the group chat for Dormitory 307, as well as the class chat for the 2021 cohort of Chinese language and literature, where he noticed familiar names by Xiao, Yue, Zhang Lin, and so forth. The group was modest in size, neither too few nor overly crowded, comprising friends from his dormitory, classmates, and various acquaintances from clubs, which collectively could yield a considerable number of potential clients. After pondering for a while, he prepared a group messaging tool, subsequently selecting all his contacts while excluding Yue, Bai Xiao, Zhang Lin, and others. He then meticulously crafted a message. This is Zhang Chen. I am currently engaged in on-site repair services. My skills are exceptional, with expertise in electrical systems, plumbing, water heaters, furniture, computer hacking, culinary arts, automotive maintenance, and massage therapy. I am in need of numerous clients. If you require assistance, do not hesitate to contact me via V or by phone at 187XXXXXXX. Once he confirmed that everything was in order, he clicked send and disseminated the message across several group chats. Before long, a barrage of responses flooded in. What the heck? Has your account been hacked? What have you done to my good brother? Spam message. Zhang Chen, how have you fallen to the level of a repairman? Is everything all right? A multitude of messages ensued, akin to a fishing pond being disturbed. The atmosphere was lively, yet most remained silent. Recognizing the unmistakable signs of a compromised account and opting to ignore it, Zhang Chen had anticipated such reactions, nevertheless. These individuals represented potential clients that he needed to engage with. What's wrong with being a repairman? I relish it. He quickly replied, This is not a hack. I genuinely am a repairman. My skills are quite proficient, and I provide on-site service free of charge. I am a repairman, not a gigolo. Is it too much to ask for a little goodwill from my friends? What are you doing so far away, just to stir up trouble? Cover my round-trip ticket, and I shall clear your toilet. He found himself at a loss for words, exasperated by his mischievous friends who continued to converse while he scrolled through messages, yielding no business opportunities and dismal results. Zhang Chen stroked his chin, not entirely disheartened. He thought that if he were in their position, he too would likely blacklist such messages. Never mind, I should also post on my moments. Consistency is key. With that in mind, he composed another post for his social circle. Shortly after sharing, he received a flurry of likes and comments from his dormitory friends, all proclaiming, "Wishing you prosperous business. Wishing you prosperous business." Zhang Chen felt a tinge of frustration. Hours passed in this manner, and suddenly, his phone rang. It was only 5 o'clock. But Zhang Lin was calling? He paused for a moment, pondering her motives, only to discover it was actually Wan Jiao. How did she manage to call me? Wan Jiao, the physical education teacher, had temporarily taken on the role of their homeroom teacher. Yet, whenever I think of her, I instinctively envision her in her rather unflattering sports attire. However, what lingers most in my mind is her physique. Being an athlete, her form is absolutely remarkable, with defined abdominal muscles. The only regret is that during her time at school, her attire was rather conservative and often quite drab, which contributed to her lack of popularity. In contrast, Zhang Chen stood apart. Such oversized, unassuming sportswear could hardly conceal her figure. Moreover, Wan Jiao is still quite young, merely 25 years of age. It is said that her impressive athletic performance earned her a special appointment as a teacher, which likely played a role in her hiring. After all, there are not many 25-year-old instructors throughout the university. However, I found myself perplexed. Now that we had graduated, why was she calling me? During our time in school, we did not share any particularly close relationship. Could it be a business inquiry? With that thought, I hastily pressed the answer button. "Teacher Wan." Zhang Chen called out. "Zhang Chen, are you working as a repairman?" Came Wan Jiao's soft and melodious voice, completely at odds with the image of a physical education teacher that I had in mind. "Yes." Zhang Chen nodded. "You really think I'm a repairman? I thought you were in need of assistance." Wan Jiao's voice held a hint of surprise. "Is there a need for a repair job at your place? I've just started, and business has been slow." Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Chen boldly pursued the prospect. "Slow? I do say it's rather dismal. Indeed, quite the challenge." Zhang Chen admitted, silently calculating that he barely earned over 10,000 a day. "Zhang Chen, your grades were quite commendable. Why resort to being a repairman?" Wan Jiao encouraged. "Why not seek a job that is more fitting?" "Teacher Wan, it's exceedingly difficult to find work these days. Being from out of town, if I wish to stay here, I must first secure a job and establish myself," Zhang Chen replied earnestly. In truth, what does it mean to establish oneself? He needed to earn money. With a golden opportunity at hand, why seek employment? Yet, he could not express such thoughts outwardly. "How come I never noticed this side of you before?" Wan Jiao teased. I've always been quite honest, Teacher Wan. What did you think of my character previously?" Zhang Chen inquired, puzzled. Here it comes, smooth talking." Wan Jiao chuckled. "Am I really that smooth-tongued, Teacher Wan?" Zhang Chen replied, somewhat exasperated. "All right, since you're offering repair services. Perfect timing. My kitchen appliances have been mysteriously electrified, and the circuit breaker keeps tripping. I've consulted several technicians without success. How about you take a look and help me out?" Wan Jiao proposed. "Is this for real?" Zhang Chen felt a rush of disbelief. Could it truly be effective? Moreover, electrical issues. Wasn't this precisely where his skills as an electrician would come into play? "Of course, I would never deceive you," Wan Jiao replied. "Very well. But let us postpone until tomorrow. I have some matters to attend to this evening." Zhang Chen felt a touch of embarrassment. "That's all right. I don't mind waiting an extra day," Wan Jiao said. "Thank you, Teacher Wan. Why the formality? I am the one asking for your assistance." "All right, Teacher Wan. You are exceedingly generous. I shall assist you without charge." "That simply will not do. Please accept the appropriate fee. Life is not easy just after leaving school." "Teacher, you aren't considering offering me financial aid, are you?" "What nonsense. My family is truly in a state of disarray." "Very well then. I shall call you tomorrow." "Agreed." After hanging up, Zhang Chen felt quite pleased. This marks a promising beginning, does it not? Chapter 014 Zhang Lin, do not overthink. Consider Sister Yue. After hanging up the phone, Wan Jiao felt somewhat perplexed. Although their school was not particularly prestigious, it was nonetheless a 211 institution. Under normal circumstances, it should not resort to hiring a handyman. It seemed that Zhang Chen had indeed encountered some difficulties. She held a vivid impression of him, primarily due to his striking good looks. Despite being a teacher, she was still a woman, and it was perfectly natural to notice the appearance of young men. The stark contrast between his appearance and his current job was rather notable. Moreover, her own household was experiencing electrical issues. Many appliances in the kitchen were live, and she had been shocked several times. She had consulted multiple technicians, yet the problem remained unresolved. It was not feasible to simply do without help. Zhang Chen? She surmised that he might lack the requisite skills, but as a teacher, it was only natural to lend a hand when someone was in need. Her impression of him was favorable. As a local, her ability to assist was somewhat limited. Considering his pride, inviting him over for repairs and offering additional payment seemed reasonable. With this thought in mind, she rose to retrieve her yoga mat from the bedroom, laying it on the balcony floor in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows. She drew the curtains, changed into her yoga attire, and prepared to engage in some yoga exercises. Later, she planned to do some aerobics to warm up. As a physical education teacher, maintaining physical fitness was fundamental, and she also enjoyed dancing for exercise. Not only was it healthy, but it also significantly benefited her physique. To this day, she was quite satisfied with her figure. Encouraging herself silently, she aimed to shed a couple more pounds. Next, she opened her tablet, letting the music play as she commenced her yoga stretching routine. Should Zhang Chen happen to see her, he would undoubtedly be astonished by her physique. One must admit that a female physical education teacher in yoga pants, possessing both figure and grace, was simply captivating. Ruan Jiao herself was quite pleased with her appearance. Of course, there was no need to don such attire when attending classes at school. She preferred not to expose her figure in front of others. Thus, she typically opted for more conservative sportswear, which led to her being perceived as somewhat outdated by her students. However, she paid little heed to their opinions. They were merely students. Her focus was solely on performing her duties effectively. At 6:30, Zhang Lin finally called Zhang Chen. By the time Zhang Chen arrived at the designated location, Zhang Lin had already retrieved her small electric scooter and was waiting at the intersection. Riding over? Zhang Chen was taken aback. Of course, given the distance from where I live, riding was the only option. Zhang Lin assessed Zhang Chen. Noticing he had changed into a different outfit and tidied his hair, he appeared neat and fresh, suggesting he had made an effort. Good. Without any further ado, Zhang Chen approached and mounted the rear seat. Steadying himself, they set off. Zhang Lin offered a brief reminder, turning the handlebars as she led Zhang Chen out of the community on her scooter. The small electric vehicle, adorned with a rear box and painted in a cheerful pink, seemed brand new, likely just purchased. Zhang Chen took his seat and was immediately captivated by the sight of Zhang Lin's flowing hair. The fragrance of her shampoo wafted toward him, intoxicatingly sweet. As she moved, her strands danced in the gentle breeze, brushing against his face in a ticklish caress. His gaze descended to her back, clad in a fitted women's blazer. While her back offered no remarkable detail, when his eyes ventured lower, they widened in astonishment. As previously mentioned, Zhang Lin possessed an exquisite hourglass figure, and now, perched upon her electric scooter, she was a visual delight. Upon exiting the community, Zhang Lin encountered two other scooters approaching. She swiftly maneuvered to the right to avoid a collision, but inadvertently rolled over the speed bump at the entrance. Zhang Chen, engrossed in his observations, was caught off guard and jolted upwards. The scooter's rear seat was already elevated, and the sudden bump, combined with Zhang Lin instinctively squeezing the brakes, caused Zhang Chen to collide against her back. Startled, he instinctively wrapped his arms around her slender waist. This unexpected contact made Zhang Lin freeze, and she reflexively pulled the handbrake, causing the scooter to screech to a halt, resulting in a second jolt. Zhang Chen tightened his embrace. You're still holding on," she exclaimed, her cheeks flushed with a blend of embarrassment and irritation. Zhang Chen, feeling awkward, quickly shifted back. "It's not my fault. Your riding skills are lacking. You ran over the speed bump." He remained unfazed, shifting the blame instead, as he was merely a passenger in this scenario. Zhang Lin was taken aback. The collision had been entirely unforeseen. Initially, she felt a tinge of embarrassment. But this fellow had the audacity to accuse her. "Could you not hold on so tightly?" she retorted, though she had no substantial counterargument. Recognizing her lack of attention to the road, in her attempt to avoid others, she had inadvertently hit the speed bump. Yet, hearing him deflect blame ignited her frustration. "I am the one at a disadvantage here, and you dare to reprimand me? All right, my mistake. Don't be upset. I'll treat you to a lavish meal later. No need to be polite." Zhang Chen hastily reassured her. After all, it was a trivial incident. Collisions like this were hardly unusual. Were it not for her being a demure and beautiful young woman and him a dashing man, would there have been such a reaction? Try that with a fierce ant. She wouldn't care at all. She might even slam on the brakes. He mused, half-jokingly. "Come on, let us get going." Zhang Lin pouted, indicating her displeasure. "Fine." Zhang Chen nodded and instinctively wrapped his arm around her waist once more. Zhang Lin, however, coughed lightly. Oh, my apologies, I forgot. Sensing her irritation, Zhang Chen quickly withdrew his arm and instead supported her from behind. Zhang Lin remained silent, choosing not to comment further. She shot him a glance over her shoulder and rode her electric scooter ahead. However, this time she dared not brake suddenly. What if this fellow took the opportunity to embrace her? Yet, as she moved forward, Zhang Lin felt her heart racing uncontrollably, her nerves heightened. It was merely an accidental encounter. Why, then, did her heartbeat quicken? Zhang Lin, steady yourself. Even if he is handsome, he is not yours. Remember how well Sister Yue treats you. She gritted her teeth, forcing herself to regain composure. Then, with a hint of resentment, she thought, humph. Sister Yue was right. He is indeed attractive, but merely lecherous. She subtly edged forward, fearful that he might take advantage of the situation again. Observing her little antics, Zhang Chen chuckled. This girl is truly amusing. Before long, they arrived at Shuefu Street. Zhang Lin parked her scooter by the curb and locked it securely. Zhang Chen, somewhat puzzled, inquired, why here? Didn't you say we were going for a grand feast? Zhang Lin shot him a disdainful look and replied, come on, you just graduated. Where would you find the money? This place is affordable, delicious, and offers a wide variety. Just follow me. Oh, you're so considerate of me? Zhang Chen exclaimed, taken aback. He had braced himself for a financial splurge. Is this it? Zhang Lin is surprisingly thoughtful. Chapter 015. Am I not worthy of being your forest in this appearance? One need not dine in excessively expensive establishments. I often frequented this place in the past. Zhang Lin shot him a glance, asserting, I'm merely trying to save you some money. I have a good heart, you know. Zhang Chen chuckled, his admiration for Zhang Lin soaring despite her somewhat sharp tongue. All right, I shall heed your advice. He acquiesced, recognizing that affordable, delectable dishes are still worthy. Following Zhang Lin, they traversed the bustling snack street, making 2 turns before arriving at a narrow alley. A modest yet bustling eatery awaited them. Zhang Lin remarked, do not be deceived by its small size. The variety of dishes is abundant and delightful, and the prices are reasonable. Business is booming, yet it is quite crowded. Where shall we sit? Zhang Chen furrowed his brow. Outside will suffice. Just have the owner set up a table. Zhang Lin declared as she entered and called for the proprietor. In no time, a table was arranged, and the owner presented the menu. Zhang Lin glanced over it and ordered 3 dishes, braised pork, stewed eggplant, and stir-fried garlic shoots with meat. You claim these aren't substantial dishes? They contain both meat and vegetables, a perfect balance. Zhang Chen surveyed the menu, calculating that the total was barely under 100 yuan. Is this enough to satisfy our appetites? He muttered, promptly adding 2 more dishes. Sir, please add a portion of oil-braised prawns and braised pork knuckle. Wait. We want to finish all that. Zhang Lin interjected hastily. I've already said we are having a feast. Can it truly be called a feast without pork knuckle? Zhang Chen countered, disregarding her protest. Zhang Lin was left speechless. You refuse to save money, do you? Very well, I shall indulge as well. Would you prefer rice or steamed buns? The owner smiled, observing the couple's dynamic, an unpretentious man and a woman who loathed waste. This reminded her of her own youth, when her husband courted her. Ah, youth, a fleeting treasure. 2 portions of rice, please, and 2 bottles of sea green tea. Zhang Chen ordered, casting a glance at Zhang Lin. Noting her lack of objection, he concluded, let us proceed with this for now. All right, please hold on a moment. The owner replied cheerfully, turning to relay the order. Zhang Lin couldn't help but exclaim, we truly cannot finish all this. You've ordered 5 dishes. Leftovers can be packed. Waste is not an option. Zhang Chen replied with a smile. You can take the leftovers home for a late-night snack. Do you think I'm a pig? Late-night snacks lead to weight gain. Zhang Lin retorted, exasperated. Are you even overweight? Zhang Chen scrutinized her, noting her well-proportioned figure. What is the point of being as slender as a reed? Zhang Chen, why do my bodily proportions concern you? Zhang Lin was at a loss for words. My body is not for your viewing pleasure. However, his words triggered a recollection of their earlier collision, causing her cheeks to flush slightly. You women always believe that being thin is ideal, but in the eyes of men, a little flesh is truly exquisite. Zhang Chen argued, leaving Zhang Lin speechless. And what of Sister Yue? She is slim as well. Zhang Lin countered. Thin? Where? She is a C-cup. Zhang Chen replied. What a surprise. Zhang Lin's sentence trailed off, her cheeks once again flushed with embarrassment. Yue was indeed correct. This fellow had a penchant for flowery language and was rather lecherous. She shot a glare at Zhang Chen, decisively putting an end to the topic. Did she truly say that? Zhang Chen was far from surprised. I want to engage with you anymore. only spouting such nonsense. Zhang Lin huffed, genuinely dismissing him. Zhang Chen, however, remained unfazed. At that moment, the proprietress placed 2 bottles of High-B, complete with straws, on their table. Zhang Lin eagerly picked one up and took a sip. After a while, the heat began to dissipate. Yet, as time passed and Zhang Chen remained silent, Zhang Lin found herself unable to contain her curiosity. After all, she was merely assisting Yue. Was it inappropriate to inquire? However, she couldn't ask outright. Tentatively, she remarked, "You seem quite fond of Yue's type. Your preferences are rather peculiar. I find such a type appealing as well." Zhang Chen replied earnestly, "I am quite inclusive in my affections." Zhang Lin was taken aback, her mind racing. Was he truly not following the expected script? Was he certain he wasn't teasing her? "I'm serious. I even saw her last time with." Zhang Lin's words nearly slipped, but she caught herself. "What?" Zhang Chen queried, puzzled. "Oh, it's nothing." She quickly shook her head. After a moment's thought, she decided to be more direct. "Do you like Yue?" she asked boldly. "Indeed, her figure is splendid." Zhang Chen responded. "Not in that way, I mean. Do you want her as a girlfriend?" Zhang Lin frowned. This fellow was clearly being intentional. "That is out of the question. I'm still young. I cannot sacrifice an entire forest for a single tree," Zhang Chen declared resolutely. Zhang Lin's frown deepened. Something felt amiss. Then what did that last pair of stockings signify? "Am I not part of the forest?" she inquired, her tone tinged with melancholy. "Impossible. I invited you to dinner because I wish to ask for your assistance. I am focused on my career," Zhang Chen replied without hesitation. "Career? You call that a career?" Zhang Lin scoffed. "Wait. Are you saying that my appearance disqualifies me from being part of your forest? Do not underestimate a repairman. I am preparing for a lifelong career, and who knows? I might become wealthy one day," Zhang Chen asserted with utmost seriousness. Zhang Lin couldn't help but laugh, finding his naive ambition amusing. She believed this lad was utterly misguided. The income from repair work was hard-earned. While it was true that one could earn a decent amount with good workmanship, it bore no relation to striking it rich. There was a cap to this line of work. Truly, he exhibited no ambition whatsoever. Yue would never marry a repairman. Would she? After all, she was a property manager. Moreover, attaining such a position at her age likely required connections. Did her parents truly approve? There seemed to be no plan in place. Zhang Chen was oblivious to her inner thoughts. Had he heard them, he might have concluded that Zhang Lin was quite deluded. Marriage? That seemed far-fetched. After all, he possessed a golden opportunity. Is it not acceptable for me to be a cheerful repairman? What of the neighbor's wife? What of the intern? How could one hastily bury oneself in despair? Upon seeing her smile, Zhang Chen discerned her thoughts. Prejudices within the human heart are as formidable as mountains. Can a repairman not achieve wealth? Have you ever been a repairman? Well, one cannot entirely dismiss that notion. Without a golden touch, a repairman might indeed struggle to prosper. Very well, a repairman possesses great potential. I support you. Zhang Lin decided to shift the conversation away from this topic and instead racked her brain to comprehend the nature of his relationship with Sister Yue. It was truly. When Sister Yue gifted Zhang Chen stockings, it utterly shattered her worldview. Could it be that Sister Yue has a penchant for youthful charms? Perhaps she longs for the thrill of youthful romance? Such a notion starkly contrasts with the Yue she usually perceives. The two engaged in a meandering conversation. Eventually, Zhang Chen realized that this girl was likely probing into his connection with Yue. Indeed, women are ever so fond of gossip, he muttered to himself. Then, the braised pork arrived. At that moment, the proprietress brought the dishes over. After the braised pork was prepared, she served them rice first. In no time, the remaining dishes were also laid out. However, they had already waited nearly 40 minutes. Upon seeing the food on the table, Zhang Lin could no longer contain herself. After such a lengthy wait, she felt famished. She immediately dove into her meal, though her demeanor subconsciously adopted a more ladylike quality with Zhang Chen beside her. Chapter 16. Quickly, climb on my shoulders to find the way. Zhang Lin felt a rush of embarrassment, her stomach full to the brim. She leaned back, letting out a hearty burp, genuinely satisfied with the meal. Yet, the 5 dishes on the table remained largely untouched. "Boss, the bill please, and 3 takeout boxes." Zhang Chen rose to settle the bill and procure the boxes. Zhang Lin assisted in packing the leftovers, carrying them in a plastic bag as they departed. By this time, it was already 8 o'clock, and the food street was bustling with activity. Every stall was teeming with patrons. The sight of grilled squid, chicken leg pancakes, steamed vegetables, skewers, and sausages made her eyes widen with desire. Alas, she was far too full to indulge. Observing her longing expression, Zhang Chen chuckled. What do you want? I'll queue up. No need, I'm stuffed. Zhong Lin shook her head, regretting not having saved some appetite. Zhang Chen did not press further, having witnessed her contentment. All right then, but we must hurry. It will get even more crowded, and we won't be able to push through. Zhong Lin glanced around, realizing the truth in his words. The area was indeed lively, filled with couples and families all heading in. Within moments, the crowd became almost overwhelming. Let us hurry out, she agreed, nodding in earnest. However, as they made their way through the throng, they encountered a sea of bodies. Zhang Lin was jostled, nearly losing her balance several times. Hey, Zhang Chen? Zhang Chen? She called, suddenly alarmed to find him missing from her sight. Just as panic began to set in, she felt a tug on her hand, startling her. In a moment of fright, she thought, is there really someone trying to take advantage of the situation? Just as she was about to yell for help, Zhang Chen's voice broke through. Hold on tight. If you get lost, don't blame me. Zhong Lin felt her cheeks flush with warmth as he pulled her forward through the crowd. She hesitated, wanting to free her hand, but also fearing the crush of people. Thus, she allowed him to lead her onward. Yet, the crowd was relentless. As Zhang Chen pushed ahead, they were swiftly surrounded by others. Suddenly, someone bumped into her, causing her to stumble forward. Watch out. At the critical moment, Zhang Chen grasped her arm, pulling her close. She lost her footing and fell into his embrace. Oh, I'm so sorry, I didn't mean to. Zhong Lin exclaimed, startled, and attempted to extricate herself. However, just then, a woman behind her tripped and crashed into her, forcing the two even closer together. Zhong Lin's forehead bumped against Zhang Chen's lips, leaving him equally startled. Goodness, this can't lead to a stampede, can it? He thought, immediately prioritizing their safety above all else. Hastily, Zhang Chen embraced Zhong Lin, intending to swiftly navigate their way out. However, an inexplicable force from behind pressed against them, causing both to feel as if they were merging into one another. Their bodies tightly intertwined. Zhong Lin acutely sensed a transformation occurring. Panic surged within her. If she could perceive it, surely he could as well. Just as these thoughts crossed her mind, a large hand unexpectedly settled upon her posterior, eliciting a startled cry. Turning around, she discovered a woman behind her, cursing and grasping onto those beside her, fearful of losing her balance. Who could it be if not her? Lost in thought, she suddenly heard Zhang Chen grunt, exerting strength to hoist Zhong Lin up. One arm wrapped around her waist while the other supported her, lifting her out of the throng with force. As he placed her down, he grasped her hand, maneuvering them to the side. After much effort, they squeezed behind a nearby stall. Zhang Chen was bewildered. What was happening? Zhong Lin, still shaken, looked at the vendor beside them and inquired, Sister, why are there suddenly so many people? It's a holiday today, but there has never been such a crowd before. The vendor replied, equally alarmed. The situation felt perilous. Zhong Lin, still rattled, glanced at her hand, realizing her lunchbox had been completely crushed. This is untenable. We must leave at once. Zhang Chen insisted. I know, but where can we go? There are people everywhere. Zhong Lin lamented, surveying the throng behind the stall, momentarily at a loss. We need to find a higher vantage point, Zhang Chen suggested, scanning the area. But to no avail. The crowd was dense, obstructing any clear exit. Zhong Lin's anxiety escalated as images of past stampede incidents flashed through her mind, her complexion paling with dread. Zhong Lin, I have a plan, Zhang Chen suddenly declared. What kind of plan? She asked, turning her gaze towards him. You could ride on my shoulders to get a better view and direct us to a way out, he proposed. Ride on your shoulders? Her face flushed crimson, warmth spreading through her. If they were close, it wouldn't feel so awkward, but they had only recently met. Enough hesitation. Let us get out first and worry about the rest later, Zhang Chen urged, frowning. It wasn't about taking advantage of the situation. The sudden influx of people was bewildering. All right. Zhong Lin, recognizing the urgency, nodded. Zhang Chen immediately crouched down. After several moments of hesitation, she placed one leg on his shoulder. Before she could fully comprehend, he seized her with both hands and stood up. Startled, she instinctively clutched his head. Hey, don't cover my eyes, Zhang Chen sighed. Oh, my apologies. Zhong Lin quickly released her grip. Hurry, exert yourself, lest you fall. Cough, cough. No need to use so much force, my neck, Zhang Chen exclaimed. Zhong Lin's face flushed crimson. She quickly loosened her grip, steadied herself, and felt a sense of relief. Yet, her hands dared not release their hold, still clutching a handful of Zhang Chen's hair. However, this sensation made her heart race uncontrollably. How could this be? Quickly. Look around and stop overthinking. Zhang Chen interjected. Zhang Lin was taken aback. How did Zhang Chen perceive her thoughts? Nevertheless, heeding the reminder, she wasted no time and began scanning her surroundings. Ultimately, she discovered a path. Along the right wall, there was a platform ahead. If she climbed up, she could descend from there, and it was not far from the exit. Zhang Lin called out, "Excellent." With that, Zhang Chen crouched down, allowing Zhang Lin to descend from his shoulders, feeling her face flush with heat. Her legs felt somewhat. "Follow me." Before she could ponder further, Zhang Chen grasped her hand, maneuvering them along the wall, navigating past obstacles, and weaving through the waiting crowd. At last, they reached their destination. Looking up, Zhang Lin beheld a platform towering at least 1.5 meters high. I can't climb up," she nearly cried. "I will assist you." Zhang Chen urged her forward. Zhang Lin grasped the edge, attempting to hoist herself up, but her strength was insufficient. At that moment, a strong hand lifted her, propelling her halfway up the platform. In that instant, her body tensed, yet she understood the urgency of the situation. With great determination, she used both hands and feet, finally managing to ascend with Zhang Chen's help. "Quickly, grasp my hand." She turned, kneeling on the platform, extending her hand towards Zhang Chen. "No need," Zhang Chen replied, gripping the edge, performing a pull-up, and flipping over effortlessly. Zhang Lin's eyes sparkled. "I never anticipated your agility." "Indeed, my physical education teacher trained me well," Zhang Chen remarked. Chapter 017. Just took something from me, and then turned to flirt with Lin Lin. Standing on the platform, Zhang Chen surveyed the scene from his elevated position. He noticed that the platform extended all the way to the street corner. At that moment, the snack street was teeming with people, utterly congested. Why are there so many people? Zhang Lin was also feeling apprehensive. If it hadn't been for Zhang Chen, she truly feared being trampled. If a stampede were to occur, she might lose her life. Uncertain of the situation, she thought, "However, we are fortunate to be able to escape." Zhang Chen sighed in relief. Although some parts of the platform were quite narrow and obstructed by concrete piles, it was passable. Without further ado, he grasped Zhang Lin's hand and led her away from the platform. At this moment, Zhang Lin couldn't care less about holding hands. Reaching a safe place was of utmost importance. Moreover, she genuinely wanted to thank him. If not for him, she couldn't bear to imagine the consequences. Yet, the thought of being on his shoulders made her blush slightly. "Come on, you go first, I'll pull you. It's a bit high here, I'll give you a push." "All right, we'll be there soon." Throughout the journey, Zhang Chen took great care of her. When they reached the end, he instructed her to crouch down while he skillfully flipped himself off the platform. Turning around with open arms, he called out, "Jump down, I'll catch you." I'm a little scared," Zhang Lin replied, her face pale. But she had no choice but to descend. After a moment of hesitation, she decided to back down. Grasping the edge with both hands, she extended one foot, searching for a foothold against the wall. Alas, there was no place to step. After much delay, she still hadn't descended. "Hurry and jump, more people will come," Zhang Chen urged. Okay. Zhang Lin gritted her teeth and took the plunge. She let go of her grip, her body tumbling backward. "Ah," she screamed, but the next moment, she found herself enveloped in his embrace. Her cheeks flushed crimson. He held her tightly, their backs pressed together. "We must go." She barely had time to savor the moment before Zhang Chen set her down, pulling her hand to squeeze through the crowd. Before long, they emerged into the open air. Looking back towards the street corner, they noticed a steady influx of young people pushing inward, while those inside sought to exit, resulting in a complete blockage. That was close. Zhang Chen exhaled. But then he noticed Zhang Lin had remained silent. He turned to find her face flushed, allowing him to hold her hand like a bashful bride, showing no intention of breaking free. Lost in her shyness, she didn't even request to release his hand. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Chen led her all the way to where the small electric scooters were parked. Zhang Chen, could you let go of me now?" Zhang Lin stammered. "Ahem, my apologies, it was an urgent situation earlier. I forgot." Zhang Chen reluctantly released her hand, glancing at Zhang Lin, whose face was still a deep shade of red. Fortunately, she regained her composure, avoiding a glance at Zhang Chen. She instead peered towards the street corner and noticed the sound of police sirens approaching. Several administrators and officers were rushing over. It was terrifying. A wave of anxiety washed over her. Indeed, one could only wonder what had transpired. If an accident had occurred, it would spell significant trouble. Zhang Chen nodded in agreement. "Let us leave swiftly," he urged. Zhang Lin felt a twinge of fear and did not wish to linger in the vicinity. Zhang Chen, in agreement, proceeded to push the electric scooter down. My legs feel a bit weak. Would you mind taking me? Zhang Lin requested. Certainly. Zhang Chen replied with a nod. The earlier situation had indeed been alarming. Upon arriving at the entrance of the Maniangfang community, Zhang Chen halted. It was only then that Zhang Lin regained her composure and dismounted from the rear seat. A moment of hesitation washed over her. Should she invite him up for a drink? After all, he had just saved her. It would seem impolite not to offer at least a glass of water. Yet, the memory of the recent events made her hesitate. She stood there in silence for quite some time, lost in thought. Hey, are you getting out? Zhang Chen adjusted the kickstand and made a gentle reminder. What was wrong with this girl? Why was she still dazed? Oh, Zhang Lin nodded, ultimately feeling too shy to extend an invitation. You should head up. I must return home before I miss my ride. Zhang Chen said, then ride my scooter back. Zhang Lin quickly suggested. Ride your scooter? How will you get to work tomorrow? Zhang Chen inquired. I can take a taxi. It's late and there are no buses. Besides, I need to go to work tomorrow regardless. Zhang Lin replied earnestly. Well, that's agreeable. Zhang Chen nodded. It would be impolite to refuse such a kind gesture. I should have seen you home after dinner, but at that moment, Zhang Lin began to explain. However, Zhang Chen smiled. The circumstances are different. As a man, it doesn't matter much for me. As a young woman, it's not safe to be out this late. It is only right that I escort you home. Zhang Lin murmured in assent, feeling that he was quite a decent person. Sister Yue was right. He is truly kind, she thought to herself. But then she added, though he is indeed a bit flirtatious. Be careful on your way, Zhang Lin said softly, her tone filled with concern. Rest assured, I'll be fine, Zhang Chen replied. Riding off on the scooter, Zhang Lin watched his retreating figure in a daze for quite some time before finally turning to head home. This Zhang Lin's demeanor has changed. Zhang Chen mused. Indeed, nothing compares to the swift effect of a heroic rescue on a maiden's heart. She had previously been a bit sharp-tongued, but just moments ago, how gentle she had been. With a little more effort, winning her over would be no challenge. Zhang Chen rode his electric scooter homeward. Was that not Zhang Lin's scooter? Why was Zhang Chen riding it? Yue emerged from the property management hall just in time to see Zhang Chen passing by on the electric scooter, heading towards the parking shed. A sense of bewilderment filled her. What is this? How did he come to borrow her scooter? She was acutely aware of the situation. Zhang Lin's residence is quite distant from here. Every day, he must cycle back and forth for work. He has returned on Zhang Lin's bicycle. Could it be that he went on a date? One might suggest that perhaps the kind-hearted Lin lent him the bike. Yet, it is nearly 9 o'clock now. And Zhang Lin finished work at 6:30. That's almost 3 hours. How could they not be together? In an instant, Yue couldn't help but furrow her brow. Wait. What am I thinking? It's entirely normal for young people to find a mutual attraction. She shook her head, attempting to dismiss the thought. Upon returning home, she turned on the lights and slipped into her slippers. As she turned, her gaze fell upon the hideous stockings hanging on the balcony. Suddenly, her mood soured. How infuriating. Just when I thought I had. He turns around to flirt with Lin. Gritting her teeth, Yue seethed. No, what am I even thinking? Yue slapped her own face to regain composure. It's merely about practicing my sewing skills with those stockings, right? But, is it truly just about practicing sewing? Am I losing my mind? She took a deep breath and headed into the bathroom. Chapter 018. I feel so good and bad. Yet I adore you. After parking the car in the garage, Zhang Chen ascended the stairs to his home. He instinctively glanced at the neighboring door, straining to catch any sounds. Was there a noise? It seemed someone had returned. However, knocking on the door directly felt rather inappropriate. Oh well. I'll just head home first, he murmured to himself, turning back towards his residence. Just as he was about to retrieve his keys, the door next door swung open. Zhang Chen, Bai Xiao called out. Elder sister? Zhang Chen turned back, his eyes instantly brightening. Bai Xiao was clad in a cozy gray loungewear ensemble, loose, soft lounge pants paired with a striped tank top, complemented by a matching long-sleeve shirt. Zhang Chen found himself momentarily captivated, noticing his fixed gaze. Bai Xiao felt a slight blush creep onto her cheeks, satisfied with her attire. Casually adjusting her outerwear, she inquired, Have you eaten? Zhang Chen hesitated, taken aback. How could it be possible that he hadn't eaten at this hour? Not yet, he replied, though the reason behind his response was a benign fib. Why was Bai Xiao asking? Perhaps she intended to invite him for dinner. If he claimed to have already eaten, that would surely end the conversation. Perfect timing. I've just cooked, and it's quite late. Why don't you come over for a bite? Bai Xiao enthusiastically invited. Is that all right? Zhang Chen thought to himself. Realizing her intentions, he promptly responded, Of course, it's convenient. Bai Xiao stepped aside, gesturing for him to enter. Thus, Zhang Chen bypassed his own home and ventured into his neighbor's abode. Once inside, Bai Xiao closed the door behind them. Zhang Chen cast a glance around and noticed a table laden with an array of 6 dishes. Sister, are you really going to eat all of this alone? He asked in astonishment. What do you mean alone? This is for you. Who knew you would return so late? Bai Xiao replied, swiftly transporting the dishes to the kitchen. Let me heat these up for you. You must try my cooking. Inviting me to dine? Zhang Chen was momentarily taken aback. Indeed. I finished work early today and thought about the feast you treated me to yesterday. I wanted to express my gratitude by preparing a special meal: braised pork, eggplant, tomato and egg stir-fry, and sautéed greens. These are just simple home-cooked dishes, so please don't be too critical. Bai Xiao explained, all the while carrying 2 dishes into the kitchen. Seeing this, Zhang Chen joined in to help, taking 2 plates with him. Upon lifting his gaze, he caught sight of Bai Xiao, her back turned towards him. The soft, loose fabric of her gray loungewear hugged her figure in a way that was strikingly appealing, making it difficult for him to look away. As Bai Xiao placed the dishes beside the integrated stove, she turned to retrieve the remaining plates, only to be surprised by Zhang Chen's presence. Her face flushed slightly, yet a sense of joy blossomed within her. Elder sister, here. Zhang Chen, caught off guard by her sudden turn, handed her the dishes in his hands and then turned to bring in the other 2 plates. Sit there and wait a moment. It will be ready shortly. After Bai Xiao finished speaking, she quickly turned away, busying herself, fearful that he might notice her flushed cheeks. So beautiful, Zhang Chen murmured. Upon hearing this, Bai Xiao's body stiffened, but she resolutely pretended not to hear, engrossing herself in reheating the dishes. Zhang Chen waited patiently until she had finished warming the food before he hurriedly took a seat. Before long, she had not only heated the dishes but had also served him rice. With things having progressed this far, how could she possibly not have feelings for me? Zhang Chen's heart raced. Perhaps tonight, something might blossom. After all, it was a matter of 100,000 yuan, especially with that mysterious gift package, priceless even with money. Yet, as he gazed at the spread before him, he felt a twinge of apprehension. He had eaten too much. Had he known, he would have saved some room. Nevertheless, he had to eat. Hurry and eat. You must be starving after a long day. Bai Xiao urged, her large eyes fixed on him, the springtime glimmer in her gaze impossible to conceal. Zhang Chen nodded, savoring a piece of braised pork. To his surprise, it was quite delicious, albeit a tad salty with an abundance of seasoning. Yet, given her culinary skills, it was commendable. After all, who could compete with a master chef? Any flaws were instantly apparent upon tasting. And as for Bai Xiao, at that moment, her heartbeat quickened. Suddenly, she stood up. Sister, you! Zhang Chen exclaimed, startled. Bai Xiao bit her lip, gazing at him with glistening eyes, and asked, what do you think of me? Zhang Chen felt a flush creeping across his face. Though his heart was as clear as day, it seemed like a nonsensical question, but combined with her expression, he understood she could no longer contain herself. Still, he feigned innocence. You're wonderful, and you even invited me to dinner. That's not what I meant. I meant. Her cheeks flushed crimson. Too shy to continue, yet unable to hold back. Which one are you referring to? Zhang Chen insisted. Bai Xiao bit her lip, and in a moment of courage, she finally confessed, I like you. Her voice was barely above a whisper, yet her tone was resolute. Seeing Zhang Chen remain silent, she added, almost self-deprecatingly, you won't blame me, will you? I feel so wrong for this, but I just can't control myself. What does it feel like to receive a confession from a neighbor? Exhilarating. Absolutely thrilling. He was no saint. After all, he had been waiting for this moment. Sister, I feel the same way. Zhang Chen admitted, his expression filled with deep affection. Chapter 019. A repair reward of 50,000? Yes, I must have it. Nestled in Zhang Chen's embrace, Bai Xiao was reluctant to move. Sister. At that moment, Zhang Chen called out. Bai Xiao's heart raced in an instant. She closed her eyes, pretending to be asleep. Zhang Chen chuckled, finding the neighbor's act of feigned slumber utterly adorable. With a subtle blink, he activated the notification window. Repair completed. Received a mysterious prize of 100,000 yuan. Reward dispersed. Ding. Mysterious prize unlocked. Acquired a golden treasure. Reward dispersed. Wow. Brother Tongzi is impressive. Zhang Chen couldn't help but exclaim. Just then, he felt Bai Xiao stir gently in his arms. Amused, he looked down to find her peeking at him with one eye open. Upon realizing he was gazing back, she let out a startled yelp and buried her head deeper. Oh, sister, weren't you just asleep? Zhang Chen teased with a playful nudge. Bai Xiao's face flushed crimson, her shyness rendering her speechless. This was a disaster. She was at a loss about how to face him. Zhang Chen remained unperturbed and took out his phone to check. The 100,000 yuan had indeed been credited. Incredible. Just then, he noticed the repair information above Bai Xiao's head refresh. What? 50,000? Zhang Chen was astonished. Upon examining the repair details further, he was taken aback. Brother Tongzi, this is excessive. I love it. Gazing at the dazzling repair information hovering above the bashful neighbor lady, Zhang Chen felt an exhilarating thrill. Although it was merely 50,000, he mused. What nonsense is this? Do not underestimate 50,000. Many people do not earn that in an entire year. Even if he secured a comfortable office job, earning 3,000 a month would be commendable. Doing the math, that amounts to a year's salary. And now, all he needed was to relax for a bit to earn 50,000. How delightful. Simply exhilarating. The following day, Zhang Chen abruptly opened his eyes. Sitting up in a daze. Wait, is the ailment cured or not? My reward. He hastily checked the notification window. No critical reward. Well, that's understandable, after all. Critical rewards are a matter of probability. No reward this time is normal, considering he had already received one. But what about the 50,000? He pulled out his phone and glanced at it. By 5 o'clock in the morning, the 50,000 had already been deposited into his account. Phew. He let out a sigh of relief. It was indeed accomplished. Reflecting back, it was true that he had fallen asleep around 5 o'clock that morning. He hadn't even had the chance to check the reward before dozing off. Although he hadn't felt particularly fatigued, he had drifted into slumber quite swiftly. The golden treasure, while formidable, seemingly required stamina to recover. Zhang Chen assessed his physical condition and realized he was ravenously hungry. At that moment, he surveyed his surroundings. Bai Xiao was not beside him. This was, of course, normal. The neighbor lady had to go to work, and an early departure was entirely expected. He felt a slight embarrassment. He had only fallen asleep at 5 o'clock, and even if she left at 8, that would only amount to 3 hours of rest. Considering the time spent on personal hygiene, he estimated he would manage barely 2 hours of sleep. The fact that she could still go to work left Zhang Chen genuinely impressed. Just then, the door creaked open, and Bai Xiao appeared at the threshold. Are you awake? She inquired, her cheeks flushed, her voice imbued with an undeniable tenderness. Aren't you going to work? Zhang Chen asked, puzzled. Can I? She retorted playfully. Zhang Chen scratched his head, realizing the truth of her late night. I called in sick. She confessed, her face growing even redder, given my state. How could I possibly have the energy for work? Not to worry, sister. It's perfect that you get a day off. Zhang Chen replied with a cheerful smile. That's not the point. Bai Xiao shot him a glare. Zhang Chen chuckled softly. At that moment, Bai Xiao was clad in a delicate ice silk camisole nightgown, her feet adorned with crystal slippers. Her fair, well-proportioned toes and elegantly straight legs harmonized beautifully with the nightgown, creating an utterly enchanting sight. Sister, he began to call out. Bai Xiao jumped in surprise, exclaiming, No. Zhang Chen, taken aback, clarified, I merely inquired if you had eaten. If not, shall we order takeout? I am quite hungry. Upon hearing this, Bai Xiao's face turned an even deeper shade of crimson. Had she misinterpreted his intentions? She bit her lip, casting him a flustered yet indignant glance for a moment before stating, Come out, the meal is already prepared. Zhang Chen was momentarily stunned. Is that so? Then you must have risen much earlier. Indeed. He nodded, though he found the situation somewhat peculiar. Despite her previous transgressions, Bai Xiao, his neighbor, was not a bad person. In fact, she possessed a hint of traditional values. Ordinarily, upon his rising, she would have hurriedly ushered him out while grappling with her feelings and regrets from the previous night. To his surprise, she appeared completely unfazed. Yet, it was evident that she was not entirely at ease, her flushed cheeks betraying her lingering shyness and nervousness. This was indeed a rare gem. Zhang Chen felt a surge of amusement within him. Chapter 20, Teacher 1 in Yoga Attire. With a soft click, the door swung open. Bai Xiao cautiously peered into the corridor, ensuring it was devoid of any passers-by. She swiftly turned back, whispering, There's no one outside. Hurry and go. Hasn't it always been empty? Zhang Chen replied with a smile. The atmosphere within the room was so unreserved, yet outside, there was an air of timidity. All right, be quick. Don't let anyone see you. Bai Xiao urged, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Zhang Chen chuckled softly, deciding not to tease her further as he stepped outside. I'll head back to tidy up a bit. I've got something later. He called back over his shoulder. Bai Xiao nodded in acknowledgement. Suddenly, he took a step closer, startling her. Is it really not possible tonight? Zhang Chen nodded. Being a young man, he certainly had an appetite. You should hurry, it will soon be late. Bai Xiao, feeling both flustered and annoyed, pressed him on. Only then did Zhang Chen turn back toward his home. Bai Xiao stared blankly for a moment before retreating and closing the door behind her. Inside, she promptly called Teacher Wan to confirm she was at home. Once Zhang Chen had showered and changed, he hurried downstairs. By the time he arrived at the location sent by Teacher Wan, it was already 9:30. Upon dialing her number, it connected almost immediately. Teacher Wan. Zhang Chen, are you here? Yes. All right, just wait a moment. I'll come down to meet you. Not long after, Wan Jiao arrived at the entrance of the community. Teacher Wan. Zhang Chen greeted her as he spotted her approaching. His gaze instinctively swept over her attire, loose-fitting sweatpants, an oversized jacket and a rather mundane black and white combination, paired with simple sneakers. Logically, such an ensemble should have been unremarkable. Yet, with Wan Jiao's striking features and her asymmetrical bob, she exuded an undeniable charm. Zhang Chen found it peculiar. Wasn't her figure different at school? Intrigued, his eyes wandered to her neckline, where he caught sight of her graceful collarbones adorned with black straps. Is there something on me? Noticing Zhang Chen's lingering gaze, Wan Jiao curiously examined her outfit. Everything seems fine, she reassured herself, feeling adequately covered. Although beneath her sweatpants were yoga leggings, and under her jacket, a yoga top, those were her preferred clothes for practicing at home. Seeing a former student, she thought it inappropriate to wear such attire, so she opted to layer up without revealing too much. What is this kid looking at? Oh, nothing. I just think Teacher Wan looks particularly elegant today. Perhaps it's merely my imagination. Zhang Chen replied with a smile. Wan Jiao couldn't help but smile back. Her expression sweet. Let us go. With that, she turned and led him into the community, while Zhang Chen followed closely behind, his gaze lingering on her voluminous sweatpants. Ah, well concealed indeed, he mused. After all, she was a physical education teacher. She often engages in aerobics and practices yoga, which certainly contributes to her impressive physique. Before long, the two arrived at the 18th floor. Upon entering, they were greeted by a spacious and well-lit interior, adorned in a minimalist style, with the home impeccably tidy. To the left, a large floor-to-ceiling window was laid out with a yoga mat, faint traces of perspiration still visible upon it. First, let's have a sip of water, Wan Jiao said, retrieving a bottle from the refrigerator and handing it to him. Thank you. Zhang Chen replied courteously. Wan Jiao smiled, remarking, I never anticipated you would graduate to become a repairman. Well, one must earn a living. Jobs are hard to come by. Zhang Chen explained. Do you need my assistance? Wan Jiao inquired. No, I'm doing quite well as a repairman. I earn a decent sum from home visits each day. Zhang Chen quickly waved his hand in refusal. Working like a beast of burden? That's out of the question. Isn't it better to be a happy repairman? She mused. All right then. I suppose I can't be of much help. As Wan Jiao spoke, she observed him closely, puzzled. Your complexion looks quite good, even better than when we were in school. Her observation was sincere, rather than a compliment. Years of engaging in aerobics had honed her ability to discern the vitality of fitness enthusiasts compared to those who do not exercise. Zhang Chen's complexion was remarkably vibrant. Is that so? Zhang Chen responded, unfazed. Good kidney health and a robust physique are merely common knowledge. After all, I have a golden kidney. That's quite impressive. She remarked. And with a perfect digestive system, your nutrient absorption must be exceptional. Remember, your health is paramount. Continue to maintain your fitness. Wan Jiao advised before steering the conversation back to the topic at hand. In my kitchen, there are several electrical appliances, and this morning, it seemed that the power strip was live. I even caught a whiff of something burning. Please check it out. It's all right if you can't pinpoint the issue. Rest assured, I will definitely find the source. My skills are quite commendable, Zhang Chen declared with confidence. Wan Jiao, however, remained skeptical. Could a recent graduate truly possess such expertise? She had already consulted several electricians, none of whom had identified the problem. Besides, professional electricians typically come equipped with tools, whereas he had arrived without even a screwdriver, an unprofessional approach. Yet, her intention was to assist him, and if he couldn't find the issue, it wouldn't be a problem. Encouraged by his self-assuredness, Wan Jiao led him into the kitchen. The kettle has a metallic surface that's live. Sometimes the walls do too. One of the outlets over there is even charred, she explained, pointing out the various concerns. Zhang Chen observed intently, his mind racing with potential solutions despite the lack of tools. The causes of electrical leakage could be numerous: damaged insulation on wires, high humidity, poor connections, or aging components. among others. However, distilled down, there were essentially two main issues: problems with the ground wire and issues with the neutral or live wires. Normally, a leakage would trigger the circuit breaker, but upon inspection, Zhang Chen noted that everything appeared normal. This situation was indeed rather peculiar. Although he possessed an encyclopedic knowledge of electrical work, it was still necessary to investigate the underlying cause. After all, one cannot perceive the flow of electricity as one might with other phenomena. What do you think? Can we ascertain the issue? Wang Jiao inquired. Indeed. I shall first examine the overall wiring of the house, Zhang Chen replied. Very well. Wang Jiao nodded. I will step away for a moment. Please proceed with your repairs. Certainly, Zhang Chen affirmed, preparing to check the fuses at the main switch. However, he presumed there would be no significant issues, given that multiple electricians had already visited. Yet, he maintained a calm demeanor, meticulously surveying the area. Upon inspecting the kitchen, he noticed several electrical appliances with their plastic casings charred and deformed. A frown creased his brow. The current appeared rather substantial, posing a potential hazard. Typically, if there were no visible alterations to the plastic or metal casing, it would indicate a minor leakage of electricity. Yet, this condition suggested the current had exceeded safe levels. Furthermore, the markings indicated that this had occurred recently, perhaps within the last couple of days. Was the leakage intensifying? He pondered. He then exited the kitchen to inspect the main switch, confirming that the fuses were intact. Subsequently, he examined other panels, synthesizing various scenarios in his mind and deducing several possible causes. Just as he was preparing to delve deeper into his investigation, a resounding crash echoed from the kitchen, reminiscent of metal striking the floor. Wan Laosher, Zhang Chen exclaimed, rushing back toward the source of the sound. Chapter 021. Wang Jiao struck by electricity. Yet I am immune to the current. Moments ago, in the restroom, Wang Jiao locked the door and settled onto the toilet, preparing to relieve herself. However, at the very instant she sat down, her hand instinctively grasped the nearby metal handle. In the next moment, a surge of electricity enveloped her entire body. Wang Jiao barely had time to react. Her muscles instantly stiffened, and she collapsed from the toilet. Yet, upon hitting the ground, her hand inadvertently struck the metallic frame beneath her, sending another jolt of electricity coursing through her. It dawned on her that she had been electrocuted. Desperately, she attempted to withdraw her hand, but it felt as though it were glued in place. No matter how hard she struggled, she could not budge it even a fraction. Help, help me, she wished to scream, yet no sound emerged. The electric current had rendered her muscles completely contracted, leaving her utterly powerless. I'm going to die, a terrifying thought flashed through her mind. She had seen news of people dying from electric shocks and knew that a high-voltage shock could kill someone in an instant, leaving them without awareness. Her situation was undoubtedly perilous, yet the voltage she was experiencing was not as lethal as that of high-power lines, allowing her to retain consciousness. However, she understood that if she did not find a way to save herself, even a lower voltage sustained for too long could claim her life. She struggled repeatedly, but to no avail. Abruptly, a thought of Zhang Chen crossed her mind. Yes, if only she could attract his attention, she might be saved. So, she fought against the current with all her might. At one moment, her body convulsed violently, coincidentally knocking over a nearby wastebasket. The basket tumbled to the floor, and the broken metal handle she had discarded clattered loudly. Sure enough, within seconds, she heard Zhang Chen pounding on the door. Teacher Wan, are you all right? Wang Jiao desperately tried to open her mouth to respond, but no sound escaped. At that moment, she felt a sharp pain in her insides. Hurry, come in, save me. I am dying, Zhang Chen. Save me, she silently pleaded, her eyes fixed on the restroom door, wishing fervently that he would burst in. Regret washed over her. Why had she locked the door? Outside, Zhang Chen continued to knock frantically, calling out several times without receiving a response. The door was locked, of course. There was a man in the house. Although he was a student of Teacher Wan, he was still a man. And it was entirely reasonable for her to lock the door while using the restroom. After all, such circumstances were not uncommon in society. Moreover, Wang Jiao was merely 25 or 26, just 3 years older than Zhang Chen. Yet, at this moment, there was no time for such thoughts. He had been knocking for quite a while, shouting all the while, but there was still no reply. Something was amiss. Zhang Chen could not afford to ponder further. Without a moment's hesitation, he forcefully kicked open the bathroom door. Upon rushing in, he beheld Wang Jiao collapsed on the floor, her hand resting on the metallic rail below. Her body was rigid, occasionally twitching. Sparks of electricity danced upon the metal rail beneath her. Electric shock? Zhang Chen's expression shifted dramatically. How could there be electricity in the bathroom? Moreover, the current seemed utterly outrageous. If I save her, I will be electrocuted. Wait, that's not right. I'm not afraid. Just moments ago, fear had gripped Zhang Chen, but the realization struck him that he was immune to electric currents. As he turned his gaze back to Yuan Jiao, his eyes widened in shock. Oh, my goodness. Save her. Upon seeing him, Yuan Jiao suddenly felt a glimmer of hope for survival, desperately attempting to vocalize. However, in that instant, she remembered her predicament. If Zhang Chen charged in recklessly, he too might suffer an electric shock, and they could perish together. In that fleeting moment, she wished fervently for him to find something insulated before rescuing her. Yet, time was of the essence, and she had neither the opportunity nor the means to warn him. Before she knew it, Zhang Chen had already taken a bold step forward, seemingly unafraid of the danger. He bent down and lifted her into his arms, swiftly exiting the bathroom, thus evading the peril. Instantly, Yuan Jiao felt her body loosen, the stiffness beginning to dissipate. Just moments from losing consciousness, she suddenly regained her clarity. She remembered she had been sitting on the toilet when the electric shock had struck her. Quickly, she shut her eyes. Unable to bear the sight of herself or Zhang Chen, she could not fathom how such a calamity had befallen her. You suffered an electric shock. But how could you also be partially electrocuted? How can I face anyone now? It was only when Zhang Chen laid her on the sofa, frantically shouting, Teacher Yuan, please don't die. I will call for an ambulance immediately, that Yuan Jiao came to her senses, hastily opening her eyes and exclaiming, No. Wait, Teacher Yuan, you're not dead? What splendid news! Zhang Chen rejoiced. Don't look. Yuan Jiao hoarsely yelled, attempting to dress herself, only to realize with a shock that she could not move at all. In a physical sense, she was utterly immobile. Teacher, this is not important. You must go to the hospital. Zhang Chen insisted without addressing her previous remark. Electric injuries can vary in severity. If she had been shocked by high voltage, she would already be deceased. However, it was likely just the 220-volt household current. Still, the duration of exposure could have varied effects depending on individual constitution. Therefore, a visit to the hospital was imperative. Zhang Chen, I cannot move. Yuan Jiao suddenly uttered in a hoarse, terrified voice. She desperately attempted to move, but any effort resulted in pain, and pain rendered her utterly immobile. In that moment, fear consumed her thoughts. What if I am paralyzed? I do not wish to be paralyzed. I still long to dance and practice yoga. Observing her emotional breakdown, Zhang Chen hastily interjected, Teacher Yuan, what are you saying? It is certainly true that being electrocuted causes harm, but it has nothing to do with paralysis. The electric current merely traverses the body, affecting the transmission of muscles and nerves. Once treated, everything will be fine. Do not frighten yourself. Really? Yuan Jiao found solace in his words, glancing at him with tear-filled eyes. This fragile, weeping demeanor starkly contrasted with her previous resilience as a sports teacher. She resembled a delicate girl in a moment of vulnerability. As a man, I find myself drawn to such a rain-soaked beauty where identity holds no significance. Only the allure between genders. Indeed, Zhang Chen affirmed, I shall take you to the hospital at once. As he spoke, he bent down, intending to lift her. Zhang Chen, please help me. Yuan Jiao urged anxiously, unable to move. However, she could not simply go to the hospital in this state. All right, Zhang Chen nodded, prepared to assist. Yet, an unexpected turn of events occurred. As Zhang Chen's fingers made contact with her delicate skin, it seemed to trigger a series of reactions. Chapter 22. Teacher, hurry. Use this. Or just let me die. Yuan Jiao felt utterly despondent. Yet, she found herself unable to move. Zhang Chen, on the other hand, offered her gentle reassurances. Teacher Yuan, in this critical moment, everything will be fine. Yuan Jiao closed her eyes, devoid of any desire for life. Noticing her silence, Zhang Chen felt a tinge of awkwardness. However, time waited for no one, and he could not afford to dwell on it any longer. He assisted her in getting dressed and, bending down, lifted her into his arms. You can't possibly carry me to the hospital like this. Yuan Jiao struggled to voice her thoughts. How could she go like this? The hospital had patient gowns. She could retrieve one later. Zhang Chen's mind was clear. No, we can't. Yuan Jiao resolutely shook her head. Yet, Zhang Chen had intended to express the urgency of the situation, but the words lingered unspoken. Fine. It truly won't do. Just wait a moment. After saying this, Zhang Chen dashed into the bedroom. Before long, he emerged with another set of workout clothes. They were not particularly unattractive, though still of a loose fit. Wan Zhao closed her eyes again, resigning herself to her fate. Yet, halfway through changing, Zhang Chen dashed out once more. It was only when she opened her eyes that she realized he had forgotten to fetch her undergarments. Her mind felt foggy, as if she were in a daze. After much effort, Zhang Chen finally helped her get dressed, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. Logically speaking, he was no novice in such matters. However, this was a different scenario entirely. While the neighbor was indeed flirtatious, the person before him was Wan Jiao. Her status as a teacher loomed large. Nevertheless, they eventually managed to finish. Teacher, do not fear. I will take you to the hospital. Zhang Chen inhaled deeply and carried Wan Jiao downstairs. Being young and vigorous, supplemented by his enhanced abilities, he felt no strain lifting her, and he moved with remarkable speed. The neighbors downstairs were taken aback by the sight. They gathered curiously. Isn't that little Ruan from upstairs? What happened? Young man, are you Ruan's boyfriend? Some were inquisitive, while others rushed to assist. Kind-hearted neighbors quickly approached. Young man, what has happened to Ruan? Sir, ma'am, teacher Ruan has been electrocuted. Please help me hail a taxi. Zhang Chen implored them for assistance. Wan Jiao kept her eyes shut, too embarrassed to open them. This was utterly humiliating. Moreover, Aunt Wu, how could you possibly deduce that I am her boyfriend? There's a 3-year age difference, can't you tell? If her colleagues and classmates at school found out, she would never be able to show her face again. Yet, amidst Zhang Chen's frantic words, Wan Jiao felt an inexplicable warmth in her heart. A sensation, akin to safety, began to take root within her. This must be what they called boyfriend power. Lost in her thoughts, she hardly noticed as Zhang Chen accompanied 2 gentlemen in their 40s to the entrance. These 2 men were remarkably resourceful and promptly hailed a taxi. After explaining the situation, he opened the car door to assist them inside. Thank you, sir. No need for pleasantries. Hurry to the hospital. The driver reassured, don't worry, young man. I know a shortcut. We shall arrive in just a few minutes. Hold your girlfriend tightly and be cautious. With that, he pressed the accelerator and sped off. Thank you. Zhang Chen expressed his gratitude. At that moment, Wan Jiao was too frightened to open her eyes. However, Zhang Chen found himself seated in the back, with her resting in his embrace. Her thoughts were a whirlwind of fear regarding potential after-effects, and she pondered. Perhaps it would be better if I were to perish. Wan Jiao felt as though the sky had fallen upon her. In just 7 minutes, the driver emerged from a narrow alley and directly brought them to the emergency room of the First People's Hospital. Quickly go. The driver exited the vehicle to assist. As for the fare, Zhang Chen began to speak, but the driver interjected. Forget the money. Just save her. Thank you, driver. Zhang Chen exclaimed, carrying Wan Jiao as he rushed towards the emergency entrance. Observing the vigor of the young man, the driver mused, youth is indeed a blessing. Carrying her is no burden at all. I remember my own youthful days. While the driver reflected on life, Zhang Chen had already dashed inside. Upon arrival, the emergency doctors and nurses swiftly approached, exclaiming, quickly, to the instruments. After a thorough examination, the results were reassuring. Doctor, am I truly all right? Wan Jiao inquired hoarsely from her bed. Your consciousness is clear, and all vital signs are normal. You have sustained electrical injuries to your hand, but they are not severe. Comprehensive checks are necessary. However, given the circumstances, you should not worry too much. The emergency physician replied. But I cannot move. My body is numb. Wan Jiao attempted to shift, feeling a twinge of pain, but unable to do so. That is merely a consequence of the electric shock. Based on the ECG and ultrasound results, there are no issues. The doctor smiled, adding, you were quite fortunate. I saw your boyfriend rush in, likely realizing the incident shortly after it occurred. Had more time passed, it could have been quite troublesome. Wan Jiao's face flushed crimson, and she quickly attempted to clarify. He is not. Thank you, doctor. Zhang Chen suddenly interjected. Wan Jiao glanced at him, previously finding Zhang Chen quite handsome. And now she felt he was even more so, especially as he had appeared genuinely anxious. Yet, why did he interrupt her explanation? You should rest for now, and we'll monitor your condition. Feel free to call us if anything arises. After the emergency physician finished speaking, he moved on to other duties. Once he departed, the emergency room felt eerily empty, leaving just the 2 of them. Wan Jiao stole a glance at Zhang Chen, only to find him looking back at her. She quickly turned her head away, unable to meet his gaze. Teacher Wan. Zhang Chen called out, somewhat awkwardly. Wan Jiao emitted a soft sound, reminiscent of a mosquito, as she hesitated for a considerable time before shyly uttering a thank you. Naturally, Anyone would react similarly in such an incident. Zhang Chen initially intended to express that anyone encountering this situation would undoubtedly rush in to save the person. However, as he began to speak, the recollection struck him, and he promptly fell silent. Upon hearing this, Ruan Jiao felt a wave of discomfort wash over her. Why bring this up again? Coughing slightly, she inquired, Teacher Ruan, what exactly happened? How could there be an electric shock in the restroom? Zhang Chen couldn't suppress his curiosity. Even though there might be electrical issues in the kitchen and other areas, it shouldn't result in such a dire situation. I have no idea. Ruan Jiao shook her head. Yet, she suddenly realized that had it not been for Zhang Chen's visit today for repairs, she might have tragically perished in her own home. The thought sent a shiver of fear down her spine. I have inspected the wiring in my house. There were no signs of leakage, but there are indeed some marks. I suspect it might be an issue with the external circuit. Zhang Chen explained. Can it be repaired? Ruan Jiao looked at him, unable to quell her anxiety. This was her only home. Surely, she could not abandon it. Absolutely, Zhang Chen replied with utmost confidence. Ruan Jiao found herself at a loss for words, bewildered by his unwavering assurance. Teacher Ruan, I just noticed today that you are even more beautiful outside of school than when you are teaching. Why then do you dress so plainly at school? Zhang Chen asked, attempting to strike up a conversation to ease her psychological burden. However, Ruan Jiao felt increasingly uncomfortable. Her image as a female physical education teacher was utterly shattered. Suddenly, Ruan Jiao's expression changed dramatically. How could this happen? She exclaimed in shock. Could it be a lingering effect? Clenching her fists, she tried to hold back her distress. But it proved futile. No, I absolutely cannot allow this to happen here. Ruan Jiao disregarded everything else and urgently called out, Zhang Chen, I need to use the restroom quickly. She struggled to maintain her composure, beads of cold sweat forming on her forehead. Seeing her in such a dire state, Zhang Chen felt a wave of panic. What should he do? Hurry, I can't hold it any longer. Ruan Jiao was on the verge of tears. Zhang Chen glanced around. The emergency room was deserted. He quickly pulled the curtain around the bed to form a makeshift enclosure and hastily retrieved a plastic bag from his pocket. Ruan Jiao was nearly in tears. I can't move. Chapter 023. Truly, I might as well be dead. After gently placing Ruan Jiao back, Zhang Chen straightened up. Ruan Jiao kept her eyes tightly shut, remaining silent. Anxiety, embarrassment, and a profound sense of shame engulfed her, as if she wished to vanish into thin air. Teacher Ruan, please wait a moment. I will be right back. Zhang Chen reassured her. Ruan Jiao's face flushed crimson, and she emitted a sound so soft that even she felt embarrassed upon hearing it. Zhang Chen exhaled a sigh of relief. First, he needed to attend to the pressing matter at hand. He promptly turned and exited the emergency room. Only then did Ruan Jiao dare to open her eyes, her gaze fixed intently on the ceiling. Once again, a thought crossed her mind. Truly, I might as well be dead. How could this happen? With her eyes closed, she felt a wave of indignation wash over her, threatening to bring her to tears. However, less than a minute after he left, he appeared before her once more. Teacher Ruan, Zhang Chen called out. You came back so quickly? Ruan Jiao was taken aback. The distance wasn't far, and I was concerned that you might need assistance, so I hurried back. Zhang Chen explained. At that moment, Zhang Chen suddenly exclaimed, Oh. Ruan Jiao was startled and quickly inquired, What is it? Teacher Ruan, you can move. Zhang Chen's voice was filled with astonishment. Huh? Ruan Jiao was momentarily stunned, instinctively glancing at the arm that was supporting her forehead. Indeed, she could move. A surge of joy filled her as she eagerly attempted to sit up. She managed to sit up, but the movement strained her muscles, causing her to grimace in pain. Additionally, the numbness in her palms was gradually dissipating, replaced by a sensation of pain. Her fingers, arms, palms, and toes were all beginning to move. She could distinctly feel her body recovering bit by bit. Is it really possible to move? Her heart soared with elation as a significant weight lifted off her chest. If she was recovering, then everything should be fine. The doctors in the emergency department had said the same, hadn't they? Wonderful. Zhang Chen couldn't help but smile. You're all right now. Once the doctor arrives, everything will be fine. Ruan Jiao nodded in agreement. After what felt like an eternity, the doctor finally arrived. Upon seeing her seated, the doctor smiled and said, See? I told you there was nothing serious. Just take a week to rest after you go home, and the symptoms should subside. Ruan Jiao nodded, wanting to express something but finding herself unable to voice it. Zhang Chen, noticing her discomfort, quickly expressed gratitude and asked the doctor on her behalf. Thank you, doctor. But she just had a bit of a Wang Jiao closed her eyes, her face burning with embarrassment. How humiliating. But what could she do? She was, after all, unwell. Oh, that's a normal occurrence, a residual effect from the electric shock. However, the body has the ability to self-regulate, with some rest. It should be no problem. The doctor explained kindly. I will prescribe some medication. Just take it when you get home, and all the tests have come back normal. All right. Thank you, doctor. Zhang Chen nodded, holding the prescription slip. He supported Wang Jiao as she attempted to get off the emergency bed. Although she could walk, it was still quite a struggle. Hold on tight, Zhang Chen said. What could Wang Jiao do but nod in agreement? She draped her arm around his neck, allowing him to carry her to the hall for her medication. A young man fetching medicine for his girlfriend? How affectionate they are. Come, you too, go ahead. As Zhang Chen held Wang Jiao, the family members waiting to collect their prescriptions understood the situation and even assisted him by handing the order to the doctor at the window. Thank you. Zhang Chen expressed his gratitude, yet Wang Jiao, nestled in his embrace, dared not lift her head, burying it deeper in his chest. Once the medication was procured, Zhang Chen carried her out of the hall. Let me down, I want to try walking on my own. Wang Jiao could no longer contain herself and spoke up. Wang Jiao, you are the patient. Don't be troublesome. Rest at home. Zhang Chen refused. But Wang Jiao felt a tinge of urgency. Still, Zhang Chen would not release her, leaving her no choice but to be carried through the crowd, exposed to many curious gazes. She could even hear whispers around them. What a loving young couple. Now this is what romance looks like. Look at that boyfriend. Even when she is sick, he carries her out. I'm unwell too. And he doesn't carry me. Mei, you weigh 150 pounds. Are you implying I'm fat? No, not fat. It's just that I am too skinny. Intrigued by the amusing banter, Wang Jiao couldn't help but sneak a glance at Zhang Chen, only to find that he had paused to look in the same direction. They both realized their simultaneous actions and shared a moment of eye contact. Zhang Chen couldn't help but chuckle. Wang Jiao, look, that is what true love looks like. And look at us? Stop it. Wang Jiao's cheeks flushed as she shot him a glare. But upon reflection, she felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. How infuriating that Zhang Chen would take advantage of such a moment. I am your teacher. Could you not show me a bit more respect? Wang Jiao couldn't help but assert her position. What if I like you even more? Zhang Chen casually remarked. Wang Jiao turned to him sharply, and Zhang Chen, taken aback, quickly apologized. I'm sorry, Wang Jiao. I didn't mean it like that. I just said it without thinking. Ahem, this is a bit awkward. After a moment of silence, Wang Jiao urged, let us hurry along. All right. Upon reaching the community, Wang Jiao, with Zhang Chen's support, was now able to walk, albeit cautiously. She was nearly cradled by him as they made their way home. Xiaoruan, are you all right? I'm fine, Uncle Gao. How could I possibly be electrocuted? Oh, just a little accident. Xiaoruan, your boyfriend seems quite remarkable. You have good taste. He is handsome and cares for you so much. He was so anxious when he carried you down to the hospital. Ah, Aunt Lu, one must not speak carelessly. This is my student. Student? That cannot be. Just look at how well-matched you appear. A student, indeed. A university student, I presume? How old is this young man? 22. Zhang Chen responded earnestly. Oh my, how perfectly suitable. A woman 3 years older must embrace her golden bricks. Aunt you. In the end, Wang Jiao fled as if her life depended on it. With Zhang Chen's assistance, she finally managed to escape to the doorstep. Yet, gazing at the threshold of her home, she found herself paralyzed with fear. The memory of that shocking moment was far too terrifying. Chapter 024, Critical Strike Reward. Electric Cells. Noticing Wang Jiao's fear, Zhang Chen said, Teacher Wang, please wait here while I investigate and ensure it is safe for you to enter. No, we should call an electrician. What if you get electrocuted? Wang Jiao exclaimed, startled. Don't worry, I can handle it. Zhang Chen replied confidently. Call an electrician? What about the reward then? He had not encountered any repair notifications while working in the house. But upon rushing to the bathroom, the notification appeared. However, due to the urgent situation, he had no time to comprehend it and fled with Wang Jiao in his arms. Now that Wang Jiao was unharmed, he was determined to claim the reward, which he suspected would be substantial. Zhang Chen, you are being reckless. Listen to me. Wang Jiao insisted firmly. Teacher Wang, trust me. Zhang Chen countered with equal resolve. This left Wang Jiao momentarily speechless. Wait, who is the teacher here? Why are you so adamant? I am the one funding this. Give me the key. Zhang Chen extended his hand. Wang Jiao shook her head. Then I will search for it myself. Zhang Chen gazed at her intently. Wang Jiao was taken aback, her face flushing crimson. She had initially intended to assert her authority as the teacher, but, "You worry me. I am afraid something might happen to you," she managed to say, finally retrieving the key from her pocket. "Rest assured, I am not foolish. If there were real danger, I wouldn't enter," Zhang Chen assured her as he took the key and opened the door. Just as he was about to step inside, Wang Jiao cautioned him again, "Be careful." "All right." Zhang Chen nodded. However, upon entering, he did not proceed straight to the bathroom. Instead, he first brought out a chair and placed it by the door. "Teacher Wan, please sit. It seems we will have to wait a while, and it's not good for you to stand." He helped her sit down and even fetched a blanket to drape over her. Wang Jiao simply gazed at him, a strange warmth blossoming within her. Despite the trials they had faced, Zhang Chen's kindness was undeniable. He had sprinted with her in his arms to ensure her safety. What a display of gallantry. After ensuring Wang Jiao was settled, Zhang Chen re-entered the house and approached the bathroom. As he blinked, a notification promptly appeared. Metal frame enveloped in electric currents. Hit by external circuit. Numbed, completely numbed. My wires are about to snap. Repair reward. 50,000 yuan. 50,000? Zhang Chen's eyes widened in disbelief. This was the largest reward he had ever encountered, excluding the neighbor's wife. This was the highest amount for a simple repair task he had experienced thus far. However, he felt a tinge of disappointment as there was no mysterious bonus. Nevertheless, this sum was astonishing enough, and based on previous experiences, there might still be a critical strike reward. With this thought in mind, Zhang Chen proceeded into the bathroom, ready to conduct his investigation, as the electric current here was at its peak intensity. The source of the electrical leakage within the premises likely resides here. Approaching the metallic framework that separates wet from dry, one can still observe sparks flickering. A mere touch with a finger reveals no consequence. Such immunity to electricity is indeed astonishing. Zhang Chen muses. His immunity does not merely extend to the household voltage of 220V. Even voltages in the thousands pose no threat to him. Not even the bolts of lightning from the sky affect him. Although his defense is passive, it remains remarkably formidable. Truly, Brother Tongzi is impressive. While he expresses his admiration, he recognizes the urgency of repairs. If the metallic frame is electrified, the cause is rather straightforward. Zhang Chen quickly identifies the issue. A misaligned expansion screw has penetrated into the rebar embedded within the wall, which connects to a metallic structure outside. Unknown to him, a severed wire has ensnared itself upon this metal, deteriorating from the elements over time, leading to its insulation peeling away. Consequently, electrical conduction has entered Wang Jiao's home. Moreover, Wang Jiao's residence has been adorned for over a decade, resulting in some internal wiring issues. The confluence of these intricate factors culminates in the current predicament. Furthermore, based on Zhang Chen's findings, Wang Jiao's reports of intermittent electrical leakage stem from the external wire's occasional movement, which often results in no issues. However, recently, the wire's insulation has aged and detached, directly intertwining with the metal, thereby shocking Wang Jiao while she was in the restroom. A conventional repair technician would likely focus solely on the interior, rendering any repairs ineffective, as the root cause lies beyond. Stepping away from the toilet, Zhang Chen brushed off the dust from his clothing. The external wire posed a challenge, yet the distance was manageable. He procured a broom and deftly dislodged the wire. Subsequently, he touched the metallic frame to confirm it was no longer electrified, allowing him to exhale in relief. He conducted several thorough inspections within the dwelling, ensuring that all appliances and power strips were safe from leakage before finally relaxing. Immediately, a notification appeared. Repair completed. Triggered critical reward. Obtained discharge cells. Reward dispensed. Almost simultaneously, Zhang Chen felt surges of electricity coursing through his body, producing a faint crackling sound from within. This sound was subtle. Even he could not hear it. Rather, it was a sensation. Raising his hand, he observed, beneath his palm, minute currents akin to static electricity crackling and bursting forth like fireworks during the new year. His palm glowed faintly, creating an uncanny spectacle. Zhang Chen's eyes widened in astonishment, and he could not suppress an exclamation of disbelief. What the hell? Discharge cells? This is an ability. In essence, he could wield electric powers? Goodness, does this make me invincible? In both novels and animated films, the thunder element undoubtedly possesses the most formidable destructive power. And now, to my astonishment, I have received a critical reward in the form of a supernatural ability? Oh, Brother Tongzi, how I adore you. Thus, once all the anomalies dissipated, Zhang Chen opened his palm, attempting to manipulate the discharge cells. preparing to conjure an electric sphere with his hands. However, the result was a crackling sound erupted, and small sparks resembling static electricity emerged from the tips of Zhang Chen's fingers. Then, there was nothing further. He distinctly sensed that the discharge cells within his palm had completely depleted. Zhang Chen pondered, what? Is it impossible to create an electric sphere by hand? At least conjuring a lightning bolt would suffice. What kind of situation is this? What use is it if it can't even harm someone? Wait, it wouldn't be entirely devoid of utility if this were to be used on a certain lady. Oh my goodness. I believe I have suddenly grasped the true purpose of the supernatural ability bestowed upon me by Brother Tongzi. Zhang Chen felt a surge of realization. Discharge cells, discharge cells. No, that's not right. A sudden spark of inspiration illuminated Zhang Chen's eyes. The discharge cells have depleted. If I absorb some current, would they not rejuvenate? Then, what if I were to absorb even more? Chapter 025, Zhang Chen, do not speak to anyone. Act upon your thoughts. Zhang Chen immediately sought out a power strip and forcefully tore it apart. He inserted the plug into the socket and grasped the wire. In the next moment, he felt surges of electricity coursing through his body. 1 became 2, 2 became 4 multiplied into countless streams, merging into the myriad discharge cells within him. After approximately a minute, Zhang Chen finally released his grip. He then spread his palm, activating the discharge cells within. In an instant, arcs of electricity erupted from his fingertips, illuminating his entire palm with a dazzling glow, accompanied by a crackling sound that was indeed somewhat alarming. Cautiously, he touched the wall. In a split second, a sharp crack echoed as the wall bore a black mark from the electric shock. Simultaneously, Zhang Chen sensed that a third of the stored energy from his discharge cells had been consumed. Ridiculous, utterly ridiculous. Zhang Chen was exhilarated, despite the limitations. This was indeed a supernatural ability. He had never anticipated such an outrageous power from the critical reward. Brother Tongzi is incredible. As he relaxed his fingers, the spilled electricity flowed back into his body. Zhang Chen examined himself. There were no visible changes. The electric energy seemed to be an innate part of him, concealed within his cells, only to be released when he chose to summon it. There was no danger at all. Quite satisfactory. Zhang Chen nodded in approval. Money. Remembering the maintenance reward, he quickly took out his phone to check. Indeed, 50,000 had already been credited. To date, his bank account had nearly 260,000. This was all the result of his hard work over the past few days. Goodness, over 250,000 in just a few days? He murmured to himself. Zhang Chen, is something wrong in there? At that moment, he heard Wan Jiao's anxious voice. Soon after, he saw her struggling to move, grasping the doorframe. Hey, don't move around. Zhang Chen hurried over to support her, chiding, I told you not to get up. Why are you still moving? I heard the sound of electricity, and I was worried you might be in trouble. Wan Jiao replied. However, seeing him in good spirits, she felt reassured. Teacher Wan, you are so kind to me. I am truly touched. Zhang Chen said earnestly. Wan Jiao's cheeks flushed, and she shot him a glance. I am equally kind to others. Enough of your banter. What exactly happened? She glanced around the room, visibly shaken. Everything is fine now. It's resolved. Zhang Chen said, assisting her inside. I discovered the cause. There was a misaligned expansion screw on the doorframe of the bathroom, which was making contact with the rebar inside. The rebar had connected with a severed wire outside, causing the leakage. The electrical appliances and wiring in the house were affected because of this. Such a coincidence? Wan Jiao was taken aback. Indeed. In the grand tapestry of life, every event seems to conspire to tell a story. Consider this curious predicament. Despite summoning numerous electricians, the root of the issue eludes discovery, simply due to the extraordinary coincidence of the situation. Who could have anticipated that the problem lay within the external wiring? Zhang Chen remarked, adding, however, that the household wiring had aged considerably, and having endured leakage for such a duration, he harbored concerns that the wiring concealed within the walls might also be compromised. It would be prudent to rewire the entire system and replace it with new. Replace it immediately. Ruin Geo nodded vigorously. A moment later, she regarded him with a hint of skepticism. Are you truly adept at electrical repairs? Ru In Laosher, did I not mention my proficiency in this area earlier? Zhang Chen rolled his eyes in jest. Ru In Geo chuckled. I cannot be blamed for my doubt. You did not study this in school, and it is rather unusual for a fresh graduate to embark on a career in maintenance. Fair point. Zhang Chen conceded, promptly launching into a pitch, then Ru In Laosher. I hope you can assist me in garnering more business, be it roof repairs, appliance fixes, or unclogging toilets. I am capable of all manner of repairs. Agreed. Ruin Geo responded with enthusiasm. Now be cautious. As they spoke, they made their way toward the sofa. Before long, they arrived at the sofa. And in an instant, Ruin Geo's face flushed crimson. The sofa was clearly unfit for seating. Perhaps it would be best to assist me to the bedroom, she suggested, her tone softening. Noticing Zhang Chen's hesitation, she looked up, only to find him fixated on her athletic pants. Zhang Chen, she called out, her voice laced with urgency. Oh, right, let's go. He snapped back to attention, supporting her as they made their way to the bedroom. Upon entering, Ruin Geo was taken aback by the disarray within. The wardrobe stood wide open, her neatly folded clothes scattered about, and the drawers ajar. What have you done? She managed to turn her head to Zhang Chen, bewildered. I was looking for something. I searched for quite a while. He replied. Despair washed over Ruin Geo. Why dwell on this? Hadn't the situation already spiraled out of control? She pressed her forehead, feeling slightly dizzy. Ruin Lauscher, feeling lightheaded? Here, you should lie down. Zhang Chen hastily guided her to recline. Once settled, Ruin Geo gazed at him with exasperation, asking, Do you comprehend why I feel dizzy? Is it not a residual effect of the electric shock? Zhang Chen feigned ignorance. Absolutely not. She fixed her gaze upon him, gritting her teeth, summoning her courage. This matter must remain confidential, especially from your classmates. Fear not. I will not utter a word about your electric shock incident. Zhang Chen vowed earnestly. I am not referring to the electric shock. Ruin Geo's expression darkened. Huh? Then what is it? Zhang Chen inquired, genuinely perplexed. Ruin Geo shot him a glare. Must I elaborate? That won't be necessary. Zhang Chen quickly adopted a serious demeanor, nodding earnestly as he recognized her irritation. Ruin Geo rubbed her temples, utterly disinclined to engage with him. Her thoughts were a whirlwind, yet she understood that Zhang Chen could not linger here any longer. Resolutely, she reached for her phone. She directly transferred 3,000 to Zhang Chen. The sound of the notification rang out. Zhang Chen looked at his phone in surprise and exclaimed, Teacher 1, you transferred 3,000 to me? Yes, the hospital checkup and medication costs nearly 2,000. And the remaining 1,000 is for repair fees, Wang Jiao explained. That's not even 1,000. Besides, teacher, your monthly earnings aren't substantial. Zhang Chen refused the money. I've already had my share of misfortune. Why should you give me so much? I am well aware of your earnings. As a university physical education teacher, your base salary is considerably less than that of specialized subject teachers. If you earn 3,000 or 4,000, that's commendable. Take it. I have a stable job. How much can a repairman possibly earn? Wang Jiao insisted firmly. Right now, you need it more than I do. Zhang Chen ignored her and walked outside. Zhang Chen, where are you going? Wang Jiao was taken aback. To get medication, he shouted back. Wang Jiao breathed a sigh of relief. In truth, she was quite anxious about Zhang Chen leaving, yet she did not want him to stay here either. This inner turmoil was contradictory, but very real. After taking the medication, let him go. I should recover after resting for a night, but I must ask for leave tomorrow, Wang Jiao thought to herself. Then she saw Zhang Chen walking past the doorway with her 2 pairs of pants. Wang Jiao. Chapter 026. Critical Hit Reward. Strength 1 in absolute dance sense. He retrieved a basin and poured in some laundry detergent, submerging both pairs of trousers. Zhang Chen blinked, puzzled by the absence of a notification. It seemed that only a thorough wash would yield a reward. The reason he had taken the medicine immediately was twofold. He first needed to boil some water, as the refrigerator was stocked only with chilled mineral water. How could a patient consume something so cold? The second reason was that when he had just retrieved the medicine, he suddenly noticed the yoga pants tossed on the sofa, which triggered a maintenance prompt. Zhang Chen was momentarily bewildered. Really? This too? Of course, such a splendid opportunity could not be overlooked. Although the rewards seemed modest, they amounted to 100 yuan. Most importantly, what if there were a critical hit reward? With this thought in mind, Zhang Chen wasted no time and set about washing the trousers. However, after soaking them in detergent, he realized it was futile. They truly needed a proper clean. Nevertheless, he had no time to spare. Teacher Wan was still waiting for her medicine. He couldn't simply leave her waiting. Goodness, that would be utterly absurd. Never mind, he decided, everything for the sake of the reward. Zhang Chen muttered a few words to himself and returned to the living room. The water had yet to boil. He intended to apply the burn ointment and growth factor gel to her first. Other than the burn, Wang Jiao was fine. But she had an electric burn on her hand. Electric shocks can generate high temperatures, which equate to burns. Although the affected area was small, it needed careful treatment. A scar would be undesirable. As Zhang Chen entered with the medicine, he saw Ruan Jiao staring at him with a peculiar expression. "What's wrong?" Zhang Chen asked. Taken aback. Why are you holding my? Ruan Jiao mustered her courage to inquire. "I'm soaking them," Zhang Chen replied. "They still need to be washed later. Don't you think you should avoid any misunderstandings?" Ruan Jiao, her face flushed, questioned again. "Teacher Ruan, do you think it matters this much?" Zhang Chen replied calmly. Ruan Jiao was silent for a long moment, eventually conceding. "Fine, let it be as it may." Observing Ruan Jiao's demeanor, Zhang Chen felt a dryness in his throat. Earlier, in his haste to help, he hadn't given it much thought, but now, upon reflection, wow, what an exhilarating sensation. By the way, should he bring back a couple of pairs for Bai Xiao? He couldn't help but entertain that thought. With Bai Xiao's figure, she would undoubtedly look stunning in them. Noticing that Ruan Jiao had ceased speaking, Zhang Chen took out the ointment and said, "Let us apply the ointment first. Scar's wouldn't look good. I can do it myself." Ruan Jiao insisted. "Allow me to assist you." Zhang Chen offered courteously. "Zhang Chen, I can manage." Ruan Jiao's tone was firm. "Very well." Zhang Chen nodded, yet he still thoughtfully opened the packaging, using the cap to puncture the opening, and squeezed the ointment out, while Ruan Jiao began to spread it on her own. As she applied the ointment, Zhang Chen remained attentive and ready to assist. "Go outside and pour the boiling water into a cup to cool. Then, bring it to her. Personally hand her the medicine and pass her the water. Attend to her with utmost care throughout the process." In her heart, Ruan Jiao felt an indescribable awkwardness. Yet, she had no choice but to accept it. Deep down, she was immensely grateful. Without him, she would have perished. Moreover, his attentiveness was remarkable. "Teacher Ruan, take the medicine and rest for a while," Zhang Chen gently urged. "Are you leaving?" Ruan Jiao couldn't help but inquire. Just moments ago, she wished for his departure, yet now, sensing his intent to leave, she felt a twinge of fear. Typically, she was not this fragile, but having just escaped the clutches of death, she felt uncertain. "With you in this state, how can I feel at ease to leave?" Zhang Chen replied earnestly. "If it weren't for my visit today for repairs, Teacher Ruan, you wouldn't be in such a predicament. It is my responsibility to care for you." Zhang Chen spoke with conviction. Ruan Jiao was momentarily taken aback, thinking to herself that it had nothing to do with him. She was merely taking a normal rest today. Usually, she practiced yoga and engaged in fitness exercises at home. Given her lifestyle, she frequently visited the restroom. It was inevitable that something would occur sooner or later. How could she blame him? Nevertheless, his words warmed her heart. After a moment's hesitation, Ruan Jiao finally asked, "Will this delay your work?" "Work? I'm here for repairs. Not to earn a fortune every second. Teacher Ruan, just rest easy." Zhang Chen replied with a smile. "Well then, there is food at home, and you can watch some television. There's also a computer in the room." Ruan Jiao had even made arrangements. "Hurry and rest. I'm an adult." Zhang Chen found it somewhat strange. Why did she still consider herself a child? Stepping out from the bedroom, Zhang Chen headed straight for the balcony, putting aside everything else. He first aimed to claim his reward, rubbing, wringing, changing water, and continuing to wash. After finishing and drying everything, he blinked, and a pop-up appeared. Repair completed. Critical reward triggered, gaining Strength 1, Absolute Dance Sense. Rewards have been issued. Strength 1 and Absolute Dance Sense? Zhang Chen's eyes widened in astonishment. Incredible! There truly was a critical reward. In the next moment, he felt an inexplicable surge of strength within his body. He simply squeezed his hand and could distinctly feel that his strength had doubled compared to before. Although it sounded rather mystical, Zhang Chen could genuinely sense it. Was Strength 1 really that formidable? He was utterly astonished. Just a slight increase in strength, and it had doubled? Furthermore, his physique had not changed. He still bore the same figure without transforming into a bulky fitness enthusiast. This was perfect. To be honest, he had always despised the rigid, muscular physiques of fitness enthusiasts. They lacked beauty. How splendid it was to be like he was now. Six-pack abs. Wait, did he have abs? Oh my. His physique had become even more perfect. After adjusting his posture a couple of times, Zhang Chen felt quite satisfied. A sense of bewilderment crept into his heart. This teacher Ruan was quite like Bai Xiao, both being extraordinary individuals adept at accumulating rewards. In just half a day's time. How many rewards had he earned from teacher Ruan? Fortune indeed. Yet, could this be the essence of dance? Zhang Chen interpreted it literally. Could it mean that one learned any form of dance with remarkable swiftness? With this thought, he took out his phone and casually searched for a dance video. He watched it intently once, then replayed it. Setting his phone aside, He visualized the dance moves in his mind. Suddenly, his body began to move in sync. Astonishing. What a smooth sensation. He could actually dance, and moreover, he danced exceptionally well. Chapter 027. The Yoga Instructor with a Craving for Dumplings. Tap dance. Contemporary dance. Jazz. Tango. Latin. I watched several dance videos in succession, each one mastered with a single viewing. It was as if every movement was executed with precise control. Is this what one calls an innate sense of rhythm? Remarkable. The dancers in these videos have undoubtedly devoted immense effort to attain such proficiency. Yet, here was Zhang Chen, endowed with an extraordinary sense of rhythm, instantly transforming into a dance virtuoso. What an exhilarating sensation. He felt a bit sweaty. Zhang Chen stretched his body a little, but refrained from continuing to dance. Dancing alone seemed rather pointless. He decided to wait until teacher Juan was fully recovered, as there would be an opportunity to dance with her. After all, aren't their partner exercises and fitness routines as well? Returning to the living room, Zhang Chen paused outside the bedroom and listened. No sound emerged, indicating that she must be asleep. He glanced at the clock and realized that, after all the commotion, it was already 3 in the afternoon, and he had yet to eat lunch. However, he was not the only one who had skipped a meal. Wang Jiao had not eaten either. But since she was asleep and he wasn't particularly hungry, he decided to wait a bit longer. He fetched the mop from the bathroom and began to clean the floor. Afterward, he found a cloth to wipe down the coffee table. Finally, he removed the sofa cover and took it to wash, hanging it up to dry once it was clean. By the time he finished all these tasks, it was already 4 o'clock. Zhang Chen finally sat down to rest. At 5 o'clock, Wang Jiao awoke, roused by her hunger. After a morning of yoga and aerobic exercises, she had expended considerable energy. An unexpected trip to the hospital had further delayed her appetite, and upon returning, she hadn't felt hungry at all. Now, however, she remembered that she had skipped lunch. Listening intently, she noticed some activity outside, confirming that Zhang Chen had not left yet. Wang Jiao let out a sigh of relief. She refrained from speaking and instead stood up to test her condition. After several hours of rest, she felt much improved, aside from some lingering aches. Her mobility had largely returned. Stepping out of her room, she found Zhang Chen sitting on the sofa, engrossed in his phone. Observing the sofa, she noted that the cover had been removed and the coffee table tidied. Hearing her footsteps, Zhang Chen looked up in surprise. Teacher Juan, you're awake? Yes. Wang Jiao nodded. Zhang Chen immediately stood up, ready to assist her. No need. I'm fine. Wang Jiao quickly declined his offer and walked over to the sofa, sitting down slowly. Really? You seem fine? Zhang Chen inquired with genuine concern, his expression revealing skepticism. Almost back to normal, though I still feel a bit numb at times. Wang Jiao explained. By the way, you haven't had lunch either, have you? Should we order takeout? She suggested. Recalling that Zhang Chen had rushed to the hospital to help her and likely hadn't eaten. No need for takeout. I noticed you have plenty of ingredients in the fridge. We can cook something instead. Zhang Chen replied. Wang Jiao was taken aback. But I'm still unwell. While being frugal is commendable, it is not necessary to skimp on this matter. After all, no one is preventing you from purchasing. Teacher Juan, let us eat dumplings. Zhang Chen suddenly interjected. How did you know? She instinctively responded, only to immediately silence herself. At that moment, she was particularly craving the dumplings her mother made. Why would Zhang Chen also express a desire for the same? Was it mere coincidence? It felt rather peculiar. Of course, it was primarily due to her current state. How about making dumplings? Oh, Teacher Juan also wants dumplings? That is splendid, Zhang Chen exclaimed, rolling up his sleeves. I see there's meat and vegetables in the fridge, and rice and flour in the cupboard. It's the perfect opportunity to showcase my skills. What? You're going to cook? Wang Jiao replied in astonishment. Could it be that you actually know how to make them? Zhang Chen chuckled. Just sit back and wait to eat. Really? You can make dumplings? Wang Jiao appeared incredulous. In this day and age, freshly graduated university students who can cook for themselves are exceedingly rare, let alone those skilled enough to make dumplings. Moreover, isn't it generally easier to simply order takeout when one craves dumplings? Why take on such a hassle? Are you underestimating me? Fear not, Teacher Juan. My culinary skills are exceptional. Zhang Chen was filled with enthusiasm. His mastery in cooking longed for an opportunity to shine. Since acquiring these skills, he had been eager to demonstrate them, but had yet to find the chance. Furthermore, a repair task had just refreshed, and now it was pressing upon Wang Jiao's mind. Yoga teacher who craves dumplings. Nothing tastes better than dumplings, and nothing is more enjoyable than a teacher. Dumplings are my favorite. I long to indulge. Repair reward, 1,000 yuan, 8,000. That is no small sum. To earn 1,000 just for making a meal of dumplings? What need is there for takeout? With his skills, he could have the dumplings prepared before the delivery arrives. Besides, his hands were itching to begin. Wang Zhao appeared skeptical, yet her curiosity piqued as she watched him enter the kitchen. He retrieved pork from the fridge, placed it in water to thaw, and then took out green onions and white radish. In his mind, countless methods of preparing dumplings coursed through him. But given the ingredients at hand, he would naturally make the common pork, green onion, and radish filling, though he had not been adept at cooking before. Now the steps were crystal clear in his mind, and his movements were remarkably swift. Each action flowed seamlessly as if guided by muscle memory. Executed with astonishing speed and without a hint of hesitation. Wang Zhao, intrigued, watched intently, and then she was taken aback. Zhang Chen's speed in handling the white radish and green onions was impressive, but what truly astounded her was his knife skills, which were far from ordinary. In less than a minute, with a deft flick of his wrist, he had skillfully chopped the green onions and white radish into fine pieces. The entire process unfolded with an effortless grace, akin to a seasoned culinary maestro. You might think that preparing vegetables is simple, yet witness how he deftly carves the meat. Each slice descends with unparalleled precision, resembling not merely the act of chopping, but rather an artful dissection. In a mere minute, an entire piece of pork is reduced to fragments. The subsequent tasks of seasoning the filling and kneading the dough reveal nothing short of exquisite craftsmanship, even exuding a subtle sense of artistry. What is most astonishing is his ability to multitask with remarkable finesse, simultaneously kneading the dough and adjusting the flavors. Remarkably, less than 10 minutes have elapsed since his entry into the kitchen, and the dough has already been meticulously prepared. The subsequent stages of rolling and wrapping proceed with even greater speed. He rolls with one hand, and in the blink of an eye, half of the dough has vanished. The wrapping is executed with similar swiftness, as if he has mastered a technique that produces phantoms of motion. She watches in sheer amazement, pondering when this young man acquired such skill. As the dumpling filling is completed, the last piece of dough is perfectly utilized, neither too much nor too little. Even more astonishingly, the water has just reached a boil. With wide eyes, Wang Zhao glances at the clock. Nearly 20 minutes have passed. The precision of the entire process borders on the surreal. Could it truly be mere coincidence that the water boiled just as he finished wrapping? Calculated to such a degree? It seems implausible. Even a master chef at a state banquet might struggle to achieve such exactness. Chapter 28. Floating rewards, up to 100,000. Come, Teacher Wan. Savor my culinary skills. Zhang Chen exclaimed excitedly as he placed the dumplings on the table. Ever since he attained master-level cooking abilities, this was his inaugural display of such talent. It must be noted that the process of cooking was indeed seamless. Previously, the mere thought of preparing a meal would overwhelm him with a sense of tedium. He never knew where to begin. Yet this time, whether it was chopping vegetables, mixing fillings, or rolling dough, his hands moved in perfect synchrony with his thoughts, guided solely by muscle memory. It was astonishing, especially the experience of folding dumplings with one hand, an exhilarating feeling. Now that he had completed the task, he felt an inexplicable confidence in the flavor of his creation, a self-assuredness that emanated from deep within. Observing Zhang Chen's enthusiasm, Wang Zhao eagerly picked up a dumpling and took a bite. It was slightly too hot, but the taste was absolutely divine. Her eyes sparkled with delight. Delicious. If you were to open a dumpling shop, the business would surely thrive. I must try one too. Upon hearing her praise, Zhang Chen sampled the dumpling himself. Wow, he exclaimed, unable to contain his admiration. These dumplings were far superior to those available on the market. Of course, this was not the pinnacle of flavor. It was simply due to the lack of essential ingredients in the kitchen. Otherwise, he could have crafted something even more delectable. Quite good. Zhang Chen nodded, though quite good hardly captured the essence of the dish. Wang Zhao replied earnestly, I adore dumplings and have made them myself, yet my skills do not compare to yours. How did you achieve this flavor? She regarded Zhang Chen with curiosity, her chopsticks never pausing, devouring the dumplings one after another. It's quite simple. It just requires the right proportions. Zhang Chen explained. Proportions, indeed. Wang Zhao smiled. Yes, precisely. When it comes to cooking, mastering proportions is a profound art. Zhang Chen continued. I initially visited the hospital craving my mother's dumplings. Yet I never anticipated that I would find yours to be far superior. In terms of flavor, his mother's cooking could not compete with his own. However, the taste ingrained in his memories could not be replicated. It was tied to nostalgia, unrelated to culinary skill. Enjoy them while they last. Whenever you crave something different, feel free to seek me out. Zhang Chen offered. Oh, indeed. You could also come and cook at my place, Ruan Jiao suddenly suggested. With such remarkable culinary skills, you need not limit yourself to being a repairman. This could also be a lucrative endeavor. All right, then, if you assist me in managing the business, I shall come to your place daily to cook. Zhang Chen replied casually. Daily? Are you trying to drain my finances? Wan Jiao retorted playfully. I'll do it for free, Zhang Chen declared. Wan Jiao paused in surprise. What do you mean? Was he implying that after graduation, she would no longer be a student? Did he harbor intentions toward her? Such thoughts were rather audacious. Yet, recalling today's encounter with him made her feel somewhat awkward. Stop joking. What kind of relationship do we have? And free of charge? Wan Jiao shyly murmured, her voice lacking conviction. What else could the teacher-student relationship be? Zhang Chen gazed at her, a mischievous smile playing on his lips. Wan Jiao responded. Oh, so you're trying to tease your teacher now? She thought to herself. I must suppress this unsettling notion of his. Age is not the issue, status certainly is. Teacher Wan, you're overthinking it. You're 3 years older than me. And I prefer the youth. Zhang Chen stated earnestly. What? Is 3 years too much? There are plenty of wives older than their husbands out there. Wan Jiao instinctively retorted. All right, you're right, Teacher Wan. I do like you. Zhang Chen replied. Wan Jiao thought to herself, this guy is setting a trap for himself. And yet I voluntarily stepped right into it. Why am I even arguing with him? He is so glib and eloquent at school. The longer this goes on, the more awkward it becomes for me. She glanced at Zhang Chen with a complex expression and thought, just eat your dumplings. Zhang Chen chuckled, his objective achieved. What objective? You might ask. Ambiguity, of course. What else could it be? This is called taking gradual steps, advancing little by little. Without ambiguity, how can one progress? A little mischief is appropriate. It only enhances the allure for a good woman like Teacher Wan. Why not indulge in it? Naturally, everything must be done in moderation. Hearing her say that, he ceased his flirtations and focused on his meal. Ruan Jiao was no different. In no time, nearly all the dumplings were devoured. Meanwhile, Zhang Chen blinked and summoned a notification window. Repairs completed. Rewards successfully distributed. A solitary notification appeared, accompanied by a sudden text message. All right then, no critical hit reward. But it's not a loss either. 1,000 yuan is still something. After finishing the dumplings, Zhang Chen tidied the kitchen thoroughly. The clock had now struck past 6. If he didn't tea leave soon, it would be inappropriate. Teacher Wan, take care of your injury. I'll be heading out now. Don't worry about the wire replacement. I'll buy the materials in the next couple of days and come help you. Zhang Chen stood up, simultaneously scheduling his next visit. Yes, replacing the thing is quite a task. I'm sure there will be rewards then. Moreover, even without rewards, there is still Wan Jiao, right? Only through contact can there be progress. If we don't meet, good things can turn sour. All right, thank you for your help today, Wan Jiao said politely. No need for thanks. I'll take my leave now. With that, he opened the door and departed. After Zhang Chen left, Wan Jiao looked around the empty room. Her heart, which had been racing, finally calmed down. Suddenly, she seemed to remember something and glanced towards the balcony. Upon seeing her yoga pants swaying on the drying rack, her face flushed instantly. She found it quite strange. Why did he wash them for her? Was it truly merely out of concern for oneself, unable to wash due to illness, and purely out of a desire to help? Is such a motive genuinely so simple? It cannot be. Descending the stairs and exiting the neighborhood, Zhang Chen found himself amidst the bustling traffic of the street. His mood was exceptionally exuberant today, having garnered bountiful rewards, 2 critical strikes, and 3 mysterious gifts. Whether it was a boost in strength, an enhanced sense of rhythm, or the remarkable ability to discharge energy, it was nothing short of miraculous. He pondered whether, with further enhancement, he might transform into a superhero, perhaps even capable of flight. Time to return. The thought of energy discharge cells reminded him of the neighbor lady, who could emit electricity. Other areas. He hurried home to experiment. Zhang Chen's heart raced with anticipation as he hailed a taxi, heading straight back to his community. Lin, why do you seem so distracted? After work, Yue noticed Zhong Lin in front of the bicycle shed, looking somewhat dazed. She appeared lost in thought, oblivious to her surroundings. Huh? No, not at all. Zhong Lin snapped back to reality and quickly shook her head. If I hadn't called you, you might not have even noticed me standing right in front of you. Yue remarked. Just thinking about a few things, nothing significant. Zhong Lin offered a nervous laugh. All right, let us hurry back. It's getting late. Yue urged, aware that Zhang Lin lived quite far away. And it was safe for a girl to be out alone at this hour. Zhang Lin nodded but remained stationary. After a good 10 meters, Yue turned back to see her gazing at the electric bike, seemingly in a quandary. A moment of realization struck her. Oh, it seems you forgot your keys? Last night, Zhang Chen had ridden it back, but after a whole day at work, he hadn't appeared in the lobby. Did he borrow the bike and not return the keys? How will you get home? Thus, she approached her again. Lin, did you forget your keys? Yue inquired. Huh? How did you know, Sister Yue? Zhang Lin was taken aback. I saw Zhang Chen riding your little electric bike back last night. He hasn't shown up in the lobby today, so he must not have given you the keys. Yue gazed at her curiously, internally yearning to uncover what had transpired between the two of them yesterday. However, it seemed inappropriate to appear overly concerned. Indeed, I wonder where he has disappeared to. Zhang Lin complained. Didn't you call him? Yue asked. I did, but he didn't answer. Zhang Lin lied, having not called at all. The events of the previous day haunted her. She had struggled with insomnia, tossing and turning, lacking energy at work today. She had expected him to reach out. Having ruminated over it all day, rehearsing how to convey her feelings without revealing her nervousness. Yet, to her surprise, he hadn't come at all. A flicker of frustration welled within her, though she couldn't quite pinpoint the cause. In that moment, riding on his back had felt entirely natural. Why was she so affected? How could one remain indifferent? At school, she never even held hands, let alone rode on anyone's neck. It truly left her feeling quite anxious. As for Zhang Chen, he was no better. Yue remarked with a hint of sarcasm. Glancing at the time, she decided, all right, come to my house. You won't need to return tonight. Really? Thank you, Sister Yue. Zhang Lin exclaimed with excitement. It's not your first time staying at my place. Why the enthusiasm? Yue responded, slightly exasperated. Well, I can save on taxi fare, and I can sleep in a bit longer tomorrow. Of course, I'm excited. Zhang Lin replied joyfully. Yue shook her head in resignation. Zhang Lin was a bit carefree, yet her personality was quite endearing. She rather liked her. After all, she lived alone with plenty of room. Let's go. I'll prepare dinner, Yue announced. Hey. Zhang Lin grinned as she followed Yue home. In room 801 of building 3, Zhang Lin changed into slippers upon entering. Yue washed her hands and busied herself in the kitchen, planning to whip up a simple egg noodle dish. Since it was not Zhang Lin's first visit, she could do as she pleased. Zhang Lin, aware of her limited culinary skills, decided to help with the cleaning instead. She grabbed a mop and was just about to start when she noticed a pair of stockings fluttering on the drying rack in the balcony. Stockings were common. She had purchased them before. However, she had never seen such a poorly stitched pair. Immediately, she recognized them as the ones Zhang Chen had taken from Yue and returned. She recalled witnessing Zhang Chen sneakily return those stockings to Yue. At the time, she found it quite astonishing and somewhat perplexing. Why return such a tattered item? And why was it stitched in such an unsightly manner? Any other woman would have discarded such stockings without a second thought. Yet, Yue had washed and hung them to dry? Was she planning to keep them? This situation certainly raised suspicions about their relationship. Just yesterday, Zhang Chen, Lin. At that moment, Yue emerged from the kitchen. Noticing Zhang Lin preparing to mop the floor, she hurried over, her expression shifting upon seeing Zhang Lin's gaze fixed on the stockings. In a flurry, she rushed to retrieve the dried stockings. Only after collecting them did she realize that Zhang Lin was unaware of Zhang Chen's involvement with the stockings. Why was she so flustered? Regaining her composure, she smiled and explained, they were already dry, so I took them in. Zhang Lin observed Yue's sudden change in demeanor, finding it increasingly suspicious. With a curious glint in her eye, she asked, Sister, aren't those the ones that got torn yesterday? Why are they stitched up? Did you do it? Yes, just practicing my sewing skills. Yue replied with a casual smile. Zhang Lin's mind raced with thoughts. Something was definitely amiss. Yue's evident anxiety suggested that there was more to the story. However, who could resist the charm of a little puppy? It must be acknowledged that Zhang Chen indeed embodies the aesthetic that captivates women, regardless of age. Both young girls and mature ladies find him appealing. Don't bother with the floor. It was just cleaned yesterday. Please wait on the sofa for a moment. Dinner will be ready shortly, Yue remarked as she first returned to her room to put away her stockings before heading to the kitchen to continue cooking. It's no trouble. I can clean it again more thoroughly after you, Zhang Lin replied as she began mopping the floor. Yet, she couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. Standing by the door next door, Zhang Chen still hadn't made his purchase. It wasn't that he didn't want to. It was simply too early in the process. It wouldn't be appropriate to have his lady dress up in costumes just yet. He preferred to take things slowly as they grew more acquainted. Of course, what mattered was that Zhang Chen possessed the ability to generate electricity. He had tested it while out and discovered that it wasn't just his palms that could emit electric currents. Every part of his body was capable. Furthermore, he could control the discharge's current and voltage with remarkable precision, allowing him to release a significant surge instantly, enough to create an electric arc or even be lethal. Conversely, he could also reduce the current to a fine, stimulating level that posed no threat whatsoever. Knock, knock, knock. A gentle rap on the door heralded the arrival of someone. The door swung open to reveal Bai Xiao clad in alluring sleepwear, gazing at him with longing eyes. Zhang Chen's eyes sparkled, not solely due to her attire, but also because her maintenance information had just been updated. Moreover, the maintenance reward ranged from 30,000 to a staggering 100,000. Was this reward not utterly outrageous? Tongzi Gu. Chapter 29. The critical hit reward is doubled. Glancing at the time, Zhang Chen was astonished to see that it was already 4 o'clock. Has so much time truly passed? He mused contentedly. Time flies by so swiftly. Surely, this is sufficient. With that thought, he summoned a pop-up notification. Repairs have been excessively completed. Critical hit reward triggered. Maximum reward doubled. Rewards have been issued. Excessively completed? Zhang Chen was overjoyed. Maximum reward doubled. This implies. As he contemplated, a chime sounded. He quickly seized his phone and unlocked the screen. A staggering 200,000 had been credited. Wow. Zhang Chen couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. Brother Tongzi is incredible. As dawn broke, it was 6 o'clock. Bai Xiao had no inclination to move, staring blankly at the ceiling for a while, turning her head to glance outside. She noted the sky was just beginning to lighten. It was likely still before 8. Her gaze fell upon the small wolf dog beside her, and her cheeks flushed slightly. I seem to have stumbled upon a treasure, she thought joyfully. However, how am I supposed to go to work? With some difficulty, she managed to rise. Bai Xiao decided to get a drink of water. As she turned and saw Zhang Chen sleeping, she couldn't help but smile, bending down to kindly adjust his blanket before stepping out. Gulping down 2 bottles of mineral water, Bai Xiao returned to the room. Sis, cough cough. My condition has suddenly worsened, and I can't make it to work. May I request another day off? Cough cough, all right. Thank you, sis. Tomorrow will definitely be fine. Cough. Observing Bai Xiao, who was feigning illness on the sofa, Zhang Chen chuckled and said with a grin, Sis, are you not going to work again? Bai Xiao shot him a glare, exasperated. How could I possibly go to work looking like this? Kiki. Zhang Chen beamed with pride. Bai Xiao, unable to resist her curiosity at his triumphant expression, asked, I felt as if you were electrified yesterday. What was that about? Electrified? What do you mean, sis? Zhang Chen feigned ignorance. It was as if you were radiating static electricity, Bai Xiao replied, her face turning crimson, unable to articulate it more clearly. Impossible, sis. You must believe in science, Zhang Chen said earnestly. Bai Xiao paused for a moment. Indeed, she was well educated. How could one possibly be electrified? That would be rather fantastical. But she had genuinely felt it. Oh well, perhaps I am overthinking it. Bai Xiao shook her head. At that moment, a knock echoed from outside the door. Hello, food delivery, came the voice of the delivery person. I'll go open the door, Zhang Chen announced. Wait. Bai Xiao quickly stopped him, then called out to the delivery person, please leave it outside. Sure, remember to give a 5-star review. The delivery person, unfazed, responded, as many customers had similar requests. Not a problem, Bai Xiao said, and then waited a moment longer. After confirming that the person had left, Bai Xiao said to Zhang Chen, now we can proceed. Come on, sister, there's no need to be so cautious. Zhang Chen replied, that's not an option, our matters must remain confidential. Bai Xiao shook her head, her expression darkening as she added, I'm not divorced yet. Really? Are you planning to get a divorce? Zhang Chen's eyes lit up. If I don't divorce, what does our situation amount to? Bai Xiao fixed her gaze on him, stating, I don't want to live in secrecy anymore. What about your brother-in-law? Zhang Chen felt a bit awkward. Honestly, he doesn't mind the fact that I'm not divorced. To be fair, there are advantages to this arrangement. At least the neighbor won't be spreading rumors, which saves us a great deal of trouble. Besides, Bai Xiao's husband is often away, hardly returning home even once a year. It's likely he has established a life of his own elsewhere. Yet it is quite strange. Under normal circumstances, they should have divorced by now, especially since there are no children involved. Upon hearing Zhang Chen's comments, Bai Xiao sighed and shook her head, not wishing to elaborate further. Judging by her expression, It seemed there were deeper issues at play. Zhang Chen smiled and reassured her. Sister, there's no need to worry about that. It will be resolved in due time. After all, you can't escape from me. What are you talking about? I'm starving. Let us eat first. Bai Xiao said, her cheeks flushed as she tried to maintain her composure. Kiki. Zhang Chen grinned mischievously. Chapter 30. The Broken Strap. Zhonglin, could you please mend it for me? After leaving the neighbor's house, I returned home, and it was already 10 o'clock. I took out my phone and called Teacher Wan. The phone rang 3 times before it connected. Teacher Wan, how are you feeling today? Is there any improvement? Zhang Chen inquired with concern. Much better. Teacher Ruan's voice was calm. Yet, Zhang Chen couldn't help but recall the cough cough. He quickly dismissed these errant thoughts. Please take good care of yourself, Teacher Ruan. I'll prepare the materials in the next couple of days and replace the circuit to avoid a repeat of the previous incident. All right, thank you. Teacher Ruan's tone remained steady, but unbeknownst to Zhang Chen, her face was flushed with embarrassment. The incident had been exceedingly awkward, and just thinking about it made her feel unfortunate. Why so formal, Teacher Wan? Zhang Chen chuckled, advising, there are some dumplings in the fridge. You can boil them if you're hungry. It's quite convenient. If you need more, let me know, and I'll come over to make some for you. No need. Focus on your own matters. You have to earn money and shouldn't always be preoccupied with me. Teacher Wan replied, though her face betrayed a hint of redness. Why does that sound so peculiar? I earn enough, Teacher Wan. You've been injured, and as your student, it's only natural for me to be concerned. It's no trouble at all. Zhang Chen laughed. If I don't pay attention to you, how can I earn rewards? Maintaining the sacred body of repair is no trivial matter. Just look at how many things have gone awry with you. Teacher Wan remained silent for a moment before responding with a simple After urging him to work hard and strive for progress, she ended the call. What a spirited Teacher Wan. Zhang Chen couldn't help but picture her in yoga pants. At that moment, his phone rang again. He was startled. Is Teacher Wan calling back? But upon checking, it was Zhang Lin. He paused, and the image of yoga pants shifted to Zhang Lin. If this junior were to wear yoga pants, she would certainly look quite impressive as well. He tapped the answer button. On the other end, Zhong Lin was irate. Zhang Chen, what are you doing? Aren't you coming down? Coming down? For what? Zhang Chen replied, puzzled. My electric scooter's key. Zhong Lin gritted her teeth in frustration. How could he forget? Oh no. I completely forgot. I'm really sorry. I'll be right down. Zhang Chen suddenly recalled that he had ridden her scooter back last time. He had intended to leave the key at the property management office the next day. But after a delightful evening with the neighbor, and then meeting Teacher Wan the following day, he had completely forgotten. No wonder the girl had sounded so fierce earlier. Retrieving the key, Zhang Chen swiftly closed the door and descended the stairs. Upon reaching the property management office, he found Zhong Lin waiting at the entrance, her expression dark. Ahem, I apologize for the oversight. I have been rather preoccupied. Zhang Chen sheepishly pressed the key into her hand, offering an awkward smile. Zhong Lin shot him a glare. Yet for reasons unknown, her cheeks flushed slightly. Even her gaze seemed to waver. Nevertheless, her words were sharp. Where have you been gallivanting off to that you could forget this? My apologies, it was my oversight. Allow me to treat you to dinner. Choose any lobster or abalone you desire, and do not hold back on my account. Zhang Chen declared with a flourish. TSK, having just earned 200,000. What was wrong with being extravagant? With such a pace of earning, becoming a millionaire was merely a matter of time. Are you serious? Zhang Lin was taken aback. Although she had not chosen anything too extravagant during his last treat, it had still cost a fair amount. How could he offer again? Lobster and abalone? Those delicacies were rather pricey. Could a single meal cost several thousand? Yet, observing his demeanor, he seemed earnest. However, recalling his previous invitation made her anxious. Of course. I am serious. Zhang Chen nodded. I have made quite a bit lately, so seize this opportunity. Pfft, made quite a bit? Who doesn't he know you work as a repairman? Zhang Lin scoffed. Zhang Chen was left speechless. After her remark, she noticed his expression was one of shock. Suddenly, realization dawned upon her. Oh no, the reputation of repairman was hardly glorious, and here she was, mocking him? He too possessed a sense of pride. Hastily, she cleared her throat and said, I apologize. I should not have said that. Being a repairman is still a job, and there is no distinction in labor. I too am merely a small intern. Zhang Chen looked at her with confusion. Not so? How did you sense my irritation? I merely glanced at Yue and momentarily lost my focus. The main issue was, today, Yue wore stockings again, this time in a nude hue. Although still in her work attire, the style accentuated her commanding presence. I'm not angry. What are you saying? Will you accompany me or not? Zhang Chen asked directly. Of course, why wouldn't I? You're the one paying. Zhong Lin replied promptly. After all, one should not refuse a free meal. Abalone and lobster are my favorites. Besides, it's your way of making amends for causing me to lack my keys for riding. Very well, then you shall ride with me on my electric scooter after work. Zhang Chen proposed. Absolutely not. Zhong Lin's sudden reaction startled Zhang Chen. What? Why such a strong reaction? Seeing him look bewildered, Zhong Lin's heart raced. Her mind was flooded with memories of the time she had taken him along, recalling the slip-up that made her blush even now. You carry me. You are too heavy for me to manage. Zhong Lin found an excuse. Weren't you doing just fine? Zhang Chen retorted, casting a glance at her. Despite the lack of change in her attire, it still exuded a certain charm. However, it seems that these trousers are a tad too tight. I told you to take me along, otherwise, I shall not go. Zhang Lin huffed. Not going? Just as well, that saves me a meal. Zhang Chen retorted. Zhang Chen. Zhang Lin fumed, her teeth clenching in frustration. Why must this person speak in such an infuriating manner? Fine, I shall acquiesce. I will accompany you. But you must choose the location, for I am quite unfamiliar with high-end restaurants. Zhang Chen chuckled. Zhang Lin shot him a glare. Mischievous scoundrel, clearly teasing her. Let us discuss this after work. I must attend to my duties now. Zhong Lin, wishing to say no more, turned to leave. Just as she did, a maintenance pop-up suddenly appeared on her shoulder. Broken strap, too heavy, the impact was too great. I have been torn apart. Who can save me? Repair reward. 500 yuan. What the? Zhang Chen's eyes sparkled with excitement. Finally, a refresh. He had been so busy yesterday and had not seen any pop-ups on Zhong Lin. Now, one had finally appeared. However, what does too heavy even mean? The impact was too great. What on earth is that? After a moment of reflection, he realized. Oh, I see. Seriously, Brother Tongzi, must you do this? Hosiery could find an excuse, but this strap certainly cannot be attributed to Zhong Lin herself, can it? How on earth is this to be repaired? Chapter 31. Zhong Lin blushes. You scoundrel. As Zhong Lin was about to leave, Zhang Chen was unwilling to relinquish this splendid opportunity. It was not merely a matter of seeking advantage. Primarily, he was motivated by the allure of potential rewards. The sum of 500 yuan was inconsequential. Yet the prospect of a critical reward was of utmost significance. Instinctively, he called out, Wait, I have something to discuss. Zhong Lin turned her head to glance at him. Momentarily taken aback. Turn around. Zhang Chen commanded. Turn around? Zhong Lin questioned, perplexed, but obediently faced away from him. Then, she heard the sound of his footsteps approaching from behind. In that instant, a wave of anxiety washed over her. What was he planning to do? Suddenly, a memory of his previous slip on the electric scooter flashed through her mind. No way. Zhong Lin's heart raced. Just as she was about to refuse, she heard Zhang Chen mutter, Hey, your strap is broken. Zhong Lin thought to herself, Of course I know my strap is broken. It snapped when I was descending the stairs earlier. However, since the other strap was intact, it did not pose an immediate issue, and she intended to address it later. Moreover, this strap is concealed beneath my clothing. How could he have seen it? Instinctively, she covered her left shoulder and shot him a glare. Stop looking over there. Zhang Chen scratched his head, pondering how to articulate his words. Observing his demeanor, Zhong Lin's face flushed crimson as she tightened her grip, adopting a defensive stance. Hey, don't be nervous. I merely need your assistance with something, Zhang Chen boldly declared. For the sake of the critical reward, he was willing to risk it all. What assistance? Zhong Lin asked, her expression laced with confusion. What did it have to do with her strap? I've recently taken up sewing, and it just so happens that I have some materials. Your strap is broken, so I thought I could fix it for you. Zhang Chen replied with a cheerful grin. Zhong Lin's eyes widened in disbelief. What? Are you serious? You're learning to sew. Go home and sew your own fabric. Why would you want to fix my strap? His excuse seemed utterly flimsy, and she found it hard to believe he had no ulterior motive. However, Zhang Chen's proposition sparked a thought. Could he have used a similar pretext to acquire Sister Yi Wei's stockings? But my strap is not comparable to Sister Yi Wei's stockings. You scoundrel! Zhong Lin exclaimed, her face aflame with embarrassment as she turned and fled. Zhang Chen sighed in frustration. How could he possibly succeed? Just as he wallowed in disappointment, Yi Wei emerged from the service hall and approached him, her brow furrowed in curiosity. What did you say to her? Why did she run off blushing? I called out to her, but she ignored me. Nothing much, just invited her to dinner. She must be shy. Zhang Chen replied listlessly. He lamented internally what a splendid opportunity it had been. Speaking of which, Brother Tong really ought to provide a more favorable repair task. Do you wish to pursue Lin Lin? Yi Wei furrowed her brow. Isn't it so? You pursue Lin Lin, yet you provoke me? Truly a scoundrel. Oh, thank her for lending me the little electric scooter. Zhang Chen offered an explanation. Upon hearing this, Yi Wei's mood instantly brightened, though she could not quite fathom why. Nonetheless, she felt quite pleased. Oh, by the way, sister, do you have any business for me? Zhang Chen inquired. The current venture is insufficient. We must expand our business scope. Since she has come out, it is, of course, necessary to ask. However, his mischievous gaze, an old habit, was once again at play. Yi Wei, renowned for her exquisite legs, was indeed a goddess of stockings. Her legs were straight and beautiful, comparable to a model's. Dressed in stockings, she exuded an air of sophistication. While flesh-colored stockings may not possess the allure of black ones, they carry a distinct charm. Yi Wei was acutely aware of where his gaze lingered, yet she pretended to be oblivious. In fact, she subtly adjusted her legs, as if by accident, to showcase her advantages. No, we haven't received many requests from our property management. Primarily, they do not place much trust in you. All right then. Zhang Chen shrugged, indifferent. After all, he had already earned quite a bit. In just a few days, he had nearly amassed 500,000 in savings. Earning over $1 million in a month seemed effortless. Yet, to Yi Wei, Zhang Chen appeared to be somewhat self-destructive. Thus, she comforted him, do not worry. Matters of business take time. Over time, as clients accumulate, things will naturally improve. Thank you, sister. Zhang Chen nodded, his gaze sweeping over her form, though he found no maintenance tasks and felt a twinge of disappointment. Speaking of which, if he were to deliberately tear her stockings, would there be any reward for maintenance? Perhaps not. That would be cheating. Nevertheless, this thought led him back to the image of Teacher Wan. If her yoga pants were worn by Yi Wei, astonishing. With her beautiful legs paired with yoga pants, it would be a visual feast. Zhang Chen, enough already. Why do you keep staring? Yi Wei, noticing his unwavering gaze and his lack of discretion, couldn't help but shoot him a glare. What can I say, sister? You are simply too beautiful. If I do not look, wouldn't that imply I'm not a man? Or perhaps blind? But I can clearly see and naturally appreciate your beauty. Zhang Chen rambled, leaving Yi Wei speechless. His silver tongue was truly remarkable. All right, I have some matters to attend to. I will keep an eye out for maintenance tasks. I'm leaving now. With that, she turned on her heel and walked away, ignoring him. Zhang Chen watched her retreating figure, unable to resist comparing her to the neighbor. TSK. They are quite evenly matched. It wasn't until her silhouette vanished from sight that Zhang Chen withdrew his gaze. Leave? That was certainly out of the question. He needed to pursue Zhang Lin. Though she had a sharp tongue, she was quite kind-hearted. Who knows, there might be an opportunity. But he did not rush over immediately. Instead, he returned home first to gather his sewing materials. It was better to be prepared than to be caught unawares. Meanwhile, at that moment, Zhang Lin. She was daydreaming behind the service desk, her heartbeat still racing. Yet, he had gone too far. How could he speak so bluntly in front of her? Could he not be more tactful? Perhaps then, she might have been inclined to agree. No, absolutely not. As the unsettling thought crossed her mind, Zhang Lin quickly shook her head in denial. That notion was simply too terrifying. Just then, the glass door swung open. She looked up to find that annoying rogue striding toward her. Why are you still following me? Zhang Lin felt a wave of numbness wash over her. Zhang Chen, surveying the surroundings to ensure no one was watching, produced a needle and thread with a serious expression. You're still at work. And I imagine the broken strap is quite uncomfortable. If someone were to see, he trailed off, clearly reluctant to let that happen. He then added, I brought this from home just for you. I'll fix it quickly. It won't take more than a few seconds. Zhang Lin's eyes widened in disbelief. She had never expected this shameless fellow would dare to pursue her so boldly. And, you don't want to? Who do you think you were to say that? Zhang Chen. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. She slammed her hand on the table and stood up abruptly. As a result, an unexpected incident occurred. Chapter 032. Hand me the needle and thread. I shall mend the straps myself. For a brief moment, she was taken aback. Zhang Lin hastily covered herself and sternly admonished Zhang Chen, forbidding him to look. Zhang Chen appeared somewhat bewildered. What? I didn't see anything at all. You're still wearing a shirt. Look, I told you it would slip down. His gaze was innocent as he held up the needle and thread. Zhang Lin felt both embarrassed and speechless, pondering. I covered up quickly. Surely you didn't see anything. Simultaneously, she felt a surge of anger at herself for slamming the table. As she glanced at the needle and thread, She truly could not discern whether this fellow was purposely taking liberties or genuinely concerned for her well-being. Turn around, seeing her gaze fixed intently upon him. Her cheeks flushed like an apple. Zhang Chen stepped forward. Stop, Zhang Lin called out urgently. Zhang Chen halted naturally, yet continued to reason. I'm merely helping you stitch it. You won't see anything, at most just your shoulder. We're adults, what is there to fear? Zhang Lin found herself both amused and exasperated by his twisted logic. Who doesn't he know what you're after? You want to take a peek? When we truly start dating, I'll let you see freely. But right now, absolutely not. Why am I even thinking like this? Her mind was in disarray. However, the prospect of Zhang Chen helping her with the sewing was entirely out of the question. Yet, not mending it was not an option either. Give it to me. I will manage. She extended one hand towards Zhang Chen, while the other still supported herself. Zhang Chen paused for a moment. Oh, right. Her straps need my assistance. Yet there was no rule stating it had to be done by her own hand. As long as it was properly stitched. Wouldn't it be repaired? It seemed feasible. With this thought in mind, Zhang Chen relented and handed her the needle and thread. Stay here and keep an eye on me. I'll be back shortly, she said, covering herself while darting towards the restroom with the needle and thread in hand. 5 minutes elapsed, and Zhang Lin had yet to reappear. However, Zhang Chen received a pop-up notification instead. Repair completed. Reward successfully issued. Subsequently, 500 yuan was credited to his account. No critical hit reward? Zhang Chen felt a tinge of disappointment. Nonetheless, 500 was still considerable. Especially since he hadn't lifted a finger. It seemed this method truly worked. Lost in thought, Zhang Lin finally emerged from the restroom, her face flushed. Walking a bit shyly, noticing him gazing at her, she huffed, handed him the needle and thread without uttering a word, and turned back to her post. Seeing her so bashful elicited a chuckle from Zhang Chen. He decided not to linger and, after exchanging greetings, turned to exit the service hall. Once he departed, Zhang Lin exhaled a sigh of relief, feeling as though her little camisole had somehow transformed into his hand. What am I thinking? She shook her rosy cheeks, hastily suppressing this alarming notion. Strolling leisurely through the community, Zhang Chen savored the moment. As he reached the ground floor, he unexpectedly spotted Bai Xiao emerging from the building. Their eyes meeting directly. Sister, Zhang Chen instinctively wanted to call out. To his surprise, Bai Xiao turned her head, feigning unfamiliarity, and hurriedly walked ahead. Zhang Chen was momentarily taken aback. Looking around, he realized that there were indeed many people present. It was lunchtime, and several residents had returned home after work. Some had even bought groceries, preparing to cook. Hence, the neighborhood was quite lively at that moment. Zhang Chen quickly comprehended Bai Xiao's concerns. Amused, he turned and entered the building. Once at home, he called Bai Xiao. As soon as the call connected, Bai Xiao immediately lowered her voice and apologized softly. I'm sorry, Zhang Chen. I was afraid people would discover our relationship, so I pretended not to know you. Please don't hold it against me. How could I? We must be cautious. Zhang Chen replied earnestly. Bai Xiao sighed in relief. Zhang Chen curiously asked, Sister, what are you doing out? Why not rest at home? Buying groceries. Upon hearing him suggest resting, she understood his intentions. He merely wanted her to recuperate for the evening. Well, tomorrow should be fine, right? She thought, feeling a slight blush creeping onto her cheeks. They had just eaten, after all. Zhang Chen found it puzzling. I'm just preparing in advance. You don't have a refrigerator at home, and take out isn't hygienic. Whenever I have free time, I'll come back to cook for you. Bai Xiao spoke tenderly. Almost like an older sister. Zhang Chen felt quite touched. Despite his own rough demeanor, the lady next door treated him with such gentleness. He felt truly beastly in comparison. Of course, it seems the lady next door quite enjoys my beastly nature. What would you like to eat? I'll buy it and prepare it for you. Bai Xiao directly inquired when he remained silent. Sister, shouldn't it be you deciding what you want to eat? I'll cook for you. Zhang Chen chuckled. You cook? Don't joke. How many college students actually know how to cook? Bai Xiao was skeptical. Just buy what you desire, and you'll see. Zhang Chen smiled faintly, intending to showcase his culinary skills. After all, this ability was acquired from her. Until now, he had only demonstrated it to teacher Wan. Originally, he had planned to borrow her kitchen to show off, but the merriment had been too consuming, leaving no room for cooking. Now, with her on break for a couple of days, it was the perfect opportunity to try. Cooking was quite a delightful experience, with a flow that felt remarkably addictive. All right. Then I shall buy more meat to nourish you, Bai Xiao stated. Sister, we can't just buy meat. We need more beef tendons and lamb organs as well. Zhang Chen chuckled. Bai Xiao's face instantly flushed. She quickly glanced around, ensuring no one was listening, and then huffed, How annoying. It definitely won't happen tonight. Before Zhang Chen could respond, Bai Xiao added, but tomorrow morning should work. Before I go to work, I might have an hour. As she spoke, her face turned an alarming shade of red. Zhang Chen was astonished. The lady next door was incredibly understanding. All right then, sister. Zhang Chen immediately responded with enthusiasm. Bai Xiao, listening to his excited voice, felt her cheeks flush slightly and gently inquired, is there anything else you desire? Upon hearing her question, Zhang Chen spontaneously blurted out, sister, if possible, I would love to see you in yoga pants. This audacious request left Bai Xiao's face crimson once more. She thought to herself, are college students these days so frivolous? Of course. She was aware of what yoga pants were. They were commonly used by women during fitness routines and were known for their comfort. Yet, in the eyes of men, they seemed to evoke a distinctly special allure. After a prolonged silence without her response, Zhang Chen began to feel anxious. Logically, considering Bai Xiao's previous compliance, she should not refuse this time either. Could it be that she was simply too embarrassed? After all, they had only known each other for a few days. Sister, if it's too difficult. Zhang Chen initially intended to retract his request, but before he could finish, Bai Xiao softly said, well, then I will buy a pair to try. Sister, love you. Zhang Chen felt a surge of excitement. Truly, if she brought a pair back, he would find it hard to contain himself. But he had promised not to make any advances tonight. What should he do? How annoying. Bai Xiao exclaimed, flustered yet irritated. Before hanging up the phone. Chapter 33. Discharge cells, not just one application. I love my wife. Zhang Chen whistled excitedly. However, after a brief moment of exhilaration, he gradually calmed down. After all, he would have to wait until the next morning to truly enjoy his purchase. It was only around midnight. And having had a late dinner, he wasn't hungry. He decided to lie down and browse his phone for a while. Just as he settled in and began watching a few videos of beautiful dancers, he suddenly noticed that his phone was about to run out of battery. He got up to find the charger, only to discover that plugging it in yielded no response. Stunned, he turned on the light and realized, to his dismay, that there was a power outage. How could he manage without his phone? Zhang Chen felt a surge of anxiety. Instinctively, the knowledge he had acquired about electrical engineering flooded his mind. That's right, I still have discharge cells. If I could use the stored energy to charge my phone, it would be enough to fully recharge it several times. A sudden thought struck him. If his friend Tengzi knew that Zhang Chen was using discharge cells for such mundane purposes, he would undoubtedly ridicule him. Such a powerful ability. And yet you choose to use it for this? With that thought lingering, Zhang Chen didn't rush into action. Instead, he began to simulate the process in his mind. Charging a phone requires converting the 220-volt mains electricity through the charger's internal high-frequency transformer and voltage stabilization capacitor to maintain the current and voltage within a specific range, typically around 5V or 10V. This is then followed by the phone's internal boost system to ensure stable charging of the battery. By altering the voltage, current, and the phone's charging design, one could achieve high-voltage low-current or low-voltage high-current configurations, or even more aggressive high-voltage high-current scenarios. Drawing from his electrical maintenance knowledge, Zhang Chen quickly calculated the necessary current and voltage values he needed to control. Next, he simply needed to utilize the discharge cells for precise control to charge the phone's positive and negative terminals. This precise control was not difficult at all. After checking the charger, he confirmed the voltage and current specifications. Zhang Chen extended 2 fingers and positioned them at the phone's charging port. He then activated the discharge cells. In an instant, dozens of currents, finer than human hair, surged from his fingers, simulating the positive and negative terminals of a USB-C port. These delicate currents then made contact with the metallic contacts inside the USB-C port in the external metal. After a brief pause, the phone lit up with a notification indicating that it was charging. Success. Zhang Chen felt a wave of joy. This sensation was immensely gratifying. It felt as though he could master this skill to an extraordinary degree. After continuously outputting energy for about 10 minutes, he began to feel a slight fatigue in his hand. However, the battery level had risen from 5 to 30, a remarkably evident improvement. Though his fingers were pressed against the back of the phone, he realized that the currents could still follow their designated path, wrapping around the phone's back to reach the USB-C port. This adjustment provided much more comfort. He attempted to scroll through videos again, and to his relief, there was no noticeable impact on performance. It is akin to playing with a mobile phone while being engrossed in it. Zhang Chen marveled at his own brilliance, noting the remarkable precision of his control. After charging his phone for a while, he attempted to connect the main circuit. Subsequently, he turned on the lights in his home, which posed no issue, albeit with a slightly increased electricity consumption. He proceeded to test the computer, which also functioned without a hitch. When he tried the kettle, which operated at a full power of 1200 watts, there were no significant problems, although the rate of electricity consumption surged. After all, the power stored in his discharge cells was dwindling. He could feel it nearing depletion. I should charge it a bit once the power returns, Zhang Chen mused. However, contemplating this made him feel rather peculiar, as if he were a power bank. What a strange sensation. I should check how much electricity my discharge cells can store later, he thought to himself. Given this newfound ability, it was essential to comprehend its limits. Yet, it seemed that the power outage would persist for a while longer. He waited until 2 o'clock, but the electricity had still not returned. Just then, the doorbell rang. Upon opening the door, he found Bai Xiao standing outside, her hands burdened with 2 large bags, clearly fatigued. A closer inspection revealed that one of the shopping bags contained not only vegetables and fruits but also several neatly packaged yoga pants, one of which was a vivid purple. Zhang Chen was momentarily taken aback. Wow, that is quite bold. Bai Xiao blushed, explaining, the sales associate said I'd look great in this, and it would be sexy. So I thought I'd give it a try. Zhang Chen was thoroughly amused. Sister, let me carry that. You open the door, he exclaimed, hastily taking the bags from her. Bai Xiao nodded in agreement, shaking her hand before retrieving her keys to unlock the door. Once inside, Zhang Chen's gaze fixated on her legs, causing Bai Xiao's face to redden even further. However, she quickly interjected, not tonight. Let us save it for tomorrow morning. Sister, what kind of talk is that? Am I really that impatient? Zhang Chen replied with mock seriousness. Bai Xiao shot him a knowing look. Not impatient, huh? She teased. Zhang Chen chuckled. Just sit here and rest. I'll prepare dinner. You can cook? Bai Xiao inquired, unable to contain her curiosity. Of course. Just be careful not to lose your tongue in the process, he boasted. While Zhang Chen busied himself in the kitchen, Bai Xiao did not merely sit idly. Instead, she was intrigued and watched from the doorway. She was utterly astonished by his culinary prowess, which far surpassed her own. The way he deftly removed the shrimp veins with a simple flick, dismembered crabs in mere moments, and sliced the pork with precision was nothing short of artistry. Fluid and graceful. Within half an hour, he had nearly completed the preparation of all the ingredients. In Bai Xiao's eyes, Zhang Chen was already quite handsome. But witnessing him cook elevated his charm to unprecedented heights. She felt as if she had stumbled upon a treasure. Initially shy, she now felt an overwhelming sense of joy. Chapter 034. With your multitude of culinary skills, I could easily profit. Spicy crayfish, scallion crab, crystal braised pork, vinegar fish fillets, fish head tofu soup, accompanied by rice, an exquisite 4 dishes and a soup. Moreover, each dish is a substantial fare. Remarkably, the entire process took less than 2 hours. Even more impressive is that these dishes are a feast for the senses, merely gazing upon them evokes immense appetite. Bai Xiao was utterly mesmerized. Such culinary prowess could easily be mistaken for that of a state banquet chef. The entire experience was a visual delight. Sister, do try? Zhang Chen offered her chopsticks. Bai Xiao nodded eagerly, accepting the chopsticks and hastily sampling a piece of braised pork. The moment it touched her palate, it was sweet, tender, and fragrant. Neither greasy nor heavy. The flavor was simply exquisite. Delicious. Bai Xiao's eyes sparkled as she couldn't help but praise. Which of these 5 dishes had she not tasted before? Yet, never had any of them been this delightful. There was simply no comparison. Although they appeared to be made with ordinary kitchen condiments, the flavors were rich and harmoniously balanced. It was truly an unparalleled delicacy. If it's delicious, indulge a bit more. Zhang Chen smiled, feeling a profound satisfaction as he watched her enjoy the meal. Perhaps this was the joy of a chef. Don't just let me feast. You should eat as well. Bai Xiao urged. Not hungry. You go ahead, Zhang Chen replied, though he was particularly tired. He was not in the mood to eat right after cooking and needed a moment to pause. Then I shall eat first, Bai Xiao declared, diving into her meal with great enthusiasm. Although she had already eaten a fair amount for breakfast, by this time it was 4 o'clock, and she was quite hungry. After satisfying her appetite, Bai Xiao turned to Zhang Chen, intrigued. How is it that your culinary skills are so remarkable? It's a family tradition. Though I've not practiced in a while, so I'm a bit rusty, Zhang Chen explained. Rusty? You call this rusty? Compared to you, I haven't even begun to learn. Bai Xiao responded, exasperated. If you enjoy it, I shall cook for you more often. Zhang Chen chuckled. Bai Xiao nodded vigorously, for she had never experienced such exquisite cuisine in her life. By the way, I'm already full. Why haven't you eaten? Bai Xiao asked. Noticing he hadn't touched his food. Not yet. I'm waiting to drink the nourishing soup. Zhang Chen pointed towards the kitchen. Upon hearing this, Bai Xiao's face flushed. At 6:30, Zhang Chen received a call from Zhong Lin promptly. He had just left Bai Xiao's residence and glanced at the time, perfectly timed. Upon receiving Zhong Lin's call, he swiftly descended the stairs. Upon reaching the intersection, he spotted Zhong Lin waiting by the roadside on her electric scooter, prompting a smile from him. Though it was somewhat awkward, there was a hint of foodie nature in her. She had not cancelled. Zhong Lin. Zhang Chen approached, greeting her. This startled her. What were you thinking? Zhang Chen inquired with a peculiar expression. Nothing. Zhong Lin replied, blushing as she dismounted from her scooter. Her intention was clear. You'll take me. Zhang Chen paid it no mind. If one cannot see, then so be it. After all, there will be ample opportunities in the future. Mounting the small electric scooter, I turned to see Zhong Lin comfortably seated behind me, and I announced, let us set off. She replied, settling onto the scooter's rear, her hands gripping the back box, attempting to keep a safe distance from Zhang Chen. In no time, we reached the entrance. Suddenly, an elderly lady appeared ahead. Zhang Chen promptly slammed the brakes. Zhong Lin, caught off guard, slipped and collided into his back. Her grip, already tenuous, loosened completely, and she felt herself nearly tumble off the scooter. Reacting instinctively, she wrapped her arms around Zhang Chen's waist, momentarily frozen. After a few seconds, she hastily shifted backward, and Zhang Chen found it somewhat amusing. Was it necessary to be so frightened? Yet, he chose to remain silent, feigning ignorance. Then, with a twist of the throttle, the electric scooter surged forward. Zhang Lin gasped, her back pressing against the rear box, her hands instinctively clutching Zhang Chen's waist. Once she regained her composure, a wave of irritation washed over her. It was deliberate. That rascal surely intended for her to embrace him. Otherwise, could she ride? No, that wouldn't he do. If she were to take the reins, he would undoubtedly find a way to wrap his arms around her waist as well. Fine. If I must hold on, I shall control the distance, she thought. Lost in contemplation, Zhang Chen abruptly hit the brakes again. Bang! She ground her teeth in frustration. Oh, I apologize. There was an elderly lady crossing the street. He quickly explained. Zhong Lin glanced ahead. Where was the elderly lady? She flew past. Moreover, this was a service road. Where was the intersection? Realizing it was merely a flimsy excuse, she felt a wave of exasperation wash over her. Truly, he only sought to tease her. As the ride continued, Zhang Chen refrained from any further antics. After approximately 20 minutes, they arrived at a bustling commercial street not far from Zhong Lin's home. After securing the scooter, they made their way to the Norton Manor Steakhouse. Indeed, today, Zhong Lin desired a sumptuous meal of steak. In truth, it was particularly extravagant. The ordinary 499 yuan set was more than sufficient. It was primarily about enjoying the atmosphere. Zhang Chen found himself puzzled. Why a shoe lobster and abalone for steak? What was so appealing about it? However, upon entering the restaurant, the opulent decor and vibrant ambience were undeniably impressive. Given it was mealtime, the establishment was quite crowded. They found a window-side table and sat down, and the waiter promptly approached with the menu. Zhang Chen glanced at it. A couple's luxurious set for 2,688 yuan. Without hesitation, he ordered it. Certainly, sir. The waiter replied with a smile. Zhang Lin noticed the price he had chosen, but she barely had the chance to speak before Zhang Chen had already placed the order. After the waiter departed, Zhang Lin felt a pang of regret, lamenting her choice of such an expensive set meal, almost equivalent to her monthly salary. It's a couple-s meal, Zhang Chen replied. Oh, you ordered it just because it's labeled as a couple's meal? Zhong Lin was somewhat bewildered. What other reason could there be? Zhang Chen gazed at her, causing her face to flush instantly. Her heart raced violently. A couple. The implication was unmistakable. But what about Sister Yue? She was in a state of inner turmoil. This relationship felt amiss. If this continued, she would be in a precarious situation. Taking a deep breath, Zhong Lin looked at him earnestly. Zhang Chen, what is going on? Zhang Chen appeared puzzled. Zhong Lin's heart skipped a beat. She had intended to say, aren't you pursuing Sister Yue? Yet, the words transformed into, you shouldn't spend so extravagantly. That's 2,007. How much do you need to repair to earn that back? Zhang Chen chuckled. This girl actually considered his interests. Just rack up some maintenance rewards, and you'll earn it back effortlessly. What is so difficult about that? Chapter 35, The Flying Lady's Shoe. Maintenance reward, 300 yuan. No need to save money for me. This is merely an apology. Zhang Chen remained utterly unconcerned. Zhang Lin found it somewhat peculiar. Logically, a recent university graduate should be devoid of funds. Furthermore, the apartment he rented was only 600 yuan per month, an absolute bargain. Do not inquire as to how she knew. She had done her research. The property management had a copy of the rental information for the community. The apartment Zhang Chen rented was not only dilapidated but furnished with second-hand items from over a decade ago, naturally making the rent the lowest possible. Yet, how could he afford such a place with seemingly no money? Yet he was willing to spend 2,700 yuan to treat her to a meal? It simply defied logic. Was he pretending to be affluent? That was a possibility. Perhaps he was putting on a show to impress her. Reflecting on this, she couldn't help but observe him furtively. But it was genuinely difficult to discern his intentions. Why are you staring at me? Zhang Chen chuckled, noticing her surreptitious glances. Who's staring at you? Zhong Lin retorted defiantly. Stare all you want. I'm generous. Feel free to take photos and ask for autographs. Zhang Chen laughed. As if you were a celebrity. Zhong Lin rolled her eyes. However, she could not deny that Zhang Chen was indeed handsome. She gazed at him with a hint of infatuation. Suddenly, she found Zhang Chen meeting her gaze. Flustered, she quickly turned her head away, swinging her legs nervously in her seat. Unexpectedly, Zhang Chen's long legs reached her side. In her inattentiveness, she inadvertently kicked his leg. Zhang Lin jolted, hastily looking at him, only to find Zhang Chen grinning mischievously, smilingly saying, Lin, we can be open about this. No need to be secretive. Who is being secretive? Zhong Lin felt her face flush with embarrassment. It was clearly an accident. How frustrating. Just as she was indignantly fuming, Zhang Chen playfully nudged her back. It was a gentle nudge, merely through their shoes, yet it sent her heart racing. Zhang Chen, she bit her lip, her cheeks flushed, exuding an aura of fury as she glared at him. Observing her tempestuous demeanor, Zhang Chen chuckled awkwardly. Ahem, just a joke. Then, Zhang Lin shifted forward in her seat, leaning back slightly, her small foot nudging under the table. Thud, lightly. Clearly, she was reluctant to exert any real force, merely expressing her discontent. Zhang Chen was not one to let her have the upper hand. He returned the kick. As they playfully nudged each other, Zhong Lin, in a moment of overexertion, kicked out with vigor. In the next instant. Whoosh. Her shoe flew off her foot and landed squarely in Zhang Chen's lap. At that moment, both Zhong Lin and Zhang Chen were momentarily stunned. Was this really happening? How did the shoe come flying over? A pair of ordinary women's leather shoes lay quietly in her embrace. The key issue was that the pop-up notification appeared most inopportunely. Left shoe of a woman's leather shoe inadvertently launched from her foot. The mistress was too careless, flinging me away. I do not smell, not at all. Please do not let me and my wife be separated. Repair reward, 300 yuan, Zhang Chen. Is there really a reward for this? He was somewhat bewildered. Is that so? Brother Tongzi, are you stirring up trouble? Separation? How can I possibly complete the repair? He was contemplating whether he should assist her in putting them on when it suddenly struck him. Why should he help? She could simply wear them herself, thus completing the repair with a mere simple act. First, pick up the shoe. Second, hand it to her. Third, watch her slip into the shoes. Ahem. Why watch? You understand, dear readers. At that moment, Zhong Lin's mind was a blank. How could this happen? How embarrassing. Did I really kick my shoe away? Oh no. I hope my feet don't smell. No, surely not. My feet are fragrant. But how awkward. As she pondered how to speak up, Zhang Chen chuckled. At this age, still so mischievous. Come on, put it on quickly. Just then, with a clatter, she looked down and saw the shoe had returned. Her face flushed crimson, and she quickly curled her toes, slipping her foot inside. At that precise moment, the waitress approached. Instantly, she dared not move. Her lovely face, adorned with large, glistening eyes, radiated shyness. Meanwhile, Zhang Chen let out a sigh of relief. Damn, just a moment ago, he almost had improper thoughts. How to repair? He had thought of that instantly. They could not be separated. Of course, she needed to wear them again. Yet, he had initially thought of doing it himself? Would that not embarrass Zhong Lin? Huh? At this time, the waitress, carrying a tray of dishes, cast a peculiar glance at them. She wondered, why is this young lady's face so flushed? However, she suppressed her curiosity, maintaining a smile. The set meal isn't complete yet. It will be ready shortly. Please wait a moment. Thank you. Zhang Chen replied with composure. Zhong Lin remained silent throughout. Once she left, Zhong Lin let out a long breath. Yet, upon seeing Zhang Chen again, she felt both bashful and shy. Her mind inexplicably wandered. Is this it? Zhang Chen did not engage in anything else. Huh. She paused, And then her thoughts spiraled into a frenzy. Ah, Zhang Lin, what are you thinking? She felt ashamed of having such thoughts. What on earth is going through your little head? Unable to resist, she lightly thumped her own head. What a beautiful woman, reduced to self-pitying madness. Zhang Chen shook his head, sighing. Zhang Lin found herself speechless at his antics. She had never encountered someone so mocking. Here was a stunning beauty, and instead of comforting her, he chose to jest? How am I supposed to communicate with you? Ugh. No. I certainly will not engage with you. Her heart was in turmoil, her mind a cacophony of chaotic thoughts. Oh no. It seems I am utterly unable to rein in my wild musings. Zhang Lin felt utterly despondent. Chapter 036, Critical Hit Reward. What on earth is foot massage? Bowing my head to eat. I dare not look up. Zhang Lin transformed into a quiet little girl. Zhang Chen found it somewhat amusing, especially when she took a bite and stole a glance at him. Upon realizing he was looking back, she immediately lowered her head to her meal again. This little act of stealth was simply too entertaining. Blinking, Zhang Chen summoned a pop-up window. Repair completed. Critical hit reward triggered. Obtained the 36 techniques of foot massage. Reward has been issued. Zhang Chen, what is this? The 36 techniques of foot massage? Brother Tongzi, this is too much. This is a skill of a true technician. How absurd. Zhang Chen was utterly bewildered, expecting some worthwhile skill, only to receive this instead. Instinctively, his fingers began to move in rhythm, glancing at Zhang Lin, feeling an impulsive desire to give it a try, somewhat pained by the familiarity. Zhang Chen. Meanwhile, Zhang Lin panicked and buried her head even deeper. He looked at me. He just winked at me. Zhang Lin was extremely anxious. You're not even a girl. How could I possibly be moved? Absolutely not. She firmly reassured herself. Her heartbeat resounded louder and louder, thumping away. This is a disaster. Zhang Lin once again felt as if the sky was collapsing. If Zhang Chen were to know her thoughts, he would surely cry out in injustice. I was merely looking at a pop-up window. I just wanted to give you a foot massage. Just, right? In this slightly awkward atmosphere. They finally finished their meal. Fortunately, although Zhang Lin felt shy and embarrassed, her stomach remained loyal. The couple's meal had filled her up. Rising, she silently followed behind Zhang Chen, resembling a well-behaved little wife who had made a mistake. Zhang Chen helplessly shook his head. After settling the bill, he spoke up, suggesting they watch a movie. Zhang Lin looked up in surprise, feeling speechless. Really? Don't you feel the atmosphere is awkward at all? Watching a movie? To make amends? Zhang Chen smiled, mentioning that the film Neza was quite popular recently, and he hadn't seen it yet. There was a cinema nearby, and it was still early. He waved his phone, revealing that he had already purchased tickets. Zhang Lin, let us go. Zhang Chen didn't wait for her response and headed towards the electric scooter. Zhang Lin hesitated for a moment, stomped her foot, and pretended to nod at him several times before finally catching up. She was rather eager to see Neza as well. Holding tight. Once seated on the electric scooter, Zhang Lin heard Zhang Chen say, "Don't hold on." Zhang Lin huffed in protest. The next moment, the scooter sped off. Zhang Lin yelped and quickly wrapped her arms around Zhang Chen's waist. Zhang Chen. Zhang Lin was furious, pinching the flesh at his waist with her fingers. Zhang Chen couldn't help but chuckle. This girl. She didn't dare use much strength, fearing she might hurt herself. A large bucket of popcorn was cradled in Zhang Lin's arms, while 2 bottles of cola were held by Zhang Chen. After validating their tickets, the pair entered the cinema. Zhang Lin felt somewhat exasperated. Another couple's package. How shameless. Surely, their intentions were not pure. Yet, why did she agree to come? No, I must reflect on my own motives. Her inner thoughts were quite intricate. Hurry up, it's about to start, Zhang Chen urged. Coming, Zhang Lin replied, hastening to catch up with him. The obedient motion and the sense of compliance surprised even her. Before she could spiral into chaotic thoughts, they had already entered Hall 3. Following him through the central aisle, they reached the last row on the right. Zhang Lin's expression turned tense. This seating arrangement? It certainly invited mischief. Was Zhang Chen contemplating something inappropriate when making the reservation? Looking again at the packed cinema, she realized she was overthinking. With so many people around, how could anything happen? Most likely, there were no other tickets available. Once seated, Zhang Lin placed the popcorn on the armrest between them. Zhang Chen remarked, "The seats are decent, at least we're not in the first row. This was the only spot left when I bought the tickets, so we'll have to make do. If it doesn't work out, we can always come back tomorrow." Zhang Lin rolled her eyes but thought to herself, it appears he truly has no ulterior motives. This reassured her. Zhang Chen genuinely had not considered anything beyond watching a film together. After all, isn't there a process to follow? Did he really think Zhonglin was that naive? Soon, the movie began. Zhang Chen was engrossed, while Zhonglin initially felt a bit shy. As the story unfolded, she became captivated. After sipping her cola, she reached for the popcorn, only to accidentally brush against another hand. Turning, she found Zhang Chen looking at her. Both their hands were inside the popcorn bucket. Zhonglin felt a jolt of realization. Now she understood why the couple's package included only one bucket of popcorn. After the film concluded, she silently followed Zhang Chen. The usually quiet Zhang Chen seemed slightly taken aback. Lin, why have you been so quiet all the way? He couldn't help but inquire. I haven't been. I did speak. Zhonglin retorted stubbornly. Zhang Chen chuckled, finding her little quirks endearing. All right, let us get you home. You have work tomorrow, and it's already 10. He didn't press further. The pair emerged from the cinema, one following the other. On the quiet street, Zhang Chen rode his electric scooter at a leisurely pace. Zhonglin sat behind him, not wrapping her arms around his waist but gripping his shirt, maintaining a delicate distance that amused Zhang Chen. She seemed genuinely concerned about the possibility of him making a sudden stop. They arrived smoothly at the entrance of her community. Zhang Chen dismounted from the scooter and said, "Quickly head inside and get some rest. Are you still riding your bike? It's quite difficult to hail a cab at this late hour." Zhonglin remarked, her cheeks flushed. "Are you worried that I might forget?" Zhang Chen inquired with a chuckle. "As long as you remember tomorrow, it will be fine." Zhonglin shot him a glare before turning to return to her residential complex. Once inside, she glanced back and waved goodbye, urging him to head home as it was getting late. "All right," Zhang Chen replied, not one to linger. He watched her ascend the stairs before he mounted his electric bike and made his way home. Upon reaching her abode, Zhonglin removed her shoes at the entrance, switching to a pair of slippers. Yet, after doing so, she found herself momentarily lost in thought, staring blankly at her left foot. "Oh dear, Zhonglin, stop overthinking." She scolded herself, a mix of frustration and embarrassment evident in her voice. She slipped on her slippers and dashed into the room, throwing herself onto the bed. She promptly covered her head with a pillow, writhing about and emitting muffled sounds of distress. Her mind was a chaotic whirlwind. "You scoundrel! You vile creature! Pervert! How utterly annoying!" Suddenly, she sat up, muttering curses under her breath, yet her face was already flushed beyond measure. "Oh no, Zhonglin, what on earth are you thinking?" She shouted in a frenzy several times before collapsing back onto the bed, rolling around until she ensconced herself beneath the covers. Chapter 037, Zhang Chen. "Oh no, my foot is cramped." After parking the little electric scooter in the shed, Zhang Chen secured his keys and prepared to head home. Having taken just a few steps outside, he was suddenly greeted by the sound of high heels striking the ground. Lifting his gaze, he spotted Yue approaching with her bag in hand. Upon recognizing Zhang Chen, Yue instinctively halted, glanced at him a few times, before walking over to inquire with a smile, "You're back so late?" As she spoke, her eyes darted to the shed, where the familiar little scooter was parked. Has she gone out with Lin again? Yue pondered, feeling an inexplicable discomfort in her heart. "Yes, I borrowed it for a bit." Zhang Chen nodded, his eyes wandering over her figure. She was still clad in her work attire from earlier in the day. Then, his gaze fixated on Yue's feet. At that moment, his fingers twitched reflexively several times. Zhang Chen. What? Why are they still moving? Moreover, a series of thoughts inexplicably flooded his mind. After a long day on her feet, she must be quite sore. A little massage would surely rejuvenate her. Perhaps a 10-minute soak in hot water followed by a massage would be best. Oh my. Zhang Chen's mind went blank. What on earth is this? Yue, of course, noticed the look in his eyes. Initially, it seemed quite normal, but then he shifted his focus to her other foot. Yue shot him a sidelong glance, but refrained from addressing it. Instead, she spotted a nearby bench and made her way over. Once seated and allowing her feet to relax, she felt the fatigue begin to dissipate. She had indeed walked an extensive distance today, and her feet were utterly exhausted. "Sister, are you very tired?" Zhang Chen's eyes lit up. Ever since he had acquired the knowledge of the 36 techniques of foot reflexology, his mind had been filled with an array of peculiar information. Egyptian foot, Greek foot, Roman foot, flat feet, high arches, normal feet. He was well versed in which types were prone to fatigue and wear. He could even delineate various foot sizes and toe shapes. And then, there were the corresponding massage techniques. A total of 36 methods, each linked to specific pressure points on the soles and various organs in the body. You might say it's useless. But when it comes to massaging beautiful women, it's a coveted skill. You might argue it's beneficial, but I'm not going to be a male masser. If someone needs repairs, they certainly wouldn't call me over to massage their feet, would they? In any case, it was all rather bizarre. However, the present moment presented a splendid opportunity. As he observed her feet, his hands itched with the desire to offer relief. Furthermore, it was evident that she had walked quite a lot today. Her feet certainly needed some relaxation. I'm exhausted. We had an event at the company today, and I was bustling about. My steps nearly exceeded 10,000. Yue nodded in affirmation. Then your feet must be quite sore. Zhang Chen inquired. Huh? Yue looked at him with a skeptical expression. What does this little rascal intend to do? Just as it happened, I have recently learned the art of foot massage. Would you care to give it a try? Zhang Chen spoke with utmost seriousness. Yue looked at him, utterly speechless. Was he so brazen as to take advantage? Her face tinged slightly with a blush. She shot him a glare and retorted. What foot massage technique? Have you been watching too many gambling films? Really, sister? I learned it from my second uncle, who is a renowned blind masseur. Zhang Chen fabricated his tale effortlessly. Yue regarded him with skepticism. Is that so? Truly? Absolutely. Zhang Chen nodded earnestly. Do you expect me to believe that? Yue rolled her eyes in disbelief. Come on, just try it, and you'll see. Zhang Chen insisted with great seriousness. Quickly, get on with it. Stop lingering on such thoughts. Yue remarked, preparing to head home. Zhang Chen's expression fell in disappointment. What a splendid technique, and yet it remained unutilized. Just as Yue stood up, her right foot suddenly seized with a cramp, the muscle rebelling against her command. She gasped in pain, her complexion paling. Sister, what happened? Zhang Chen was taken aback. My foot's cramping. Yue exclaimed, feeling the muscles in her right foot spasm painfully, causing beads of sweat to form on her forehead. Cramping? Zhang Chen was momentarily stunned. Oh my goodness, is the universe being especially kind to me? He thought, as he swiftly approached her, supporting her arm. Sister, sit down for a moment. Bear with it. Yue nodded, and with his assistance, she lowered herself slowly. However, as soon as she sat down, her right foot convulsed violently once more. Ah, it hurts, she cried out. Don't worry. I'll give you a massage, Zhang Chen said, crouching beside her. He recognized that this was a muscle cramp caused by overexertion. Utilizing the 8th technique of massage, he aimed to relax the muscles entirely. This method could invigorate the meridians, promote blood circulation, and alleviate the discomfort. Thus, with a display of exquisite technique, in merely a minute, the previously spasming muscles of her foot began to relax. The pain from the cramp subsided as well. Simultaneously, she felt a warm sensation spreading from the soles of her feet throughout her entire body, akin to the comforting embrace of a hot bath. Sister, do you feel better? Zhang Chen inquired. Much improved. Yue nodded, her cheeks flushed. Sister, let me massage you some more. Zhang Chen was now thoroughly captivated. Moreover, although the cramping had ceased, she was far from being fully recovered. Given the assistance Yue had provided him, how could he not express his gratitude? Massage. It was imperative to continue until she felt completely at ease. Chapter 038. Oh no, I am becoming a bad sister. It hurts. Ha, ha. It tickles. Hiss. It's numb. Yue alternated between crying out and begging for mercy. Truly, it was overwhelmingly delightful. At this moment, Zhang Chen's massage techniques were a succession of exquisite maneuvers. His movements were deft, his methods unparalleled. Although Yue found the pressure points on her soles both painful and ticklish, they were simultaneously accompanied by a warm current that enveloped her in comfort. This indicated that his massage techniques were not mere words. They were genuinely effective. She had indulged in foot baths and massages before. While those had been pleasant, they paled in comparison to this experience. Could it be that Zhang Chen truly possessed the art of reflexology? It seemed rather absurd. Zhang Chen was thoroughly engrossed in his work when, suddenly, the sound of footsteps echoed from afar. Yue's eyes widened in alarm. She hastily withdrew her foot and frantically slipped it into her shoe. Zhang Chen, having heard the noise, ceased his actions, albeit with a hint of regret. Damn it. I was enjoying that. Who on earth returns home at this late hour? Wait a minute. That's not right. I too am returning home at this hour. Feeling a touch embarrassed, he glanced toward the source of the footsteps. Yue, noticing that Zhang Chen remained in front of her, panicked and pulled him closer, whispering, Sit beside me. Zhang Chen was momentarily taken aback. He then saw a bald man approaching, carrying something. As the man passed by, he cast a curious glance at the two of them. Yue feigned a conversation, lowering her head and speaking softly to Zhang Chen. The bald gentleman, however, displayed no reaction. Although it was already 11 o'clock, it was not unusual for someone to be unable to sleep and come down to chat. To him, they appeared to be young, and it seemed entirely normal for a youthful couple to engage in sweet exchanges at this hour. Once the man ascended the stairs, Yue let out a sigh of relief. Turning to Zhang Chen, she apologized. I'm sorry, I was just afraid. I understand, sis. Zhang Chen nodded. Yue also acknowledged him with a nod. Though the situation felt slightly awkward, Zhang Chen was genuinely assisting her. With this thought in mind, she refrained from further comments, biting her lip as she put on her shoes. It's 11 o'clock. You should head back and rest. That won't do. Zhang Chen shook his head. Sis, a cramp is serious business. To ensure complete recovery, I need to massage for at least half an hour. No, an hour. Observing his earnest expression, Yue felt a tingle of apprehension. An hour? Is he serious? However, what if the massage feels too pleasurable? At this moment, although her foot no longer cramped, it felt sore, swollen, and fatigued. She even sensed signs of discomfort in her other foot. Noticing her hesitation to refuse immediately, Zhang Chen realized he had succeeded. He must have captivated her with his exceptional massage skills. Seizing the moment, he exclaimed, Sister, your left foot is no different. If you don't soak and massage it, you might just cramp up. He added with a playful scare, Imagine if you suddenly cramp up at home. It would be excruciating. And you'd have to call me for help. Why go through all that? So, let's go. I'll accompany you home. Yue stared at the enthusiastic Zhang Chen, her suspicions rising. This must be his true intention. But what if he was telling the truth? The pain of a cramp in her right foot had been unbearable. What if her left foot also cramped up? The thought made her realize she would indeed need his assistance. Don't overthink it. Come, I'll support you. Zhang Chen didn't give her the chance to refuse. Wrapping his arm around her as they prepared to depart, Yue felt a tingle of nervousness. What if she didn't want to refuse? She decided to remain silent, neither affirming nor denying, like an ostrich burying its head in the sand. With that in mind, Yue stood up. However, as soon as she put pressure on her right foot, she felt a sharp pain and numbness, prompting her to lift her foot in alarm. She hurriedly grasped Zhang Chen's shoulder, balancing precariously on one leg. It hurts, right? Zhang Chen inquired. Yes, how could this happen? Yue nodded anxiously. Though I managed to alleviate the muscle cramp with some massage techniques, I can't put any weight on it right now. It hurts terribly, Zhang Chen replied. What should we do then? Yue's expression fell. Massage, he announced confidently. My skills as a technician are unmatched. Come, lean on me. With that, Zhang Chen supported her and began to walk slowly forward. Yue was hesitant to exert force on her right foot, so she could only hop along. Suddenly, her expression changed dramatically as she tightened her grip on Zhang Chen's shoulder and exclaimed, Oh no, my left foot feels off. We need to hurry back. Without hesitation, Zhang Chen quickened his pace. But how could Yue keep up? She struggled to maintain her pace and soon faltered. You, carry me back, quickly. She abandoned her shyness, blurting it out. Before her words had even settled in the air, Zhang Chen bent down, scooping her up by the bend of her leg with one arm while wrapping the other around her waist, executing a perfect princess carry. He then strode purposefully towards Yue's home. Strangely, while she was lifted off the ground, she no longer felt the impending cramp. Yet, being cradled by someone so much younger stirred both embarrassment and an unusual thrill within her. Oh no, Yue thought. I feel as if I am becoming a bad sister. Chapter 39. Don't worry, it's better to be a little bad. Embracing Yue, he reluctantly released her. Then, what was he doing here? Sister? Sister? Zhang Chen suddenly recalled that he had no idea where Yue lived. Yue let out a soft hum in response, still feeling shy. Her head was nestled in his embrace, and she dared not look up. How could she have thought of that? Which building do you live in? Zhang Chen gently inquired. Yue finally reacted, looking up to meet his gaze. Their eyes locked. She quickly turned her head away, trying to appear as composed as possible. Building 5, room 603. All right. Zhang Chen nodded and headed straight for Building 5. After exiting the elevator, Yue took out her keys and opened the door. Once inside, Zhang Chen placed her on the sofa and straightened up, asking, Where's the hot water? There's an electric water heater. Yue replied. Where's the foot bath basin? Zhang Chen continued his questions. There's a red basin in the bathroom. Use that. Yue stated. Okay. Zhang Chen nodded and went to retrieve the red plastic basin. After filling it with hot water, he brought it over to her. Sister, come on, soak your feet first. It will be more effective when I massage you later. He draped the towel over his shoulder, causing Yue to stare in astonishment. He was like a real male masseur. Noticing her lack of response, Zhang Chen took the initiative. "Come on, sister, take off your shoes," he said, helping her remove them. Then, he found himself staring at her feet, encased in stockings, momentarily lost in thought. "Oh, I'll go back to the bedroom." Yue finally realized the situation. It was impossible to soak her feet like this. "Don't move," Zhang Chen said with a serious expression. "What's wrong?" Yue thought an explanation was in order. Zhang Chen continued, "Sister, you must keep your feet still. It's easy to get a cramp. What should I do?" Yue panicked. "I'll go to the bathroom. Call me when you're ready," Zhang Chen said. Although he said this, he was thinking, how could he let her ask for his help? This was absurd, because just moments ago, he had seen the maintenance pop up again. "Tired stockings after a long day. I've walked all day, and I'm exhausted. I want to rest. I want to take a shower. Maintenance reward. 1,000 yuan. Upon seeing this pop up, Zhang Chen was momentarily bewildered. What was going on? Why didn't it pop up when his feet cramped? Why now? How could he possibly complete the maintenance? A cramp would have been the perfect excuse. Wouldn't completing the maintenance then be a natural consequence? And now, if he forced the maintenance, wouldn't he be met with a slap in the face? "Brother, you're really messing with me. You should hurry," Yue urged, a bit anxious. "All right," Zhang Chen nodded. But how would he manage the maintenance reward? Forget it, one step at a time. He quickly stood up and headed toward the bathroom. Phew, Yue let out a sigh of relief. Thankfully, her annoying little brother wasn't so bad after all. As Zhang Chen entered the bathroom, Yue suddenly felt a tingling sensation surge from her feet, enveloping her entire body. In an instant, her legs grew weak, rendering her unable to move them even slightly. Her complexion shifted dramatically. After several attempts, she remained utterly still. Panic seized Yue as she called out, "Zhang Chen, Zhang Chen. What's wrong, sister?" Zhang Chen, not having closed the door, rushed out. "I can't move my legs," Yue exclaimed in a flurry, tears nearly spilling from her eyes. It was evident that she was genuinely frightened. "Let me take a look." Zhang Chen hurried over. "I can't be paralyzed, can I?" Yue trembled with fear. "Don't scare yourself. Let me check." After a thorough examination, Zhang Chen reassured her. "You're fine, sister. It's merely muscle weakness caused by overexertion. A foot soak, a bit of massage, and a good night's sleep will set things right." Before Yue could respond, Zhang Chen added, "However, while I can help with some massage to alleviate the discomfort, recovery won't be instantaneous blushing." Yue nodded in acknowledgement. A few minutes later, Yue sat on the sofa, her feet immersed in warm water, feeling quite comfortable. Yet, her face was aflame with embarrassment. As for Zhang Chen, Yue glanced toward the bathroom, her mind in a haze. The sounds of him singing while scrubbing left her utterly bewildered. What was this all about? Was there some kind of laundry competition? Inside the bathroom, Zhang Chen was brimming with excitement. With a thick skin, rewards were within reach. Repairing things was one thing, but washing? That was unavoidable. After all, Brother Tong was quite the lecher, and 1,000 yuan was no small sum. Besides, there were bonus rewards to consider. If he could unlock a skill, wouldn't he be in bliss? As for Yue, she needn't concern herself. A little mischief was just what the situation called for. Chapter 040. The lady has not been to work for 3 days. Observing the repaired items fluttering on the drying rack, Zhang Chen blinked and summoned a pop-up message. Repairs completed. Critical hit reward triggered. Rewards doubled. Rewards have been dispersed. Well, that is acceptable. Zhang Chen had grown quite unfazed. Merely 2,000. His mindset was off. He should exclaim, "Goodness, a full 2,000. One must remain grounded." Zhang Chen reminded himself. People ought to reflect more. When did 2,000 become insignificant? Oh, was it when he had swiped 100,000 from the neighbor lady? Ahem. He coughed twice and averted his gaze. Glancing at the time, he realized half an hour had passed. He then returned to the living room. From a distance, he spotted Yue still dutifully soaking her feet, completely motionless. Upon hearing his entrance, she lifted her gaze momentarily. After their eyes met, she quickly lowered her head again. Zhang Chen distinctly noticed her cheeks flush. How tantalizing. He mused quietly as he approached. Peering into the basin, he beheld Yue's fair feet submerged in the water, exuding a sense of ethereal beauty. Sensing his scrutiny, Yue felt her face grow even warmer. Noticing his lack of movement, she could not help but inquire, "Is it done yet?" "The water has gone cold." "Oh, yes. Yes." Zhang Chen feigned realization, dipping his hand into the water. Indeed, it was nearly ice cold. "Sister, my apologies. I lost track of time while indulging," he said playfully. Yue's face burned, yet she remained silent. However, her heart raced faster. Indulging? Shouldn't you consider the words you utter? Observing Yi Wei's silence, Zhang Chen ceased his teasing. He removed her feet from the basin and dried them with a towel. Subsequently, he proceeded to execute the 36 techniques of foot massage. For an hour, he indulged his passion. As for Yi Wei, at that moment, she gritted her teeth, enduring the sensations of pain, numbness, tingling, and itching without uttering a sound. Time flew by, and Zhang Chen finally finished. Her once fair feet were now a vivid crimson. Yet, Yi Wei distinctly felt the relief washing over her. Her feet, once teetering on the edge of cramping, felt extraordinarily comfortable. The fatigue in her legs seemed to lighten by 2 pounds. Warmth enveloped her body, as if she had just emerged from a steam bath, feeling utterly revitalized. Your massage technique is quite impressive. Despite the slight embarrassment, Yi Wei could not help but compliment him. Compared to Zhang Chen's methods, those of the technicians felt utterly rudimentary. With such skills, if he were to work at a foot bath establishment catering to affluent women, wouldn't he earn a resounding reputation as a master of his craft? Though the title may not sound particularly appealing, it would undoubtedly be lucrative. With such expertise, earning $30,000 to $40,000 a month would be a conservative estimate. However, she found it rather strange. How could he possess such skills? Did you learn from your blind uncle? Why is she so distrustful? Well, it's just a little life skill. Otherwise, how could one offer home repairs? Ah, I meant home services, Zhang Chen casually remarked. Yi Wei was left in a daze. Home services? Which young and beautiful girl would know about that? Sister, I'll give you a massage tomorrow evening, and I assure you, the service will be impeccable. As Yi Wei pondered this, Zhang Chen had already seized the opportunity. All right, Yi Wei replied, albeit somewhat bewildered. Which young girl? I am the young lady here. The atmosphere was awkward, and she felt a bit resistant. Yet, he truly had a magical touch. It was simply too enticing. Fine, I'll come over after work tomorrow, Zhang Chen stated. Yi Wei fell silent. Zhang Chen remained unfazed, having already discerned her inner turmoil. But what could be done? After all, his foot reflexology techniques were remarkable. Once experienced, it was hard not to crave it again. Sister, can you manage to walk? Zhang Chen inquired. Let me try? Yi Wei nodded. Subsequently, Zhang Chen fetched her slippers. Once she slipped them on, she stood up, and the fatigue dissipated, replaced by an invigorating energy. I'm good to go, Yi Wei exclaimed, taking a few excited steps. It felt as if she were walking without ailment. This way, you won't be tired at work tomorrow. Zhang Chen nodded. Thank you. Yi Wei expressed her gratitude. Despite having taken advantage of her, she still felt compelled to thank him. This truly was a tremendous help, especially since she had a busy day ahead. This was also one of the reasons she hadn't refused his offer for home services. As for other reasons, she struggled to articulate them in her mind. It's getting late, sister. You should get some rest, and I must head back, Zhang Chen remarked. Yi Wei nodded, even feeling a surge of impulse to keep him there. Yet, she dared not. She even felt like a wicked woman for harboring such outrageous thoughts. Sister, I'm leaving now. Take care and rest well, Zhang Chen said as he stepped out, heading towards the elevator. Yi Wei stood there, staring blankly at the empty corridor. She remained in a trance for a long while before closing the door. Leaning against it, she covered her face, murmuring to herself, Yi Wei, what are you thinking? After exiting the elevator, Zhang Chen stood at the door of his home. However, after a moment's hesitation, he turned and stood at the neighbor's door instead. Then, he dialed a number. Zhang Chen? After the call connected, Bai Xiao sleepily called out, clearly having been roused from her slumber. Sister, open the door, Zhang Chen stated succinctly. Isn't it tomorrow morning? Bai Xiao exclaimed, suddenly wide awake. Sister, I'm right at the door, Zhang Chen replied. The neighbor remained silent for a moment. With a slight pout, she exclaimed, how annoying. Before long, the door creaked open. Dear sister, my condition has worsened. I must apologize. I need to go to the hospital for an infusion. Thank you, sister. The call ended. Bai Xiao turned to the young man beside her, affectionately inquiring, what troubles you? Were you upset yesterday? Not at all. Zhang Chen chuckled, I just missed you, sister. He wrapped his large arm around her, pulling her close. Bai Xiao's cheeks flushed involuntarily, and she sighed inwardly, pondering, what should I do? This little wolf dog has quite the appetite, and I haven't been to work for 3 days. Chapter 41. Zhang Lin, he is not a ferocious tiger. So there is no need to fear. Zhang Chen had only just emerged from Bai Xiao's abode at noon. He pondered that he must tread carefully these days. Having already been absent from work for 3 days, unemployment would not bode well for him. Upon returning home, he stretched his body. and it suddenly struck him that he had intended to conduct an experiment yesterday. However, the moment he was about to leave with Zhang Lin, inspiration had eluded him. Upon his return, he encountered the alluring property manager, which prompted him to hastily visit the neighboring Lady S residence. Now that he was back, he resolved to continue his trials. With electric cells coursing throughout his being, he contemplated their vast potential. Even his hair could serve as a conduit. And he mused over the vast quantity of electricity he could possibly store. Although the potency of electric energy is not merely quantified by mere units, it is akin to the electric organs found within an eel, which necessitate an internal source of electricity, while the electric eel generates its own power. He surmised that he could store energy within his discharge cells, akin to the eel's capabilities, ready to unleash when required. Thus, the capacity for energy storage was of paramount importance. With this thought, he first examined his home's electric meter and noted the current reading. Subsequently, he turned off all electrical appliances in his home. Standing before the power strip, he pressed his palm upon it, declaring, I shall absorb again. With great force, he inhaled deeply, and suddenly, a burnt odor assailed his nostrils. Zhang Chen exclaimed, oh no, I have ruined the wiring. He gazed at the charred layer atop the power strip, utterly speechless. Without needing to inspect further, he deduced that the wires embedded within the walls must have succumbed to the same fate. What a predicament! He lamented, realizing he had neglected to regulate the current. The instantaneous surge he had just generated must have exceeded the safe limits by an astonishing margin. The apartment he rented was already poorly constructed, and it was no surprise that the concealed wiring was substandard. His high-capacity energy absorption had rendered it useless. Turning on the lights yielded no result. And upon inspecting the fuses, he discovered they too had burnt out. Nevertheless, these were trifling issues. He could manage the repairs himself. For now, he sought to ascertain how much electricity he had absorbed. Venturing outside, he approached the electric meter. 10 units? Zhang Chen was taken aback. One might underestimate 10 units. But merely running the air conditioning 24 hours a day could consume that amount in 2 days. An electric vehicle could cover 100 kilometers with such energy. Baixiao alone would deplete that in a month. Clearing his mind of such thoughts, Zhang Chen took stock of his situation. The charging cell showed no signs of overflow. He could easily absorb another 10 units without issue. If he conservatively estimated a total of 20 units, it was indeed formidable. Should he elevate the voltage to 1000 volts and release it instantaneously upon a target, it could potentially be lethal. This was undoubtedly a remarkable ability. Here he was, in an urban setting, possessing the power of thunder and lightning. Those who stood in his way would meet their demise. Even the enlightened would not be spared. However, he reminded himself, in a society governed by law, such actions would be unlawful. Zhang Chen is indeed a law-abiding citizen. Moreover, he merely wished to electrify the neighbor's wife. It would not be inappropriate for Zhang Lin to give it a try as well. Teacher Wan could also partake in the experience. If Yue could consent, that would be even better. Ahem. Thoughts have strayed again. Overall, Zhang Chen was exceedingly pleased. Although he had not tested the limits, it was undoubtedly impressive. He was basking in his own satisfaction when suddenly, the phone rang. Zhang Chen was jolted back to reality. Raising his hand to check, he saw it was Zhang Lin. It took him a moment to react. Oh no, he had forgotten to give her the key to her little electric scooter. Caught up in his own excitement, he had completely neglected it. Zhang Chen's face flushed with embarrassment. However, he had to answer the call. Swiping to accept, he placed the phone to his ear and immediately heard Zhang Lin's irate voice. Zhang Chen, you forgot my scooter key again. I didn't forget. How could I forget? I slept too late yesterday, and when I woke up, it was already noon. Zhang Chen replied with a forced smile. You're lying, Zhang Lin retorted, unconvinced. Really, Sister Yue can testify. Zhang Chen insisted earnestly. Huh? Zhang Lin was momentarily taken aback. Sister Yue can testify? Testify to what? Didn't you return after 10 o'clock yesterday? What does it have to do with Sister Yue? Could it be? A bold thought suddenly crossed her mind. Last night, Zhang Chen rode her little electric scooter back to the complex and encountered Sister Yue, who had just finished work. The two exchanged lingering gazes until dawn. Oh no, Zhang Lin, what are you thinking? Sister Yue is not as scandalous as you imagine. Zhang Lin quickly shook her head, trying to dispel her alarming thoughts. Yet, considering the previous gift from Sister Yue still hanging on the balcony, it was not entirely impossible. After all, Zhang Chen was quite handsome. Hello? Hello? On the other end, after Zhang Chen finished speaking, Zhang Lin fell silent. It must have been a good 10 seconds before she responded. Zhang Chen, somewhat exasperated, called her name several times before she finally huffed, "Without Sister Yue here. Of course, you can say whatever you want. She would never date you." Zhang Chen was left utterly puzzled. What on earth? When did I say I wanted to date Yue? What are you imagining in that head of yours? However, upon hearing that she was alone, Zhang Chen immediately grinned. Alone? Huh? Then I'll come down to find you. Wait for me. With that, he abruptly hung up and headed out the door. Meanwhile, in the property management hall, a startled Zhang Lin felt as if she had suddenly become the target of a predator from afar. Her legs felt a bit weak, her heart raced, and her face seemed to flush with heat. At one moment, she stamped her foot and murmured to herself, "Zhang Lin, calm down. He is not a tiger. He won't to eat you. No need to be afraid." Yet, as she pondered, her thoughts inevitably drifted back to the events of yesterday. At that moment, her little feet seemed to possess a will of their own, with 5 toes playfully curling as if they were attempting to dig into the floor. She recited Amitabha silently numerous times, beseeching the Bodhisattva for tranquility of heart and mind. After finally achieving a semblance of calm, the sound of the glass door being pushed open echoed in her ears. Then, Zhang Chen leapt towards her with uncontainable joy. In that fleeting instant, all the guardians of fortune and blessings were rendered powerless against the rapid beating of her heart. Oh no! Zhang Lin bit her lip, gazing at Zhang Chen, her face ablaze with embarrassment. Chapter 042. The adorable intern, Zhang Lin, lost in fantasy. Upon entering, Zhang Chen first glanced at the top of her head, noticing the absence of any pop-up notifications. Only then did he turn his attention to Zhang Lin. Today, she was clad in her usual petite suit, complemented by a crisp white shirt and tailored trousers. Her fair complexion was flushed, rendering her exceptionally charming, akin to a vibrant flower eagerly awaiting the morning dew. Meanwhile, Zhang Lin was feeling shy. However, as she lifted her gaze, she caught Zhang Chen's eyes wandering over her form, which ignited her indignation. "Zhang Chen," she exclaimed, her cheeks puffed up in annoyance. "You're staring again. Is it that appealing?" "Indeed, Lin," Zhang Chen replied without hesitation. "You look particularly splendid in this outfit. Especially those trousers, they accentuate your figure beautifully." Zhang Lin felt her composure falter, her teeth grinding in frustration. With wide, furious eyes, she imagined the extreme of biting him. Observing her vexation, Zhang Chen quickly suppressed his grin and adopted a serious tone. "Please don't be angry. I merely came to deliver your keys." He extended his hand, offering her the keys. In a huff, Zhang Lin snatched the keys from him, turning away in an attempt to ignore him. Yet, this pesky fellow clung to her side like a stubborn adhesive, leaning close to her ear and murmuring, "Are you upset again? Don't be. To make amends, I shall treat you to a lavish meal." "Eat," Zhang Lin retorted, turning her head with a scoff. "Aren't you worried about making me gain weight?" She spun around too swiftly, almost colliding with him, which startled her into retreating several steps. Her face flushed crimson. Zhang Chen was momentarily taken aback. They had been perilously close. Seeing Zhang Lin so flustered brought back his mischievous smile. He took a step forward, causing her to instinctively raise her hands in defense. Her voice trembling as she exclaimed, "Don't come any closer." In her haste, she tripped over her own feet, exclaiming in surprise as she stumbled backward. In an instant, Zhang Chen was before her, wrapping his arms around her waist. "Be careful. I'm not a tiger. Look at how frightened you are." He felt a sense of triumph while teasing her. Zhang Lin was momentarily dazed, her focus solely on the large hand resting on her waist. However, upon hearing his remark, she quickly regained her senses, breaking free from his grasp, her cheeks aflame with both embarrassment and anger. "Who was scared? And a tiger? Why not claim you're a dinosaur?" Zhang Chen chuckled at her flustered retort. Lin, you are utterly adorable. Even when you're angry, you remain charming." His unexpected compliment sent her heart racing. Staring at his face, which was impossible to be angry with, she found herself momentarily speechless. Her mind wandered to the melodramatic scenes of idol dramas, where the domineering CEO and the delicate heroine shared passionate moments. He wouldn't kiss me, would he? What if he does? What does a kiss feel like? As Zhang Chen noticed the glaring repair notification hovering above Zhang Lin's head, he found himself momentarily bewildered. Quite frankly, he was at a loss. He was merely teasing her, harboring no genuine intentions. Yet, the situation seemed rather unreasonable. Casting another glance at Zhang Lin, he noticed the pop-up message displayed, "The adorable intern lost in fantasy. Kiss me, please. Repair reward. 50,000 yuan." Upon seeing the astonishing reward amount, he pondered, it was indeed feasible, was it not? 50,000 yuan was no trifling sum. He checked repeatedly, confirming the 4 zeros. The judgment made by Tongzi was undoubtedly sound. Once more, he shifted his gaze towards Zhong Lin, who appeared rather dazed at that moment. Zhang Chen impulsively exclaimed, "Hey, loosen up." Suddenly, he froze. This fiery little pepper dared to bite him? He touched his lips, realizing it didn't hurt, evidently. Zhong Lin had restrained her strength, seemingly fearful of causing him harm. However, as he observed her, her delicate face was flushed crimson, and her eyes were wide open in astonishment, speechless from anger for a prolonged moment. Lin, I apologize. You are simply too adorable for me to resist." Zhang Chen attempted to redeem himself before hastily fleeing, leaving Zhong Lin alone, wide-eyed, her teeth gritting audibly. Yet, after Zhang Chen's departure, Zhong Lin gently touched her own lips, feeling an extraordinary sensation. Her heart raced uncontrollably, as if she might perish from the excitement. Suddenly, the glass door swung open, startling Zhong Lin. She looked up to see Sister Yue. Lin, what's wrong? Your face is so flushed," Yue inquired, having just returned from headquarters. Upon entering, she spotted Zhong Lin standing in the hall, blushing and seemingly in a daze, prompting her concern. "And no, it's nothing," Zhong Lin quickly denied, suppressing her racing heart. After a deep breath, she grumbled about an insufferable individual with whom she had just quarreled. Yue regarded her with a peculiar expression. A quarrel? That doesn't seem quite right. However, she chose not to pry further, recognizing it as a personal matter. Zhong Lin, on the other hand, suddenly recalled Zhang Chen's mischievous words, claiming he had slept in until now because of Sister Yue. Moreover, had Zhang Chen not encountered Yue upon his hasty exit? She scrutinized Yue once more, and from her expression, it appeared he had indeed avoided her. A wave of relief washed over her. Had Yue witnessed him kiss her, explaining it would have been quite the predicament. How infuriating. That scoundrel dared to kiss me. Ah, Zhong Lin silently screamed within her mind. Yet, she couldn't help but wonder what had truly transpired between them. Lin, if there's something you'd like to inquire about, just ask. Why do you keep staring at me? Yue remarked, somewhat exasperated. This girl was unable to conceal her thoughts. Sister, I do have a few matters I wish to discuss. Zhong Lin finally succumbed to her curiosity, especially after having been stealthily kissed by Zhang Chen moments ago. She simply wished to ascertain what transpired between the two of them. Yue found the situation somewhat amusing and resolutely declared, "What do you wish to inquire about?" "Zhang Chen and you." The outcome. As Zhong Lin had just uttered 4 words, Yue immediately interrupted her, akin to a cat whose tail had been stepped on, insisting, "No, nothing happened." Zhong Lin replied, "Really? I haven't even asked yet." Why such a strong reaction? Observing the peculiar expression on Zhong Lin's face, Yue felt utterly flustered. How could that scoundrel divulge this to Lin? Was it truly so glorious to indulge in self-pampering? Aren't you concerned about what others might say? The memory of the previous day made Yue blush. Ironically, Zhang Chen seemed to revel in it. This thought sent a wave of anxiety through her. However, what made her feel like a wicked woman was the alarming notion that she might actually invite him over again that very evening for another foot massage. Thus, when Zhong Lin posed her question, it was no wonder that Yue reacted so vehemently. Chapter 043, The Cautious Teacher Ruan. Are you guarding against me? However, upon noticing Zhong Lin's peculiar expression, Yue suddenly realized that her reaction was inappropriate. She quickly cleared her throat and stated with gravity, "Do not heed that boy's nonsensical prattle. Sister, but he said you too. Last night." Zhong Lin deliberately uttered the first half of the sentence, her tone lingering with implications, suggesting that something had transpired between them. What did he say? Yue's heart raced in alarm. This rascal. Surely he wouldn't speak indiscreetly? Zhong Lin's eyes twinkled mischievously as she embellished, "Sister Yue, he claimed that the reason he has risen yet, still asleep at this hour, is due to what happened last night with you." She left the rest unsaid, yet the insinuation was clear, aiming to sow seeds of misunderstanding in Yue's mind. Yue initially froze, then burst into laughter. She had deciphered the little girl's intentions. This was a test of her. Zhang Chen had not uttered anything inappropriate. It was merely Zhong Lin's own imagination running wild. Yet, could it be that this boy possessed such remarkable prowess? In just a few days, had Zhong Lin already succumbed? As this thought crossed her mind, she sighed inwardly. I mocked Zhong Lin, yet I am no different. With this realization, Yue regarded her calmly and advised, regardless of what Zhang Chen may have said, "It is all unfounded. Do not overthink it. If you truly wish to pursue him, be forthright in your intentions." As she spoke, An inexplicable discomfort stirred within Yiwei's heart. Nevertheless, she continued with her counsel. However, do remain vigilant. Zhang Chen is quite the flirtatious one, and I fear you may not be able to handle it. Zhang Lin felt a twinge of exasperation, thinking to herself, if I cannot manage him, can you? Sister Yiwei, I have no interest in that scoundrel, she retorted vehemently. Yiwei merely shook her head, exhaling a sigh, choosing not to elaborate further. I must head to the headquarters, so I shall take my leave. Grab something to eat. Don't starve yourself. After gathering her documents from the service desk, she exited. Watching Yiwei's retreating figure, Zhang Lin couldn't help but muse. She is indeed more beautiful than I am. Then, a sudden realization struck her. Why do I think Sister Yiwei is more attractive? Is it because of Zhang Chen? Oh dear, what am I thinking? Upon leaving, Zhang Chen observed that Zhang Lin had not followed him and understood that all was well. He was no lecher without a measure of confidence. He dared to kiss her, assured that it would be inconsequential. The way Zhang Lin blushed was evident even to a fool. Her feelings for him were unmistakable. However, she was entirely different from the madam. This was rather exhilarating. After savoring the moment for a while, Zhang Chen activated the notification. Repair completed. Rewards dispensed. No critical hit bonuses. That was fine. 50,000 was no trifling sum. He had not anticipated that he could so effortlessly earn 50,000 from Zhang Lin. Absurd, indeed. He couldn't help but think of the lady next door. He initially thought this girl was a reward black hole. However, it has become evident that it is merely a matter of emphasis. They are fundamentally different. After delightfully checking her text messages and confirming the funds had arrived, Zhang Chen prepared to set off for Teacher Ruan's residence. Yet, 2 days had passed, so he deemed it prudent to ascertain whether she was home. It would be quite unfortunate to arrive only to find her absent. With this in mind, he directly called Ruan Jiao. After a few rings, the call was answered. Teacher Ruan, how is your health? Zhang Chen inquired with genuine concern. I'm fine now, Ruan Jiao replied in a calm voice. Unbeknownst to Zhang Chen, her hands trembled slightly upon seeing his call, but she ultimately answered. The reason being, Zhang Chen's skills were beyond reproach. Let us not misinterpret that. It refers to his electrical expertise and his astonishing culinary abilities. To be frank, over the past 2 days, she had been indulging in the dumplings he had prepared and stored in her refrigerator, each bite so delectable that it felt as though her taste buds might dissolve. Watching the supply dwindle, she had even reduced her intake during the last 2 meals. Moreover, she had not forgotten Zhang Chen's previous mention of coming to replace the wiring. The aging electrical system in her home was indeed a concern, and she wished to avoid any potential hazards, especially when he was not around. Upon hearing that Ruan Jiao was well, Zhang Chen felt a sense of relief. He still wished to see Teacher Ruan in her yoga pants. After all, if the electricity failed, that would pose a problem. Teacher Ruan, I'm heading to the building materials market now. I'll be at your place shortly. So wait for me, Zhang Chen announced. I've picked up the 6 square millimeter wiring, all top brands. You've already bought it? Zhang Chen was taken aback. Yes, I can't let you bear the expense for the wiring at my home, Ruan Jiao chuckled lightly. Besides, you work hard for your money. I'm a teacher, and I have funds. You can keep the last payment. Don't be so formal, teacher. Earning money is quite easy for me, Zhang Chen replied earnestly. He was speaking the truth. He had just earned 50,000, and with a few more efforts, he might even make 100,000. How could he bring himself to accept her payment? Don't take money lightly just because you're young. All right, if you're coming, make haste. It might not all be completed in the afternoon, Ruan Jiao urged. Understood. Zhang Chen nodded, refraining from further chatter. After hanging up, he first gathered all the necessary tools from the hardware store before hailing a taxi, heading straight to Ruan Jiao's community. Upon arriving at the entrance of the community, Zhang Chen stepped out of the taxi, tools in hand, and immediately spotted Ruan Jiao waiting at the door. However, today she was clad in an unflattering, oversized school uniform sports outfit, her hair in disarray, and her appearance rather unkempt. Particularly, her large glasses obscured her beauty. Looking down at her pants, they were baggy and loose, completely concealing her long, elegant legs. Similarly, her sports jacket was tightly zipped up, leaving Zhang Chen momentarily bewildered. Really? Is she trying to shield herself from me? He thought. Well, he could understand. After all, the situation with the disposable paper cup was indeed quite awkward. With this in mind, Zhang Chen approached with a smile, greeting, Hello, Teacher Ruan. Upon seeing him, Ruan Jiao's cheeks flushed slightly, and she felt a bit uneasy. Taking a deep breath, she suppressed the embarrassment within her and succinctly replied, Let's go. Observing Ruan's reaction, Zhang Chen couldn't help but chuckle, cheerfully following her into the community. Despite the ample sports pants providing some coverage, they still failed to completely conceal her movements. Teacher Ruan's vigilance is rather strong. Chapter 044. Teacher Ruan. What are you so nervous about? Zhang Chen was thoroughly enjoying the moment. Yet, the anxious Ruan Jiao, walking ahead, was a bundle of nerves. Although she did not turn around, she was acutely aware of his gaze upon her. Why was she dressed so conservatively? Why had she not styled her hair? Why was she wearing those horrid thick-framed glasses? Was she attempting to downplay her figure? But, was it effective? Clearly not. Biting her lip, Ruan Jiao feigned ignorance. Yet her pace involuntarily quickened. Thud, thud, thud. In just a few moments, they reached the elevator. Zhang Chen remarked, "Isn't it a bit much, Teacher Ruan? You seem overly cautious of me." Arriving at the elevator, Zhang Chen's eyes sparkled with clarity. Ruan Jiao turned her face away, unable to meet his gaze. For her cheeks were burning with embarrassment. Ding! The elevator doors opened. "Oh, little Ruan, bringing your boyfriend home?" An elderly lady greeted them warmly. "No." Ruan Jiao wanted to explain, but the elderly lady's daughter interjected, "Mom, is this the handsome guy who carried Teacher Ruan down that day? I heard he was quite anxious." Indeed, many neighbors had been watching that day, and the young man had appeared particularly nervous. After finishing her sentence, the elderly lady gave Zhang Chen a thumbs up. Zhang Chen, with a humble smile, replied, "Auntie, you flatter me. It's what one ought to do. If I don't care, who will?" "Exactly. Unlike my husband, who shows no signs of being nervous at all. The last time I asked him to carry me, he complained about my weight. 100 times he refused. And in the end, he even strained his back. His stamina is abysmal." The elderly lady's daughter, quite familiar, lamented about her own husband. Zhang Chen glanced over, astonished. The man must weigh around 200 pounds. It would certainly be a struggle for him to carry anyone. "What did your husband endure in his past life?" Zhang Chen quipped. "Sister, I'm merely youthful." He humbly added, "Such sweet words, young man." The elder woman beamed, her eyes crinkling with delight. Meanwhile, Ruan Jiao felt utterly numbed by the conversation, unable to interject. Giving up the fight, she decided to let them chatter on. After they departed, the two entered the elevator. As the doors closed, Ruan Jiao's anxiety intensified. It wasn't that she feared him doing anything inappropriate. After all, she was his teacher. Yet, she was simply nervous. Finally arriving at her doorstep, she exhaled in relief. Taking out her keys to unlock the door, once Zhang Chen stepped inside, he immediately noticed the tangled mass of electric wires in the living room. Bundles of 6 square wires were present, all in good quality. "What shall we do now?" Ruan Jiao inquired. "Teacher, you sit there and rest. I can handle it." Zhang Chen replied. "That won't do. I must assist." Ruan Jiao asserted earnestly. "That is fine. As long as you aren't afraid of electricity." Zhang Chen chuckled. Ruan Jiao's face flushed crimson at his words, and then she shot him a glance. "Do you think I know nothing? With the main switch off, what electricity is there?" Teacher, you've become quite clever." Zhang Chen exhibited no trace of embarrassment. "When have I ever been foolish?" Ruan Jiao was rendered speechless. He was once again engaging in his silver-tongued antics. Last time in the emergency room, he certainly acted rather foolishly. Zhang Chen mumbled. Upon hearing this, Ruan Jiao's face flushed crimson. "Are you really bringing this up?" She was utterly exasperated. "Ahem, dear teacher. Please do not be upset. My tongue often leads me astray. Let us pretend I did not hear that. Allow me to conduct an inspection." Zhang Chen hastily apologized and proceeded to check the wiring. Ruan Jiao feigned anger, yet internally, she felt a wave of panic. What if Zhang Chen had been the one electrocuted? Stop right there. She quickly halted her thoughts, taking a deep breath to remind herself. What has transpired? Let it remain in the past. What has not occurred, may it remain so. As for Zhang Chen, he was not genuinely inspecting the wiring. He merely wished to see if any pop-up alerts appeared. This was indeed a significant undertaking. After examining thoroughly, he found no alerts whatsoever. Perhaps the wires had merely aged, yet remained intact. Zhang Chen mused to himself. It might also be that my proactive approach is unfeasible? He pondered. Such occurrences are notoriously unpredictable. If there are none, so be it. Zhang Chen felt no disappointment. After all, he had already earned enough, hadn't he? Thus, he resolutely set to work. First, he shut off the main switch, then dismantled the power strip, carefully extracting the wires. He began by pulling the old wires from the wall before inserting the new ones. Given the age of the house, one must exercise caution with the wiring embedded within the walls. One cannot afford to sever them, lest complications arise. In this moment, Zhang Chen resembled a seasoned professional. Drawing upon the advanced electrical knowledge imparted by his mentor, he worked swiftly and skillfully. However, no matter how quick or adept he was, the aging wires posed a challenge. Despite his haste, by the time he completed the task, it was already 6 o'clock. Zhang Chen emerged drenched in perspiration, covered in dust. His clothes were in disarray, and his face, hands, and neck bore the marks of his labor. "You must be exhausted. Have a drink." Ruan Jiao thoughtfully handed him a chilled cola. Zhang Chen accepted it and downed half the bottle in one go, letting out a burp that brought him considerable relief. "You really needn't rush. Look at you. Drenched in sweat." Ruan Jiao could not help but comment. "Tomorrow, we can continue." "How could that be? If it's not fixed, there will be no electricity tonight. What if I stumble in the dark while heading to the restroom?" Zhang Chen replied. "Can't you wish for my well-being just a little?" Ruan Jiao was at a loss for words. He still retained that slick demeanor. "Indeed, I wish for you to live a long life, dear teacher. Thus, we must complete this task post-haste." Zhang Chen chuckled, noting that the job should have only taken 2 hours. Who would have known that dismantling the old wires would be so troublesome? He explained, wiping the sweat from his brow, inadvertently smearing the dust on his face, leaving a dark streak. "Alas, your hands are dirty. Do not wipe your sweat that way." Ruan Jiao spoke as she fetched a towel from the restroom, personally dabbing the sweat from his brow. In the process, she also wiped away the dark smudges on her face. However, as she tilted her head to carefully attend to Zhang Chen, the proximity between them became somewhat intimate. Zhang Chen could clearly see her delicate features, the long lashes framing her bright eyes, leaving him momentarily entranced. "Teacher Ruan, your eyes are truly beautiful," Zhang Chen complimented. "What? Is my face not beautiful?" Ruan Jiao retorted, slightly irked. "It is beautiful," Zhang Chen replied earnestly. Ruan Jiao's movements froze for a moment. Zhang Chen thought to himself that he had carelessly indulged in his flirtatious tendencies and hoped not to provoke her ire. To his surprise, Ruan Jiao merely blushed slightly. Her stunning gaze fixed upon him as she calmly remarked, "Is that how you intend to tease me?" Zhang Chen. Chapter 045. The identity of your teacher is a bonus. Something feels amiss. Indeed, it is profoundly unsettling. From his observations, just moments ago, Teacher Ruan appeared visibly anxious in the elevator downstairs. What could be the reason for this? Clearing his throat, Zhang Chen managed an awkward smile. How could that be? "It's simply that the teacher is extraordinarily beautiful. I couldn't help but compliment you, especially given your prowess in dance fitness. Your figure is simply exquisite." Noticing the audacity of this young man, Ruan Jiao picked up her towel, straightened up, and cast him a glance. "I understand your youthful exuberance, but please refrain from such jesting. Otherwise, I might become quite upset." "Understood." Zhang Chen nodded obediently, though he keenly sensed the turmoil in Teacher Ruan's eyes. She was suppressing her nerves with great effort, trying to leverage her status to intimidate him? In this day and age, status holds the least value. Conversely, your identity as a teacher indeed serves as an added advantage. Of course, with such a warning from Teacher Ruan, Zhang Chen naturally refrained from further excesses. Glancing out the window, he tugged at his snug t-shirt and said, "Teacher Ruan, I'll test the circuitry. As long as everything checks out, we'll be fine." "All right." Ruan Jiao nodded. As Zhang Chen commenced his inspection, Ruan Jiao finally allowed herself to relax, exhaling deeply. Moments ago, she had been forcefully suppressing her racing heart, feigning calmness. "Truly, well, youth and vigor, one must understand," she muttered under her breath, fully aware that had it not been for the electrical issue, such a predicament would not have arisen. It was rather unfortunate, to say the least. However, observing Zhang Chen, who was busily working and covered in dirt and sweat, Ruan Jiao thought to herself that aside from his flirtatiousness, he had no other faults. He tested all the lights. No issues. The power strips were all checked. Perfect. The water heater, main circuit, router, kitchen appliances, and so forth. After meticulously scrutinizing everything, he even employed a voltage tester in the bathroom, ensuring it was safe before feeling entirely at ease. He even took the time to investigate the source of the previous leakage, finding it had been resolved. "Teacher Ruan, how was the electrical issue with the outer wall handled?" Zhang Chen inquired. "I sought assistance from the community committee. It was an oversight on the part of the Power Supply Bureau. Several departments have compensated me for my losses, and everything has been restored." Ruan Jiao replied. "That's good to hear." Zhang Chen nodded. The efficiency of the resolution was commendable. After concluding his checks, he declared, "Teacher Ruan, I shall take my leave now." As he gathered his tools. "How can you leave looking like that?" Ruan Jiao remarked, unable to restrain herself from commenting on his disheveled appearance. "It's nothing. If the driver refuses to take me, I can always walk back, Zhang Chen said. Ruan Jiao felt a mixture of embarrassment and relief at his timely departure. Yet, she couldn't quite overcome the emotional hurdle within her heart. As she tossed the towel to him, she suggested, "Why not take a shower before you leave?" "Shower?" Zhang Chen was taken aback. "What's the matter? Aren't you feeling generous? Are you afraid of me?" Wan Jiao raised an eyebrow. "Oh dear. Teacher Wan is being provocative," Zhang Chen replied. Nonetheless, he felt uncomfortable due to the sticky sensation enveloping him. The main issue was that there was no electricity at home. He had damaged the wiring himself and had yet to repair it. However, there was a place to wash up. The neighboring lady's shower was quite pleasant. Whether he returned home or stayed here, he would be washing regardless. If she wasn't afraid, why should he be? Wait a moment. Just as Zhang Chen was about to step inside, Wan Jiao interjected. She then hurried to her bedroom. Before long, she emerged with a set of sportswear. "What's this?" Zhang Chen was puzzled. "My school uniform. It's too large, and I've never worn it." Wan Jiao chuckled slightly. Despite its size, it was still feminine attire, and she wondered if he would fit into it. However, before she could finish her thought, the clothes were already in Zhang Chen's hands. Wan Jiao exclaimed, "I'm going in." After locking the bathroom door, Zhang Chen prepared to wash. Wan Jiao blushed as she gazed at the bathroom door, unsure of her own feelings. Allowing him to bathe in her home, she silently hoped nothing awkward would occur. Once the door was shut, Zhang Chen couldn't resist the urge to inhale the scent of the ridiculously unattractive sportswear. The fragrance of the laundry detergent mingled with Teacher Wan's natural aroma. "She said she's never worn it?" He chuckled and hung the clothes nearby before stepping inside. A quick glance revealed nothing particularly unusual. The space was quite clean. The discomfort of being sticky was unbearable. Murmuring to himself, Zhang Chen stripped off his clothes and began to wash. Meanwhile, in the living room, Ruan Jiao heard the sounds of water and knew he had started his shower. She decided to tidy up the living area a bit. Checking the time, she realized it was getting late, and dinner should be prepared. Zhang Chen had mentioned visiting today, so she had gone out to buy meat and vegetables, intending to invite him for a meal. After all, he had been busy for so long, and it wouldn't be polite not to offer him a meal. Yet, should she really cook? She held the kitchen knife, unable to bring herself to start. The truth was, Zhang Chen's cooking was so delightful that she wondered if her desire to have him stay for dinner stemmed from a wish to savor his culinary skills. Deep down, she longed for his cooking, didn't she? "Oh, Ruan Jiao, what are you thinking?" She chided herself. At that moment, her body stiffened abruptly. Oh no. Her expression changed dramatically. The after effects. Chapter 046, Special Reward, Affection 10. Standing at the doorway, holding a wash basin containing his own clothes, Zhang Chen felt utterly bewildered. What on earth was happening? After finishing his bath, he had casually tossed his soiled garments into the basin he found in the bathroom, intending to wash them. Little did he expect that upon opening the door, he would witness something he shouldn't have. Consequently, he found himself locked outside. "Are you treating the aftermath here?" "Teacher Wan. Teacher Wan?" Zhang Chen knocked twice on the door, calling out. Wan Jiao took a deep breath, wiped her tears, and mustered the courage to approach. With a swift motion, she flung the door open and fixed her gaze upon Zhang Chen, unleashing a barrage of questions. "Why did you wash so quickly? Why are you doing laundry? Why didn't you knock before entering? Why did you save me? Why did you take me to the hospital? Being electrocuted would have been better." As she spoke, her tears cascaded down like a kite severed from its string, falling helplessly. This torrent of inquiries left Zhang Chen utterly flustered. The most striking aspect was that he had never imagined the usually cheerful Teacher Ruan would be in such a sorrowful state, resembling a weeping pear blossom. A profound sense of guilt welled up within him. "This is not an accident, I swear." "Teacher, please don't cry," Zhang Chen stammered. Feeling a sense of urgency, he understood that her emotions had reached a boiling point and were now erupting. Normally so articulate, she was now at a loss for words, and he feared that if he added fuel to the fire, her tears might flow even more fiercely. "What is happening?" "You, you." Ruan Jiao wept, struggling to articulate her thoughts, ultimately failing to utter a single coherent phrase. Just at that critical moment, an alert appeared above Ruan Jiao's head. "Weeping teacher, I feel wronged. I am heartbroken. I seek comfort. I do not wish to cry. Repair reward. 2,000 yuan. Special reward. Affection 10, current affection 80. Zhang Chen was taken aback. Affection 10? A special reward? Was this not a mysterious prize? How could there be such a reward? This was outrageous. Hadn't he noticed how deeply distressed Teacher Wan was? And yet, Her affection for him had reached 80 despite all the awkwardness they had just endured. What was going on? Could it be that his striking good looks were the reason? Or perhaps, during their university days, teacher Juan had been charmed by a silver tongue? This was utterly absurd. As for the 2,000 yuan, it seemed trivial compared to the prospect of gaining 10 points of affection. If the affection reached a full 100, what would happen then? With this thought, Zhang Chen's previously rigid mind suddenly came to life. He sighed, filled with remorse, and said, "I'm sorry, teacher Juan, it's all my fault. I shouldn't have bathed here. I should have left immediately, or else this wouldn't have happened." His tone was sincere, laden with regret. As he turned and resolutely stepped outside. "Stop!" Suddenly, Ruan Jiao cried out in anger. "Teacher Juan." Zhang Chen turned around, looking at her with a pitiful expression. Wan Jiao felt a bit numb. She was indeed upset. "But what did you mean by what you just said? Wasn't I the one who asked you to stay home for a bath?" Ultimately, the fault did not lie with him. Thus, when Zhang Chen, filled with guilt, turned to leave, she couldn't help but call out to him. Yet she didn't quite understand why. At that moment, seeing his gaze upon her, Ruan Jiao wiped her tears and shook her head, stating, "It has nothing to do with you. It's me." As she spoke, tears threatened to spill again. "Don't cry. I can't bear to see a girl in tears." Zhang Chen quickly responded, stepping forward to help her wipe away her tears. This caused Ruan Jiao's heart to race. She instinctively took a step back, raising her hand to stop him. "Zhang Chen, don't." Her tear-filled eyes were frantic, yet amidst the chaos, there lingered an undeniable affection. "Teacher Juan." "No, Jiao Jiao." Zhang Chen suddenly changed his address to her. Wan Jiao instantly flared up. "Don't call me that." She was utterly flustered, desperately trying to maintain her composure, though the panic was impossible to disguise. "All right, teacher Juan, I'll listen to you, but please stop crying. Your eyes will swell up," Zhang Chen hastily said. Wan Jiao noticed his flustered demeanor, finding it somewhat endearing. "Oh no, you've got snot coming out," Zhang Chen exclaimed. "Huh? Where?" Wan Jiao jumped in shock, hurriedly wiping her face. "Oh no, my makeup is ruined." "Ruined? That's quite unattractive." Wan Jiao was still quite conscious of her appearance. Upon hearing his remark, she instinctively looked for a mirror, only to remember that in an effort to divert Zhang Chen's attention from her looks and figure, she hadn't bothered with makeup at all, let alone dress too revealingly. Upon glancing back at Zhang Chen, she noticed his smug expression, clearly teasing her. "Zhang Chen, you tricked me again." She realized he was intentionally diverting her attention to make her smile. Unable to contain herself, Wan Jiao burst into laughter. "See, this is much better." Zhang Chen chuckled as well, then ran to the living room to fetch her some tissues. After Wan Jiao accepted them and wiped her tears and nose, she looked at Zhang Chen and felt less embarrassed. After all, he had seen worse. In fact, it was her sudden outburst of tears that had startled him. She felt a bit sheepish about how she had behaved. He had come to help her, yet she had acted in such a manner. All of this was unexpected. Perhaps her attitude was a bit melodramatic? Was that the right term? Chapter 47. The change of affection level at 90. "Teacher Juan, please do not cry. I truly did not intend to." Zhang Chen observed her smile before sincerely apologizing. "It is not your fault. It is my issue," Wan Jiao replied, her face still slightly flushed. "I am relieved to hear that you are not angry." Zhang Chen sighed deeply, feeling a weight lift off his shoulders. Wan Jiao shot him a glare. "Why do you make it seem like I am being unreasonable? Any girl would have cried in such a situation." After saying this, she solemnly warned him, "This matter must remain confidential, especially from your classmates." "Rest assured." Zhang Chen nodded. He quickly added, "I will keep everything to myself. Not a word shall escape my lips." "Teacher, I am not foolish. How could I possibly disclose this?" Seeing his serious expression, Ruan Jiao couldn't help but relax a bit. However, she felt an unexplainable flutter in her heart at that moment, a feeling that was unexpectedly pleasant, almost like affection. Huh? When did this liking emerge? Wan Jiao felt a pang of fear. What was this strange sensation? She dared not dwell on it further. "All right, I will wash my hands and prepare dinner. You need not trouble yourself. I will take care of it. You just wait for the delicious food," Zhang Chen declared, his hands itching to cook. "Are you capable?" Wan Jiao looked at him skeptically. "Piece of cake." Zhang Chen replied confidently with a nod. "Very well, I have already purchased the meat and vegetables, and the seasonings are all ready." With that, she hurried off to the bathroom, leaving Zhang Chen momentarily stunned. "Wait, is she treating me like a master chef? All this fuss, and it seems she is just craving something." Moreover, he distinctly sensed a significant shift in Wan Jiao's attitude towards him in that fleeting moment. Blinking, he pulled up a notification. Sure enough, The maintenance task had been completed. Repair completed. Special reward has been issued. Current affection level 90. Reward has been distributed. No wonder. Zhang Chen murmured to himself, wondering how far this level of affection could go. Crystal braised pork, stir-fried snails, steamed hairy crabs, snow fungus, and lotus seed porridge. Even the frozen dumplings had been transformed into pot stickers by Zhang Chen. The golden pot stickers made Wan Jiao's mouth water. Teacher Wan, are you hungry? Please, eat up, Zhang Chen said cheerfully as the dishes were served. Wan Jiao nodded and could not help but exclaim, your culinary skills are truly exceptional. This is exquisite. This is my specialty, prepared only for someone I cherish. Others do not receive such treatment. Zhang Chen teased. Wan Jiao merely shot him another glance. Seemingly indifferent, Zhang Chen thought to himself that there was indeed a difference compared to before, yet it still fell short of the standard of a true gourmet. Noticing Wan Jiao focused intently on her meal without uttering a word, Zhang Chen could no longer hold back and dove into his own food. After a busy afternoon, she was utterly famished. Having satisfied her hunger and thirst, Wan Jiao took the initiative to rise, tidying up the bowls and chopsticks before heading to the kitchen. Donning an apron, she commenced washing the dishes. Zhang Chen stood at the kitchen doorway, gazing at her silhouette, finding her undeniably charming, despite her choice of unattractive, baggy sweatpants. Yet, she was captivating all the same. Wan Jiao's hands trembled slightly. She was nervous, acutely aware of Zhang Chen's watchful gaze upon her, though she remained motionless. The intensity of his scrutiny made her exceedingly anxious, causing her breath to falter. However, she feigned composure, inhaling deeply as she grasped a plate and poured dish soap onto it, just as she began to scrub with a sponge. Her nervousness compounded with the slickness of the soap caused her to lose grip. Suddenly, the plate slipped from her hands, crashing against the edge of the sink and shattering into fragments. Shards flew toward Wan Jiao, but she reacted swiftly, letting out a startled cry as she jumped back. Two sizable pieces hurtled toward her. At that moment, Zhang Chen rushed forward, enveloping her in a protective embrace, spinning her around to shield her with his own body. She faced away from him while he turned his back to the sink. Was he worried about me? In that instant, Wan Jiao's mind blanked, and time seemed to stretch infinitely. Following that, a cacophony of clattering echoed as the broken plate hit the floor. When the noise subsided, Zhang Chen's voice reached her ears. Filled with urgency, Wan Laosher, are you all right? I'm fine, really, Wan Jiao replied, her ears flushed crimson, acutely aware of his strong arms encircling her. Yet, she did not immediately extricate herself from his hold, as if her mind had momentarily ceased to function, allowing him to embrace her. Zhang Chen, meanwhile, exhaled in relief. That had indeed been perilous. Had the shards grazed Wan Jiao's face or neck, it could have resulted in severe injury. However, was my reaction too swift? It seemed I had become remarkably quicker, almost doubling my previous reflexes. This thought flitted through his mind as he glanced down. Noticing Wan Jiao's ears were a deep shade of red, she nestled into his embrace, as still as if immobilized. Only the sound of her rapid heartbeat breaking the silence. Wan Laosher Zhang Chen felt a stirring in his heart and called her softly. Wan Jiao responded faintly, merely acknowledging the sound. Zhang Chen paused, then swiftly realized the implication of her reaction. Was this the benefit of a 90 favorability rating? He mused that he ought to seize this opportunity. Chapter 048. Zhang Chen's Sweet Offensive. Wan Jiao was bewildered. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely. Wan Jiao's eyes widened in shock. Zhang Chen, this cannot be. But what have I done? My heavens, this is utterly wrong. Wan Laosher, I have liked you since the moment we met again. No, it began back in university. Zhang Chen launched his sweet offensive. However, at that moment, Wan Jiao suddenly cried out and forcefully pushed Zhang Chen away, darting out in haste. Wan Laosher. Zhang Chen was taken aback, bewildered by the sudden turn of events. Yet, piecing together her earlier reaction, a realization struck him. No way could it be. The after effects. Zhang Chen felt utterly disheartened. My benefits. My 90 affection points. When Wan Jiao emerged once more, she was so shy that she could hardly face him. Yet, there was no escape. She had to confront him. However, recalling what had just transpired, she found herself devoid of the courage to step out of the restroom. At that moment, she felt as if she were burning with fever, her entire body radiating heat. Just then, footsteps echoed from outside the door. Wan Jiao jolted in alarm, rushing to the entrance and slamming the door shut with a loud crash. In her fluster, she fumbled to lock it securely. Zhang Chen reached the door just in time. But before he could gain a clear view inside, he caught a glimpse of Wan Jiao, as if she had mastered the art of stealth. Appearing at the door in a flash, just as he intended to greet her, the door swung shut with a resounding bang, and he could hear the lock being turned rapidly from within. After a considerable pause, Zhang Chen sighed and knocked on the door. "Wan Laosher, please. You can leave now. I am too embarrassed to face you." Inside, Wan Zhao's voice trembled, laden with an unmistakable hint of tears. She was evidently shaken by the recent events. "I'm sorry, I couldn't control myself." Zhang Chen's eyes sparkled with understanding, his tone becoming increasingly sincere. A smile crept into his heart. Too embarrassed to face me? Instead of berating herself, her reaction indicated that she had indeed been moved. Suddenly, Wan Zhao's voice grew louder. "Zhang Chen, I beg you, please leave. Allow me a moment to think. Will you?" Upon hearing her plea, Zhang Chen felt a wave of relief wash over him. To think it over? Wouldn't that only make her blush more? He coughed lightly, suppressing his triumphant thoughts. "Very well, I shall take my leave then." Silence enveloped the room as Wan Zhao offered no response. She leaned against the door, gradually sinking to the floor, hugging her knees and resting her chin atop them. Lost in a daze, her mind was entirely consumed by the scene that had unfolded in the kitchen. What terrified her more was the realization that she had been utterly captivated by it. "Ah!" she shouted in frustration. Time passed without her noticing. Eventually, Wan Zhao recognized that the sounds from outside had ceased. Only then did she slowly rise to her feet. Upon unlocking the door and pulling it open, she was greeted by the sight of Zhang Chen standing there in a daze. Startled, Wan Zhao instinctively slammed the door shut with a resounding bang, leaving Zhang Chen utterly bewildered. Was such a reaction truly warranted? "You, why haven't you left yet?" Wan Zhao exclaimed in shock. Moments later, a cry of dismay emerged from outside, accompanied by Zhang Chen's pained exclamation, "My nose." Wan Zhao jumped at the sound, recalling how hastily she had closed the door, and realized how close he had been. Could he have injured his nose? Panic surged within her as she flung the door open once more, rushing to him, cradling his face, and pleading, "Let me see. Did you really hurt your nose?" "I'm so sorry, it was unintentional." Observing her frantic demeanor, Zhang Chen couldn't suppress a smirk of triumph. As she studied his face closely, she found his nose perfectly intact, devoid of any marks. In that instant, it dawned on her that she had been deceived. Her initial concern swiftly morphed into alarm, and she instinctively released her grip on his face, retreating into the room. However, he swiftly caught her hands in his firm grasp. "Let go of me." Wan Zhao struggled, exasperated. "You tricked me. You said you were leaving you." "Teacher Wan," Zhang Chen suddenly called out with a weighty tone, halting her in her tracks. She looked up at him, her beautiful eyes glistening with unshed tears, and for a moment, the authoritative teacher she once was seemed to vanish. "I merely wished to bid you farewell in person," Zhang Chen proclaimed earnestly. Wan Zhao stared at him blankly, utterly at a loss for words. "Remember to take your medication. Don't forget to go for a follow-up at the hospital. If you crave anything, just let me know. If anything in your home breaks, contact me. And don't hold back. It's not good for your health." Wan Zhao was taken aback. "But just moments ago, you were so gentle. How can you suddenly turn serious and tease me? How do you manage to maintain such a straight face while doing so?" "Very well, I shall take my leave now, since you seem so eager for me to vanish from your sight," Zhang Chen said, his tone tinged with a hint of disappointment. He suddenly leaned down and kissed her forehead, then turned away and strode resolutely out the door. With a click, the door closed behind him, watching Zhang Chen depart. Wan Zhao felt her previously tensed body instantly relax. Her legs weakened, and she sank down onto the floor. Relief? Certainly, for she no longer had to confront Zhang Chen. Yet, why did she feel such an emptiness within? The conflicting emotions of desiring his departure while simultaneously wishing for his presence left her feeling utterly disoriented, as if she were teetering on the brink of madness. Chapter 049. Zhang Chen. "Hurry, my foot is cramped." Time seemed to stretch indefinitely. After what felt like an eternity, Wan Zhao finally regained some strength. She rose from the ground and made her way to the living room, only to be greeted by the chaotic scene in the kitchen. Glancing down at her oversized sweatpants, she found herself perplexed. Was it possible that men were so easily captivated, even by something so unflattering? Wan Zhao buried her face in her hands. This was a disaster. He was so mischievous, yet strangely, she found herself not disapproving of it. Meanwhile, Zhang Chen lingered at the doorway, savoring the moment before he turned and descended the elevator. What a delightful benefit! He sighed contentedly as he exited the community and hailed a taxi, eager to rush home. Dragging his weary body, Yue switched on the lights, placed her bag on the shoe cabinet, and hung her keys on the hook. She then propped her legs up, removed her formal shoes, and slipped into comfortable slippers. Approaching the sofa, she plopped down, utterly exhausted. Today's event had finally concluded. She had spent the entire day walking and standing, her ankles aching beyond belief. It wasn't just her feet. Her calves were equally strained, and she felt as though her muscles were taut. Unable to resist, she bent at the waist, rubbing her sore calves. Yet, no amount of massage seemed to alleviate the discomfort. If only Zhang Chen could give me a massage. Suddenly, that thought crossed her mind. Yue quickly shook her head, forcing the notion away. She dared not entertain it. However, when it came to technique, she was utterly inadequate. Even after tiring her fingers out, there was no relief to be found. Perhaps a soak would help? She began to recall how Zhang Chen had done it. Before soaking, he would first massage the soles, but acupoints and meridians were completely foreign to her. She attempted to press down, only to wince in pain. Yet, the refreshing sensation she sought remained elusive. Sighing, Yue lamented the adage that without comparison, one cannot feel pain. In contrast to Zhang Chen's remarkable massage skills, her own efforts seemed trivial. Nevertheless, she had no intention of seeking his assistance, fully aware of his ulterior motives. Allowing him to come over would be inviting trouble. Absolutely out of the question. Forget it, I'll just soak my feet, she resolved, rubbing her aching instep as she rose to fetch some warm water. Surely, if she couldn't master the technique, she could at least manage a foot soak. Dipping her toes into the water, she tested the temperature before fully immersing her feet. Instantly, the warm water enveloped them. It almost felt like Zhang Chen's hands. Wait, why was he on her mind? She stood there in a daze for a moment before sighing again. What was happening to her? How could she possibly entertain such thoughts? The warm water and Zhang Chen's hands bore no resemblance whatsoever. Just as she intended to relax and enjoy the soak, suddenly, both feet seized up. Oh no. Yue's expression shifted dramatically. This was a sign of cramping. What a disaster. Her face turned pale. The agony of a cramp is something she knows all too well. It is akin to enduring torture. The mere thought of a full-body cramp sends shivers down her spine. In that moment, any sense of modesty vanishes, and she hastily dials Zhang Chen's number. Meanwhile, Zhang Chen is seated in a taxi, engaging in light-hearted conversation with the driver when his phone rings. Glancing at the screen, he sees it's Yue. Taken aback, he quickly answers, "Sister, what's wrong?" "Something's not right. I think I'm about to cramp." Yue's voice is laced with panic. "What?" Zhang Chen is momentarily stunned, then asks, "Did you soak your feet? How did you know?" Yue replies, her tone infused with surprise. "Quick, take them out. Don't soak them any longer. I haven't even helped you relax your muscles yet. Soaking them now will only accelerate the onset." Zhang Chen urges with urgency. Upon hearing this, Yue's voice trembles as she swiftly withdraws her feet from the basin. "Where are you? Hurry to my house." "I'm on my way," Zhang Chen reassures her. "Please, be fast." "Understood." He hangs up, preparing to prompt the driver. Yet, before he can speak, the driver cheerfully remarks, "So, young man, are you a therapist? Got a client in a hurry?" Zhang Chen stares blankly. "How did you deduce that?" "Indeed." Zhang Chen nods. "The wealthy client is in a rush. Please drive faster." "All right. Hold on tight." The driver shows no sign of discrimination. With a swift press on the accelerator, the car speeds up, and he continues to chat. "You must earn quite a bit in this line of work, judging by how anxious that wealthy lady seems." "Young man? Young man?" Why the silence? Suddenly distracted, the driver nearly rear-ends another car. He leans out the window to shout angrily. Zhang Chen, exasperated, interjects, "Driver, please focus. Avoid collisions." "Ah, my apologies. A slip-up. I assure you my driving skills are impeccable. I was merely curious. Does your workplace have any beautiful female therapists?" Zhang Chen remains speechless. Ultimately, the driver, slightly disgruntled by the lack of attractive foot massage therapists, continues on his way. Zhang Chen, tucking his phone into his pocket, hastens toward Yue's residence. The phone rings again. It's Yue. Upon answering, he hears her urgent voice. "Zhang Chen, are you here yet? I'm starting to cramp." Before she finishes her sentence, a pained ouch escapes her lips, clearly indicating the onset of the cramps. "Sister, I've just entered the community. I'm almost there." Zhang Chen reassures her. "Hurry, please." "Yes." Yue's voice conveys her distress. Zhang Chen keeps the call active, providing comfort as he sprints. In just 2 minutes, he arrives at the entrance. "Sister, open the door." He calls out. "All right." Yue responds, and the call disconnects. She had already heard the sound of knocking at the door. All she needed to do was open it. However, as her feet touched the ground, an instant cramp seized her, causing her to break out in a cold sweat. After a moment of struggle, she managed to steady herself and rose, forcing herself to endure the discomfort as she made her way to the door. Upon reaching the entrance and swinging the door open, she was met with Zhang Chen's concerned expression. Just as she began to utter his name, her feet and calves simultaneously seized up. Yui's complexion shifted dramatically as she hurriedly reached for the shoe cabinet, attempting to steady herself against it. Yet, before she could fully act, Zhang Chen rushed in, swiftly closing the door behind him. He bent down and lifted her into his arms. However, before Zhang Chen could carry her back to the sofa, Yui's legs began to twitch uncontrollably, their movements becoming increasingly pronounced. Initially, Zhang Chen held her with her legs resting comfortably over his arm, but suddenly, both legs began to flail. In the next moment, Yue felt herself sliding downward. Chapter 050, Maintenance Reward. The 72 Techniques of Bone Alignment and Muscle Relaxation. Yue was taken aback, but in the next moment, she was pulled back by Zhang Chen. Sister, I apologize, I lost my grip. Zhang Chen awkwardly exclaimed. It's fine, you hurry, she began to say, but the cramp resumed. Zhang Chen held Yue, feeling her leg twitching and kicking in the air uncontrollably. With a laugh, Zhang Chen could no longer contain himself. At that moment, Yue resembled a wind-up doll, her legs moving erratically and her body shaking uncontrollably. It was utterly amusing. Yue's face turned crimson, and she felt embarrassed by Zhang Chen's laughter, realizing how ridiculous she looked while kicking her legs. She too burst into laughter, despite the pain. Ouch, you hurry, please. Seeing her expression of both laughter and agony, Zhang Chen was overcome with amusement. Nevertheless, he did not dare to delay and hurriedly carried her to the sofa, gently placing her down. Quick! Yue was both pained and amused, an utterly bizarre sight, yet she urged Zhang Chen to help her. If this cramping continued, she feared she might perish. Understood. Zhang Chen nodded, but as he lowered his head, what on earth were those maintenance pop-ups on her feet? And there were 2 pop-ups? Intermittent cramps in the right foot. It hurts. Someone save me, maintenance reward. 5,000 yuan. Intermittent cramps in the left foot. It hurts. Come press me. Maintenance reward. 72 Techniques of Bone Alignment and Muscle Relaxation. Zhang Chen. Wait, is this correct? Monetary reward for the right foot and a skill for the left? What on earth is the 72 Techniques of Bone Alignment and Muscle Relaxation? As Zhang Chen stared intently at her feet, Yue felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. Are you still looking? Zhang Chen, wait until later, she exclaimed. A mix of anger, shame, and frustration in her voice. Zhang Chen snapped back to reality, quickly employing his massage skills. As he began, Yue felt warmth radiating from her soles, spreading throughout her body. The cramping muscles gradually calmed, and the intense pain and tingling sensation lessened significantly. She exhaled in relief, feeling a sense of dread dissipate. However, as she observed Zhang Chen's serious demeanor while massaging her feet, her heart raced uncontrollably. But what could she do? The situation had escalated. She decided to let it be. After all, it wasn't the first time. Just do it, I don't mind. Moments passed. How can I not mind? My poor feet. After 20 minutes of massage, confirming the cramps had subsided, Zhang Chen paused. Let's take a 3-minute break and continue to solidify the results. Yue nodded, her cheeks flushed. Hearing this, Zhang Chen's heart skipped a beat. He looked up and saw Yue's face flushed with embarrassment, her long legs perfectly straight. Could you please stop looking at me like that? Yue exclaimed, unable to contain her shyness. No, sister, is your calf cramping too? Zhang Chen inquired with utmost seriousness. Yes. Yue nodded. Then that won't do. Your legs need to be massaged as well, Zhang Chen stated, explaining that the muscles in the legs and feet are interconnected, and failing to massage properly could easily lead to foot cramps. Is that so? Yue asked, feeling a bit dazed. If your feet are already like this, how do you plan to massage your legs? Isn't that a bit embarrassing? Well, you know my massage techniques, sister. I possess extensive experience, Zhang Chen asserted, nodding earnestly. Yue felt a tingle of apprehension. Was he being sincere or merely toying with her? Dear sister, do not shy away from seeking help, Zhang Chen advised earnestly. Yue retorted, have you had enough of staring? After a while, noticing that Zhang Chen remained motionless, she turned her head only to find him fixated on her, his gaze nearly igniting. She was aware of her appealing figure, yet I am currently in excruciating pain from this cramp. I apologize, sister. You were simply too stunning. I unconsciously gazed a moment longer. He rubbed his palms together and added, just bear with it. Yue remained silent. choosing instead to bury her head into the couch cushions, akin to an ostrich. Zhang Chen adopted a massage technique and first attempted foot reflexology. The result was Yiwei's pain cries. His face turned crimson with embarrassment. Foot reflexology only works on the feet. It cannot address the legs. Realizing this, he eased his pressure and began to massage haphazardly. Then, he blinked and activated a notification. Repair completed. Rewards distributed. Repair completed. Rewards distributed. 2 pop-up notifications confirmed the completion of repairs. Shortly after, his phone chimed, indicating a reward of 5,000 had been credited. However, that was not what he desired. Indeed, in the next moment, an influx of knowledge surged into his mind. Simultaneously, his fingers transformed their technique. Guided by a sudden emergence of a full-body meridian and acupoint map in his brain, accompanied by muscle memory as if he had massaged thousands of beautiful women before, he instinctively began to employ the third technique of bone alignment and muscle relaxation. Chapter 051. Wrapping up. Did you take an hour? Huh? It eased up so quickly? Within just a few minutes, Yue felt the cramping sensation dissipate. In fact, she felt remarkably comfortable, as if all fatigue had been swept away. There was still a bit of pain, but it was bearable. Zhang Chen nodded, fully aware of the transformation taking place. He couldn't help but exclaim internally, "Wow, this technique is truly impressive." Once again, he expressed profound respect for the masterful skills of his mentor. "Are you feeling a bit of pain, sister? It will subside soon. Just hold on a little longer," Zhang Chen said with concern. "Yes, it does hurt a little," she replied. "All right, I'll ease up," Zhang Chen responded gently. His hands suddenly shifted as he employed the 8th technique of bone adjustment and muscle relaxation. As Zhang Chen continued to massage, the muscles in her calves began to relax significantly. A warm sensation surged from the soles of her feet, traveling up her spine and radiating throughout her entire body. It felt as though she were soaking in warm water, utterly delightful. The 72 techniques of bone adjustment and muscle relaxation developed by his mentor were indeed extraordinary. Each technique corresponded to specific meridian points and muscle groups. Before long, Yue sensed her symptoms rapidly diminishing. Even her previously fatigued muscles seemed to revive, as if the earlier cramps had been nothing but a distant dream. However, Yue's face flushed crimson. Although it was a legitimate massage, the context felt somewhat improper. "Sister?" Zhang Chen called out, noticing her lost in thought. Yue jolted back to reality, quickly shaking her head. "Is it done? I need to sleep early. I have a busy day tomorrow." "Busy? At this rate, you'll end up in the hospital," Zhang Chen remarked. "What can I do?" Yue feigned a sigh of helplessness. In truth, she had no obligations the next day and could enjoy a full day of rest. But she needed an excuse: late-night massages, a tenant, and a beautiful property manager. The scenario felt all too familiar, so she had to concoct such a pretext. Couldn't she simply ask him to leave? Yet, she found herself somewhat reluctant. Additionally, Zhang Chen's massage technique was genuinely remarkable. She doubted she could find such a skilled practitioner even if she spent a fortune. "All right, sister, I'll finish up." Zhang Chen nodded, refraining from further comments. He proceeded to employ the 12th technique. An hour later, Zhang Chen finally completed the session. The relief was exquisite. His mentor's methods were astonishing. Who knew one could become addicted to such work? "Sister, sister?" Zhang Chen wiggled his fingers and called out softly twice, but received no reply. He leaned in closer to inspect. Huh? She had actually fallen asleep? His voice grew even softer. "Sister? Sister?" After calling out a couple more times and confirming she was indeed asleep, Zhang Chen muttered to himself, "Well, it's only natural, after a long day. And with such a soothing massage, falling asleep is expected." Zhang Chen gazed at Yue, who was sprawled on the sofa, utterly captivated by her figure. What a splendid physique! He mused to himself. She has fallen asleep. I must ensure she doesn't catch a chill. Should I carry her inside? He bent down, contemplating the act, but hesitated. No, what if she wakes and misinterprets my intentions? After all, I am a man of integrity. I cannot engage in anything coercive. He sighed, pondering the consequences of her recent massage. She mustn't be exposed to the cold. Resting on the sofa may lead to discomfort tomorrow, aching back, sore legs, and cramps. "Sister, please don't be upset. I merely wish to carry you to your room and cover you with a blanket before departing." He rambled on, oblivious to the fact that Yue, pretending to be asleep, was becoming increasingly exasperated. Can one truly drag this on for an hour? Although he is the one being unreasonable, why didn't Ti remind him? Yue reflected inwardly, as Zhang Chen continued his incessant chatter, leaving her speechless. "Are you going to carry me or not? If you are, Please do it swiftly. I am quite anxious. After what felt like an eternity of silent prayers, Yue sensed Zhang Chen approaching her. In the next instant, she found herself enveloped in his strong embrace. He swiftly transported her to the bedroom, placing her gently in bed, all while maintaining a respectful demeanor. There was nothing inappropriate about his actions. It was only when Zhang Chen departed and the sound of the door closing echoed in the hallway that Yue slowly opened her eyes. Yet, she couldn't shake the rapid beating of her heart. Chapter 52. An urgent need of Bai Xiao. Standing downstairs, Zhang Chen felt as though he might explode. Was he not aware of Yue's reaction? Surely, he was not merely a technician by title. Yet, due to his shyness, he had pretended to be asleep. He ought to cooperate, should he not? Nevertheless, the Baogong Song Gene Health Preservation 72 forms were indeed remarkable. At this moment, however, urgency consumed him. He desperately needed to find his wife. He hurriedly descended the stairs, sprinting towards the door. Upon reaching it, he knocked frantically. Bai Xiao, deep in slumber, jolted awake, startled. Outside, she heard Zhang Chen calling, "Sister, open the door." Bai Xiao stood in a daze for a moment before murmuring to herself, "I knew it." She rose, slipped on her slippers, and approached the door to open it. "Sister." Zhang Chen's eyes blazed with intensity. "Shoo." Bai Xiao gasped, swiftly shushing him, peering left and right to ensure no one was around. Once she confirmed the coast was clear, she pulled him inside. After closing the door, she chided him softly. "Lower your voice, lest someone hears us." Her cautious demeanor brought a smile to Zhang Chen's face. How endearing she was. Who would be listening at this late hour? He chuckled lightly. Upon seeing his expression, Bai Xiao could only sigh, pondering, "My brave little brother, do you want me to be your sister? Or do you want something else?" She felt a sense of helplessness within herself. How had she transformed into this? The little wolf dog seemed to obey her every word. Yet why did she feel such trepidation? Fearful of his departure? Oh dear, was she truly reveling in this predicament? Internally scolding herself, she said aloud, "Come in." Zhang Chen chuckled softly. After washing up, brushing her teeth, and applying her makeup, Yue stepped onto the balcony to collect the clothes that had dried from the previous day. Suddenly, memories of last night caused her cheeks to flush. "Yue, how have you changed so?" She thought bitterly, her teeth gritting at the thought of Zhang Chen. She patted her cheeks and took several deep breaths to calm her agitated heart. Once the clothes were neatly folded, she glanced at the time. It was already 7:10. She promptly opened her wardrobe, preparing to change before heading downstairs. Although she need not attend work today, other matters required her presence outside. Since it was personal time, there was no need to wear her work attire. Instinctively, she reached for her stockings, but upon grasping them, she froze. She could not wear those. What if that boy saw her? Realizing this thought had crossed her mind left her utterly dumbfounded. Was she truly considering him while dressing? She was merely going out for errands, not to work. Surely, she would not encounter Zhang Chen. What was the harm in wearing stockings? She thought angrily, resolutely. She sealed the stockings away once more. Before long, she had changed her outfit. Once she confirmed it was sufficiently modest, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. This should suffice for modesty. Grabbing her handbag, she prepared to leave. She placed the scattered items inside and, upon reaching the doorway, slipped into her elegant high-heeled shoes. Just as she was about to open the door, her phone rang. Startled, Yue glanced at the screen and saw that it was Sister Lee from the same building calling her. Sister Lee was a longtime resident of the community, and they were quite familiar with one another. But why was she calling? Perhaps there was something urgent. Without hesitation, Yue answered, "Hello, Sister Lee. Vivi, my toilet is broken. Is that efficient and skilled handyman you recommended last time available? Could you ask him to come over right now?" Sister Lee's tone was tinged with urgency. Yue paused for a moment, suddenly recalling that just a few days ago, in an effort to help Zhang Chen gain some business, she had mentioned this handyman to several close neighbors. And now, the opportunity had arisen. "All right, Sister Lee. Please hold on while I make a quick call." Yue responded promptly, her agreement unwavering. Yes, it needs to be done swiftly. I have guests coming over today, and I can't have a broken toilet." Sister Lee insisted, her concern palpable. After acknowledging her request, Yue ended the call and quickly scrolled to Zhang Chen's number. Suddenly, the awkwardness from the previous day struck her, causing her heart to race and momentarily deterring her from making the call. The primary reason for her hesitation was her anxiety about encountering him. After a good 10 seconds of indecision, Yue finally steeled herself and dialed. Zhang Chen's work was hard-earned, and it was a rare opportunity for him. He had mentioned that he would do the job for free, but she reasoned that it was not right for him to work without compensation. She had only advertised his services as being affordable, never stating they were free. This was also for Zhang Chen's benefit. "I'm sorry, the number you have dialed is currently turned off," the voice on the line informed her. Yue was taken aback. Turned off? Was he asleep? After all, it was already 8 o'clock. Surely you should be awake by now. She tried again, but the response remained the same. Furrowing her brows, she was certain Zhang Chen was still in slumber, considering he had returned home so late the previous night. Moreover, this business opportunity with Sister Li was imperative. If she were to spread the word about his work, it would essentially serve as free advertising for him, potentially increasing his earnings. After all, how else would he make a living? Since he had chosen to pursue repair work, she felt compelled to assist him. With this resolve, Yue opened the door and descended the stairs, heading straight for the building where Zhang Chen resided. Upon arriving at his door, she hesitated momentarily. However, thinking of him, she gathered her courage and knocked firmly on the door. After several moments of silence, she knocked again, but still received no response. Unable to contain herself, she called out, "Zhang Chen, Zhang Chen." Meanwhile, in the neighboring apartment, Bai Xiao jolted awake, alarmed. "Zhang Chen, someone is looking for you." Chapter 53, The Lady Fears Discovery. Yue? Zhang Chen was taken aback. How could she be here? And knocking so urgently? Was there an emergency? If so, why didn't she call first? Didn't she fear being discovered at the neighbor's residence? Cough, cough. She truly seemed unaware. Observing Zhang Chen's lack of reaction, Bai Xiao anxiously implored, "Zhang Chen, what should we do?" "It's nothing, sister. I'll just give her a call." Zhang Chen replied with calm composure. Bai Xiao quickly nodded and dashed to the bedroom to retrieve his phone. However, when Zhang Chen took it, he realized with dismay that his phone was dead. How could he forget to charge it when he was so full of energy? "What's wrong?" Bai Xiao asked, her face filled with worry. Normally, there would be no issue, but today someone was looking for him. If they were discovered, "My phone is dead," Zhang Chen lamented. "What?" Bai Xiao became more flustered. "Sister, stay calm. She is looking for me, not knocking on your door," Zhang Chen reminded her, noticing her rising panic. "Right. Why am I even worried?" Bai Xiao thought, but then reconsidered. Given the urgency of the knocking, it likely indicated a pressing matter. How would he escape? If he exited through his own home, wouldn't that be a giveaway? Realizing this, Bai Xiao quickly pulled Zhang Chen aside and whispered in desperation, "You absolutely mustn't go out. Otherwise, I'll have no face to show." Zhang Chen had initially contemplated pretending to fix something for the neighbor, but her plea made him reconsider. Regardless of the situation, exiting through the neighbor's home posed a risk of being discovered. For the sake of safety, it was clear that he could not leave at this moment. "Don't worry, sister. I'll wait until she leaves before I go out," Zhang Chen assured her with a nod. Bai Xiao finally breathed a sigh of relief, although her heart continued to race. Not home? Yue had knocked for quite some time without receiving a response, leaving her feeling somewhat disheartened. This was an excellent opportunity, and she was reluctant to forfeit it. She immediately dialed Zhang Chen again, but once more, her call went unanswered. There was nothing else to be done. "Forget it, I'll deal with it later," she muttered as she approached the elevator. However, it was challenging to explain to Sister Li. Just then, the elevator arrived. Yue stepped inside, while Zhang Chen emerged just after her. After a quick tidying up, he took out his phone and powered it on, having charged it while multitasking. He was relieved to see it had sufficient battery. He promptly called Yue. Just as she stepped out of the elevator, she heard her phone ring. To her surprise, it was Zhang Chen. She paused for a moment, astonished by the coincidence. "Hello, Zhang Chen. Why didn't you respond when I knocked earlier?" she inquired. Unable to contain her curiosity. "I must have been in a deep sleep," Zhang Chen replied with a hint of exasperation. "I was up late last night giving you a massage, and I'm still yawning." He yawned for effect as he spoke. Yue's face flushed crimson. "Was that really a massage? I didn't want to call you out. I have a matter of importance to discuss with you. The toilet in the apartment 603, belonging to Sister Li, is malfunctioning, and she seeks your assistance for repairs. It would be greatly appreciated if you could attend to this matter promptly, as there is a sense of urgency," Yue remarked. After such a long time, you finally have a business opportunity?" Zhang Chen expressed his surprise. "Indeed. I made a point to promote your services. Furthermore, do not mention a complimentary visit. A standard service fee will suffice. Just make it a bit more affordable, as you two have to earn a living," Yue advised earnestly. "Sister, you were truly kind to me," Zhang Chen replied gratefully. Yue felt a shiver run down her spine at his words. Every time she heard him express such sentiments, it evoked a sense of conspiracy in her mind, leaving her unsure if she was overthinking. Stop joking around. Are you at home? Yue inquired. Yes. Zhang Chen responded. Very well, I shall come up to see you. If I don't hurry you along, who knows how long you would dawdle? Yue declared before turning to head back. Zhang Chen paused, pondering dawdle. Could that possibly be true? He realized he had indeed taken a considerable amount of time. All right, I shall hang up then, he concluded, ending the call swiftly. Suddenly, he remembered that Bai Xiao had just finished tidying up to leave. If they happened to cross paths. Well, if it happens, he thought. After all, he was not leaving the residence of his wife. There would be no issue whatsoever. Yue was the property manager, while Bai Xiao was merely a resident. They were not strangers, just acquaintances who had seen each other infrequently. After the call, Zhang Chen glanced at the elevator, which was stopped on the first floor. Not wanting to delay any further, he promptly opened the door and returned home. He rushed to the bathroom, washed his face, and began brushing his teeth. Just after a couple of strokes, there was a knock at the door. Zhang Chen? Came Yue's voice. Yes, I'm here. He mumbled through the phone, hurrying to the door to open it. There stood Yue, holding a handbag, clad in a blue hooded knitted cardigan paired with white high-waisted wide-leg trousers, complemented by elegant women's shoes, an ensemble that radiated sophistication. The white trousers accentuated her long, graceful legs, causing Zhang Chen to steal several glances. Yue felt a sense of discomfort. She was already dressed so conservatively, and yet he continued to stare. Had Zhang Chen known her thoughts, he would have scoffed. Compared to Teacher Wan, this could hardly be deemed conservative. Even when Teacher Wan donned unsightly sweatpants, he could still discern beauty within them. How much more so with Yue's striking white trousers? Zhang Chen, Yue called out, unable to suppress her mix of embarrassment and annoyance. Ahem. Zhang Chen intended to clear his throat to ease the awkwardness, but unexpectedly, he choked on the toothpaste foam. He began to cough violently, tears streaming down his face. Unbeknownst to him, Yue had not been quick enough to avoid the spray of toothpaste, which splattered across her face. Yet, she disregarded her own predicament and rushed to his side, patting his back while inquiring with concern, "Are you all right?" Cough. "It's nothing, just accidentally inhaled some toothpaste," Zhang Chen responded, feeling vexed by the situation. What a humiliating affair this was. Humph. Who told you to look around indiscriminately? This is your retribution, Yue said resentfully. Zhang Chen felt somewhat speechless. I merely glanced for a moment. It's not as if you would lose a piece of flesh. Look at your schadenfreude expression. Just as he was pondering, his gaze inadvertently fell upon Yue, whose face was covered in toothpaste foam, with quite a bit splattered on her blue sweater as well. Unable to contain himself, he burst into laughter. Yue rolled her eyes and inquired, "Where is the restroom?" "Over there," Zhang Chen pointed. Yue then hurriedly made her way over. Chapter 054. How adorable is Mrs. in her nervousness. After pulling a tissue and dampening it with water, she first wiped the toothpaste foam from her face in front of the mirror. Then, with her head bowed, she began to clean the marks on her sweater. What was Zhang Chen doing at this moment? Naturally, he was watching. The wash basin faced the entrance, and as Yue wiped her face in the mirror, she was turned away from the doorway. A simple glance allowed Zhang Chen to behold her. The white pants were not particularly tight, but when she bent down, they naturally tightened. As she raised her arms, her sweater lifted slightly with her body, revealing her slender waist. Her skin was smooth, resembling that of a baby, excessively fair. Zhang Chen found himself unable to blink. Finally, it was done. Yue checked to confirm her face was clean and let out a sigh of relief. She glanced in the mirror to check her makeup, only to suddenly see Zhang Chen appearing in the doorway. Yue's heart instantly tightened. It felt as if her body was being scorched by Zhang Chen's piercing gaze, an inexplicable tingling sensation coursing through her. Biting her lip, her face turned crimson. Her previously relaxed body had now stiffened in nervousness, rendering her immobile. A sense of frustration welled up within her. Again, instinctively, she lifted her gaze to the mirror, only to find that Zhang Chen had already stepped inside. Yue's tension escalated. "Excuse me, I'm done brushing my teeth." Zhang Chen seemed completely oblivious to Yue's embarrassment, squeezing her to the side as he picked up a cup to rinse his mouth. Phew. Yue couldn't help but exhale in relief. Yet, she found it somewhat strange. Why wasn't he looking anymore? Then she froze. Wasn't it better that he wasn't staring? She stood there dazed for several seconds, sighing inwardly. Yue, oh Yue, why do you always let your thoughts wander so aimlessly? She felt a wave of irritation wash over her. As for Zhang Chen, he found amusement in Yue's inexplicable shyness and couldn't help but steal another glance at her. Zhang Chen marveled at how alluring her white pants were. Indeed, why had he suddenly stopped looking? The answer was simple. Her reaction was far too evident. Zhang Chen realized she had caught him stealing glances, and it would be inappropriate to continue. Besides, she was already done cleaning up. Staring any longer would be improper. After all, he had seen enough. Stepping out of the room, Yue's face remained flushed, and she insisted on letting Zhang Chen walk ahead. She was genuinely frightened. Zhang Chen felt somewhat vexed. Why was she so defensive of him? Hadn't he everything been fine the previous night? Lost in thought, he suddenly heard a click. The door to the adjacent room opened, and Bai Xiao emerged, her bag in hand, one foot already stepping out. Zhang Chen and Yue turned to look at her simultaneously. At the same moment, Bai Xiao lifted her gaze and spotted them. She instantly froze, nearly retreating in fright. Fortunately, her mental fortitude held strong, and she managed to maintain her composure. "Hello." Yue proactively greeted her. Hello," Bai Xiao replied. Bai Xiao nodded slightly, exuding an air of aloofness. Yue paid no heed to this. The community was vast, bustling with numerous residents, and she certainly did not know everyone. However, she did have a vague recollection of Bai Xiao, who was not a tenant but, like herself, a homeowner here. Zhang Chen smiled and nodded in Bai Xiao's direction. A gesture of greeting. Bai Xiao reciprocated briefly before standing aside to await the elevator. Before long, the elevator arrived, and the three entered. Bai Xiao deliberately moved further inside, creating some distance. Zhang Chen contemplated standing back, but Yue was quick to react, stepping in front of him. This left Zhang Chen feeling rather vexed. "Sister, I'm not looking at you. I'm observing the lady next door." Yue shot a glance at Zhang Chen, inwardly scoffing. Had she not been quicker, this rascal would have positioned himself behind her again, and that would mean he could gaze at her once more. There were others present, after all. What would it look like to be seen? Even if there were no one around, it was still unacceptable. As for Bai Xiao, she was inwardly chanting mantras, fervently praying for the elevator to arrive swiftly, for Zhang Chen to behave, and for the nature of her relationship with him to remain concealed from this enchanting woman. Moments later, the elevator reached the first floor. As they exited, a heavy weight lifted from Bai Xiao's heart. She immediately twisted her waist and hurried forward. As if pressed for time, Zhang Chen found this nervous demeanor amusing. Dear lady, your anxiousness is simply adorable." Meanwhile, Yue was on the phone. "Hey, Li Jia. He's on his way now." "Yes, he just got up, so he's running a bit late." "All right, he'll be there shortly. As for me, I have other matters to attend to, so I want to be going up. You can discuss the price with him. Don't worry, we're in the same community, so he'll surely offer you a better deal." Once she ended the call, she turned to remind Zhang Chen about a few things, only to find him indulging in his old habit once more. Yue was at a loss for words. "Still watching? Haven't you had your fill?" She scolded playfully. "It's inevitable, dear sister. You are simply too captivating." Zhang Chen replied with utmost seriousness. Yue was utterly speechless. "Oh, keep pretending. Enough of this. We have important matters to address. Sister Li on the 6th floor has called several times in a frenzy. You need to hurry up. Also, ensure the service fee does not exceed 200. I suggest you charge 150. 150? Zhang Chen was taken aback, finding it rather expensive. Expensive? Even 200 would be considered reasonable. Don't entertain the idea of offering free services. Otherwise, Sister Li will spread the word in the community, and you'll be inundated with requests from elderly residents wanting free assistance. You'll find yourself overwhelmed with work for no pay. Understood? Zhang Chen nodded, his demeanor unexpectedly earnest. Primarily, he is aware that Yue is genuinely assisting him. At that moment, he did not think much of it, simply stating it was free. However, upon reflection, this so-called free service is indeed fraught with complications. The old community has numerous residents. One moment, he is requested to repair one thing. The next, another. Those who benefit from free services do not feel the burden. Shouldn't they exercise restraint? Thus, it is evident that he had not given sufficient thought to the matter beforehand. Chapter 055, Biani's Daughter. Kindergarten teacher Li Xiaoxiao. Sister, thank you. Zhang Chen expressed his heartfelt gratitude. No need to thank me. You have helped me immensely as well. At this point, her delicate face flushed slightly, and she refrained from elaborating further. Instead, she waved her hand and said, I have matters to attend to, so I must be off. You go on up. All right, sister. Goodbye. After watching Yue depart, Zhang Chen entered the building. Before long, he arrived at the door of room 603. He knocked gently. After a few seconds, he heard a creaking sound as the door swung open. Hello, sisterly. Yue asked me to. Zhang Chen began to say. However, He was momentarily taken aback. The person who opened the door was a sweet, lovely girl, appearing to be around 22 or 23 years of age. She wore a plaid shirt with an open collar revealing a white camisole underneath, complemented by cropped denim pants and a pair of white sneakers. Her half-tied low ponytail and charming pearl earrings made her the epitome of sweetness. The sweet girl inside the room couldn't contain her laughter and said, "Sister Lee is my mother. She's in the kitchen. You're the repairman that Yue mentioned, right?" "Yes." Zhang Chen nodded, feeling slightly embarrassed. He had spoken too quickly and failed to notice that she was the sister, inadvertently aging her up in his address. The sweet girl was also surprised that the repairman had such a charming way with words. It was their first meeting, and he already called her sister and even aged her. Yet, she felt no annoyance. Rather, she was quite pleased. After all, he was handsome. She had never encountered a repairman so young and attractive. And she couldn't help but feel a bit infatuated, gazing at him for quite a while. His features, physique, and age. "Sister?" Zhang Chen noticed her staring and promptly reminded her. He thought to himself how advantageous his good looks were. Look at that. Even a beautiful girl he met for the first time was mesmerized by him. If it weren't for the fact that he was genuinely here to work, he would definitely take a good look back at her. The sweet girl finally snapped back to reality, her face turning slightly red, a bit embarrassed. "Nevertheless," she said, "I must be younger than you. Why call me sister?" All right, little sister." Zhang Chen smoothly altered his address. The girl was taken aback momentarily. Was she really being demoted to little sister so quickly? This handsome guy was quite the charmer. "My name is Xiao Xiao, and Yue knows me. You can call me Xiao Xiao. Sister or little sister sounds too strange." She couldn't help but say, "Hello, Xiao Xiao. I am Zhang Chen." Zhang Chen introduced himself proactively. "Come in. My mom has been waiting." Li Xiao Xiao nodded and led him inside. The layout of the room was similar to Yue's, but the traces of daily life were more pronounced. Though it was clean and tidy, various items cluttered the space far more than in Yue's home. At that moment, a woman dressed in casual home attire emerged from the kitchen. "Xiao Xiao, the guest has arrived," Li Jia said with a warm smile, glancing at Zhang Chen. She exclaimed in surprise, "Oh my, what a handsome young man. How old are you? Do you have a girlfriend?" "My family's lovely Xiao Xiao is a kindergarten teacher." "Mom." Li Xiao Xiao is utterly bewildered. "Look at this. Is it appropriate? Why does she feel compelled to promote her daughter to everyone she encounters?" Zhang Chen, equally perplexed, remarked, "Is it true, Aunt Li, that you are so forthright?" "No, Auntie, I am single." Zhang Chen responded earnestly. This delighted Aunt Li even more. But upon noticing her daughter's flushed cheeks, she awkwardly smiled and said, "Well, let us put the matter of being single aside for now. Young Zhang, could you please help me? My toilet is clogged and leaking. When I flush, it splatters everywhere. It must be a blockage in the drainage." Zhang Chen replied, "To fix the toilet? That's no pressure at all." With a quick glance, he recognized that their toilet was of premium quality. In an instant, intricate 3D diagrams of the toilet flashed in his mind. Dimensions, model, siphonic pressure, all crystal clear. After all, it was a product from Tongzi, truly impressive. However, what was even more critical was the glaring array of pop-up notifications on the toilet. Leaky toilet upon flushing. I flush vigorously. Oh dear. It leaks. Repair reward, 500 yuan. Zhang Chen was taken aback. Only 500? That seems rather meager. I casually charge 50,000 for fixing a pipe. Yet, he quickly began to reflect, is 500 not money? The last time I repaired a toilet, it only cost 200, and I even hit the jackpot. Perhaps this time, he might also stumble upon something delightful. However, I am unsure how to fix it myself. If you could assist, I have guests coming over at noon. And it would be troublesome if the toilet is out of order." Aunt Li interjected. "All right." Zhang Chen nodded and promptly stated, "Auntie, since we are neighbors, I won't charge exorbitantly. Just 150, and I assure you it will be fixed." 150? That seems rather steep, Aunt Li instinctively replied. "It's not that expensive. My regular service charge is 200. Since we live in the same community, and you're so familiar with Sister Yue, I've discounted it by 50. Zhang Chen explained. "Business is business. Aunt Li, you have a lovely daughter, but that doesn't affect my service charge. Besides, 150 is indeed quite reasonable." Aunt Li, clearly aware of the market rates, understood that Zhang Chen's price was fair. After a moment of contemplation, she nodded in agreement and said, "All right. Good." Zhang Chen responded affirmatively. "Auntie, could you please tell me where the leak is?" "Xiao, you go ahead. I need to tend to the vegetables." Aunt Li instructed her daughter. Okay. Li Xiaoxiao nodded and led Zhang Chen into the bathroom. Every time I flush the toilet, water seeps through the joints on the floor. I've cleaned it several times. It's quite disgusting. She crouched down, pointing to the area behind the toilet against the wall. Zhang Chen glanced over and immediately noticed a yellowish stain around the base, particularly severe at the back. He pressed down on the toilet to test it, and indeed, the flow was far from smooth. As the water flowed out vigorously upon descending, an unpleasant odor wafted through the air. I opened the water tank for inspection and found no apparent issues. It appeared that the drainage pipe was clogged. What do you think? Li Xiaoxiao inquired, observing Zhang Chen as he conducted his examination. The toilet itself isn't blocked, but the drainage pipe is obstructed. It will be resolved with some clearing, Zhang Chen replied. Although the water in the toilet descended slowly, his keen observation of the water's movement allowed him to ascertain, based on experience, that the toilet's drainage system was not the source of the blockage. There was a 90% likelihood that the drain pipe was indeed clogged, possibly due to something flushed down from the upper floors. Do you need my assistance? Li Xiaoxiao asked. Yes, Zhang Chen responded. Li Xiaoxiao was momentarily taken aback. Really? Aren't you being a bit presumptuous? I was merely being polite. If I could fix it myself, why would I need to enlist your help? Don't assume your good looks grant you the authority to command me. I have already paid for this service. However, considering his striking appearance, she readily nodded. All right. How can I assist you? Chapter 056. Here in the sewers. At the hardware store, procure a toilet seal, some adhesive, and additionally, a 1-meter-long wire. Zhang Chen declared. Simple enough. I shall descend to purchase them now. Li Xiaoxiao nodded, rising to prepare to head downstairs. Wait. Zhang Chen suddenly called out to her. What else is there? Li Xiaoxiao inquired. Not much. Just add me on WeChat, so I can transfer you the money later. Zhang Chen replied. Transfer money? Li Xiaoxiao was momentarily taken aback. Of course, as I am providing on-site repairs, I shall cover the material costs. After you purchase, send me the total, and I will promptly send you a red envelope. Zhang Chen stated earnestly. It's not much money. Is it really necessary? Li Xiaoxiao chuckled, finding the handsome young man to be quite amiable. Although she was not well versed in repair costs, she recalled her family having repaired water heaters a few times, each costing at least 200 to 300, with additional charges for parts. It was indeed rare to encounter someone as considerate as Zhang Chen. That won't do. I cannot allow you to spend extra, Zhang Chen replied with utmost seriousness, then leaned in closer and whispered, if Annie finds out, she would surely appreciate it and even help me spread the word. It would be mutually beneficial and could lead to more opportunities for me in the future. Li Xiaoxiao pondered for a moment. That is true. Although her mother appeared generous, she would certainly prefer to save money. It was commendable that this young man was so thoughtful. Her impression of him naturally improved. All right. Li Xiaoxiao nodded, then took out her phone, opened the QR code, and let Zhang Chen scan it. We're connected. All right. I shall go buy them now. After a brief exchange, Li Xiaoxiao went downstairs to make her purchases. Zhang Chen looked at his newly acquired WeChat connection, grinning from ear to ear. What is a trivial amount for parts? See, the connection has been made. If one were to inquire directly, that would feel rather abrupt. What if she were to look down upon me as a repairman and refuse? This roundabout approach feels much more reasonable. Moreover, he had a premonition. Given his brother Tengzi's character, the maintenance task Li Xiaoxiao had was likely exceedingly valuable. This was a foray into preliminary investment. Besides, how much could it possibly be worth? A few dozen yuan at most. As for other thoughts? TSK. Such a delightful neighborly girl, the daughter of Annie. If this were to blossom. Li Xiaoxiao returned swiftly, within 5 minutes, carrying a plastic bag. Zhang Chen reimbursed her 32 yuan. Question. Is spending 32 yuan to connect with a sweet girl worthwhile? Answer. Absolutely worthwhile. Furthermore, after receiving the red envelope, Li Xiaoxiao naturally did not unfriend him. Firstly, it would be awkward. Secondly, the sunny, handsome young man certainly added to his appeal. One should not underestimate women's appreciation for attractive men. The only distinction is their preference for male beauty. Clearly, Zhang Chen was quite competent. What to do now? Li Xiaoxiao accepted the red envelope and, with curiosity, observed him at work. It's simple. Just remove the toilet. Zhang Chen stated. The water supply pipe has already been disconnected. We must lift the toilet to resolve the blockage in the drain. Shouldn't we find a shovel then? Li Xiaoxiao inquired, eyeing the tightly sealed silicone. No need, Zhang Chen replied, gripping the tank's wall with one hand and the edge of the toilet with the other. With a gentle exertion of force, the securely sealed toilet was effortlessly lifted. The silicone was torn apart, leaving Li Xiaoxiao astonished. The toilet was quite heavy, and although she had lifted one before, she had never witnessed anyone pull a toilet free from silicone without any tools. Remarkably, Zhang Chen was lifting it with one hand, as if it weighed nothing at all. Li Xiaoxiao's assessment was not misplaced. Indeed, it felt weightless to Zhang Chen, after his strength had increased. The toilet felt halved in weight, comparable to carrying a bag of groceries. "Wow, you are incredibly strong," Li Xiaoxiao exclaimed in surprise. "Just a natural talent," Zhang Chen chuckled. After placing the toilet aside, he crouched down to inspect the drain. At a glance, he spotted a clump of hair protruding from the opening. Illuminating it with his phone's flashlight, he noticed that the hair was even thicker at the bottom, blocking nearly half of the elbow joint. The deeper portion remained obscured, but as Zhang Chen had suspected, it likely washed down from above, lodging itself just beneath her home's drain. Who would be so inconsiderate as to throw hair into the toilet? Li Xiaoxiao remarked angrily, having witnessed the mess herself. Indeed, quite inconsiderate, Zhang Chen concurred. But it is rather strange. How did such a large mass of hair make its way down? Perhaps it happened before the renovations? Regardless, they had identified the problem, which made it easier to resolve. Just the right moment for this wire. He reached for the wire when suddenly a maintenance pop-up appeared above the drain. Blocked drain. It's blocked. It's blocked. I'm not flowing. Repair reward. 500 yuan, Zhang Chen. Looks like Tongzi is being a bit mischievous. However, despite Tongzi's playful demeanor, it turned out to be a pleasant surprise. Repairing the toilet would earn 500, and unblocking the drain would also yield 500, totaling 1,000. Adding the maintenance fee of 150. Oh, now it's 118. That brings it to a total of 1,118. Quite a lucrative endeavor, wouldn't you agree? What happened? Li Xiaoxiao asked, noticing Zhang Chen's momentary distraction. Nothing. Just didn't expect it to be a clump of hair. Zhang Chen responded, puzzled. It must be quite substantial to cause such a blockage. There could also be other things involved. That makes sense. Li Xiaoxiao nodded. Zhang Chen decisively retrieved the wire, bending it into a hook, and inserted it to pull out the obstruction. In an instant, a clump of hair, roughly the thickness of a forearm, was extracted. However, Zhang Chen instinctively sensed that there was more within. He discarded the hair into the garbage bin and continued to probe deeper. Upon reaching the pipe's wall, he twisted the wire, applying gentle force as he altered its direction, delving further down. In the next moment, he inadvertently pierced something soft. By heavens! Zhang Chen exclaimed, startled, his heart racing. Could it be remnants of a human? The sensation felt unsettling. What's wrong? Li Xiaoxiao was equally startled by Zhang Chen's reaction. Did you just poke something fleshy? Ah? Li Xiaoxiao gasped, her thoughts racing to a chilling true crime video she had once watched, where a man had dismembered his wife and flushed her remains down the toilet. The mere thought drained the color from her face. No, it can't be. Her voice trembled slightly. Zhang Chen, too, felt a surge of unease. After all, he was merely a maintenance worker, not a detective. This was supposed to be a light-hearted urban romance story, not a crime scene. Was he really expected to fix a murder? What was he getting himself into? Just as he was cursing internally, he felt a slight movement at the end of the wire. Zhang Chen's heart sank further. This is becoming increasingly eerie. However, it seemed unlikely to be human remains. Otherwise, the narrative would veer into the realm of the supernatural. Should we call the police? Li Xiaoxiao's face turned pale as she could no longer contain her apprehension, her gaze suddenly drawn to the clump of hair in the trash bin, sending a chill coursing through her. Chapter 57. Is the ant's daughter afraid of mice? Fear not. I shall catch it. Zhang Chen breathed a sigh of relief. Not really? Li Xiaoxiao was taken aback. Indeed, the fragments won't move. Zhang Chen declared, there's a high likelihood of mice. What? Mice? Li Xiaoxiao's face turned even paler. Mice had always been her greatest fear since childhood. Every encounter left her trembling with fright. In comparison to the fragments, her fear was equally matched. Upon hearing this, her complexion grew even more ashen. Well, in an old community like this, the sewer is a breeding ground for mice. The chances are quite high. Zhang Chen nodded, oblivious to the fact that Li Xiaoxiao's legs were beginning to tremble. I will step outside. At the mere mention of mice, Li Xiaoxiao could no longer bear to stay. She hastily uttered a phrase and turned to leave. However, at that moment, a wet, black mouse suddenly darted out from the drain. Zhang Chen was startled, leaping back in surprise, nearly dropping the iron wire in his hand, almost getting hit in the face by the mouse. Ah, a mouse, a mouse. He managed to evade it, but just as Li Xiaoxiao turned around, she felt something collide with her foot. Looking down, She was so frightened that she began to dance in place, screaming, leaving Zhang Chen utterly bewildered. Upon closer inspection, the mouse that had emerged from the drain was the size of a fist, plump and robust. At that moment, it seemed equally startled by Li Xiaoxiao's frantic movements, darting around the bathroom with lightning speed, akin to a frantic creature. Li Xiaoxiao, in sheer terror, screamed, her delicate face paling further. The filthy, odorous, and corpulent mouse seemed to rush towards her like a headless fly. With a shriek, she leaped into Zhang Chen's arms, scrambling upward as if trying to climb a tree. Zhang Chen was momentarily bewildered. What was happening? Such a fortuitous turn of events? Yet, this thought was fleeting. In the next instant, he realized how terrified Li Xiaoxiao was of mice. Just then, he felt a jolt against his leg, causing him to jump again. A mouse, a mouse. Li Xiaoxiao was too frightened to notice anything else, her gaze fixated on the mouse. As it approached Zhang Chen, she feared it might leap up and bite her. Panic surged through her, and she pressed down on Zhang Chen's head, attempting to climb higher. However, her strength was limited, and she only clung tighter. Hey, I can't see. With her cling, Zhang Chen's view was obstructed, rendering him unable to see the mouse. It wasn't that he was afraid of the creature. Rather, it was the thought that this mouse had crawled up from the sewer. Who knew what filth it had encountered? It was utterly revolting. Yet, he was intent on catching the mouse, though both hands were occupied. I'm sorry, Li Xiaoxiao finally realized. In that fleeting moment, her delicate face flushed crimson. Oh my, how did I end up in his embrace? She was acutely aware that this was inappropriate and yearned to extricate herself from his hold. However, upon lowering her gaze, she spotted the mouse scurrying about in the restroom. A mouse. She let out another piercing scream and clung to him even tighter. Zhang Chen was rendered speechless. True, I'm indeed handsome. But is it really fair for you to take advantage of me like this, dear girl? A chuckle escaped him. At that instant, Sister Li, having heard the commotion, brandished a rolling pin and rushed over. Upon entering, she was met with the sight of her daughter in an embrace with the young Zhang. It was a sight too scandalous to behold. I haven't even made introductions yet. How did you two become a couple? And you, young man, what are you doing with your hands? Yet, in the next heartbeat, she witnessed a hefty, filthy, and foul-smelling rat darting out from the restroom, charging directly towards her. Oh, a mouse. Sister Li shrieked in terror, instinctively delivering a kick that sent the rodent flying back into the restroom. In that very moment, Li Xiaoxiao screamed anew. Bewildered, her mother fled? Your daughter is petrified by a mouse, and you simply ran away? Xiaoxiao, loosen your grip. I'll catch the mouse. Zhang Chen realized the situation was untenable. He could barely see. Yes, I apologize. Li Xiaoxiao gradually regained her composure, her cheeks aflame once more. Yet she dared not release her hold, fearing a fall would invite the mouse's bite. Nevertheless, she reasoned that perhaps shifting slightly to the left would suffice. At last, Zhang Chen's view became clear. However, in the next moment, the mouse leapt from the restroom, barreling straight towards him. With quick reflexes, Zhang Chen stomped down, pinning the creature beneath his foot. He could feel the mouse squirming beneath him, emitting a series of high-pitched squeaks that sent shivers down his spine. If he was this unnerved, how much more so was the mouse-phobic Li Xiaoxiao? Her grip instinctively tightened, nearly choking him. Fear not, I have it pinned. Please fetch a bag or something, Zhang Chen urged. I'm scared. Li Xiaoxiao was on the verge of tears, too terrified to descend. Zhang Chen, too, hesitated to apply pressure. What if he squashed it? That would be utterly disgusting. Just as he grappled with his predicament, Sister Li burst in. Wielding a broom, her eyes widening at the sight of the writhing mouse beneath Zhang Chen's foot. Startled, she instinctively took a step back. Mom, hurry. Grab something to catch the mouse. Li Xiaoxiao cried urgently. All right. Sister Li nodded frantically, flustered as she dashed out. She hadn't even thought about a bag. Her only concern was to find a cloth to assist Zhang Chen in capturing the mouse. Turning around, she spotted a crumpled white cloth on the balcony. Without a moment's hesitation, she swiftly seized it and rushed forward. She did not dare to enter, but directly threw it towards Zhang Chen. Zhang Chen caught it with ease, first placing Li Xiaoxiao down. Then, with a swift motion of his right hand, he spread the fabric wide, enveloping the unsightly and filthy rat, capturing it firmly within his grasp. Chapter 58. Why do you take mine? Why not yours? Zhang Chen felt a bit bewildered. Isn't it? He exclaimed. Auntie, this is rather absurd. You expect me to catch mice with this? He glanced at Li Xiaoxiao beside him and noticed her fixated on his hand. The situation was bewildering. Mom, you, She stammered, exasperated as she stamped her foot. It was only then that Li Jie realized what she had thrown at Zhang Chen. And she too was taken aback. With an awkward smile, she turned to her daughter. Xiao, I was too hasty just now and grabbed something at random. Oh. Just stop. Li Xiaoxiao's face flushed crimson, overwhelmed with embarrassment. That was something she had left on the balcony to wash. The thought made her cheeks burn hotter, wishing she could vanish into thin air. Previously, she had been frightened by the mouse, too tense to think clearly. But now that she felt safe, it dawned on her. Just moments ago, she had embraced him, hadn't she? The more she pondered, the redder her face became, and her body felt increasingly warm. In a fit of anger, she pointed at the mouse in Zhang Chen's hand and cursed, "You filthy mouse, you wretched creature." Zhang Chen was not bewildered. It was the mouse that was confused. I didn't force you to leap into that handsome guy's arms. You jumped there on your own. What does that have to do with me? I'm the one in peril here. Thus, the mouse struggled desperately in Zhang Chen's grip, squeaking incessantly as if protesting the woman's curses. Zhang Chen observed the Annie's embarrassment and noted Li Xiaoxiao's shyness. However, he interjected, "Auntie, Xiaoxiao, please step aside." He called out as he dashed towards the exit. Li Jie was startled and quickly moved aside. As for Li Xiaoxiao, she buried her face in her mother's shoulder, utterly unable to look. Upon reaching the doorway, Zhang Chen lifted the writhing mouse and forcefully slammed it to the ground, killing it instantly. "Trash bag!" he shouted into the room. "Oh," Li Jie nodded, nudging her daughter. "Where's the trash bag? I'll get it." Despite her fear, with the mouse now dealt with, Li Xiaoxiao felt considerably more at ease. She hurriedly opened the drawer beneath the sink, tore off a plastic bag, and rushed to hand it to Zhang Chen. He then tossed the deceased mouse into the trash bag. Li Xiaoxiao watched as he also discarded her item into the bag, instinctively wanting to protest. But then she noticed Zhang Chen looking at her with surprise. "Aren't you going to use this anymore?" In an instant, Li Xiaoxiao's face turned scarlet. She quickly shook her head. "No, I didn't expect my mom to be so unreliable." Zhang Chen chuckled but remained silent, observing his expression. Li Xiaoxiao covered her face, feeling utterly mortified. "Oh, don't be shy. Just throw that away. I need to fix the drain quickly. Aren't relatives coming over soon?" Zhang Chen extended the plastic bag forward. Li Xiaoxiao instinctively took a step back. "I can't," she murmured softly. "I've been afraid of mice since childhood. Even the thought of death terrifies me. Sai, just take it. Xiaozhang, hurry up." As Sister Li reached the doorway, she interjected, voluntarily taking the garbage bag. However, just by observing her struggle from afar, it was evident that she was equally frightened. Zhang Chen nodded reassuringly, saying, "Don't worry, it will be done swiftly. Thank you for your assistance." Sister Li responded politely before heading to the elevator. Zhang Chen re-entered the room, making a beeline for the bathroom. Li Xiaoxiao hesitated momentarily but decided to follow, albeit from a safe distance, keeping her gaze fixed at the door. If another mouse appeared, she certainly did not want it to leap onto her. He cleared a clump of hair and other miscellaneous debris, flushing it down the drain with ease. Subsequently, he followed the steps to restore the toilet, sealing the gaps with silicone. After connecting the water supply and testing it, the drainage functioned smoothly. "All set." Zhang Chen nodded, letting out a sigh of relief. Li Xiaoxiao finally relaxed, thankful that no unexpected incidents had occurred. "You should wash your hands. I'll transfer the payment to you," she said. Though her voice was barely audible, lacking confidence, it was understandable. That previous incident had been quite embarrassing. Fortunately, Zhang Chen appeared unfazed, showing no signs of discomfort. Given the circumstances, that reaction was entirely reasonable. "All right," he agreed, washing his hands as the payment arrived. "I'll take my leave now. The aunt will be here shortly. So please inform her." Zhang Chen had no intention of lingering. The sweet girl seemed quite embarrassed, and having completed his task, it was best for him to exit promptly. Besides, he needed to return home for a shower, as the sight of that filthy rat was rather unsettling. "Okay," Li Xiaoxiao nodded. "Oh, by the way, if you have any maintenance work needed at the kindergarten, feel free to contact me. I can give you a discounted rate and handle any task beautifully." Just as Zhang Chen was about to leave, he suddenly remembered her profession as a kindergarten teacher and added this note. "Got it. I'll keep that in mind." Li Xiaoxiao nodded, recognizing it as a normal business proposition. It was evident that she possessed a strong ambition. "Goodbye," Zhang Chen said before taking the elevator down. Once he was inside, Li Xiaoxiao let out a sigh of relief, her body relaxing. Yet, the thought of what had transpired in the bathroom still left her feeling utterly mortified. How could things have unfolded this way? At that moment, the elevator doors opened, and Sister Li stepped out. Upon seeing her at the entrance, she paused, asking, "Is it fixed?" "Yes." Li Xiaoxiao nodded. "Where's Xiao Zhang?" Sister Li inquired. "He just went down," Li Xiaoxiao replied tersely. "Why didn't he wait for me? I wanted to introduce him to you. You're already 23 and still single." "Oh my." Li Xiaoxiao stomped her foot in exasperation, exclaiming, "After all that, how could I possibly make an introduction? How could you be so inconsiderate? Alas, how awkward it is." Sister Li finds herself in an uncomfortable situation. "Why don't you take yours?" Li Xiaoxiao quips. "Child, how can you speak like that? Do you not know my age? Are you trying to suggest he could be your father?" Sister Li's words are quite bold, leaving Li Xiaoxiao momentarily stunned. After a few seconds, she finally reacts. "Oh my, mother, you truly dare to say anything. What if someone overhears? What would happen if you were to become your son-in-law in the future?" Chapter 059, Critical Hit Rewards. Speed 1, and not encyclopedia. Descending the stairs. Zhang Chen marveled once more at the sweetness of his companion. Yet, the rewards held greater significance. With a blink, he summoned the notification window. Repair completed. Critical hit reward triggered, speed 1. Reward dispensed. Repair completed. Critical hit reward triggered, not encyclopedia. Reward dispensed, speed 1. Zhang Chen was taken aback. The previous strength enhancement had already doubled his might. If this were true, would his speed not enable him to surpass the 100-meter champion effortlessly? However, he quickly chastised himself. Recognizing that this was indeed a serious reward, why did his thoughts always wander to frivolous matters? It must be the influence of that mischievous brother, Tongzi. Setting aside such distractions, he realized it was not the right moment for verification. He could only sense a surge of warmth coursing through his legs, quickly dissipating. Perhaps it had augmented the strength and flexibility of his leg muscles and bones, granting him enhanced explosive power and instant speed. Yet, it was the second critical hit reward that puzzled him. What on earth was the not encyclopedia? With a mere thought, a torrent of knowledge flooded his mind. Almost instantly, his brain was brimming with dozens of nodding techniques. Zhang Chen. Wait, Tongzi, this is excessive. The irony lay in the fact that he had just come from his aunt's house, where her daughter was an absolute sweetheart. At that moment, as nodding techniques surged into his consciousness, thoughts of Li Xiaoxiao invaded his mind. Unbelievable. This was utterly absurd. Tongzi seemed bewildered. "I provided you with nodding techniques. This is a legitimate skill. Are you treating it as a joke? You think I'm frivolous? It seems your mind is muddled. Can't you tie a ticket? Can't you embark on an adventure? You are the frivolous one. Your entire family is frivolous." Zhang Chen, however, was oblivious to Tongzi's grievances. Nevertheless, he quickly grasped the essence of the knot encyclopedia. It encompassed every knotting method in existence. It was all-encompassing and incredibly diverse. Moreover, different materials required distinct knotting techniques to achieve varied effects. Tying wood, securing anchor points, binding hostages, all could be executed with effortless ease, as if he had practiced them countless times, ingraining them into muscle memory. At that moment, if given a rope, he could create wonders. Clearing his throat, Zhang Chen reflected. "Tongzi, I misjudged you." With a burst of excitement, he dashed towards his home, eager to put his new skill to the test. Upon arriving home, he rummaged through drawers but found no rope. Instead, he decided to dismantle an old sweater to fashion a long cord. One singular thought ignited in his mind. His fingers danced with dexterity, and in the blink of an eye, he had tied a bowline knot indeed. He crafted 3 different variations in less than 3 seconds: the figure-8 knot, the no-slip knot, and the figure-8 follow-through knot, the double knot. This yarn was skillfully manipulated by Zhang Chen, who played with it for quite a long time. Only after a considerable duration did his enthusiasm begin to wane. However, reflecting on it, this object seemed to hold little utility for him. He wasn't embarking on adventures, nor was he planning to engage in high-altitude descents. And he certainly had no intentions of tying anyone up. After some contemplation, it appeared that it might only serve a slight purpose for his wife. Sighing inwardly, Zhang Chen lamented that he was still a fool for indulging in such trivialities. He thought to himself, perhaps he could go for a run later to test his speed. During his university days, he could only manage 100 meters in 12 seconds. If his speed were to double, would he not be capable of achieving 6 seconds? Astonishing. Would he not then be a veritable sprinter? The thought excited him. Well, let us first try it out in the bathroom. Zhang Chen rose to remove his clothing, preparing to take a shower. Then, he suddenly remembered that the electricity was out at home. The last time, he had inadvertently damaged the wiring and hadn't gotten around to fixing it. Fine, he thought. I'll take a cold shower instead. Half an hour later, Zhang Chen emerged feeling refreshed. He changed his clothes, descended the stairs, exited the community, hailed a taxi, and headed to the park, High Wetland Park. The park, built along the riverside, featured a track marked with distances. At this moment, it was just past noon, and the park was relatively empty. After a brief warm-up, Zhang Chen activated the stopwatch on his phone. The instant he tapped the screen, he was off like a shot. Upon reaching the 100-meter mark, he halted and quickly glanced at the stopwatch, which read 7.68 seconds. Discounting the time lost in stopping, achieving under 6 seconds was entirely plausible. Let us try again, Zhang Chen murmured to himself. Following the same method, he took off once more. This time, he clocked in at 7.35 seconds. He continued to attempt several more times, consistently landing around 7.5 seconds. However, his stamina was rapidly depleting, and further efforts yielded no improvement. Nonetheless, this was already quite impressive, 6 seconds for 100 meters. If this were to come to the attention of his wife's husband or the neighbor, she could easily outrun him. But wait, why would he even need to run? One punch from him could surely shatter the neighbor's skull. After a brief rest, Zhang Chen decided against further trials and made his way toward the exit. Leaving the park, he sought out a restaurant to indulge in a hearty meal before hailing a taxi. Yet, instead of returning home, he opted to make a detour to the mall. Having amassed a fair amount of money, it was time to upgrade his gear. After 3 years of using a budget phone, it was high time for a replacement. His clothes were practically worn out. Surely, he could splurge on a few new outfits? After 10 minutes, he emerged with a high-end phone in hand. Zhang Chen then ventured into a clothing store. Upon entering one, he spotted a familiar figure. Teacher Wan? Zhang Chen was taken aback. This mall was quite distant from her residence. Wasn't he it? What brought her here? It seemed not far from the school. As a physical education teacher, she likely had a leisurely schedule, so visiting a mall wasn't unusual. Just as he pondered whether to greet her, Wan Jiao, carrying a shopping bag, suddenly lifted her head. Just as Zhang Chen stood at the door, gazing at her, Wan Jiao felt a sudden jolt. Goodness, how on earth did you follow me here? I can run into you even while buying clothes. How long has it been since we parted? And here we are again? The crucial point is she couldn't determine whether it was merely her imagination, but she felt quite anxious at that moment. Teacher Wan. Since he had been discovered, Zhang Chen naturally had to greet her. This is called respecting one's teacher. However, noticing Teacher Wan's flushed complexion and her silence, he hurriedly moved towards the exit. Zhang Chen was bewildered. What is happening? Teacher Wan, what's wrong? As she approached, he couldn't help but express his concern. Let us talk later. I have something urgent. Wan Jiao exclaimed, her face a mix of red and pale. Oh no, Teacher Wan, are you feeling unwell? Observing her reaction, Zhang Chen quickly offered. Do you need my assistance? Please step aside. Wan Jiao urged, her anxiety palpable. Teacher Wan, Zhang Chen, are you doing this on purpose? Wan Jiao, feeling flustered and irritated, shouted. It was only then that she remembered they were in a shopping mall. Looking around, she indeed noticed several people glancing their way, some whispering among themselves. What is going on? Are they having a lover's quarrel? Oh, such a handsome boyfriend. And they're arguing? Could it be that things aren't going well? Quite likely. Zhang Chen's expression darkened. Your boyfriend is the one who isn't doing well. Wan Jiao's face also soured. Your boyfriend isn't doing well. Bah, he is not even my boyfriend. Yet, it's impossible for him to be inadequate. Quite the contrary, he is exceedingly capable, humph. Chapter 060. Teacher, while I enjoy watching, I'm truly not bad. What is this mindset of mine? Coming back to my senses, Wan Jiao felt her face flush. How could she entertain such thoughts? Although she had seen it before, she had never experienced it. How could she be certain of his exceptional abilities? What am I thinking? Wan Jiao realized that the more she pondered, the more her thoughts strayed. Yet, it was impossible not to think in such a manner. The memory of their last encounter made her even more reluctant to face him. Her heart raced violently, pounding like a drum. Beside her, Zhang Chen observed Wan Jiao's face reddening once more, feeling a bit puzzled. What is happening here? Suddenly, Wan Jiao's expression changed drastically. Without a moment's hesitation, she hurried upstairs. Zhang Chen hesitated for a moment, noticing the curious glances from those around them, but ultimately decided to follow her. After all, if Wan Jiao encountered any trouble, he should be by her side. A few minutes later, Wan Jiao finally felt better. Exiting the restroom, she immediately spotted Zhang Chen waiting by the railing. Her footsteps halted abruptly, and she dared not step out. As she paused, Zhang Chen glanced over. Startled, Wan Jiao nearly retreated back into the restroom. But now it was too late. To be seen running back? Wouldn't that be somewhat inappropriate? gritting her teeth. She attempted to calm her racing heart, mentally chastising herself for her lack of composure. Sighing inwardly, she steeled herself to step out. Simultaneously, she cast a glance at her jeans. Oh no, she was wearing denim today. With a sense of resignation, Ruan Jiao approached Zhang Chen, ignoring his intense gaze, and inquired as calmly as she could, "What brings you here?" "Teacher, you look lovely in jeans. They accentuate your figure so well. Why do you usually wear sweatpants?" "They hardly show anything," Zhang Chen blurted out. Ruan Jiao's expression darkened. So, this was his response? How brazen. "That's not what I asked," she retorted, frowning. Cough. "I'm merely complimenting you, teacher. It's true, we do fitness exercises after all. Your figure looks fantastic, and these make you appear several years younger." Zhang Chen continued his flattery with a cough. "I didn't ask for your compliments on my figure. I asked why you are here." Ruan Jiao pressed her forehead in frustration. Feeling defeated. "Look, aren't you afraid of being seen? Just buying some items?" Zhang Chen raised the new phone in his hand. "I need to buy some clothes too." "What a coincidence. You just happened to run into me?" Ruan Jiao regarded him skeptically. "Huh? Teacher Ruan, you don't think I'm stalking you, do you?" Zhang Chen was taken aback. "Certainly not. Even if I were somewhat inappropriate, I wouldn't resort to illegal activities. Besides, didn't I? And I wouldn't need to stalk you to find you, would I? I could just approach you directly, but you wouldn't be able to handle that, would you?" "Really?" Ruan Jiao still found it hard to believe. Primarily, she harbored significant unease regarding this young man. Yet, inexplicably, upon encountering Zhang Chen, she found herself struggling to maintain composure. Deep within, there lingered a reluctance to avert her gaze from him. This peculiar psychological conflict left Ruan Jiao feeling somewhat deranged. "Indeed, it is true. Teacher, you perceive me far too negatively," Zhang Chen declared earnestly. Ruan Jiao rolled her eyes in response. "Is that not sufficiently wicked? How much worse do you wish to be?" Observing Ruan Jiao's peculiar demeanor, Zhang Chen pondered internally. Given their prior encounters, it seemed unnecessary for her to remain guarded against him. "Brother Tong, your rewards are quite ineffective," he mused. Nonetheless, Zhang Chen's gaze was far from idle. "Today, Ruan." The teacher donned a remarkably simple ensemble, a black knitted sweater paired with straight-leg jeans and white sneakers, presenting a strikingly fresh appearance reminiscent of a pure university student. However, her figure was undeniably alluring, and the snugness of the sweater accentuated her curves. The jeans, while expansive at the ankles, did little to conceal her well-defined form. As Zhang Chen's eyes roamed over her like a radar, Ruan Jiao felt a blush creeping onto her cheeks. Unable to restrain herself, she exclaimed, "Stop staring. Haven't you seen enough? There are so many people here." "Ah?" Zhang Chen was taken aback. "So many people? Does that imply it's permissible to gaze when there are fewer onlookers?" He chuckled internally, recognizing how Ruan Jiao's words revealed her inner thoughts. "Alas, teacher, your figure is simply too captivating. I find myself powerless to resist." Ruan Jiao retorted, "Really, you are utterly lacking in propriety. And yet, why do I feel no aversion whatsoever? I must truly be losing my mind," she muttered to herself, observing the exasperation etched across Ruan Jiao's face. Zhang Chen ceased his playful banter and adopted a serious tone. "Teacher, is your after effect still troubling you?" Ruan Jiao sighed. "Please, do not look at me like that. If it persists, I shall have to seek medical attention. It has been quite some time." Zhang Chen adopted a grave expression. Noting that he refrained from uttering any absurd remarks this time, Ruan Jiao felt a wave of relief wash over her. She then shook her head and confessed, "I have been examined. There is nothing physically amiss. The doctor suggested it is a psychological matter." "Psychological matter?" Zhang Chen inquired, puzzled. Ruan Jiao, observing his eager curiosity, swiftly interrupted, "Enough about that. Were you not here to purchase clothing? Come, allow me to assist you." Yet, internally, she grappled with frustration. When the doctor had inquired about the events that transpired, how could she dare mention Zhang Chen? It was clear to her that he played a significant role in her turmoil. Merely seeing him conjured memories of distressing experiences. Furthermore, she felt too embarrassed to divulge such matters, particularly to Zhang Chen. This was a secret that must remain buried deep within her. As for aiding him in selecting garments, she had not given it much thought, believing that as a man, Zhang Chen would lack the same meticulousness regarding attire as a woman. After all, even men ought to present themselves well when out in public. Especially this outfit is of utmost importance. She seemed entirely unaware of any impropriety in her choice. However, Zhang Chen was acutely aware. Aside from his mother and wife, It is only a girlfriend who truly cares about how one dresses to appear more dashing. How delightful. Thank you, dear teacher. Zhang Chen was quite candid. Let us proceed to that shop downstairs. Wang Jiao took the lead. After taking a step, she suddenly halted. But after a moment's contemplation, never mind. Zhang Chen had seen enough. If it were to be so, then let it be. He would simply indulge his eyes. As Wang Jiao moved, Zhang Chen feasted his gaze. Yet, the moment Wang Jiao paused was likely a reminder of her position ahead of him. And he could hardly restrain his gaze. Why did she ultimately resume walking? It appeared to be a surrender of sorts, allowing himself to observe as he pleased. Ah, how splendid, Brother Tongzi. I misjudged you. A favorability rating of 90 is indeed quite advantageous. Zhang Chen felt a surge of amusement within. Chapter 61. Critical Hit Reward. 10-fold cashback and 10 affection. This outfit is worth a try. This one suits your figure splendidly, and this set too. Wang Jiao meticulously selected 3 outfits as if she were choosing clothes for her boyfriend. Zhang Chen, beaming with delight, went to try them on. Glancing in the mirror, he realized he looked quite dashing. The pieces were infinitely more appealing than those he had purchased himself. His appearance had ascended several notches. Quite satisfactory. Wang Jiao examined the clothes with keen interest, thoroughly pleased. Let's settle the bill. She called out to the attendant. That will be 2,316, ma'am. The saleswoman replied with a polite smile. All right. Wang Jiao promptly retrieved her phone, ready to scan the payment code. Wait, no? How can I let you pay? Zhang Chen quickly interjected. You barely earn anything. I'm far quicker at repairs. Don't compete with me. Wang Jiao firmly resisted, her gaze resolute. Zhang Chen was left speechless. Teacher, I assure you, I am not impoverished. I am quite well off. But what about you? Your expenditures have been considerable these past few days. Yet, why are you buying clothes for me? Zhang Chen was still trying to fathom the situation. The saleswoman continued to smile, but her eyes sparkled with curiosity. This handsome young man and beautiful woman must be a couple, yet it didn't seem that way. Why was she so insistent on paying? The roles appeared reversed. Shouldn't he, the man, be the one eager to pay? Teacher, you hardly earn enough. Allow me to handle this. Zhang Chen said, puzzled, yet determined not to let her pay. What would that make him? The saleswoman's eyes widened in realization. A teacher and her male student? You've called me teacher. So do as I say. Wang Jiao insisted vehemently. Zhang Chen found himself at a loss. Could it be due to a debt of gratitude? Scan my code. Wang Jiao instructed the saleswoman. Oh, of course. The saleswoman nodded and took out the scanner. A beep echoed as Wang Jiao's code was scanned. Failure. Ma'am. The payment was unsuccessful, the saleswoman informed her. Wang Jiao stared in disbelief, quickly checking her balance, only to feel her face flush with embarrassment. Oh no, insufficient funds. The expenses from purchasing materials and hospital visits had drained her finances, consuming nearly 2 months' salary. She had already spent quite a bit on fitness gear and nutritional supplements after starting her exercise regimen. With less than 10,000 remaining, her account had dwindled to under 1,000. She had completely forgotten about it. Observing Wang Jiao's mortified expression, Zhang Chen sensed something was amiss. It could only be a lack of funds or a payment error. Regardless, he was determined to claim his repair reward. At this moment, a notification popped up above Wang Jiao's head. Yoga instructor with less than 1,000 in savings. What to do? What to do? How embarrassing. How did I end up with so little? I can't even afford a piece of clothing for him. Upon encountering the pop-up notification that announced a maintenance reward of 1,000 yuan, a special reward of 10-fold cashback on current expenditures, and an increase in favorability by 10, with the current favorability at 95, Zhang Chen found himself momentarily at a loss. Teacher Wan is truly my lucky star, he mused. Such a fortuitous encounter bestowed upon him 3 rewards. The 1,000 yuan was a given. Every maintenance service guaranteed that. The only variable was the amount. However, the prospect of receiving 10-fold cashback on his current expenditures was rather astonishing. Did this imply that he would receive 10 times the total he spent on his purchases? 2,316 yuan multiplied by 10 would amount to 23,160 yuan? Incredible! To buy clothes without spending a dime. And even profit from it? What a delightful stroke of luck. But wait, just as he was about to settle the payment, Zhang Chen quickly realized that since it pertained to current spending, what if he continued to buy more? If he spent enough, say, 10 or 20,000, wouldn't that mean a rebate of 100 to 200,000? A sudden jolt of realization struck him. He hadn't even considered the favorability aspect. Instead, he immediately exclaimed, Sister, please hold on a moment. I wish to purchase a few more sets. I'll pay shortly. Zhang Chen's enthusiasm left Wan Jiao feeling extremely awkward. Was he short on cash at the moment? And in front of so many people? What an embarrassment. Especially in front of Zhang Chen. The mere thought made her want to find a hole to hide in. Teacher, I believe you've hit your spending limit today. I noticed you bought quite a few substantial items. Zhang Chen remarked suddenly. Wan Jiao paused, momentarily taken aback, but soon grasped his implication. She glanced at him and nodded. Perhaps so, although I still have several thousand left on my card. That's all right. Use my card first. Who are we to each other, after all? Zhang Chen replied. Wan Jiao was momentarily taken aback by his words. What kind of relationship was this? It was too complex for her to decipher. Yet, there was no doubt they were involved in something. This romance is quite fashionable. The female salesperson mused. Perhaps this is just a matter of personal preference. They might simply be a normal couple, but the man enjoys referring to the woman as teacher. How intriguing. Her eyes lit up with inspiration. I should ask my husband to call me that too, hee. Returning to the area, Wan Jiao was on the verge of tears. She had never felt so humiliated. Teacher, let's not say anything more. Your affection for me is acknowledged. Zhang Chen stated with utmost seriousness. Wan Jiao was perplexed by his unexpected declaration. Affection? Isn't it merely my way of repaying you for a few clothing purchases? How did it turn into affection? Don't speak nonsense. Yet, inexplicably, her cheeks flushed. She couldn't help herself. You mustn't say such things. What love? Wan Jiao attempted to protest. However, Zhang Chen swiftly interrupted her, commanding, Now, let us not dwell on anything else. Just buy. Buy. Wan Jiao exclaimed, her expression one of confusion. What on earth? Buy. I shall purchase a few more sets, and you should buy as well. Buy abundantly. Zhang Chen exclaimed. No. You want to buy me clothes? How can that be? Wan Jiao was utterly startled. If I truly accept this, it becomes even more complicated. Let's go? Zhang Chen paid no heed to her reluctance and directly dragged her towards the women's clothing section. This set, and this one. Where are the yoga pants? Come, let us grab 7 or 8 pairs. What about the lingerie section? Oh, it's over there. Come, What size does the teacher wear? Oh, no need to say, this size. Let us take 10 sets. This one. The teacher will definitely look splendid in this. Watching Zhang Chen frantically thrust items into her hands, Wan Jiao stood in a daze, completely at a loss. Clothing was one thing, but what was he thinking? Getting me yoga pants? You know I am aware of your interest. Yet, is this not rather brazen? Furthermore, what relevance does my choice of lingerie hold for you? Am I to show you as well? And how do you even know my size? At this moment, her mind was a whirlwind of thoughts. It dawned on her that Zhang Chen seemed to observe her daily. They say a man's gaze is a measure. He must have measured her countless times by now. Moreover, he was rather accurate. She indeed wore that size. Wait, no, that cannot be. How can I possibly accept this? But why is he behaving like a madman, incessantly buying and buying? Chapter 62. He wants to see me wear this. As Wan Jiao clutched 3 pairs of trousers, 3 t-shirts, 3 jackets, 8 sets of underwear, and 12 pairs of yoga pants, her expression darkened. The clothes themselves were inconsequential. It was the yoga pants that seemed to hold significance, wasn't it? You simply relish the sight of me in these, do you? Such confidence I possess in allowing you to gaze upon me, right? Yet, if you desire to see more, one cannot squander money indiscriminately. I have yet to try any of them on. Who knows if they would be comfortable? Oh, comfort is of little importance. What truly matters is your enjoyment of the view, correct? Teacher, these leggings are quite nice. Teacher, this ensemble is incredibly appealing. Teacher, these jeans fit snugly. Teacher, as the pile of garments in her hands grew increasingly cumbersome, Wan Jiao felt an overwhelming urge to flee. However, her feet remained firmly planted. Beside her, a female sales associate, similarly burdened with multiple outfits and yoga pants, trailed closely. Wan Jiao felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment. How could one not speculate under such circumstances? And then, Zhang Chen picked up yet another item. Still taking more? Wan Jiao grasped his wrist, pleading softly, Please, no more. How will people perceive me if you buy this? Oh, they can say whatever they wish. We'll purchase what we desire. Zhang Chen replied nonchalantly. Those who scrutinize others are the ones with filthy hearts. Wan Jiao felt a tingling sensation at her scalp. As she noticed him reaching for yet another item, she tightened her grip. Please, just stop. Besides, we can't possibly carry all this. Seeing her desperate expression, Zhang Chen glanced at the growing pile. Indeed. It seems we have accumulated quite a few outfits together. Calculating the total cost, he realized it must amount to several tens of thousands. Well, that seems reasonable, he mused. If we were to purchase everything, it would be rather unusual. A tenfold increase would lead to hundreds of thousands. What a lucrative deal. The female sales associate, observing the spectacle, was left astounded. Is it truly customary to buy clothes in such a manner? Are you stocking up? While her mind raced with curiosity and astonishment, she maintained her professionalism, secretly reveling in the prospect of commissions. After all, this was all money. Very well, let us proceed to the checkout, Zhang Chen declared, glancing at Ruan Jiao's head to ensure her maintenance reward was still intact, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. It would be quite humorous if, after all this, the reward vanished. From his observations, the maintenance reward had stabilized since its introduction, with little fluctuation. Yet, one could never be too sure of the whims of fate. If he were to make an extravagant purchase, perhaps spending upwards of 100,000, Ruan Jiao might abandon the notion of buying clothes for him altogether. Should that maintenance reward disappear, it would be a considerable loss. Thus, he resolved to proceed with this plan, pure profit, with no losses. Upon hearing this, Ruan Jiao immediately relaxed. She truly fears that Zhang Chen might purchase again. Yet, she finds herself somewhat intrigued. Where does Zhang Chen acquire such wealth? The sheer volume of clothing must amount to several thousand yuan at the very least. However, she recalls that Zhang Chen should be rather impoverished. Loans? That seems unlikely. Moreover, she cannot comprehend his actions. Is it merely to showcase her in yoga pants? Surely, acquiring yoga pants alone would suffice. There would be no need to buy an entire new wardrobe. Wait, could it be that he desires more than just to see her in yoga pants? Perhaps he yearns to see her in regular attire as well? After all, the pants he selected for himself are quite form-fitting, and the t-shirts are a size too small. The outerwear is normal, but what if, as she spirals into her thoughts, her face flushes with warmth? Yet, within her heart, an unexpected urge to experiment begins to blossom. This is precisely what terrifies Ruan Jiao. She realizes that it has become increasingly difficult for her to refuse him. With every action he takes, an overwhelming impulse to comply arises within her, rendering any thought of resistance utterly absent. Such thoughts are perilously dangerous, leaving Ruan Jiao in a state of alarm. Amidst her chaotic musings, the two of them, along with the female sales assistant, have arrived at the cash register, where an enormous pile of clothing resembles a small mountain. The beauty behind the counter is taken aback. How many sets are you purchasing? Are you stocking up? Madam, sir. Are you certain you wish to buy so much? The sales assistant inquires. Yes, all of it. Please proceed with the checkout, Zhang Chen replies. The two saleswomen exchange glances and immediately commence their tasks. The customer is akin to a deity. The words of a deity are law. They hasten to complete the transaction. For should the customer change their mind, what would they subsist on? This is their bonus, after all. At this moment, Zhang Chen finally has the opportunity to analyze his 10-point affection rating. What? 95 points of affection? Wasn't he at 90 before? Zhang Chen finds himself bewildered. He had been so preoccupied with the 10-point affection rating that he failed to notice the current affection rating behind it. It is not 90, it is 95. This indicates an increase of 5 points since the last assessment. What had transpired? Yes, something occurred in the kitchen, although it did not fully materialize. They were on the cusp of crossing the final barrier. Teacher 1 even experienced lingering effects from it. But wait, this situation seems off. How could such outrageous behavior result in an increase of 5 points in affection? Surely, is the affection rating on a 1,000-point scale? This is simply absurd. When will it reach its maximum level? Yet, upon closer reflection, it seems erroneous. If it were indeed on a 1,000-point scale, then converted to a percentage scale, it would only amount to 10 points. If that were the case, wouldn't teacher 1 have slapped him for such conduct? Goodness. It must be that the rating exceeds its maximum. Zhang Chen arrives at this conclusion. Meanwhile, Ruan Jiao feels as though her mind has gone blank. She watches as the two attendants begin scanning the yoga pants. Just moments ago, Zhang Chen referred to her as teacher. Is it typical for a student to purchase such items for their teacher? She knew without a second thought that afterward, they would be at a loss as to how to gossip about it, despite not being acquainted. However, next time, she truly would have no face to show up. After an interminable half hour, everything was finally scanned and confirmed twice, ensuring the total amount was correct. It amounted to 54,866 yuan. Upon confirming the sum, Ruan Jiao exclaimed in astonishment, "Is it really that much? Is that all?" Zhang Chen murmured softly beside her. Ruan Jiao immediately turned to him, incredulous. "What? How much do you expect?" That S for clothes costing 55,000. She would have to abstain from eating and drinking for an entire year to save that amount. Zhang Chen, are you out of your mind, spending so much money? Wang Jiao couldn't help but exclaim, momentarily disregarding any notions of pride. Spending money like this simply wouldn't do. Scan the code. Zhang Chen urged Wang Jiao to remain calm as he raised his phone. Beep, limit exceeded, payment failed. Zhang Chen was taken aback. What? Why is there a limit? Upon checking, he found that the card's daily spending limit was 50,000. His face turned as dark as a storm cloud. Damn it, it feels as though tens of thousands are slipping through my fingers, which is incredibly frustrating. However, reflecting on it, the previous tenfold cashback had only amounted to over 20,000. Now it had skyrocketed to 500,000, which was already quite impressive. Sir, the payment has failed. The two female sales associates were momentarily stunned. There's a limit. You can only purchase items worth 50,000. Zhang Chen was speechless. The two exchanged glances, realizing they had overlooked the limit. Perhaps Zhang Chen's card had a lower ceiling. Transactions needed to be conducted via bank card. Mobile payments indeed had such restrictions. Reduce the amount to 50,000. Zhang Chen insisted. If that didn't work, he would directly call the bank to lodge a complaint. Return these. Wang Jiao quickly pointed to the nearly 20 pairs of yoga pants. No need, just return these few items. Zhang Chen decisively replied. All the items being returned were his clothes. Wang Jiao felt a wave of annoyance. What remained were all the yoga pants. It was clear now. He wanted to see her in those chapter 063, maximum affection level. Surpassing by 5 points? Thank you for your patronage. Come again next time. The two saleswomen exhibited exceptional attitudes, personally assisting them with their bags to the door and offering a warm farewell. All right, thank you, sisters. Zhang Chen sweetly remarked, prompting the saleswomen to beam with delight. In stark contrast, Wang Jiao, standing nearby, blushed deeply while carrying her bags. Come again? Absolutely not. I shall resolutely avoid returning. How can I possibly face myself again? Suddenly, Wang Jiao exclaimed, oh dear. Is everything all right? Be careful with so many items. The nearby saleswoman observed the beautiful teacher distractedly accepting several bags from her hands. In a moment of carelessness, Wang Jiao nearly dropped them, prompting the saleswoman to assist her quickly. It's all right. It's all right. Wang Jiao said, her face flushed with embarrassment. Teacher, allow me to help. Zhang Chen, noticing the situation, hurried over to intervene. No, I can manage. You've already taken quite a few. Wang Jiao insisted. Not a problem. I possess considerable strength. Zhang Chen replied. This was no exaggeration. After his strength had increased by 1 point, he felt remarkably powerful. He was now holding over 20 bags, as light as feathers, devoid of any weight. Were it not for the public setting, he could have easily carried Wang Jiao as well, playfully running with her while draping the bags over her. Imagining such a scene was indeed quite absurd. Ahem, we should hurry. You insisted on purchasing all of this. Wang Jiao couldn't help but complain. Yet, a sidelong glance at the overflowing bags of yoga pants she was carrying made her cheeks flush. How had things come to this? Ultimately, Zhang Chen bore the entirety of the load. Well, except for Wang Jiao, she adamantly refused to let him carry her things. Thus, Zhang Chen held dozens of handles. The bags of clothing spreading out like a peacock's tail, truly astonishing and drawing the attention of onlookers. Wang Jiao felt thoroughly bashful beside him. As for Zhang Chen, at this moment, he was entirely unconcerned. Instead, he quickly blinked and summoned a pop-up window. Repairs completed. Received current expenditure tenfold return in affection points 10, current affection level 105. Rewards distributed, current expenditure 50,000 yuan. Tenfold return 500,000 yuan. As the pop-up appeared, the notification sound from his phone followed. Zhang Chen felt an intense desire to glimpse the details. Unfortunately, his hands were too full to manage. Just then, another pop-up appeared. Current affection level has reached its maximum, exceeding by 5 points. Receiving a special reward, joy doubled. In that instant, Zhang Chen felt an influx of peculiar knowledge flooding his mind. He was momentarily bewildered. Wait, surpassing by 5 points? It doubled? Understood. This is utterly absurd. Wang Jiao was following closely behind him when she suddenly saw him frozen in place, utterly still. She thought he might be struggling and was about to step forward to assist him. However, inexplicably, as she took a step, peculiar notions began to surface in her mind. By the time Wang Jiao processed what was happening, she too was in a daze. A wave of despair washed over her. Am I still the innocent university lecturer? Wan Laosher, remain calm. Zhang Chen interjected. Turning around, he found her expression vacant, lost in thought. Her face was a tapestry of embarrassment, redness, and helplessness. Zhang Chen was baffled. He had never anticipated that the absurdity of Tongzi Gu could not only implant knowledge in his mind, but also in Wan Laoshir's. Wan Laoshir? Zhang Chen prompted. Oh. Wan Jiao suddenly snapped back to reality and hurried to help him carry his things. Yet Zhang Chen merely shifted his body and chuckled. No need. Let us call a cab first. We can't possibly walk back, can we? Right. Wan Jiao finally realized the distance to his home was considerable. They rushed out of the mall and hailed a taxi at the roadside. Just as they managed to flag one down, Zhang Chen arrived. Wan Jiao watched in awe as Zhang Chen, burdened with a large pile of items, moved with grace and strength. Wan Jiao, you've gone astray. What wicked thoughts have invaded your mind? The trunk was packed full, the passenger seat crammed, and the back seat was likewise filled primarily with the two of them. The driver was utterly bewildered. Buying so many clothes? This isn't a wholesale market. Driver, to Wan Jiao began, intending to say Zhang Chen's home. Yet, as the words formed, she realized she didn't even know where he lived. To the community on Beijia Xiangyang, Zhang Chen interjected. All right. The driver nodded enthusiastically. Wan Jiao was taken aback. How do you know to go to my place? Where else could we go? Zhang Chen replied earnestly. I can't very well take you to my house. What? Am I embarrassing? Wan Jiao huffed. Not at all. It's just a bit messy. Zhang Chen felt awkward. The state of his home didn't matter much. But should they encounter his wife, that would be troublesome. My home is fine. I see you just want to see me, Wan Jiao retorted angrily. Nearly letting the thought slip, Zhang Chen quickly covered her mouth, whispering, Teacher, we're in a taxi. Wan Jiao was bewildered. What did I just say? Oh my. They were indeed in a taxi. Her face burned with embarrassment as she glanced at the driver. Goodness, driver, your ears are perked up. Her heart raced wildly. She averted her gaze, unable to face the driver or contemplate what he would think of her. Yet, as her gaze returned, she found Zhang Chen close, covering his own mouth. Her heart pounded like a drum. This compelled her to glance towards Zhang Chen. Her enchanting eyes shimmered with a peculiar glint as she fixed her gaze upon him. Meanwhile, the driver, seated at the helm, occasionally stole glances at the rearview mirror. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Such a captivating spectacle, and after a lifetime of driving, this is the one moment I've encountered. Chapter 064, The Melancholic Madam. Why has the glutton ceased to indulge? The driver, deeply frustrated, lamented, I nearly crashed, and this is what I get to see. He had not witnessed the excitement, but rather a mouthful of dog food. TCH, go back to your mother. Zhang Chen scoffed disdainfully. Only he was permitted to gaze upon Teacher Wan. What are you looking at? He discerned the driver's sordid thoughts and was determined not to let him succeed. However, at that moment, Teacher Wan rested against him, akin to a girlfriend, nestled closely, showing no signs of resistance. Zhang Chen finally experienced the rewards of maximum affection. In the past, Teacher Wan would never display such intimacy in front of others. But just moments ago, when he gently tilted her head onto his shoulder, she naturally leaned against him and even emitted a comfortable hum. Wan Jiao herself was perplexed by her actions. Yet, there was an inexplicable sense of security in resting on his shoulder. The psychological comfort rendered her unwilling to push away. Fine, let it be, she thought, closing her eyes and accepting her fate. Teacher Wan, we've arrived. Zhang Chen softly reminded her, giving her shoulder a gentle shake. Wan Jiao slowly opened her eyes, slightly dazed. Had she really dozed off comfortably? 15 yuan. Thank you. The driver grumbled. Beep. Zhang Chen scanned to pay, then exited the vehicle, carrying their belongings as he headed into the community. Little Wan is back, exclaimed a neighbor. Oh, your boyfriend bought so many things. He truly knows how to treat you well. Many neighbors greeted them along the way. Yes, indeed. He insisted on buying. Wan Jiao replied, her cheeks flushed. Really? Auntie, you're making me blush. Zhang Chen followed closely behind Teacher Wan, astonished. Was this what maximum affection felt like? Goodness. An open admission? Does that mean I can stay over? With this thought, his gaze was fixated on Teacher Wan, admiring her in those snug jeans. Upon returning home, they placed the myriad of bags on the sofa. Wan Jiao, her face adorned with a rosy hue, gently said, Please sit for a moment. I'll get you some water. Zhang Chen nodded. Once she returned with the water, he seized it and drank half a bottle in one go. Hey, that's iced water. Don't drink so much. Be careful of a stomach ache. Wan Jiao exclaimed, exasperated. It's fine. My stomach can handle it. Zhang Chen replied confidently. Is that so? A flawless digestive system. What is there to fear from ice? Don't take advantage of your youth. Ailments come with age. Wang Jiao shot him a disapproving glance, unscrewing her own bottle to sip delicately. Zhang Chen couldn't help but admire her. Her upright posture and long, elegant legs spoke of her background in dance, radiating grace. You're looking at me again. Wang Jiao suddenly turned her head, both shy and annoyed, even biting her lip in response. Zhang Chen's gaze fell upon the delicate blush that crept up her neck. How lovely. Zhang Chen spoke with unabashed conviction, remarking on how particularly attractive teacher Ruan looked in her denim jeans. You mustn't say that. Ruan Jiao gasped, taken aback. It was merely a compliment. Yet her heart raced uncontrollably. Teacher Ruan. Zhang Chen abruptly ceased his playful demeanor and called out earnestly. Wang Jiao instantly turned her attention to him. No, Zhao Jiao. Zhang Chen altered his address. Ah. Wang Jiao sprang to her feet, her face aflame as she stammered, please don't call me that. All right, Teacher Ruan. Zhang Chen decisively reverted, declaring that addressing her as teacher felt more fitting. Wang Jiao was utterly bewildered, her mind a blank slate. In truth, she had sensed that something was about to unfold even before he entered. Yet, why had she allowed him in? Her throat felt parched, as though something was lodged within. She simply gazed at him, gasping for air, nearly unable to articulate her thoughts. Teacher Ruan, you need not speak. I understand that previously, our roles held you back. But that only attests to the fact that you once taught me. It does not prove anything else. The moment I laid eyes on you, I became utterly entranced. Thinking of you daily, even calling your name in my dreams. Zhang Chen began his pursuit. With his affections fully developed, he pondered. When else would he seize the moment? Thus, his expression turned exceedingly earnest. You must be lying. You called my name in your dreams? How could you possibly know that? Wang Jiao's words faltered, a blend of anxiety and shyness enveloping her. She never anticipated uttering such sentiments. That is of little importance. Zhang Chen interjected. Wang Jiao remained silent. Teacher, you only need to know that during my university days, I was already captivated by you. Yet I felt so insecure, uncertain whether I would ever see you again. No, I will not let go. With that declaration, Zhang Chen suddenly reached out and drew her into his embrace. Wang Jiao, already feeling weak in the knees, was unprepared for his boldness. She struggled momentarily, realizing he had no intention of releasing her, so she ceased her resistance. Instead, she grasped his large hand resting on her abdomen, tilted her head away, and murmured, Do you know what you're doing? I do. Zhang Chen affirmed with a nod. Zhang Chen. Wang Jiao whispered. Teacher, he called softly. Call me Zhao Jiao. No, I prefer to call you teacher. Exiting the elevator and standing before her door. Bai Xiao glanced at the neighboring Zhang household, her cheeks slightly flushed. However, it seemed they were not home. Oh, just as well. I could use a break. She had barely managed to get through work that day. It had been an arduous experience. Biting her lip, Bai Xiao gazed at the adjacent Zhang residence. Unable to suppress a murmur, glutton. Subsequently, she entered her home, changed her shoes, slipped into her pajamas, and, despite her physical discomfort, hurried to take a shower. It must be washed thoroughly, for only the little wolf dog would appreciate its pristine whiteness. After bathing, she strolled onto the balcony. The yoga pants had dried completely, and she retrieved them, placing them indoors for future use. However, as she waited, time dragged on in vain. Where could he have gone? Bai Xiao furrowed her brows, pondering why things seemed amiss. The gluttonous little wolf dog had lost its appetite? Oh, shouldn't I be pleased? After all, it would afford me some much-needed rest. Yet, why did I feel a void within? Perhaps I should sleep. He might come knocking in the dead of night, Bai Xiao mused. She was well aware of her neighbor, Zhang Chen, being quite the insatiable child. Thus, she nestled into her blankets and soon succumbed to a deep slumber. Time passed, and suddenly she awoke with a start. The dawn light streamed through the window. He truly wasn't coming? Bai Xiao sat there in a daze. Glancing at her phone, she noted it was already 7:30. Yet, she felt no inclination to go to work, her mood utterly dismal. Biting her lip, she rose, performed a quick wash-up, donned her clothes, and stealthily exited her abode. Arriving at Zhang Chen's door, she knocked gently, calling out, Zhang Chen, Zhang Chen? However, an extended silence met her. Unable to contain herself, Bai Xiao bit her lip once more, and, after much hesitation, decided to call Zhang Chen. Chapter 65. The Mysterious Grand Prize, 200,000 and Muscle Hardening. Teacher, what is shaking? With eyes still heavy with sleep, Zhang Chen heard a noise and nudged Wang Jiao, inquiring softly. Wang Jiao murmured in response, her voice drowsy, clearly still lost in slumber. Ah, my phone. A sudden realization jolted him awake. He swiftly sat up and reached for the phone resting on the bedside table. Upon closer inspection, it was a call from the neighbor's wife. Examining it further, indeed, it was she. So early in the morning, the neighbor's wife was calling? Could it be that she missed him after a night away? With such thoughts swirling in his mind, Zhang Chen promptly answered the call. It was not advisable to ignore it at this hour. He glanced sideways at Wan Jiao, who remained blissfully unaware, still sound asleep. Zhang Chen let out a sigh of relief. Despite being a physical education teacher and a fitness enthusiast, she was still a woman. Moreover, who was he? With the protection of the 3 divine arts and the special rewards from Brother Tongzi, he was practically overflowing with advantages. At this moment, even her awareness could be deemed exceptional for her constitution. Of course, he was not one to abandon old affections for new pursuits. Having a teacher did not mean forgetting the neighbor's wife. He slipped on his slippers and hurried to the bathroom to return the call to Bai Xiao. Hello. As soon as the call connected, Bai Xiao's voice brightened with surprise, though she quickly composed herself. Zhang Chen, where are you? Why didn't you come back all night? She gently inquired. Last night, I was out drinking with my classmates. It got too late, so I ended up sleeping here. Zhang Chen feigned a sleepy demeanor, stifling a yawn. Drinking? Huh? Bai Xiao's tone hinted at a trace of disappointment, yet it seemed she also sighed in relief. Sis, were you missing me? The next words he uttered caused Bai Xiao to blush even through the phone. Who misses you? I'd rather you not come back to bother me, she retorted, her voice tinged with defiance. Hee, still denying it, are you? Sis, you're quite stubborn. Zhang Chen chuckled playfully. How annoying, she pouted, flustered and vexed, but then suddenly asked, was that classmate of yours a guy? Of course, he is. Zhang Chen laughed heartily. Sis, are you feeling jealous? Not at all. The neighbor's wife denied it vehemently. Very well, since you're not jealous, I shall make an effort to avoid going there. Lest I provoke your ire. Disappointment tinged Zhang Chen's voice. Oh, don't. I am jealous, fine. You're so annoying. Always teasing me into saying such things. Bai Xiao exclaimed, startled by her own admission. But she quickly realized he was merely jesting. Don't worry, sis. Bear with it a little longer. I'll come find you as soon as I'm back. Zhang Chen's tone turned enthusiastic. Bai Xiao huffed. You didn't show up last night, and I have to work while you're gallivanting. What? Are you saying I went to see you today? Zhang Chen's voice was filled with disbelief. See me? You can come over tonight. I'll be waiting for you. Upon uttering these words, Bai Xiao found herself overwhelmed with embarrassment. Traditionally, it was Zhang Chen who would take the initiative to knock on the door. Yet today, she had dared to extend an invitation herself, an act that left her feeling exceedingly shy. However, a lingering fear gnawed at her, the unsettling thought that her little wolf dog might someday lose interest in her. This notion filled her with an indescribable dread. At times, she loathed herself for her feelings. After all, this was not her first experience. Why, then, did she still react as if it were her inaugural encounter? Could she not be a bit more generous? Could she not invite him with unwavering confidence? But, alas, she indeed felt somewhat lacking in self-assurance. After all, she was not yet divorced. Although Zhang Chen had mentioned that this fact was a benefit in his eyes, how could she continue under such circumstances? The mere thought of being discovered sent shivers down her spine. All right, sis, get ready. Zhang Chen exclaimed eagerly. Bai Xiao bit her lip, her face flushed crimson. Yet she nodded and replied with a firm affirmation before hanging up the phone. Zhang Chen felt relieved. His wife was indeed obedient, remarkably so. However, he thought, let us first assess the rewards. Speaking of which, Zhang Chen had progressed too quickly the previous night. The moment he glimpsed the notification above Teacher Wan's head, he had completed the task without fully grasping the reward details. All he noticed was a line stating, Shy Yoga Pants Teacher. He hadn't even had a chance to comprehend the reward. Yet, his wife had amassed a sum of 100,000. Surely, Teacher Wan deserved even more, having never had a boyfriend. Moreover, based on his experience, there must be a mysterious grand prize awaiting. With that thought, he eagerly called up the notification. Repair completed. Received a mysterious grand prize of 200,000 yuan. Reward has been issued. Ding. Mysterious grand prize unlocked. Received muscle hardening. Reward has been issued. Zhang Chen was taken aback. 200,000? His wife had only received 100,000. Teacher Wan had directly doubled that amount? Was this the power of the first-time experience? If that was the case, what about the next tier of rewards for his wife? Could it possibly equate to 100,000? That would rival the initial reward for his wife. Absurd. Of course, the monetary aspect was manageable. What truly astonished Zhang Chen was the mysterious grand prize, muscle hardening. What on earth was that? Almost instantaneously, his mind conjured up explanations regarding muscle hardening. Simultaneously, he instinctively moved his arm, and in that moment, he felt a peculiar change in the muscles of his arm. It was as if, in the briefest instant, the density of his muscles had multiplied several times over. Yet, upon glancing over, there seemed to be no significant alteration. Only his biceps appeared slightly larger. While the overall appearance remained sleek and aesthetically pleasing, he tapped his arm, and to his surprise, it emitted a resounding sound, akin to striking a stone. What in the world? Zhang Chen was astonished. Was this what hardening entailed? Immediately, he swung his fist down with force. Ouch! He winced, clutching his hand and grimacing in pain. However, the arm was completely unscathed, akin to a mere tickle. Zhang Chen felt numbness envelop him. This was indeed a peculiar ability. He pondered whether a bullet could penetrate it. Perhaps it would be best not to test it. What if a mere trial resulted in dire consequences? Nevertheless, reflecting on the inexplicable knowledge of muscles that had surfaced in his mind, Zhang Chen gazed into the mirror and moved his facial muscles. Almost instantaneously, he beheld the features in the mirror shift and alter. The eyes remained the same, and the nose was unchanged, yet with the slightest misalignment of his facial muscles. He transformed into a visage entirely foreign to him, despite a closer inspection revealing a resemblance of about 60 to 70%. A fleeting glance made it clear, I am no longer myself. Changing one's appearance? Zhang Chen's eyes widened in astonishment, startled by his own reflection. Fortunately, as soon as he relaxed his consciousness, his facial muscles promptly returned to their original state. What a relief! The restoration was remarkably swift. Zhang Chen exhaled, reassured that as long as he refrained from actively controlling his muscles, he remained himself. Then, could he also manipulate his height? With this thought, he continued his experiments. He watched as his reflection gradually grew taller. This ability was rather unsettling, Zhang Chen mused. This was utterly absurd. After reverting to his original height, Zhang Chen lifted his shirt to reveal his abdomen. His six-pack muscles writhed and suddenly merged into a single formidable block. It was not merely a beer belly. It was far more impressive. Zhang Chen marveled at the sight. He glanced at his posterior, the control over his muscles. Goodness! It rivaled even that of Teacher Yuan. My friend, it's your turn now, he chuckled to himself with a mischievous grin. Chapter 66, Absurd Muscle Hardening. What a marvel! As Zhang Chen stepped out of the restroom, his face was filled with wonder. Brother Tongzi is truly remarkable. The term muscle hardening, when examined solely by its nomenclature, suggests an extraordinary ability to render muscles as hard as stone. It is even estimated that a typical crossbow bolt would be effortlessly withstood. Yet, the underlying principle is deceptively simple, controlling the muscles to enhance their density. However, elevating muscle density to the level of stone is nothing short of ludicrous. Moreover, if one does not strive to maximize muscle density, but instead merely exercises control over the muscles, the possibilities multiply exponentially. By manipulating the muscles, one could alter the spacing of facial features and subtly adjust their shape, effectively transforming into an entirely different visage. With the aid of makeup techniques and a well-placed wig, even close inspection would fail to reveal the ruse. If such manipulation were applied to the entire body, the absurdity would reach new heights. I am already quite handsome. Being able to fine-tune my height, weight, and appearance would mean I might rival the likes of Panin, rendering me unworthy of the extraordinary abilities bestowed by Brother Tongzi. The most outrageous aspect is, of course, the transformative potential it holds for the realm of men's aesthetics. One can only marvel at such capabilities. With an exhilarated heart, Zhang Chen returned to the bedroom. Teacher, he called softly beside Ruan Zhao's ear, to which she responded with a gentle Suddenly, she jolted awake. Seated on the sofa, Ruan Zhao appeared somewhat dazed. In the kitchen, Zhang Chen busied himself preparing a meal, humming a cheerful tune, oblivious to his own delight. Yet, Ruan Zhao felt tears welling up within her. That insufferable rascal. Teacher, dinner is ready. Just as this thought crossed his mind, Zhang Chen emerged from the kitchen, carrying the dishes he had prepared. Ruan Zhao, lacking any resolve, rose to her feet, her eyes fixated on the delectable aroma wafting through the air. However, upon making a move, she winced and collapsed back onto the sofa, unable to rise. Teacher, don't move. I will bring it over. Zhang Chen quickly reassured her as he hurried to place the meal on the coffee table before her. Observing Ruan Zhao's pained expression, he teased, given the circumstances. You needn't act like a starving fiend. Look how eager you are. Do you think I would let you go hungry? It's all your fault. Ruan Zhao shot him a glare. Zhang Chen chuckled, settling beside her and pulling her into his embrace. My apologies. Truly, it is your irresistible allure that I cannot resist. Wang Jiao rolled her eyes at him. I can't believe this. What am I to do? Am I still going to school? She exclaimed. A mixture of embarrassment and irritation coloring her tone. There's no other choice. Just call in to take a day off. After all, physical education is somewhat optional, Zhang Chen suggested. Wang Jiao's eyes widened in disbelief. What? Well, it's the truth. Zhang Chen replied with a grin. Wang Jiao found herself unwilling to engage with him further. Why had she allowed herself to be so enchanted? It perplexed her to no end. Deep down, she harbored a strong aversion to this identity, yet paradoxically, she felt immense joy. She was utterly at a loss for understanding her own feelings. As for Zhang Chen, he was simply enamored beyond measure. Last night, it wasn't just him who had 3 layers of buffs. Teacher Wan was equally fortified. Fortunately, although Wang Jiao had indeed exerted herself considerably and was now famished to the point of seeing stars, Zhang Chen's culinary skills were truly remarkable. With merely the scant vegetables in his refrigerator, he managed to prepare a feast that was both visually appealing and delectable. Regardless, she could no longer withstand her hunger and decided to indulge. Zhang Chen felt the same urgency, as he was the primary force behind the meal and desperately needed to replenish his energy. In no time, they had devoured an entire pot of rice along with fragrant sesame leaf noodles. Once satiated, Wang Jiao finally felt rejuvenated. However, as she observed Zhang Chen tidying up in the kitchen, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. She had not anticipated that this was the kind of person she truly was at her core. For anything Zhang Chen desired, she had never once considered declining. It felt as if they were already an old married couple, and she worried that she was transitioning into this role far too swiftly. Covering her face, she forced herself to cease these thoughts, but it was an incessant struggle. As Zhang Chen emerged from Wang Jiao's residence, he stretched his body. It was evident that teacher Wan would not be attending school today. Nevertheless, he also felt it inappropriate to linger there. She needed to rest properly. His own buffs were quite formidable, and he doubted even his mother could withstand them. Ah, what a slight disappointment. Descending the stairs, Zhang Chen glanced back at Wang Jiao's floor with a hint of nostalgia. He had purchased so many yoga pants that remained unused. Well, there would surely be a chance eventually. He stroked his chin, leisurely exiting the community. Upon returning to his own neighborhood, he realized it was already 2 o'clock. Zhang Chen had no intention of wandering about and headed straight home to collapse into bed. He had scarcely slept over the past day and night. Though he was robust, he still required rest to recuperate. Just as he lay down, his phone buzzed. He took it out and was surprised to see a message from Li Xiaoxiao. What? Li Xiaoxiao? Zhang Chen was taken aback. Was she contacting him for something? Could it be a plumbing issue? No, that couldn't be. With his skills, such minor repairs shouldn't falter so soon. Contemplating this, he swiftly answered the voice call. Xiao Zhang, it's Xiaoxiao's mother. Before he could finish his playful remark, the cheerful voice of Li's mother startled him, causing him to swallow his words. What on earth? Why was Annie using her daughter's phone to call me? Auntie, why are you using Xiaoxiao's phone to contact me? Zhang Chen chuckled awkwardly, his tone shifting to seriousness. Xiaoxiao's in the shower. I didn't have your contact information, so I used hers to reach you. Li's mother remained as selfless as ever. Isn't it a bit inappropriate to chat while your daughter is bathing? Shouldn't you avoid such situations? Auntie, if there's something you need, please go ahead. Zhang Chen was resolute in his professional demeanor. It seemed that Xiao Zhao's electric scooter had become inoperable. Aren't you the one responsible for repairs? Why not fix it? Sister Li inquired. Zhang Chen felt somewhat bewildered. Is that so? I can certainly repair the scooter, but how did it suddenly malfunction? Moreover, why hasn't Xiaoxiao reached out to me? Was it you, Auntie, who sought my assistance? Surely, you don't harbor any inappropriate intentions towards your junior. Xiaoxiao typically rode her electric scooter to school, but it had broken down on her return yesterday. She had been preoccupied with practicing dance routines for the children's upcoming performance in a kindergarten dance competition, leaving her no time to address the issue. Previously, I had suggested she call you for repairs, but she flatly refused. I am at a loss as to what she is thinking. After all, it was merely a pair of pants that you had mistakenly used as a mouse-catching cloth. What's the big deal? As Sister Li continued her monologue, Zhang Chen began to comprehend the situation. Auntie possessed a candid nature, entirely unconcerned about divulging her daughter's private matters to him. But why was Xiaoxiao reluctant? Was it shyness? Surely, she was aware of the circumstances from the last encounter. Chapter 67, The Embarrassing Incident with Xiaoxiao's mother-mom. Who are you on the phone with? Just as this thought crossed her mind, the voice of Li Xiaoxiao came through the line. Oh dear, Xiaoxiao, how did you come out like this? Li Jia's voice echoed in response. The crucial point was, she didn't even put her phone down. It was pressed against her ear, so Zhang Chen undoubtedly overheard. Mom, what are you saying? I forgot to bring clothes. It's just the two of us at home. There is no one else. Li Xiaoxiao retorted. Zhang Chen was taken aback. What? Forgot to bring clothes? So at this moment, Li Xiaoxiao. Oh my goodness. Am I actually hearing this? Then, Mom, who are you on the phone with? Her voice clearly tinged with panic. Before Li Jia could respond, Li Xiaoxiao's voice rose an octave. Why are you using my phone? I was trying to reach Xiao Zhang, but I didn't have his number, so I used your phone. At this point, the sound receded slightly. And then Li Jia's astonished voice came through. Oh no, I was still on the line with Xiao Zhang. Mom, Li Xiaoxiao suddenly shrieked. The next moment, the call was cut off. Zhang Chen. At that moment, in Li Xiaoxiao's home, Li Jia wore a face full of embarrassment. Li Xiaoxiao clutched her phone. Filled with fury. Are you really my mother? Calling him from my phone. Xiao, it's my fault. I forgot I was still on the line with him. Li Jia's face was flushed with awkwardness. Li Xiaoxiao covered her face, on the verge of tears. She had never anticipated being betrayed by her own mother. The events from the bathroom the previous day were still fresh in her memory, leaving her blushing and unable to sleep. And now, she had been sold out by her own mother? Goodness, I just said I forgot to bring clothes? He must have guessed everything. What do you want him to think? Seeing her daughter on the brink of tears, Li Jia hurried to console her. Xiao, it's my mistake. Oh, why is my memory so poor? I just wanted him to help fix your electric bike. Mom. Li Xiaoxiao stomped her foot in exasperation, blurting out, yesterday he acted like that. And you still called him to help me fix something? Are you doing this on purpose? Child, how can you say that? I think Xiao Zhang is a good boy. You should get to know him better. Who knows, you might just find a match. Li Jia couldn't help but interject. I knew it, Mom. You must be doing this on purpose. Li Xiaoxiao was furious. The whole reason she didn't dare to ask him for help was because of what had happened. Yet, her own mother wanted to pair her up with him? How could she face him? You should at least wait a few days. Xiao, you're not a child anymore. It's not that I'm scolding you, but why don't you want to find a boyfriend? Li Jia sighed in resignation. I never said I wouldn't look. It's just that I haven't met anyone suitable yet. Li Xiaoxiao retorted angrily. I think Xiao Zhang is quite good. He is handsome, strong, and even knows how to catch mice. Mom, not the mice again. Enough. No need to mention it. Li Xiaoxiao. Quickly put on some clothes and be careful not to catch a cold. Li Xiaoxiao. Zhang Chen was oblivious to the exchange between the mother and daughter. After a considerable wait, there was still no voice message. However, Li Xiaoxiao sent a V message. Zhang Chen, could you help me fix my electric scooter? Upon reading this message, Zhang Chen was momentarily taken aback. Wasn't she just embarrassed? Under normal circumstances, one would expect the matter to be dropped entirely. What was going on? Upon closer inspection, he realized, oh, Auntie, you're quite mischievous. No problem, I'm heading down now. Zhang Chen quickly replied and jumped out of bed to head downstairs. All right. I'm on my way. Li Xiaoxiao's V message followed. Zhang Chen couldn't help but chuckle, even with his daughter in a fit of anger. Auntie had the audacity to use her daughter's phone to send him a message. This was rather peculiar. Nevertheless, he felt compelled to uncover the truth of this strange situation. Upon arriving at the foot of Building 5, he waited for about 10 minutes before he saw Li Xiaoxiao emerge from the building. She wore a beige collared blouse paired with a khaki long skirt, cinched at the waist with a woman's belt, and completed with a pair of white sneakers. Her single ponytail and star-shaped earrings exuded a refreshing, sweet vibe. Zhang Chen found himself momentarily entranced. Had she dressed up specifically for this occasion? Xiao, he called out, approaching her decisively. However, upon seeing him, Li Xiaoxiao immediately halted, her face flushed to the roots of her ears. Her gaze darted away, avoiding his eyes. Yet, silence was not an option. She could only lower her head and give a soft acknowledgement. Where's the car? Zhang Chen inquired directly, recognizing that given Li Xiaoxiao's demeanor, it was not the time for jest. He merely wished to observe her, understanding that any further advances required careful consideration. At this moment, she was looking downward, too shy to meet his gaze, allowing him the freedom to admire her beautiful legs. Her skin was as smooth as jade, tender as that of an infant, and as fair as snow, with perfectly straight legs. Follow me to the garage, Li Xiaoxiao said softly. As she raised her head, she caught Zhang Chen glancing away quickly, feigning ignorance of her presence. Instantly, her cheeks flushed again. Is he looking at me? She pondered. That's only natural. My figure is quite decent, and he is a man. As these thoughts crossed her mind, Her gaze was irresistibly drawn to Zhang Chen. His handsome features, well-proportioned physique, and tall stature clearly marked him as a striking gentleman. Although their previous proximity had been quite close, he now appeared even more radiant and charming. Moreover, she sensed a subtle change in his demeanor compared to yesterday, though she could not quite articulate it. In any case, his captivating eyes held her gaze, almost as if they were glued to him. Xiao, what are you looking at? Zhang Chen perceptively noticed her lingering gaze and, amused, inquired. Huh? No, nothing at all. Li Xiao was taken aback, her heart racing with alarm. After uttering a quick phrase, she hurriedly advanced, all the while exclaiming, "It's parked in the shed. I'll go fetch it." As she brushed past him in that fleeting moment, Zhang Chen caught a whiff of her shower gel. Upon glancing again, he was utterly astonished. Chapter 68. Car repairs take mere minutes, but fixing Madam is quite the endeavor. Who on earth lacks such decorum to block my car in? Just as I was savoring the moment, Li Xiao exclaimed in frustration. What's the matter? Zhang Chen promptly regained his focus and approached her. Several vehicles are obstructing the intersection, and mine is the one trapped inside. Li Xiao pointed indignantly at the pink electric scooter nestled deep within the blockade. Zhang Chen, upon inspection, could only sigh in exasperation. The old neighborhood is always congested with cars. However, blocking the road is simply inconsiderate, especially when the culprits are large vehicles. To make matters worse, there is even a tricycle charging in the middle of the thoroughfare. Indeed, that is quite inconsiderate. Zhang Chen nodded in agreement. What are we going to do? Li Xiao fretted. I need to get to school shortly. Stand aside. I'll retrieve it for you, Zhang Chen declared. Retrieve it? Li Xiao was momentarily taken aback. Without further ado, Zhang Chen squeezed through the gap. Before long, he stood before the pink scooter. This vehicle was similar to Zhang Lin's, both being mid-sized electric motorcycles. They were certainly not light, yet Zhang Chen effortlessly lifted it overhead and slipped it through the narrow space. Li Xiao was left dumbfounded. Such strength. This hefty vehicle is lifted as if it were a mere chick? Once he set the scooter down in a clear area, Zhang Chen examined it closely. Indeed, a maintenance alert had appeared at the footrest. Lead-acid battery cannot be charged. I'm depleted. I can't get enough. I feel awful. My legs are weak. Repair reward, 2,000 yuan. Huh? Zhang Chen was taken aback. 2,000? That's quite a generous reward. Of course, one cannot compare it to fixing Madam. After all, repairing this merely requires a battery replacement, a task that takes just a few minutes. Though it may leave one's wallet a tad lighter. But fixing Madam? Now, that is labor-intensive work. A few minutes simply won't suffice. It requires at least 2 hours to start. It's not just the wallet that feels the strain, but also the future generations. This reward is almost on par with repairing streetlights. With such a high reward, should I receive a critical hit bonus, I could strike it rich. Zhang Chen felt a surge of excitement. Is it difficult to repair? Li Xiao observed Zhang Chen placing her scooter aside, her expression transforming into one of astonishment. Why does he wear such a peculiar smile? It's not difficult. It simply cannot be charged. Zhang Chen replied. Oh, how do you know that? Li Xiao was taken aback. She hadn't even mentioned the issue yet. Moreover, my keys are still in my pocket. And I haven't even tried to start it. How could he possibly know it cannot be charged? Oh, my aunt told me. Zhang Chen casually fabricated an excuse. Liar. My mother has no idea that it cannot be charged. Li Xiao fixed him with a gaze. Zhang Chen. Is that so? Must you delve so deeply? I guessed. Zhang Chen replied matter-of-factly. Li Xiao was left speechless. You guessed? She certainly didn't believe him. However, how could he possibly know? Could it be that he is tracking her? That doesn't seem right. How could tracking reveal that her little electric scooter is unable to charge? Xiao, aren't you in a hurry? Zhang Chen inquired, noticing her preoccupation with the matter. Oh, right. Is there a way to fix it? Li Xiao asked. You need to replace the battery, Zhang Chen replied. It can't hold a charge. It's quite feeble. Of course, you need to change the battery. Li Xiao gazed at him, somewhat exasperated, and remarked, Why would I come to you for a battery replacement? I could easily find a shop to do it. Oh, so. My dear Xiao is quite knowledgeable. Zhang Chen chuckled. Li Xiao's face flushed immediately, and she retorted, Who is your dear Xiao? Don't say such nonsense. Zhang Chen laughed heartily. Li Xiao, feeling bashful, felt a rosy hue creeping up her neck, undeniably alluring. Is there no other way? Perhaps adding some liquid or something. Primarily, this scooter has been with me for several years. I have grown attached to it. Li Xiao stated with utmost seriousness, noticing his silence. Is this little electric scooter your pet? Such profound affection? Zhang Chen was taken aback. Well, it was left to me by my father. I can't bear to replace any of its parts. Li Xiaoxiao replied earnestly. The real reason? Zhang Chen rolled his eyes and asked. Li Xiaoxiao, I have no money. Zhang Chen burst into laughter. Is that so? If you have no money, then just say so. Why the melodrama? I nearly believed you. To his surprise, Li Xiaoxiao possessed quite a sense of humor. Hey, I just started a new job, and I haven't received my salary yet. I can't ask my mother for money. She is already struggling. Li Xiaoxiao's face turned crimson. This time, it wasn't his shyness, it was sheer embarrassment. I understand. I will help you replace it. Zhang Chen offered. No way. Why should I use your money? Li Xiaoxiao immediately declined. Wait a minute. Didn't you pay for the repairs yesterday? Zhang Chen suddenly realized, you must be down to your last few coins. Not exactly. I still have a couple of hundred. But I need to spend that. I can't let my phone bill go unpaid. Li Xiaoxiao's cheeks flushed as she hesitated to continue. Then let us consider it a loan from me. That should suffice. Zhang Chen suggested. No, why would I borrow money from you? How long have we even known each other? Li Xiaoxiao continued to shake her head. Zhang Chen. This one tea do, that one tea do. How am I supposed to help with the repairs then? Had I known you were financially strapped, I would have found an excuse to do it myself without involving you. Replacing the cheapest battery won't even cost 300. Isn't that a profit of 1700? So, what do you propose? Zhang Chen inquired. A hint of resignation in his tone. Just make a few repairs. It just needs to run. Li Xiaoxiao felt a bit embarrassed. I can't even afford a taxi since my salary hasn't come in. After a moment's contemplation, she added, it's not impossible to fix. Since it's a power issue, we can simply replenish it. There are numerous reasons why an electric scooter's battery fails to charge. However, there are primarily two issues, damage and electrolyte deficiency. The scope of damage is quite extensive, encompassing internal short circuits, separator damage, terminal corrosion, and the deterioration of both the positive and negative electrodes, among others. On the other hand, electrolyte deficiency is more straightforward. It simply refers to an insufficient or completely depleted electrolyte, both of which adversely affect the battery's capacity to charge. Nevertheless, no matter the extent of the damage, the battery will never be entirely devoid of energy. At worst, it may have a shorter lifespan. How can one expect it to be adequately nourished without replacing the battery? Isn't that a stroke of misfortune? I have not utilized the stored energy from the discharge cells much these past few days. Even if my wife has used a bit, it would amount to only a trivial amount. There is still a considerable distance before depletion. I shall give it a try. With this thought, Zhang Chen promptly extended his hand and said, the key. Li Xiaoxiao nodded and retrieved the key from her pocket. Upon unlocking, the display indicated 2 bars of charge. However, it was evident that these were merely phantom indicators. Indeed, after riding for only 3 or 4 meters, the little electric scooter became as feeble as a limp shrimp. Unable to move an inch, Zhang Chen placed his palm on the seat. The discharge cells within his palm began to gradually release a current. At a certain moment, the flow surged suddenly from his palm, seeping through the crevices of the seat and coursing along the vehicle's frame into the battery compartment beneath. After precisely controlling the current for a minute, Zhang Chen sensed that the 5 lead-acid batteries beneath him were fully charged. A brief calculation revealed that not even 0.1 degrees of electricity had been transferred. It must be an issue with the electrolyte. There is simply too little. Zhang Chen pondered. If the battery were damaged, even if it were fully charged, it would be incapable of discharging current. However, with a shortage of electrolyte, that is not a significant problem, even with a small appetite. One can still ask if they have had enough to eat. The battery replies, I am stuffed. Meanwhile, Zhang Chen called up the pop-up window. Chapter 69, The Rampaging Little Electric Scooter. The sweet kindergarten teacher is left heartbroken. Repair completed. Critical hit reward triggered. Rewards doubled. Rewards dispensed, doubled? Zhang Chen was momentarily taken aback. It was rather unremarkable. Doubling only amounted to 4,000, which felt somewhat meager. Just as this thought crossed his mind, Zhang Chen quickly admonished himself. He muttered under his breath, not enough, not enough, mustn't he get carried away? What did you say? Li Xiaoxiao, who was waiting nearby, inquired with surprise. Oh, nothing. Zhang Chen replied, dismounting from the scooter. You should give it a try. Huh? Li Xiaoxiao was momentarily stunned. Try what? You want me to ride it? It's not even repaired. MHM. She silently grumbled in her mind, yet outwardly complied. As she mounted the scooter, Li Xiaoxiao closed her legs, balancing on one foot, and instinctively twisted the throttle. In the next instant, with a swift whoosh, she was unexpectedly propelled forward by the little electric scooter. Ah, She let out a shrill scream, feeling her body jerk backwards. In an instant, the rampaging scooter lifted her off the ground. Her arms were stretched straight out, and her right hand twisted the throttle even more fervently. She was on the verge of crashing into a flower bed ahead when suddenly, a booming voice echoed in her ear. "Watch out!" Before she could comprehend the situation, Zhang Chen appeared at her side. With a quick motion, he wrapped his left arm around her waist and hoisted her upward, causing her to feel as if she were soaring through the air. By the time she regained her senses, she found herself crashing into Zhang Chen's embrace. Before she could process anything, she noticed that her little electric scooter, seemingly possessed, had leaped into the air as if taking flight. Confused, she glanced at Zhang Chen, who was holding her, then at the little scooter he was lifting. Zhang Chen exhaled in relief. However, it was incredibly slippery. Its surface felt smoother than baby lotion. It was only at that moment that Li Xiaoxiao realized what had just transpired. Her face flushed crimson. Just now. But it was Tia's fault. It was all an accident. Her heart raced for quite some time before she glanced at the soaring little scooter. Zhang Chen was gripping its handlebar with his left hand, firmly lifting it off the ground. Li Xiaoxiao stared in astonishment. So that is how it is? Wait, shouldn't you be more concerned about how the scooter suddenly became so powerful rather than its flight? She had initially thought the scooter was still in disrepair and had merely twisted the throttle casually. Who would have imagined it nearly led to a collision? Yet, Zhang Chen reacted so swiftly. He managed to catch her and lift the out-of-control scooter? Such strength. Her heart raced uncontrollably. What on earth was happening? As Zhang Chen held the little scooter aloft, he glanced at Li Xiaoxiao, who was nestled against him, and mused, "A seasoned rider, huh? How could you get launched like that?" Li Xiaoxiao felt her cheeks heat up. This time it was not shyness, but rather embarrassment. However, that is of little consequence. What truly matters is that you should put me down. Please, let me down. Li Xiaoxiao pushed against his waist, her legs flailing in confusion. "Stay still, bend down," Zhang Chen commanded. "What?" Li Xiaoxiao was taken aback. "If you don't stay still, I will move. How can you touch the ground without bending down?" Zhang Chen replied. At that moment, she found herself cradled in Zhang Chen's arms, her face directed towards the ground. If he were to release her now, she would undoubtedly land face first on the floor. Yet, the distance was merely at Zhang Chen's waist. In order to place her feet on the ground, she had no choice but to comply with Zhang Chen's instructions. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. However, she could not remain suspended indefinitely. Thus, gripping Zhang Chen's shirt tightly, she bent down, allowing her toes to make contact with the ground. She stood up. As for Zhang Chen, he savored the moment, straightening up. Li Xiaoxiao quickly glanced around. Fortunately, there was no one in sight. Yet, the mere thought of it was mortifying. Zhang Chen, of course, would never allow anyone to witness this. It was precisely because they were alone that he dared to act so freely. Otherwise, he could have effortlessly flipped her over to let her stand. Thank you. Despite her flushed face and overwhelming shyness, Li Xiaoxiao remained polite. "No need to thank me. Just avoid being so reckless next time," Zhang Chen remarked, finally placing the electric scooter back down. Li Xiaoxiao was astonished. He had held her up all this while. What immense strength that required. However, why does my scooter suddenly have power? Li Xiaoxiao couldn't help but inquire. "It was always charged," Zhang Chen replied. "Impossible. I just rode it this morning and it was unable to charge," Li Xiaoxiao insisted. "Try again," Zhang Chen urged. "Huh?" Li Xiaoxiao felt a twinge of fear. "Don't worry. You ride while I sit behind. If anything happens, I'll be right there," Zhang Chen reassured her. Li Xiaoxiao finally relaxed, nodding in agreement. With Zhang Chen's presence, there was surely no cause for concern. Even if the scooter did take off, he would cushion her fall, wouldn't he? But wait, what if it really did take off? Wouldn't she slide back into his embrace? But she couldn't take him along. What if it soared again? A nagging feeling that the scooter might be faulty lingered in her mind. Meanwhile, Zhang Chen was growing impatient. "Aren't you heading to school? If you hesitate any longer, it will be dark." "Oh, right." Li Xiaoxiao quickly nodded. "I plan to practice my dance while the school is empty." "Then why aren't you getting on?" Zhang Chen looked at her. Li Xiaoxiao hesitated, feeling as though there was some hidden agenda. Yet she couldn't quite grasp it. Mounting the scooter, balancing on one leg, Li Xiaoxiao instructed Zhang Chen, "Get ready." "All right," Zhang Chen replied. Subsequently, Li Xiaoxiao slowly twisted her hands. The electric scooter glided out smoothly, steady, and without issue. Was it really that simple? Li Xiaoxiao found herself slightly bewildered. Had she been overthinking the situation? Regardless of Li Xiaoxiao's thoughts, Zhang Chen is currently overthinking. At this moment, Li Xiaoxiao is quite focused. As she rode out of the community gate, her confidence soared. With a screech, the vehicle came to a halt. Li Xiaoxiao turned her head and asked, "Is it really fixed? How come it suddenly has power?" "Indeed, but it could lose power at any moment. So I must be ready to repair it." Zhang Chen replied earnestly. "What nonsense!" Li Xiaoxiao shot him a glare. "What do you think I don't know?" With that lecherous expression, you must have been sneaking glances at me from the back seat. With that thought, her heart raced, and her cheeks flushed slightly. "However, since it is functioning now, it is time to part ways with you. As for needing repairs at any moment, what a feeble excuse to present. Just see if I believe it." Chapter 070, The Mysterious Incident of the Electric Donkey. "Why did you ride off?" "What? Do you not believe me?" Zhang Chen inquired. "Wasn't it repaired?" Li Xiaoxiao replied with a mischievous smile. "Brother Chen, I'll owe you the repair fee for now. I must hurry to school. Are you getting off?" "Oh, so you're abandoning me now?" Zhang Chen exaggeratedly exclaimed. "What abandonment? You truly have a way with metaphors. Do you think you're a donkey?" Li Xiaoxiao retorted. "Isn't it worth trying to find out?" Zhang Chen laughed. "In that case, I kindly ask the repairman to dismount. I need to rush to school." Li Xiaoxiao said earnestly. "Hey, don't be mad. It's just my nature to be a bit cheeky. What can I do when I'm in front of a beauty? If you weighed 250 pounds, I'd surely turn and leave." Zhang Chen quickly apologized. Li Xiaoxiao was so taken aback that she laughed. 250 pounds? Are you saying I weigh that much? Is this an apology or just a way to irritate me? How annoying. I won't talk to you anymore. Li Xiaoxiao fumed. All right, I'll get off. But don't come crying for help later," Zhang Chen said. "Hurry up and get down." Li Xiaoxiao gritted her teeth, more irked than ever. She couldn't quite comprehend why his words were so infuriating. She was a beauty too, after all. How dare he take advantage without any flattery? He even tried to provoke her. Just because he wanted to sit on my back seat? Dream on. As Zhang Chen dismounted, Li Xiaoxiao swiftly twisted the throttle and zoomed off. Watching her retreating figure, Zhang Chen couldn't help but click his tongue in admiration at her stunning silhouette. "However, I'll just wait and see if you come looking for me." After 5 minutes had passed, his phone rang. Picking it up, he found it was indeed Li Xiaoxiao. "Hello," he answered. Just as he uttered the word, he heard her apologizing. "Brother, I'm sorry. I was wrong. Please come save me." "What did you do wrong?" Zhang Chen asked, amused. "I shouldn't have snapped at you. Honestly, I've reached the Longlin Road vegetable market. And my scooter won't budge. It's showing low battery. Brother, I need help." Li Xiaoxiao's apologies were heartfelt. Zhang Chen felt a chuckle rising within him. Nevertheless, Li Xiaoxiao was indeed adept at bending and yielding. The way she called him brother was truly sweet. "I wonder if she'll call me father in the same endearing manner." Clearing his throat, Zhang Chen said seriously, "Please share your location. I'll be there shortly." "Okay. Thank you, brother." Li Xiaoxiao quickly expressed her gratitude. After hanging up, she soon sent her shared location. It wasn't far, only about 2 kilometers. Zhang Chen made his way there on foot. Meanwhile, after ending the call, Li Xiaoxiao felt a bit embarrassed. Did I really just call him brother? The thought made her blush. However, there was no choice. The little electric donkey beneath her was utterly incapacitated. Not even a flick of the throttle elicited a response. She couldn't just abandon the scooter here, could she? Push it? She would need the strength to do that. This wretched place lacks a repair shop. No, wait. Even if there were a repair shop, it would be of no use. I am impoverished. In this dilapidated electric scooter, once I am financially stable, I shall certainly replace you. After waiting for what felt like an eternity, Zhang Chen finally arrived. However, why is he running? He is drenched in sweat. "How did you come running?" Li Xiaoxiao asked, feeling slightly embarrassed. "The distance isn't far, and weren't you in a hurry?" "I took a shortcut." Zhang Chen feigned wiping his brow, though in reality, he had merely passed by a convenience store to buy a bottle of water and splashed himself a bit. Pursuing a beautiful woman requires strategy. Playing the victim can be quite effective. Sure enough, upon seeing him in such a state, Li Xiaoxiao felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. She lowered her head and apologized. "I'm sorry, I truly meant no harm. I was just eager to get to school." It's fine. I also have my faults," Zhang Chen replied, glancing over at the scooter. Li Xiaoxiao's face flushed. "What are you looking at?" she thought. Never mind. When one is in need, one can afford to be scrutinized. It's not as if a piece of flesh would fall off. Besides, has he not seen enough? Lost in thought, she instinctively turned her head away. Although she wore a skirt, it was still quite apparent, causing Zhang Chen to momentarily freeze. "Am I mistaken? Am I to help you with the scooter while you're trying to entice me? See, can it be repaired?" Li Xiaoxiao stammered, her cheeks burning. She had never been so bold in her life. Zhang Chen was somewhat speechless. What can I possibly observe while you're in a skirt? It's done, he declared. Thinking is one thing. The necessity of observation remains. Just as he finished speaking, Li Xiaoxiao swiftly stood up from the scooter. He shifted his gaze to the electric scooter. But the anticipated repair prompt did not materialize. Well, it was just as he had surmised. Although Brother Tungzi offered generous rewards, this bug had indeed been deftly circumvented. Repairs could only be made once. That is not entirely correct. The neighboring lady, the physical education teacher, and the beautiful property manager could be repaired at any time. TSK. Brother Tongzi, I must say, differential treatment is unacceptable. As he mounted the scooter, it felt inappropriate for Li Xiaoxiao to stand idly by. So he concentrated his electrical energy. Immediately, several invisible currents surged from Zhang Chen's body and flowed into the battery. The moment they made contact, he realized that it was indeed out of power. The lead-acid battery was depleted once more. However, this time, he would not be feeding it to fullness. Thus, with his body electrified, he twisted the ignition and rode a few meters. Oh, it's working? Li Xiaoxiao was taken aback. She hadn't seen him repair anything. How could it suddenly be operational? After making a turn, Zhang Chen rode the scooter back to her and said, I tried it. It's fine. No way. Let me try. Li Xiaoxiao declared, doubting the outcome, as she hopped onto the little electric scooter. She twisted the power switch, but after barely moving a meter, it came to a halt once more. Look, it really won't budge. Li Xiaoxiao exclaimed, exerting herself to turn it twice, yet it remained utterly unresponsive. Let me give it a try, Zhang Chen stated succinctly. Thus, Li Xiaoxiao dismounted, and Zhang Chen mounted the small electric scooter. To her astonishment, it began to function. No way. You're my scooter. Why does it run for you but not for me? She exclaimed incredulously. Are you a female? Let me try again. She gritted her teeth, refusing to yield to disbelief. Consequently, the small electric scooter faltered once more. Back and forth. Reality and illusion. Li Xiaoxiao was left bewildered. What is happening? A supernatural occurrence? Has the small electric scooter come to life? Chapter 071. One must not forget their roots. I must sit in the back. What on earth is happening? Li Xiaoxiao was exceedingly exasperated. I don't know. Zhang Chen shook his head. In all my years in this profession, I have never encountered such a situation. Li Xiaoxiao was utterly disheartened. She took out her phone to check the time, and her anxiety escalated. Although it was Wednesday and there were no classes at the kindergarten, she needed to practice her dance in the classroom. The children were scheduled to perform tomorrow, and her own dancing skills were rather rudimentary. While the children's choreography was quite simple, it still constituted a dance, and she would have to participate as well. The thought of embarrassing herself was unbearable. Hence, she had arranged with the guard to keep the gate open for her. Being late would not bode well. What should I do? I must hurry to school. Li Xiaoxiao's urgency was palpable. How about I ride and take you there? Suggested Zhang Chen. Huh? Li Xiaoxiao was momentarily taken aback. I can ride. Let me take you. Without further ado, Zhang Chen mounted his bike and gestured for her to hop on. Realizing the situation, Li Xiaoxiao felt it was rather peculiar, but there was no time for such thoughts. Getting to school was paramount. All right. She nodded, shifting her body, lifting herself slightly, and balancing on her toes to sit down. All set, Zhang Chen announced. Li Xiaoxiao quickly grasped the rear compartment. In the next moment, the little electric scooter jolted and then stalled. Li Xiaoxiao exclaimed, What? Why is it malfunctioning? It's unresponsive. Zhang Chen grunted as he twisted the throttle vigorously. This piece of junk. I'll sell it when I get back. Li Xiaoxiao fumed. Isn't this what your father left for you? Zhang Chen inquired. Li Xiaoxiao's face flushed crimson, and she awkwardly replied, I only said that to save money. Zhang Chen chuckled, yet his hands did not cease their efforts, vigorously twisting the throttle. At this point, Li Xiaoxiao had begun to relax, but suddenly, the little electric scooter lunged forward unexpectedly. Caught off guard, she nearly fell off, letting out a shriek as she clutched Zhang Chen's waist in a panic, pressing herself against his back. In that fleeting moment, the scooter abruptly braked, causing Li Xiaoxiao to lurch forward. Damn it, your scooter's motor must be faulty, Zhang Chen complained. Li Xiaoxiao was momentarily dazed, the sin of Zhang Chen enveloping her. Clinging to his waist felt oddly intimate, akin to that of a girlfriend. But this was not how things should be. She even suspected that Zhang Chen was being intentional. However, she was certain that the sudden braking was deliberate. As for the sudden lurch forward, surely the scooter could not have developed a mind of its own? Nevertheless, one must not forget their roots. Having a goal is essential. Thus, she turned to him. I'll sit in the back, you ride. Huh. Li Xiaoxiao, blushing, was momentarily stunned. Let us give it a try. It might just work. Zhang Chen encouraged. All right. Li Xiaoxiao nodded. She finally released her embrace around Zhang Chen's waist and slid down from the back seat. Li Xiaoxiao gracefully mounted once more, while Zhang Chen effortlessly took his place on the rear of the electric scooter. How enticing. Make sure to hold on tight. Li Xiaoxiao kindly reminded him. All right. Zhang Chen nodded, yet he refrained from securing his arms around her slender waist. Although the sensation would undoubtedly be delightful, after all, she was not merely the neighbor's wife, and they had not reached that level of intimacy. It was a pity that she wasn't wearing jeans. That would have made everything perfect. Simultaneously, the electric cells beneath Zhang Chen began to buzz with energy. Li Xiaoxiao took a deep breath and twisted the throttle. Instantly, the scooter lurched forward. Although it still lacked vigor, astonishingly, it appeared to be functioning. This felt rather absurd. How could adding a passenger somehow improve its performance? She was tempted to suggest he dismount, stating she needed to get to work. But what if something unexpected occurred? Oh well, she thought, if it works, then so be it. Besides, he had come running, drenched in sweat, clearly invested in the situation. As she pondered this, her speed gradually increased, and she noticed the vehicle seemed to have miraculously revived, propelling forward with newfound strength. They cruised along the street, approaching a turn, and traversed a speed bump. Thud, thud, thud several times, jolting Li Xiaoxiao's entire being. Just then, she abruptly slammed on the brakes. Zhang Chen, caught off guard, slipped slightly. However, she could hardly react. Her heart racing. Oh no, there are traffic cops. Traffic cops? Zhang Chen was momentarily stunned. What was the issue? I'm not wearing a helmet. Li Xiaoxiao exclaimed in a fluster. Zhang Chen, realizing the predicament, scratched his head. He too had neglected to wear one. The crucial matter was that 2 officers were currently stopping electric scooters ahead and were in the process of issuing fines. They were now glancing in their direction. In a moment of panic, Li Xiaoxiao twisted the throttle and attempted to turn back. But her nerves got the best of her, and she nearly lost her balance on the turn. Give me your hand. Zhang Chen swiftly whispered in her ear. In the next instant, his arm had crossed over her body, grasping the throttle of the scooter. The pivotal point was that Li Xiaoxiao's hand was still gripping the throttle, and his grasp encircled her hand. A flush of crimson colored her cheeks. Yet, that was not the most embarrassing part. Zhang Chen had reached around her from the back seat, effectively pulling her into his embrace. She could even feel his warm breath brushing against her neck, sending a tingling sensation through her. A rosy hue of shyness instantly crept across her skin. However, this intimate atmosphere was abruptly shattered when Zhang Chen exclaimed, "Let go." Reflexively, Li Xiaoxiao loosened her grip. Then, with a swift motion, the scene unfolded. The little electric scooter executed a swift spin in place, and then, with a sudden burst, sped off in the opposite direction. Ah! Li Xiaoxiao let out a piercing scream, feeling as though she might be flung off during the sharp turn. At that critical moment, Zhang Chen wrapped his arms around her, pulling her back into her seat just as she was about to be dislodged. She watched in astonishment as Zhang Chen gripped the handle with one hand, the scooter roaring ahead at a speed far surpassing that of before. Time seemed to stretch on indefinitely until the traffic police faded from sight. Li Xiaoxiao's face was flushed with embarrassment. "See, can you let go now?" she stammered, her shyness overwhelming her. "Sure, unless you want to let go first," Zhang Chen whispered near her ear. Startled, Li Xiaoxiao suddenly realized she had been gripping his hand all along. In a flurry of confusion, she hastily released him. Only then did Zhang Chen free his left hand to grasp the handle once more, yet he showed no intention of slowing down throughout the entire journey. Chapter 072, The Kindergarten Teacher Who Cannot Dance. Li Xiaoxiao longed to express that with the traffic officer gone, she could ride her bike. Yet, for reasons unknown, she found herself lacking the courage to voice it. Zhang Chen remained silent on the matter as well. Which way do we go from here? Turn left and proceed along Chunjiang Road. And then? You lead the way. I will guide you. Turn left. Onto the auxiliary road. Cross the traffic light. We've arrived. With a sudden halt, the small electric scooter came to a stop. Zhang Chen looked up and beheld the grand entrance by the roadside, Red Sun Kindergarten. Just then, an elderly man appeared at the entrance. "Oh dear, Teacher Li, why are you so late?" "Oh, your boyfriend personally saw you here. This young man is quite handsome and spirited. Teacher Li has good taste." The old man was evidently a chatterbox, his words causing Li Xiaoxiao to blush deeply. She wished to clarify, but upon glancing at her current appearance, she realized it would be futile. Who would believe that a mere acquaintance could carry her while riding? "Sir, could you please open the gate?" Zhang Chen cheerfully greeted. Come in. Let me open it for you. Park the vehicle inside." The gatekeeper eagerly rushed over to open the gate. Zhang Chen did not afford Li Xiaoxiao a moment to process the situation. He twisted the handle and rode in, parking the scooter in the designated area. Only then did he dismount. Flushed with embarrassment, Li Xiaoxiao descended from the scooter like a bashful bride. You can go now? I still need to practice my dance, she murmured, her eyes cast downward. After saying this, she furtively stole a glance at Zhang Chen. Zhang Chen, noticing the gatekeeper's curious gaze, whispered, Xiaoxiao, don't say too much. The old man is watching. Li Xiaoxiao quickly turned to the entrance. The gatekeeper, having caught her glance, smiled and waved. Panic surged within her. She awkwardly smiled back and hurriedly grasped Zhang Chen's hand, leading him inside. Before long, they arrived at the classroom. She retrieved a key and unlocked the door. Once she pulled him inside, Li Xiaoxiao let out a sigh of relief, instinctively glancing at him before quickly diverting her gaze. But what should she do? This was undeniably awkward. Calm down. Don't think about anything inappropriate, Li Xiaoxiao insisted. Her cheeks still flushed. What can I do? You're before me. How can I not think about it? Zhang Chen replied helplessly. So it's my fault now? Li Xiaoxiao retorted, speechless. Not at all. What I meant was, Xiaoxiao, you are simply too beautiful. Any man would be unable to resist, especially a robust man like myself. As he spoke, he flexed his arm, showcasing a bicep. With a laugh, Li Xiaoxiao could no longer contain herself and burst into laughter. Is it no longer awkward? Zhang Chen teased. Li Xiaoxiao rolled her eyes at him, realizing he was merely trying to lighten the mood. She felt a surge of gratitude within her heart. The primary concern arose when the traffic police nearly stopped them. Had they been pulled over, a hefty fine of 200 yuan would have ensued. She is currently in dire financial straits, with no extra funds to spare. Moreover, this would interfere with her dance practice. As she pondered, she realized that aside from Zhang Chen's slight penchant for flirtation, he was indeed a true man. She was no naive fool. Just days prior, her close friend had confided in her about the inadequacies of her husband, lamenting that after marriage, she felt as if she were living in solitude, leading to her own depression. This served as a cautionary reminder for her to refrain from rushing into marriage. At the very least, she should test the waters beforehand. Otherwise, the experience of enduring a lifetime of solitude would be far too harrowing. Li Xiaoxiao was momentarily taken aback, lost in her thoughts. How could she have wandered into such territory? Goodness. However, Zhang Chen must possess considerable prowess. If he were her friend's husband, she surely would not be feeling this way. Perhaps she would even boast daily about how remarkable her husband was. The mere thought made her blush. At that moment, Zhang Chen's attention was not focused on Li Xiaoxiao, but rather surveying the classroom. It was adorably decorated, vibrant with colors. The desks were tailored to suit the heights of young children. Upon cursory inspection, there appeared to be around 17 or 18 desks. However, they were arranged to the sides, leaving a vast open space in the center. The floor was adorned with cartoon patterns, and in the corners, various toys and teaching aids could be found, along with performance costumes for the children. Furthermore, judging by the location of this kindergarten, its size, and the decor of the classrooms, the tuition fees were likely not inexpensive. This kindergarten is quite substantial and appears rather upscale, Zhang Chen remarked. It may not be large in comparison to public institutions, but it is quite renowned in the vicinity. Li Xiaoxiao responded. At this point, she had managed to recalibrate her emotions, yet she still endeavored to avoid glancing at him. What was she to do now? She needed to practice her dance. Dancing in front of him? That would be quite embarrassing. Li Xiaoxiao hesitated before saying, I need to practice late into the night, so you should head back first. It makes me uncomfortable to dance with you here. Zhang Chen did not take the bait, but instead inquired. I heard from an aunt that your dancing isn't quite up to par. Did my mother say that? Li Xiaoxiao replied, exasperated. She just loves to undermine me. Understood. You're not very good at it, Zhang Chen nodded. Li Xiaoxiao conceded, that's true. I lack a foundational background in dance. However, I've been thrust into teaching the children, and I've spent the last couple of days learning from videos. Yet I still feel something is amiss. Isn't this perfect? You can seek my help. Zhang Chen gestured to himself. You? Li Xiaoxiao was taken aback. Indeed. I won't claim to be an expert, but I do have some experience from my past training. Zhang Chen replied earnestly. He was not boasting. It was merely a fact. My skills, granted by my mentor, are substantial. Surely, I can assist with this, no? Moreover, at this moment, a shimmering maintenance pop-up hung above Li Xiaoxiao's head. The kindergarten teacher who cannot dance. Dancing is so difficult. I cannot teach the children well. Who will teach me? Maintenance reward. 5,000 yuan. Chapter 073. You want me to teach you how to dance, yet you insist on warm-up exercises? 5,000 yuan. The generosity of Brother Tong is indeed remarkable. Just the thought of Li Xiaoxiao dancing before him filled him with exhilaration. He had always enjoyed watching beautiful women dance in videos, but witnessing it in person was an entirely different experience. Can you dance? Li Xiaoxiao questioned, her expression one of disbelief. A maintenance worker like you dancing? Who would believe that? I see through your intentions. You just want to watch me dance. Zhang Chen retorted playfully. Of course I can dance. I was part of the dance club at school. He fabricated confidently. I don't buy it. Li Xiaoxiao scoffed. You simply want to see me perform. Oh please, with those few moves of yours, you certainly overestimate yourself. Zhang Chen teased. Have you ever seen me dance? I'm quite good at it. Li Xiaoxiao boasted, rolling her eyes. All right, show me what you've got. Zhang Chen casually challenged. See, you just want to watch me dance. Li Xiaoxiao insisted, refusing to comply. Fine, if you won't show me, then I'll give you a glimpse. Zhang Chen announced, stretching his joints and immediately recalling the dance he had learned from a video at teacher Ruan's house. He launched into a smooth jazz routine, although there was no music. The moment he began to move, he embodied the rhythm with remarkable fluidity. Li Xiaoxiao, initially skeptical, found her eyes widening in surprise. Despite her own lack of skill, she could not deny the talent displayed before her. In just this brief segment of jazz, she realized she had misjudged him. Not only could he dance, but he did so exceptionally well, with a captivating grace. With a final flourish, Zhang Chen paused and turned to her with a smile. What do you think? Li Xiaoxiao quickly closed her mouth, her pride flaring. It's nothing special. Jazz is easy. Oh, really? Well, let me try something else. Zhang Chen declared, shedding his modesty as he transitioned into a robotic dance. Again, he performed for several seconds, executing the mechanical moves he had seen in the video. Li Xiaoxiao watched in astonishment. Wait, you really can dance. Why are you working as a repairman? The truth was, Zhang Chen already appeared quite handsome in her eyes. But dancing amplified his masculine charm exponentially. For a moment, she was utterly captivated. So much so that she felt a droplet of saliva escape from the corner of her mouth. When Zhang Chen stopped, Li Xiaoxiao snapped back to reality and quickly wiped her mouth. Hey, you drooled. Zhang Chen remarked teasingly. No way. You must have seen wrong. She vehemently denied. All right, let us switch it up. How about we try a folk dance? Zhang Chen did not engage in lengthy discussions with her after a brief remark. He effortlessly transitioned into a spirited display of ethnic dance. Li Xiaoxiao was taken aback. Is it not true? I concede that you possess a talent for dancing. But how is it that you have become so animated? And this is merely the beginning? Nevertheless, the performance was truly captivating, remarkably stylish, and exuded an undeniable flair. Unbeknownst to her, she found herself utterly mesmerized, her mouth watering in awe. Let us have a march for Li Xiqing, a dance of victory. Unleash the full power. Li Xiaoxiao exclaimed, Brother, are you aware that dancing without music feels rather Star-Lord-ish? I am tempted to give you a whack. As for Zhang Chen, he was indeed reveling in the moment, reminiscent of their previous foot massage experience. Once he started dancing, there was no stopping him. Stop. Suddenly, Li Xiaoxiao could no longer contain herself and shouted. Zhang Chen came to an abrupt halt, turning to face her, only to find her looking at him with a mixture of exasperation and flushed cheeks, her gaze peculiar, and a trace of drool at the corner of her mouth. Ahem. Zhang Chen cleared his throat awkwardly. Sorry, I got carried away. But surely, this demonstrates my dancing prowess. Indeed, you can dance. Li Xiaoxiao nodded in agreement. Could you teach me? Zhang Chen inquired further. Yes. Li Xiaoxiao bit her lip and replied. What choice did she have? She was already impoverished and lacked friends who could dance. Given that he danced so well and was willing to teach her, she felt grateful. However, there was an unsettling hint of ulterior motive lingering in the air. Never mind, she decided to dance first and worry later. What dance are you preparing to teach? Show me a demonstration. Zhang Chen immediately assumed the role of a dance instructor. Huh? Li Xiaoxiao's cheeks flushed. I'm not very good at dancing. How can I be instructed without first seeing it? Well then, let me see. Zhang Chen encouraged. All right, just a moment while I find some music, Li Xiaoxiao said, retrieving her phone and searching for a song. Soon, a children's song filled the air. Li Xiaoxiao felt a wave of tension wash over her, her body stiffening. As she recalled a few moves she had recently learned, she had just begun to stretch when Zhang Chen suddenly called for a halt. What is it? Li Xiaoxiao was taken aback. Should we do some stretching exercises before dancing? Zhang Chen replied earnestly. What if you overexert yourself and end up sore? Unable to attend class afterward? His serious demeanor left Li Xiaoxiao bewildered. This is a children's dance. How can the movements be too strenuous? It's just a bit of carefree jumping. Come on, let us stretch those legs. Zhang Chen directed. Huh? Li Xiaoxiao's face turned even redder. Like this. Without regard for her embarrassment, Zhang Chen extended his leg to the side, bending down to stretch. Li Xiaoxiao glanced at her own attire. I'm wearing a skirt. She protested. Hurry up. Just a quick stretch. We must get started. It will soon be evening. Zhang Chen urged. All right. At that moment, Li Xiaoxiao regretted her choice of wearing a skirt. As Zhang Chen observed Li Xiaoxiao imitating him, she began to stretch her body. Unfortunately, at that moment, Li Xiaoxiao suddenly exclaimed and plopped down onto the ground. Zhang Chen rubbed his forehead, feeling somewhat helpless. The 5,000 yuan was proving to be quite a challenge. Li Xiaoxiao was indeed a complete novice. Come on. Zhang Chen extended his hand to assist her. Li Xiaoxiao's cheeks flushed slightly, yet she reached out and grasped his hand, only to be effortlessly pulled up by him. You should wear a practice outfit, Zhang Chen remarked. What? Li Xiaoxiao was momentarily taken aback. Oh, I mean, it might be inconvenient. Perhaps you should change? Zhang Chen quickly rephrased. However, Li Xiaoxiao understood him all too well. Would that not mean he would see her figure completely? The thought made her feel a tad bashful. Yet, it wasn't as if she had never been seen before. But that had been unintentional. Humph. He just wants to see my figure. Li Xiaoxiao silently scoffed, feeling her heart race inexplicably. Chapter 074. Does Xiaoxiao want to see a dance? I fear you might not handle it well. I merely intended to teach them a few dance moves. You're complicating matters unnecessarily. Perhaps I should just practice alone. Li Xiaoxiao remarked. What nonsense. These are the blossoms of our nation. When it comes to dancing, we must aim for excellence and strive for accolades. Zhang Chen declared with righteous fervor. Li Xiaoxiao rolled her eyes, contemplating, as if I were oblivious to your intentions. Look at you, so enamored with watching others in tight-fitting attire? Her heart raced, feeling as if it had never experienced such intensity before. The fervor of the dance was overwhelming, and she felt a flush of warmth spread across her face, leaving her slightly dazed. Whether it was embarrassment or fever, she could not tell. As for Zhang Chen, he refrained from further mischief. 5,000 yuan was at stake. Why not seize the opportunity? After all, who knows what rewards might await? Zhang Chen, focus on the matter at hand. You will have ample chances to admire her dance later. Even pole dancing could suffice, he mused. How about this? Instead of watching others' videos, allow me to assist you in choreographing the moves. It will make it significantly easier for you to grasp. Especially since you lack a foundational skill set, Zhang Chen suggested earnestly. Initially, Li Xiaoxiao intended to counter his proposition, yet she recognized the validity of his words. Fine. Lend me your assistance, and I shall treat you to a meal later. She agreed. He had already offered his help without mentioning any fees. Treating him to a meal seemed a reasonable gesture. Surely, it was not as if she would be inviting him to admire her physique. I would never, she thought. Absolutely, Zhang Chen replied with a resolute pat on his chest. This time, he was genuinely serious. Show me the songs you've selected along with the accompanying dance videos, and I shall synthesize them. He settled onto the floor, which had been impeccably cleaned. All right, Li Xiaoxiao nodded, taking a seat beside him, retrieving her phone. After launching the video application, she shared several of her favorite clips. As Zhang Chen focused on the videos and listened to the music, an instantaneous connection to the rhythm enveloped him. His body began to sway involuntarily with the melody, and he fell into a state of blissful oblivion. Li Xiaoxiao, initially cautious and hesitant to sit too close to him, found herself captivated by his earnest demeanor. His movements flowed with such grace that he resembled a dance master, leaving her momentarily spellbound. Indeed, a man dancing possesses an undeniable charm, especially one as handsome as Zhang Chen. In that instant, Li Xiaoxiao found herself lost in admiration. Enough. Zhang Chen suddenly interrupted. Li Xiaoxiao gasped, startled. The next moment, their eyes locked, and her face flushed crimson as she quickly turned away, the pink hue on her neck deepening. Zhang Chen chuckled, amused by her flustered reaction. Yet, he knew that they must prioritize their task at hand. I have already designed the routine. Given the children's tender age, it cannot be overly complicated. Moreover, you will need to lead from the front during the dance, right? Zhang Chen inquired. Indeed. Li Xiaoxiao nodded in agreement. Well then, let us use this song. Zhang Chen casually selected one and stood up. Allow me to demonstrate it for you first, so you can observe. Li Xiaoxiao nodded eagerly. Subsequently, Zhang Chen executed a simple choreography he had envisioned in his mind, in sync with the song's melody. It was quite elementary, yet it possessed a certain elegance that was anything but simplistic. Li Xiaoxiao appeared somewhat astonished. The movements were undeniably straightforward, but Zhang Chen infused them with a captivating grace. It was difficult to articulate, but there was an undeniable, fluid rhythm to it. This handyman truly possesses remarkable skills, Li Xiaoxiao mused. Indeed, true talent resides among the common folk. Now let me teach you. There are only 5 movements in total. You just need to focus on dancing to the rhythm. Zhang Chen began to break down the actions. Li Xiaoxiao attentively followed suit. Unbeknownst to them, time slipped away. And before they knew it, it was 5 o'clock. Zhang Chen felt a sense of relief as he realized that Li Xiaoxiao was not a complete novice at dancing. Under his patient guidance, she had indeed mastered the basics quite well. In fact, there was an unexpected charm about her. Li Xiaoxiao had always had a sweet demeanor, and dancing this adorably expressive routine only amplified her sweetness. Furthermore, although she had initially felt shy, she had gradually loosened up. After all, this was not a provocative dance. As for Zhang Chen, witnessing her complete the routine, he hastily brought up the pop-up window. Fortunately, after the 10th attempt, he finally succeeded. Yet, it had proven to be quite a challenge. Repairs completed. Rewards distributed. Well, it seems there were no critical rewards, nor any special ones. Evidently, merely dancing provided limited opportunities to enhance repair skills. To achieve greater results, one would have to engage directly with Li Xiaoxiao. Alas, she was tearing a skirt or ripping a shirt, thus missing the chance for repairs. Sigh, one mustn't be too greedy. Not everyone can be like the neighbor. Zhang Chen murmured to himself. How was my performance? Li Xiaoxiao had completed the dance and rushed over to Zhang Chen for his feedback. Quite good, although a bit unrefined. With a little more practice, you should teach the children tomorrow using this basic breakdown of 5 movements. Zhang Chen replied. Phew. Li Xiaoxiao exhaled in relief. At last, a solution had been found. The pressure she had been under these past days had been overwhelming. What seemed simple in theory had proven to be incredibly challenging in practice. Now, with Zhang Chen's choreography, the repetitive sequence of 5 movements made it easy to learn yet visually appealing when performed. She wondered how he had conceived it. Slumping onto the ground, Li Xiaoxiao wiped the sweat from her brow, utterly exhausted. Despite the dance's simplicity, it was undeniably a physically demanding endeavor. She had been dancing for 2 hours and needed a moment to rest. However, once seated, Li Xiaoxiao couldn't help but recall Zhang Chen's dancing. It was undeniably impressive. She found herself wanting to see more. How is it that you dance so well? Li Xiaoxiao inquired, taking the initiative. Perhaps it's a talent. Zhang Chen replied. Sitting beside her, I haven't formally learned. I can emulate a dance after watching it just once. You're boasting. Li Xiaoxiao teased. Pick any dance, and I'll show you. Then you'll see if I'm just bragging. Zhang Chen grinned confidently. All right, I'll find one. Li Xiaoxiao relished this challenge. Please. Zhang Chen gestured. Li Xiaoxiao quickly searched for dance videos on her phone. Suddenly, she stumbled upon a video of a woman performing a provocative dance. She paused, captivated. The choreography was quite enticing. Imagining Zhang Chen executing those moves made her feel a flutter of excitement. This one, Li Xiaoxiao exclaimed, handing her phone to him. Zhang Chen glanced at the screen, astonished. Are you trying to tease me? A beautiful woman dancing like that? I'm not sure you can handle it. Are you certain? He asked. Absolutely, Li Xiaoxiao replied, her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. Chapter 075. The watchman was terrified. Explosive music. Electric motors. Li Xiaoxiao gazed at Zhang Chen, who was jumping wildly before her, his face flushed. Yet, she found it impossible to tear her eyes away. Her round, glistening eyes were fixated. And after a moment of stunned silence, she quickly covered her face, internally screaming, I'm doomed. Li Xiaoxiao, what chaotic thoughts are swirling in your mind? Good heavens. You are a pure girl. As the music came to a close, Zhang Chen halted, turning to see Li Xiaoxiao's face ablaze with embarrassment. Can't take it anymore, can you? He teased with a laugh. Who can't take it anymore? It's just the electric dance. Everyone has seen it. Li Xiaoxiao retorted stubbornly. However, her body betrayed her, her reactions revealed the truth, and her fantasies were undeniable. At that moment, her mind was consumed with thoughts of Zhang Chen. Oh no. She could hardly bear it. Rising in a fluster, she stammered. Let us just call it a day. We should head back quickly. It's getting late. Wait. Zhang Chen interjected. What is it? Li Xiaoxiao's heart skipped a beat. Suddenly realizing they were alone in this place, she thought, if he had any intentions, even if she screamed at the top of her lungs, no one would come to her rescue. Oh, perhaps the watchman could help, but would he be able to stand up to Zhang Chen? The thought sent a shiver down her spine. Her mind raced back to the day's extraordinary events. Why did it all feel so surreal? It was as though he had deliberately set a trap for her to sit in the back seat, watching her from behind. He followed her and happened to know how to dance? It is well known that when dancing, one often seeks to showcase their physical advantages, which can easily provoke inappropriate thoughts. Especially when men and women dance together, leading to unmentionable situations. Right now, she felt a strong sense of that risk. In an instant, Li Xiaoxiao felt her heart racing even faster than when she saw him dance. Dance for me, Zhang Chen commanded. What? Li Xiaoxiao panicked. She didn't know how to perform the electric dance. Come on, don't think about slacking off, Zhang Chen said with a serious expression. Li Xiaoxiao's heart sank. With a glum face, recalling Zhang Chen's movements, she hesitantly jumped twice, twisting her waist, turning her back to him, and attempted the electric dance. Zhang Chen watched as she struggled to control her movements, her skirt swaying. But she had no dancing ability. What should have been an electrifying dance turned into a clumsy attempt at a zombie dance. Zhang Chen was dumbfounded. That's not it. I wanted you to dance the one I taught you, not the electric dance. You really overestimate yourself, don't you? Can you even dance well? It's beautiful. Exceedingly so, she replied, though it did seem a bit comical. Nonetheless, Li Xiaoxiao's figure was stunning, even though much of it was concealed by her dress as she danced. Zhang Chen was utterly captivated. For a moment, he forgot to remind her. In any case, I have already danced for her. I appreciate it myself. Is that too much to ask? It was not my request, it was her own initiative. Meanwhile, the old security guard noticed that it was almost time to clock out. He needed to return home for dinner. Yet, Teacher Li did not emerge. He promptly contemplated going to the classroom to call out to her as a reminder. He was on duty during his day off, all due to this young lady, Teacher Li. As he leisurely approached the entrance, just as he was about to call out, he suddenly caught sight of Teacher Li through the window, seemingly jolted as if by an electric shock. He swallowed his words. Upon glancing behind her, he noticed the handsome gentleman who had entered with her, intently watching. The expression on his face was rather inappropriate. The old man cursed inwardly, quickly retreating, his heart nearly giving out from the shock. Young people certainly know how to have fun. He patted his chest, deeply affected by the scene. After some contemplation, he decided to let it be. A slight delay in dinner would not lead to starvation. The young couple was on a date. He could afford to wait and do them a favor. With a smile, the old man returned to his post and sat on the bench, reminiscing about his own youth. Alas, the social norms of that time were quite conservative. Such occurrences were unheard of. Suddenly, he furrowed his brow. A date was permissible, but anything beyond that was unacceptable. It was far too time-consuming. Why couldn't the couple just book a hotel? If they took 2 hours to emerge, would he be expected to wait indefinitely? However, it seemed inappropriate to intervene at that moment. He resolved to wait a little longer. If necessary, he would call them out himself. Young people are impulsive. Who among them hasn't he been? Are you ready? Li Xiaoxiao was doing her utmost to dance. But it felt wrong. It didn't seem like dancing at all. This was flirting. I asked you to perform the dance I taught you, Zhang Chen replied. Huh? Li Xiaoxiao straightened up instantly, turning to Zhang Chen. Wait, this isn't the twerk dance. Upon saying this, she felt frozen. Reflecting on it, she instantly squatted down, covering her face, nearly in tears. How could it be possible? If it were truly that, she could report Zhang Chen, and he wouldn't be able to escape. But what had she just been thinking? That she would dance like that? And moreover, with her back to him? She clearly knew he enjoyed watching from behind. How could her mind have heated up and led her to interpret it that way? The key was that she had unconsciously begun to dance. Hey, don't be upset. Xiao, I'm not criticizing you. In fact, you danced quite well. But it would have been even better in jeans. Li Xiaoxiao felt utterly bewildered. Are you comforting me or teasing me? Jeans. Who's upset? I simply thought my dancing was lacking, she retorted stubbornly. Even the explanation was unnecessary. I did not leap merely because you did. It is only fitting that one reciprocates. Quite normal indeed. Zhang Chen chuckled. Li Xiaoxiao, having spent considerable time with him, realized his stubbornness rivaled that of Teacher Wan. Both were equally obstinate. Li Xiaoxiao pressed her lips together, hesitating to speak. However, she heard Zhang Chen say, "Come on. Perform the entire routine. Let us see if you remember it." With a slight bite of her lip, she ultimately nodded in agreement. The music began to play, and she commenced her dance. It must be acknowledged that Zhang Chen was truly remarkable. These 5 movements were not only simple but also exceptionally memorable. Previously, when she learned from videos, it appeared easy, yet she consistently forgot the sequence. But at this moment, as the music played, She instinctively followed the rhythm. She executed a complete dance routine with an elegant fluidity. In that instant, an indescribable sense of accomplishment blossomed within her. Moreover, this newfound confidence was invigorating. Indeed, she resolved to practice diligently at home, and should any questions arise, she would not hesitate to seek his guidance. Zhang Chen nodded affirmatively. Yes, Li Xiaoxiao echoed, feeling her cheeks flush throughout the afternoon of lessons, particularly recalling his exuberant performance of the twerking dance. It was truly exhilarating. Chapter 76. The Riddle. Uncle, what do you mean 10 minutes? It's been several hours, Li Xiaoxiao exclaimed as she locked the classroom door. She wiped the sweat from her brow and looked up at Zhang Chen, who was walking in front of her heart racing uncontrollably. Shaking her head to dispel the odd thoughts, she hurriedly followed him. After retrieving the bike, Zhang Chen still sat in the back seat. Li Xiaoxiao escorted him to the entrance. Thank you for your trouble, sir, Li Xiaoxiao said politely. Oh, it's no trouble at all. Why not stay a little longer? It's only been 10 minutes. The kindly gatekeeper replied with a smile. It's been several hours. Li Xiaoxiao was taken aback, thinking to herself that the old man seemed a bit confused. Oh, it's fine. I just thought you young folks might enjoy a longer date. It doesn't bother me if I get home a little later. The gatekeeper chuckled. Li Xiaoxiao wore a strange expression. What date? I'm just practicing dance, sir. What are you talking about? However, she chose not to argue with him. It was nearly 6 o'clock, and by the time they returned to the community, it would certainly be 6:30. She already felt quite embarrassed for having delayed Zhang Chen for an entire afternoon, and she certainly couldn't prolong it further. Sir, we must hurry to dinner, Zhang Chen interjected from the back seat. Oh, right. One must eat well to have energy. The gatekeeper nodded in agreement. Just then, the door swung open. After bidding farewell to the gatekeeper, Li Xiaoxiao rode away from the kindergarten. As she cycled along the road, she mused aloud. What was that old man saying? I couldn't quite understand him. He mentioned something about us dating. It seems he thought our time together was too short and was wishing us well. Zhang Chen chuckled. Oh, please. Who's dating you? Don't make wild assumptions, Li Xiaoxiao exclaimed, feeling flustered. I won't hold it against you for mentioning a date the first time, but a second time? Well, it was what the old man said, not my fault. Zhang Chen replied earnestly. You know how seriously I take teaching you to dance. Li Xiaoxiao rolled her eyes. Serious? If that is serious, then what would you be like when you're not? She decided to ignore him and focus on getting home. Upon arriving at the community, it was nearly 6:40. Just as she was about to park her bike, she spotted her mother wandering nearby. As soon as she saw her, she rushed over. Mom, Li Xiaoxiao called out. But her mother ignored her and approached Zhang Chen instead. Xiao Zhang, what have you been up to with Xiaoxiao? Her mother asked, her face beaming with joy. Auntie. Xiaoxiao wasn't doing well with her dance, so I was just helping her out. Zhang Chen replied with a smile. Oh, so you went dancing with Xiaoxiao? How wonderful. Li Xiaoxiao's mother beamed with delight. Li Xiaoxiao, feeling overlooked, was taken aback. Are you still my mother? Do you truly consider him your son-in-law? Why such enthusiasm? If he is to be my son-in-law, that requires my consent. Suddenly, she paused. Wait, Mom, you can't possibly want him to be my father, right? Auntie. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Zhang Chen, somewhat intimidated by Aunt Li's fervor, felt the tension rise as he noticed Li Xiaoxiao's displeasure. Deciding to make a swift exit, he thought it best to leave, especially since his wife would be returning soon. He had promised her he would wait. After all, he had even contemplated giving her a call. Surely, he ought to cherish her? Naturally. The sight of Li Xiaoxiao's figure was simply too overwhelming to bear. Oh. Don't rush off. Come back and have dinner with Auntie, Li Jia warmly invited. Really, Auntie, I have matters to attend to, Zhang Chen replied, promptly making his exit. Oh, that boy. Li Jia expressed her disappointment. Mom, Li Xiaoxiao called out in anger. If he doesn't want to come, then let him be. I'm not bothered. I'm going home. Hey, why are you so upset? Li Jia felt somewhat helpless, watching her daughter storm off. Suddenly, she realized, oh, is she truly angry? This is splendid. It seems my daughter may soon find a partner. Her spirits lifted as she called out after her daughter, wait, why are you walking so fast? Upon exiting the elevator, she paused outside her neighbor's door to check if her wife had returned. After confirming she had not, she returned home. Automatically, she switched on the light. Great, I forgot about the ball. Here I am, a maintenance worker, yet my own home remains in disrepair. Always off to fix things for the wife or the teacher, while I have no hot water at home. Sighing, she resolved to address it tomorrow. After all, having hot water was essential. Although she possessed electric cells, it was rather inconvenient, wasn't he it? As for bathing? Oh, I can just wash up at my wife's place later. I'll have to clean up anyway. Meanwhile, Li Xiaoxiao exited the elevator in a huff, with Li Jie following closely behind. As she fished out her keys, she inquired, Xiaoxiao, what happened today? Why did he refuse to join us for dinner? Is there some progress? Oh, Mom, are you truly my mother? How can you push your daughter out like this? Do you even know him? Li Xiaoxiao exclaimed, both angry and frustrated. That young man, Zhang, seems familiar to me. What do you mean by pushing him away? I'm merely suggesting you consider him as a potential boyfriend. You ought to give it a try. Li Jie replied. Try what? You have no idea about him. Li Xiaoxiao almost blurted out how this fellow was quite the flirt, but ultimately held her tongue. Perhaps out of concern for how he might appear in her mother's eyes. What is wrong with him? Li Jie asked curiously. Didn't he go to teach you how to dance? Upon concluding her thoughts, she couldn't help but exclaim how remarkably talented Zhang was. She had merely requested his assistance with her electric bicycle, yet to her surprise, he could also dance. As she mused, Li Xiaoxiao felt her cheeks flush. Instantly, her mind drifted to the provocative dance she had seen, and she thought, oh dear, what an odd piece of knowledge had invaded her mind. She was even perplexed as to why she felt irked by Zhang Chen's absence at dinner. After all, it was merely a missed meal. What significance did that hold? At that moment, her mother swung the door open, prompting Li Xiaoxiao to rush inside. Oh dear, why must this child be so impatient? Li Jie sighed in exasperation. Ding dong. The elevator doors slid open, revealing Bai Xiao, who emerged carrying a bag full of takeout containers. Unable to resist glancing next door, she bit her lip, hesitating momentarily before deciding against going home. Instead, she approached the door to knock, anxious that Zhang Chen might not be in. After a few knocks, the door swung open. Upon seeing him, Bai Xiao finally exhaled in relief and, her face flushed, announced, I've come for dinner. I brought lobster. Sounds great, Zhang Chen replied, nodding, his eyes igniting with a fierce intensity that made Bai Xiao's heart race. Just that singular glance from him made her legs feel weak. Yet, she reminded herself, wasn't he this her choice? She closed the door and opened it again, placing the large bag of takeout on the table. 2 hours passed, and she still hadn't had a bite. Goodness, the little wolf cub was not only a glutton but also, undoubtedly stimulated. Chapter 077. The lady's work is quite challenging. Dark circles have emerged. Upon awakening, I felt refreshed. Reaching out beside me, I found my lady absent. I rose to my feet and listened intently. The silence was profound. Had she gone to work? Zhang Chen paused for a moment. Upon entering the living room, indeed, no one was there. A smile crept across Zhang Chen's face. Perhaps last night's repairs had been rather intense, and his lady was frightened. Yet, even in such a state, she still went to work? Could she manage? Approaching the dining table, he discovered a spread of steamed buns, fried dough sticks, and soy milk. There was also a note resting atop the meal. Picking it up, he read, warm it up before eating. I've gone to work, love you. My little glutton Zhang Chen couldn't help but smile at his lady's message. He could vividly imagine the bashful expression on Bai Xiao's face as she penned those words. Tucking the note into his pocket, Zhang Chen delayed his meal. The first order of business was, of course, to confirm the reward for his repairs. Indeed, the repair notification from his lady had refreshed once more. Repair completed. Critical hit reward triggered. Reward doubled. Reward has been issued. He pulled out his phone to check. A transfer of 40,000 had arrived. Was the double reward only 20,000? Brother Tongzi was being a bit stingy, Zhang Chen muttered. He could distinctly sense that the repair rewards had diminished. Yet, in comparison to fixing light bulbs or toilets, it was still significantly more. Moreover, isn't it more delightful than mere labor? After refreshing himself, he resolved to repair something at home today. The household wiring had been rendered useless by his own vacuum for several days. It couldn't be left without power indefinitely. However, as he passed the balcony, he noticed the clothes hanging on the drying rack. Bai Xiao's and his own garments were fluttering in the breeze. Up so early to do laundry. His lady was indeed diligent. Zhang Chen chuckled softly, then turned and entered the bathroom. A shower was in order. At that moment, Bai Xiao had just ascended the stairs. Checking the time, she sighed in relief. She would make it to work without being late. However, Zhang Chen was rather formidable. She dared not walk too swiftly. As she approached Building 1, she unexpectedly encountered Yue. A moment of surprise struck her, and instinctively, she wished to flee. Yet, upon seeing her, Yue had also noticed her and greeted her with a smile. Good morning. Off to work. Bai Xiao fought against her impulse to escape, inhaling deeply to calm her racing heart before responding with a smile. Yes, You've already begun your day at work? I see. At that moment, Yue was clad in her work uniform, certainly not in a dress or stockings, but rather in tailored trousers. Even Bai Xiao couldn't help but steal a few glances, pondering silently how well Yue carried herself. The last time she saw Zhang Chen, it seemed to be a matter of work. Yet, soon after, a tinge of jealousy crept into her heart. Would that little wolf dog have any secrets with Yue? No, she reassured herself, though her husband was away. Yue was innocent, and such thoughts must not be entertained. Unbeknownst to Yue, in just a brief moment, Bai Xiao had pondered a multitude of thoughts. However, she found herself puzzled. Why was Bai Xiao gazing at her in such a manner? I'm off to work now, goodbye. Yue did not inquire further. She merely exchanged a casual greeting before heading towards the service hall. Oh, I must also go to work. Bai Xiao abruptly returned to her senses, her face radiating embarrassment. What was I just doing? Her heart raced. Clearly, she wished to keep her connection with Zhang Chen a secret. Yet, how could she entertain such thoughts? It was impossible. Although the young man was undeniably handsome, Yue was not her own. Not at all? What is wrong with me? I merely admire him. Our relationship is perfectly normal. She mused internally. Nevertheless, after a while, Bai Xiao could not help but let out a sigh. Is it truly a normal relationship? Yue sensed that Bai Xiao appeared somewhat peculiar, wearing a look of deep contemplation. However, it was inappropriate for her to pry into another's private matters. She promptly turned to continue her journey to work. At that moment, she noticed two children, around 7 or 8 years old, walking and kicking a ball while chattering animatedly. As she was lost in thought, one of them suddenly kicked the ball high into the air. Yue instinctively shouted, "Watch out for the ball, Bai Xiao." Huh? Bai Xiao turned just in time to see a soccer ball hurtling towards her. Startled, she quickly ducked to the side, and with a swoosh, the ball narrowly grazed her face. Although her reflexes were quick, the sudden movement caused her to gasp in pain. She dared not move. What happened? Did it hit you? Yue rushed over, concerned. No. Bai Xiao shook her head, yet she truly could not move. Did it strain your flesh? Yue inquired further. No, not really. Ah, wait, perhaps a little. Bai Xiao instinctively denied it, but quickly realized that if it wasn't a strain, how could she explain it? She certainly could not divulge that it was due to Zhang Chen. So she hastily nodded in agreement. Should we go to the hall to rest for a moment? Yue suggested while supporting her. No need. I just require a brief rest. Bai Xiao shook her head. She could not afford to skip work. Besides, it was merely a matter of resting for a moment. Are you sure? You look unwell. Those dark circles under your eyes are quite pronounced. Yue remarked. Bai Xiao's face flushed slightly. How could they not be pronounced? She had barely slept before 4 o'clock. It's all right. I just stayed up late working. I'll rest at the office. Bai Xiao quickly reassured her. Very well. Yue nodded. She then watched as Bai Xiao slowly stood up and made her way towards the door. Ah, work is truly arduous. Look how exhausted she is. Yue reflected. Upon pushing open the glass door and glancing up, she saw that Zhang Lin had already arrived and was standing there, lost in thought. Upon hearing the sound, she suddenly jolted and turned her gaze in that direction. Sister Yue? Called Zhang Lin, though her tone surprisingly carried a hint of disappointment. Lin, why are you in a daze? Yue inquired. Oh, it's nothing. I just didn't sleep well, Zhang Lin replied with an awkward smile. Yue scrutinized her for a considerable time, feeling that something was amiss, particularly the look of dejection that had crossed her face upon seeing her. Could it be that she was hoping for someone else? Perhaps him? Yue felt a chill run down her spine. If it were Zhang Chen, then Zhang Lin had fallen too quickly. The crux of the matter was, it wasn't just Zhang Lin. Even she herself felt somewhat off after the massage. After some contemplation, she decided to probe further. With a sigh, she asked, Lin, you're not hoping Zhang Chen will come looking for you, are you? What? No, sister, you're overthinking. Zhang Lin hurriedly denied. Yet, from the flustered look in her eyes, Yue knew her intuition was correct. Lin, as someone who has been through this, are you keeping secrets from me? She asserted, assuming the role of the older sister. Zhang Lin stared at her, pondering. Someone who has been through this? Could it be that you've also been kissed by him? Seeing her silence, Yue sighed again and said, Didn't I tell you that boy is too flirtatious? You want to be able to handle him. Yes, I don't have hands as big as yours. Zhang Lin continued her internal musings. I'm not opposed to anything. Just think it through. Especially don't rush into living together after only knowing each other for a few days. Yue spoke earnestly. And you're saying this to me? We're basically in the same boat. You might even end up in the same situation. Zhang Lin thought to herself. observing Zhang Lin's defiant expression. Yi Wei felt a wave of confusion wash over her. Just with that one unspoken word, she could tell that the scoundrel must have entangled Zhang Lin in some way. Rubbing her forehead, a profound sense of helplessness enveloped her. It wasn't about Zhang Lin. After all, she had her own choices to make, and Yi Wei couldn't interfere. Her sense of helplessness stemmed from herself. Because, she realized, while discussing Zhang Chen with Zhang Lin, she had inexplicably felt jealousy. She could hardly believe it. Jealous of Zhang Lin? Because of Zhang Chen? Moreover, she was now intensely curious about what Zhang Chen had done to Zhang Lin. Surely it couldn't have just been a massage, or perhaps something more inappropriate. In that moment, she found herself feeling quite despondent. Chapter 078, Critical Hit Reward, the comprehensive encyclopedia of lock knowledge. Suddenly, Yi Wei found herself at a loss for words. On the other side, Zhang Lin, noticing her silence, inquired curiously, "Sister, why aren't you saying anything? What is there to say? Hurry up and get to work." Yi Wei shot her a glance. "Oh." Zhang Lin nodded, pondering internally why Yi Wei seemed troubled. Could it possibly be due to him? This could spell disaster. Their bond was so strong. Competing for a man seemed absurd. If Zhang Chen were to discover her thoughts, he would undoubtedly scoff at the idea of rivalry. Compete? I choose to have them both, of course. At this moment, Zhang Chen remained oblivious. Having just finished breakfast, he returned home from his elder brother's house. Today was the day for serious business. He needed to inspect the electrical wires that required repair and then make a trip to the market. However, just as he calculated the materials needed and prepared to head downstairs, his phone rang. "Master Zhang, my water heater is broken. Could you come and fix it?" Zhang Chen was taken aback. This was the first time someone had called him, and no less, from his own neighborhood. Opportunities like this were not to be missed. Although it might not be as lucrative as working for Mrs. Repair, who knew, perhaps a special reward awaited. Naturally, he agreed without hesitation. Yet, as soon as he hung up, the phone rang again. "Master Zhang, are you available? My door lock is malfunctioning." With the second call came the third, and soon after a fourth. In a mere span of moments, he received 5 requests for service, all from his community. "Wow, I'm feeling quite motivated." Zhang Chen rubbed his hands together, his fingers itching to get to work. Of course, tasks like repairing door locks would have to be postponed, not due to any favoritism, but rather a lack of specific repair knowledge. He decided to start with the toilet repairs, electrical work, and binding for Mrs. Repair. Thus, he set aside his household chores and dove straight into the first job. After a flurry of activity lasting most of the morning, he glanced at the clock, 10:30 a.m. What to do if his skills were so exceptional that the repair times were exceedingly short? He was bound to profit. In just 2 short hours, Zhang Chen successfully completed 4 home repair tasks, resolving issues such as a short circuit in the leakage protector, a leaking toilet tank, a dripping shower hose, and a malfunctioning drying rack. He earned a total of 400 yuan for the service call and an additional 300 yuan in repair rewards. 400 yuan for the service call and 300 for repairs. Alas, no critical hit rewards to be found. And as for special rewards, those are a distant dream. I certainly witnessed the bargaining prowess of the elderly. Repairing isn't tiring, but negotiating can be exhausting. After 2 hours of hard work, I only made 700 yuan. What a letdown. Zhang Chen lamented. Wait, is 700 yuan considered little? Compared to Mrs. Repair, isn't that quite substantial? Indeed. Zhang Chen had no intention of giving up halfway. After all, Mrs. Repair was available at all times. He still had to maintain his role as Master Zhang. Home repairs were genuine work. Onward he went. After a brief respite, Zhang Chen resumed his final task. The repairs were completed, and rewards were duly dispensed. He had successfully unlocked the critical reward, and in an instant, a vast repository of lock knowledge flooded his mind. Simultaneously, new muscle memories manifested in his fingers. With a mere flick of his digits, he felt an innate ability to unlock any lock and decipher any code. Wasn't this supposed to be a compendium of locking mechanisms? How could he also possess the skills to unlock them? This was quite extraordinary. Yet, it seemed entirely logical. If he had acquired comprehensive knowledge of all locking mechanisms, he would undoubtedly be aware of their vulnerabilities. Thus, with a moment's contemplation, his hands adeptly coordinated with the tools to unlock the devices. Why had he developed muscle memory? It was certainly for the purpose of unlocking, not for thievery, right? That seemed plausible enough. He decided to experiment. As his fingers danced, corresponding knowledge of various locks emerged in his consciousness. Padlocks, drawer locks, Pin tumbler locks, cylinder locks, spherical locks, electronic door locks, and even vault combination locks. What knowledge had just flitted through his mind? A vault? A bank vault? Surely not. This was absurd. Could such a thing truly be unlocked? Zhang Chen felt a twinge of apprehension. The reward bestowed upon him was imbued with an omniscient quality, akin to the advanced electrician encyclopedia that had previously filled his mind with intricate secrets of electrical grids and ultra-high voltage technology. Now, this comprehensive lock knowledge was similarly crammed into his intellect. A vault was not merely a lock, it represented the pinnacle of locking mechanisms. Naturally, it was included in this knowledge. However, did this not imply that a combination lock was defined by its ability to accept a code? What was this nonsense about cracking bank codes? What was the relevance of hacker knowledge? This was all rather preposterous. Upon reflection, Zhang Chen realized that this hacker knowledge did not pertain to traditional hacking. Instead, it related to specialized decoding tools used for unlocking, particularly for breaching the electronic combination locks of vaults. The knowledge of hacker codes had no connection to conventional hacking but was strictly relevant to the electronic defenses of locking mechanisms. Nevertheless, this was still quite absurd. Even international thieves might not possess such capabilities. Stunned for a considerable time, Zhang Chen pondered whether this knowledge could be applied elsewhere. Was it conceivable to use it on his wife? The thought crossed his mind, albeit with a tinge of mischief. After all, a chastity lock was also a lock, wasn't it? With a splash, he decided to take a refreshing shower. Zhang Chen's mind began to clear slightly. The reward was truly outrageous. Moreover, he felt a twinge of curiosity. Just moments ago, he had tested the lock on his own door. With merely a simple card, a gentle swipe was all it took to unlock it. Is that absurd? Not at all. The lock he used at home was the cheapest and easiest to crack. With just a glance, he knew precisely where to insert the card and how much force to apply. After attempting it 5 or 6 times, he found it unfailingly effective. He even entertained the thought of unlocking the neighbor's door. Ultimately, he decided against it. Such a device should not be tampered with casually. With this newfound reward, Zhang Chen felt invigorated. He spent the entire afternoon performing repair services within the community. However, by around 3 o'clock, he had run out of clients. Aside from earning a doubled reward, he did not gain any other rewards, merely pocketing several thousand yuan. As he gathered his tools and descended from the client's building, he planned to return home for a brief respite. Just then, his phone rang. Upon checking, he was surprised to see it was Zhang Lin calling. A smile crept across his face. That girl. Ever since he stole a kiss and dashed away, she had been enduring it for several days. It seemed she could no longer contain herself. He promptly set his tools down and replied, Lin, have you missed me? Ah, Zhang Chen, what nonsense are you spouting? Grandma is looking for you to come and make repairs. Zhang Lin's voice was filled with exasperation. Noticing the inquisitive expression on the elderly lady beside her, who looked on with eager curiosity, Zhang Lin felt her face flush with embarrassment. Chapter 79. Concerned for him, I had no choice but to accompany him. Listening to Zhang Lin's frantic voice, Zhang Chen felt a pang of annoyance. Before he could respond, Zhang Lin shouted, Hurry down, Grandma is waiting. With that, she abruptly hung up. Staring at the busy tone on the phone, Zhang Chen was momentarily taken aback. Well, I suppose I can understand. After all, grandmothers are the most inquisitive. As for the business, of course, I must attend. A grand prize was just announced, after all. Even the smallest mosquito counts as meat. It's not just about the entrance fee, it's also about the bonus rewards. Meanwhile, Zhang Lin hung up the phone, her face flushed. Turning around, she found Grandma peering at her with curiosity. Oh, Grandma, he'll be down in a moment, Zhang Lin said, her voice lacking confidence. Oh, it's nothing, dear. I just can't use a phone properly. Is he your boyfriend? Why didn't you say so earlier? Grandma chuckled. No, Grandma, you mustn't say that. Zhang Lin quickly refuted. Not? The young lady is being dishonest. You've been thinking about him, haven't you? Is there no benefit in deceiving Grandma? Grandma was utterly unconvinced. Zhang Lin was at a loss for words. There was no point in explaining. After being in the neighborhood for so long, she knew that grandmothers of such an age were the most stubborn. They only believed what they wanted to believe. The crucial point was, they were also incredibly nosy. If this were to become gossip throughout the entire community, it would be utterly embarrassing for her. They weren't even officially together yet. Wait, not officially together? Why do I say that? Oh no, Zhang Lin, deep down you want it to happen. Grandma, I'm not lying. She is pursuing me. And I haven't agreed yet. Zhang Lin's mind whirled, concocting this clever ruse. Sure enough, upon hearing this, Grandma nodded sagely. saying, I see. Then you must observe carefully. If this young man isn't suitable, wouldn't you be investing your entire future unwisely? As Grandma continued speaking, the glass door swung open. Both turned to look. Zhong Lin was taken aback. He was here already? Lin. Zhang Chen greeted. This sight left Zhong Lin exasperated. This fellow had kissed her once and then vanished. Now, seeing her again, he acted as if nothing had happened. Did you kiss her for nothing? She thought. How could he behave so casually? The moment she laid eyes on him, her heart raced uncontrollably, as if she were on the brink of suffocation. And she couldn't help but take a deep breath. Oh, you must be Xiaoxiang. Grandma's eyes sparkled instantly. She turned to Zhong Lin and exclaimed, This young man is handsome. You must agree quickly. Opportunities like this are fleeting. Grandma, just a moment ago you said I'd be making a lifelong commitment. Zhong Lin felt utterly bewildered. Zhang Chen stood there, utterly confused. Did I miss something? He asked Grandma. Oh, nothing is broken. It's just the outdoor unit of my air conditioner. I was hoping you could take it down for me. Grandma replied. Zhang Chen was taken aback, suddenly recalling the non-functioning outdoor air conditioning unit he had seen a few days prior. If I remember correctly, the repair reward amounts to 8,000 yuan. What a coincidence, right? Zhang Chen mumbled. Doesn't that mean we would have to climb outside? Before Zhang Chen could react, Zhong Lin spoke up first. No. That's high-altitude work. What if you fall? She shook her head vigorously, resolutely refusing. But it's just the second floor. The old lady interjected. Even so, that's still 3 meters high. What if you fall? Zhong Lin shook her head again. The old lady chuckled. You say you don't like it. But I can see you're quite anxious. Why don't you just agree with Xiao Zhang? As for Zhang Chen, at this moment, he had already concluded that it must be the outdoor unit of the air conditioner that was separated from the indoor unit. The floors matched perfectly. Although it was the second floor and a bit risky, it posed no real problem for him. He could dismantle the outdoor unit with his bare hands. Given his current physical condition, jumping down from the second floor would be no trouble at all. However, what did the old lady just say? Agree with me? Oh dear. Could it be that Zhong Lin just expressed her fondness for me in front of the old lady? That would be splendid. With that thought, he smiled at Zhong Lin, causing her to blush and quickly turn away, not daring to meet his gaze. Still as round as ever, Zhang Chen mused. Quickly adjusting his thoughts, he needed to focus on the task at hand. The repair reward was over 8,000. The likelihood of receiving a bonus was quite high. All right, let us go then. I have nothing else to do at the moment, Zhang Chen declared. No way. Suddenly, Zhong Lin was no longer shy. She dashed to Zhang Chen's side, gripping his wrist, and said to the old lady, Grandma, it's too dangerous. Can we not go? Why not find another worker to help instead? Is it because she is worried about the payment being too little? Don't worry, Grandma isn't stingy. 500 yuan is reasonable. After all, it's the second floor, not a high-rise. The old lady replied. Well, Zhong Lin turned to Zhang Chen. To be honest, 500 yuan is not a small sum. The usual cost for installing and dismantling an air conditioner ranges from 200 to 300. If it were a high-rise, it would add another 100 or 200. However, since the old lady's home is on the second floor, it isn't excessively high. The key point is that there is only one outdoor unit, so there is no need to consider the indoor unit. This price is actually quite reasonable. Although Zhong Lin was reluctant for him to take such a risk, 500 yuan is still a significant amount. Zhang Chen, don't worry. It's quite simple. Zhang Chen reassured her, then turned to the old lady. Let us go, Grandma. 500 yuan, as promised. Of course, would the old lady be someone who deceives? The old lady stated seriously. After saying that, she began to head outside. Wait, I'm coming too. Zhong Lin, still concerned, blurted that out and followed them out. Lin, aren't you supposed to be at work? Zhang Chen inquired. At this moment, she was the only one inside. Yue wasn't present either. It seemed a bit inappropriate for her to go with them. It's fine. Sister Yue will be back soon. I'll just give her a call. Zhong Lin, speaking lightly, took out her phone and called Yue. She did not elaborate much, merely stating that a resident needed her to deliver something and that she would return shortly. Yue, who was already en route, did not inquire further and simply urged her to finish her task quickly and join them. All right, let us proceed. Zhong Lin tucked her phone into her pocket and addressed the group. The elderly woman smiled and led the way, while Zhong Lin closely followed Zhang Chen. Are you so concerned about me that you must accompany me? Zhang Chen inquired with a grin. Who is worried about you? Zhong Lin retorted defiantly, still being stubborn. Zhang Chen chuckled, whispering in her ear, let us see if I can pry that stubbornness from you. Instantly, Zhong Lin's cheeks flushed crimson. What nonsense are you talking about? I am merely going to take a look. Her pretty face blushed even deeper, her neck adorned with a rosy hue. Lin, it seems you genuinely care about me. Thank you. Zhang Chen remarked with sudden seriousness, catching Zhang Lin by surprise. Are you no longer being playful? Why do you look at me like that? Zhang Chen asked. Noticing her expression, why the sudden shift to seriousness? Zhong Lin inquired with curiosity. What? Was I not serious before? Zhang Chen responded with a laugh. Humph. Whether you are serious or not, you know very well. Zhong Lin declared, tossing her hair back and striding ahead. With that, she moved in front, exposing herself to Zhang Chen's gaze. Zhang Chen took the opportunity to admire her, exclaiming, beautiful. Notably, he observed how her muscles tensed in response. Chapter 080, Critical Hit Reward. An encyclopedia on air conditioning principles and installation and the transformation of hair. Here it comes, that very gaze, that unmistakable sensation. Zhang Lin felt every muscle in her body tense up. That familiar feeling had returned. Indeed, it is said that while one can alter their environment, one's nature remains unchanged. But why? Why did she feel a sense of relief instead? Oh, Zhang Lin, what kind of mindset is this? She lamented her own state of mind. How have I become this way? Zhang Chen was oblivious to her thoughts. He merely appreciated the moment. If only I could seize the opportunity. Ahem. He cleared his throat and quickly reined in his thoughts. First, let us attend to the task at hand. Then, the other matters. Before long, the trio had arrived at the location of building number 2. Xiaozhang, look. There's the air conditioning unit. The old woman pointed towards the second-floor window. Zhang Chen glanced up, and, as expected, it was indeed the unit. Furthermore, the glaring maintenance reward hung above the aged. Yellowed air conditioning unit. Air conditioning unit out of service. The indoor unit has long departed. Please allow me to descend from the wall. Maintenance reward. 10,000 yuan? 10,000? Zhang Chen was taken aback. Has the price increased? Could it be that the prolonged wait had driven the price up? Brother Tungzi, this is rather absurd. The old woman, curious, asked, why has this air conditioning unit been removed yet? Oh, my grandson is getting married soon, and this is the wedding room. It needs to be taken down and replaced. She explained. Why not wait until the installation to take it down? Zhang Lin inquired further. Oh. I heard from Xiaoli that Xiao Zhang has excellent skills, and he works quickly. Since I have nothing else to do, I thought it best to get it done sooner to avoid constant worry. The old woman replied. Zhong Lin paused. Who is Xiaoli? Zhang Chen suddenly realized. So, it was Aunt Li. It seems her recent promotion had indeed yielded some results. Xiaoli is. Oh, just that Li. Li. What was her name? I can't recall, but she is around your mother's age. The old woman added. Oh. Zhong Lin breathed a sigh of relief. That would mean she is in her 40s. There is no cause for concern then. No matter how unique Zhang Chen's taste may be, he wouldn't seek a woman in her 40s, would he? Alas, unbeknownst to her, while the aunt may not be suitable, her daughter certainly could be. Upon entering the building, they opted for the stairs instead of the elevator, ascending to the second floor. Upon entering, they were greeted by an interior that exuded a sense of age, at least a decade old. However, this wedding room had been freshly arranged and appeared quite new. Zhang Lin approached the window, peering outside. It was too high, but it still must have been around 3 meters. Xiao Zhang, take your time with it. No rush. The old woman said, then added, wait, I'll find a rope to secure you. No need, auntie, this is quite straightforward. Zhang Chen was not inclined to complicate matters. He promptly opened the window and prepared to squeeze through. What are you doing? Zhong Lin exclaimed, swiftly pulling him back in alarm. It's quite simple. I can do it barehanded in just a few minutes. Zhang Chen replied confidently. That won't do. At least tie a rope. Zhong Lin retorted, exasperated. If something happens, I need to hold on to you. No need for that. Just wait here. Zhang Chen insisted, brimming with self-assurance. This only served to infuriate Zhong Lin further. Before she could utter another word, Zhang Chen had already grabbed his tools and nimbly slipped outside, leaving her visibly anxious. Oh dear, this child, the old lady remarked, somewhat speechless. He truly does not regard his own safety. However, upon closer inspection, one could see Zhang Chen gripping the window ledge with one hand, his body swinging gently as he moved with the grace of a climber, effortlessly reaching the air conditioning unit. The unit rested on a metallic frame without a dedicated platform. Yet he maneuvered along the wall with agility, pausing beside the unit. Zhong Lin leaned out to observe, noting how he held on to a groove above with one hand while bracing himself against the wall, his body suspended with the strength of a single palm. exhibiting no signs of strain whatsoever. Such strength? Even though Zhang Lin was aware of his considerable power, she was still taken aback. Has this child practiced rock climbing? His skills are impressive, the old lady remarked with admiration. Turning to Zhang Lin, she added with a smile, "You know, this young man has a fine physique. He would make an excellent boyfriend." Zhang Lin's face immediately flushed, and she stammered, "Grandma, what does that have to do with physical fitness? Some men may appear fit, but are utterly incapable." The old lady looked at her quizzically. "What are you thinking, child?" "I meant that such a fine physique surely indicates he is healthy." Zhang Lin was taken aback, her face reddening at an observable pace. What had she just said? "Oh no, Zhang Lin, you are finished. Your innocent thoughts have been tainted." The old lady, observing her flustered demeanor, couldn't help but chuckle. "What you said holds some truth. Good health is one aspect, but harmonious relationships are equally important." "Yes, indeed, Grandma," Zhang Lin exclaimed, feeling utterly flustered. Meanwhile, Zhang Chen hung effortlessly from the wall, finding it even easier than he had anticipated. One couldn't help but marvel at the absurdity of Zhongzi's Strength 1 bonus. Had he transformed into a flying acrobat? With such stamina, he could likely manage barehanded rock climbing as well. Lost in thought, he swiftly unscrewed the bolts of the air conditioning unit. Given its age, the screws came off with remarkable ease. In less than 5 minutes, he had successfully dismantled it. After stowing the tools in his pocket, Zhang Chen began his descent. Subsequently, with one hand gripping the top of the window and the other carrying the air conditioning unit, he effortlessly spun in midair, delivering the appliance right into the opening. Zhang Lin had intended to assist, but just as the thought crossed her mind, Zhang Chen had already maneuvered the air conditioning unit inside. The entire process was remarkably smooth, taking less than 7 minutes. "You're quite impressive, like Spider-Man," exclaimed the elderly lady, her face a picture of astonishment. "No, it's Spider-Man," Zhang Chen corrected her. Zhang Lin, disregarding everything else, rushed to Zhang Chen and inspected him thoroughly from every angle. Her anxious demeanor warmed Zhang Chen's heart. "Rest assured, I would never undertake anything without confidence," Zhang Chen gently reassured her. "That's no way to go about it. Safety is paramount," Zhang Lin retorted, her tone a mixture of irritation and concern. "Everything turned out well, didn't it?" Zhang Chen replied with a smile, his voice increasingly tender. The elderly lady chimed in. "Indeed, the youth are remarkable, but please, refrain from such reckless actions in the future. It is indeed too perilous." "Yes, Grandma, I won't do it again," Zhang Chen nodded, understanding their intentions were rooted in care for his well-being. After relocating the air conditioning unit to the living room, the repair was deemed complete. The elderly lady approached with cash in hand, but Zhang Chen eagerly activated a notification pop-up. "Repair completed. Triggered critical hit reward. Received Encyclopedia of Air Conditioning Principles and Installation, Transformative Fine Hair. Reward dispensed." At that moment, a notification sound echoed. The sum of 10,000 had been credited. However, Zhang Chen found himself bewildered. While he was familiar with the principles and installation of air conditioning, what on earth was this transformative fine hair? Was it the legendary life-saving hair of the Monkey King? Chapter 081 Unexpected Transformation of the Hair. Clearly, this is not the miraculous hair of the Monkey King. We are delving into the realm of urban harem literature. Introducing supernatural abilities is one thing, but invoking divine powers directly? That would be utterly absurd. Thus, the moment Zhang Chen contemplated these four characters, a stream of information regarding the transformed hair materialized in his mind. Almost instantaneously, he felt the fine hairs on his arms suddenly bend, taking on the shape of hooks akin to fishhooks. Moreover, they were remarkably rigid. He paused for a moment, involuntarily raising his hand to take a look. Although the hairs were minuscule and typically remained in a curved state, at this moment, each strand was arranged with extraordinary precision. Each bent into the peculiar shape of a fishhook, which was indeed rather uncanny. Suddenly, a thought struck him. In an instant, the hairs that were bent in one direction all pivoted in unison. This was even more bizarre. "What is this? Brother Tongzi, what kind of reward is this? You could have at least given me some water-spraying cells. What uses transformed hair?" He silently scoffed. Then, Zhang Chen experienced an epiphany. "Oh, I see. 3 buffs have now transformed into 4. Is the lady next door even more excited? One strand of hair is akin to a soft seaweed, with thousands upon hundreds of strands. Goodness, Brother Tongzi, you are quite the jokester, always piling on these buffs." While he grumbled internally, a smile graced Zhang Chen's face. Meanwhile, somewhere, Brother Tongzi was left in utter bewilderment. Is this really a supernatural ability? Do not misuse it. The lady cannot bear it. Zhang Chen, why are you staring at your arm? Are you injured? Zhao Lin, noticing his gaze fixed on his arm, was momentarily taken aback and immediately asked with a worried expression. She instinctively reached out to examine his arm. Zhang Chen was startled. With a thought, he swiftly retracted the transformed hair. Thankfully, this peculiar reward from Brother Tongzi could change instantaneously with his will. Had he hesitated a moment longer, would Zhao Lin have lost her hand? Would he still be able to hold her little hand in the future? Ahem. It's nothing. Just notice this area seems a bit dirty. Zhang Chen replied. Zhao Lin grasped his wrist and leaned in closely to scrutinize it several times, confirming there was no issue. She shot him a glare and retorted, "What dirt? I just washed my hands." "Is that so?" Zhang Chen feigned ignorance. "All right, Grandma is coming. Don't mess around," Zhao Lin quietly reminded him. Zhang Chen, "What nonsense? When did I mess around? Wasn't it you who was holding my little hand?" Not bad, not bad. Young people should be more proactive," Grandma observed with delight. After all, their ages were akin to her grandchildren. Her grandson was already married, and witnessing young people in budding romances brought her joy. Upon hearing this, Zhao Lin's face flushed crimson, yet she couldn't be bothered to clarify. In any case, this is the situation now. Here, take this 500 yuan. Thank you. The elderly lady handed Zhang Chen 500 yuan in cash, adding a word of thanks. "Oh, it's quite embarrassing," Zhang Chen replied, not wanting to seem impolite. Observing the elderly lady, he deduced that she did not appear to be financially strained. It was likely that her pension was substantial, perhaps even exceeding the earnings of many younger individuals. "Well then, we shall take our leave." With the money in hand, Zhang Lin chimed in and proceeded towards the door. "Hey, slow down." The elderly lady nodded, clearly satisfied. Once outside, as they ascended the staircase, Zhang Lin remarked, "Although this elderly lady resides in an old community, her monthly pension is around 10,000 yuan, significantly more than my salary. So, you can rest assured about that 500. Zhang Chen thought to himself that he felt no guilt. It was evident that the elderly lady was not in need of money. However, Zhang Lin was displaying her feelings quite overtly. Should they have a meal now? He was uncertain about their mutual attraction. Why doesn't Tongzi Gu assign her a favorability rating? Why only for teacher 1? This makes it quite difficult to gauge. Tongzi Gu, dude, don't be too greedy. Be careful not to strain your back. Noticing Zhang Chen's silence, Zhang Lin suddenly remembered that they were alone together. Previously, when they were with the elderly lady, it didn't seem to matter. But now, she recalled that day in the service hall when this rascal kissed her and dashed off, leaving her flustered. Now, he acted as if nothing had happened. Yet, why was she so anxious? Furthermore, this rascal had reverted to his old habit, trailing behind her again. It was obvious he was sneaking glances at her, and undoubtedly, he was looking down. This thought heightened Zhang Lin's nervousness, making her legs feel weak. As for Zhang Chen, naturally, he was looking. Why not indulge his gaze? After all, Zhang Lin's alluring hourglass figure was simply captivating. He couldn't bear to blink. As they neared the first floor, Zhang Lin was preoccupied with her thoughts about him behind her. In her distraction, she misstepped on the edge of the stairs, slipping unexpectedly and letting out a startled cry as she tumbled down. In a state of panic, she found herself falling into someone's embrace. It took her a full 2 seconds to comprehend that she hadn't fallen at all. "Weren't you behind me?" she blurted out, bewildered. "Shouldn't you be thanking me? What does it matter whether I'm in front or behind you?" Zhang Chen teased, before expressing concern. "Be careful. What were you thinking?" Lost in thought. "What if you hurt yourself? Who cares about what happens to you?" Zhang Lin's face instantly flushed. What did he mean by that? What did he expect her to say about his well-being? Would he genuinely be concerned? Besides, she wasn't an object. How is it that you can still function like this? Oh, it seems you truly can. When this thought crossed her mind, Zhang Lin felt her entire body stiffen. Inside, she could not help but scream, "Ah, Zhang Lin. Your mind has gone awry. What can still be used? How have you become so lewd?" "Eh? I merely expressed my concern for you." "Yet your face has grown increasingly flushed," Zhang Chen inquired, puzzled. No one is blushing. Absolutely not." Zhang Lin's voice instantly rose by an octave, startling Zhang Chen. This girl, why is she so jumpy? Consequently, he scooped up Zhang Lin and began descending the stairs. Zhang Lin was momentarily bewildered and exclaimed, "You, put me down. What if I fall again?" "It's merely a few steps." "It's just a few steps," Zhang Chen replied. Before Zhang Lin could process the situation, they had reached the ground floor. All right, it indeed was just a few steps. However, with these mere stairs, she no longer resembled a woman, but rather a shy young bride. Zhonglin, what are you thinking again? She buried her head in Zhang Chen's embrace. Akin to an ostrich, refusing to emerge. Zhang Chen remarked, are you not planning to have me carry you to work, are you? I wouldn't mind. But I fear you might not be able to handle it. He gazed at her with a mischievous grin. With a start, Zhonglin hurriedly jumped down from Zhang Chen's arms. She shot him a glare and muttered, you, Zhang Chen, I utterly despise you. Then, she turned and scurried away. Why did she twist her waist instead of turning her head? Zhang Chen scratched his head, exasperated. His attention had completely strayed. Chapter 082, Brother Tongzi. I have comprehended. I express my gratitude to you on behalf of my lady. Upon exiting the door, I spotted Zhonglin energetically running from a distance. That little waist twisting. Oh dear, this could lead to dire consequences if I were to write it down. It wasn't until Zhonglin entered the hall that Zhang Chen glanced at the time. Such a delay, and it was already past 4 o'clock. Today had indeed been quite fulfilling. I was not fatigued at all. With my current physique, enduring a continuous 24-hour session at the construction site would hardly leave me weary. Of course, the primary reason for my vitality was the immense gains I had achieved today. Not to mention the maintenance rewards, even just the 3 critical rewards were astonishing. The Encyclopedia of Air Conditioning Principles and Repair would grant me complete knowledge and skills regarding all types of air conditioners in the world. One could say, hand me a factory, and I could immediately assemble a production line. Even the most complex large central air conditioning systems would be a breeze to comprehend. As for the complete encyclopedia of lock knowledge, it goes without saying. The skill of lockpicking is at an almost conceptual level. If one can unlock a vault, what else remains locked? However, the most outrageous of all was this deformation hair. I'm not criticizing Zhang Chen, but the name itself is quite absurd. Hair? Does that also include fine hair? It's rather preposterous. Nevertheless, this technique seems to possess multifarious applications, hinting at the potential for greater creativity. Rubbing my hands together, I could hardly wait to return home. Once the door closed behind me, I began to contemplate the knowledge of the deformation hair in earnest. As the name suggests, this deformation hair allows fine hairs to transform. Well, isn't that a tad redundant? Yet the truth is, this transformation comes in many forms. It can morph into a fishhook or take on an S shape. If it can become an S shape, it can also transform into a straight line, standing upright entirely. At this moment, Zhang Chen raised his right arm, intently observing the fine hairs on his arm, instantly causing them all to stand erect. Each hair stood upright, distinct and clear, appearing rather magical. Did something click? A sudden realization struck me. Indeed, from a certain perspective, it resembled spider's sense. However, in reality, there was no sensation whatsoever. Yet after standing upright, Zhang Chen pressed his palm against them and felt a sharpness akin to tiny needles sprouting from his skin. It was not painful but rather a coarse, granular sensation. After all, these fine hairs were rather short. However, if I could make the hairs adhere to the wall like hooks, wouldn't that allow me to scale walls like Spider-Man? Zhang Chen murmured to himself. Upon this thought, I decided to give it a try. I immediately pressed my palm against the wall, attempting to transform the fine hairs into small hooks. Yet, there was no effect whatsoever. Upon closer inspection, it turned out there were no fine hairs on my palm at all. Thus, I reversed my approach, pressing the back of my hand against the wall while activating the deformation hair. Almost instantaneously, the fine hairs adhering closely to the wall penetrated the minuscule crevices of its surface. Although the wall appeared remarkably smooth at first glance, a closer inspection revealed that no matter how polished it seemed, magnified sufficiently, it was riddled with gaps. This phenomenon operated on principles akin to Spider-Man's climbing ability. Remarkably, these hairs could indeed latch onto the wall, preventing his body from plummeting, and it required minimal effort. Alas, the palms lacked hair. Otherwise, he might have attempted a Spider-Man-like ascent. With his knuckles pressed against the wall, he executed a crunch while bending his knees with ease. After a moment's contemplation, he turned his gaze towards the ceiling. Thus, he descended from the wall, prepared himself, and leapt with vigor. At the very moment of his jump, he clenched his fists and struck the ceiling, which had been painted white. Almost instantaneously upon contact, Zhang Chen activated the transformation of his fine hairs. Instantly, the hairs on his 8 fingers morphed into hooked barbs, securing themselves in the tiny crevices of the ceiling. Zhang Chen's body felt as though it were suspended above, entirely reliant on these fine hairs, hanging in midair. How astonishing! He mused inwardly. However, he soon realized that the hairs on his hands were rather scant, leaving him feeling insecure. Perhaps I should try my hair. With this thought, he sensed his scalp hair transforming into a series of downward-facing hooks. Pressing his head against the ceiling, each hook burrowed deep within, establishing a firm grip. Letting go of his hands, he found himself tethered to the ceiling solely by his hair. Looking down, he was struck by an eerie sense of being hanged. Let go. Land. Zhang Chen touched his hair, noting its prickliness. It seemed rather ineffective. Frowning, he considered that if he were a woman with long flowing hair, he might create an enchanting effect at night, perhaps even frightening someone. In a real scenario, transforming his hair into needles to vanquish a villain would not pose a challenge. Yet, the crux of the matter was that he possessed short hair. While it was not a buzz cut, it was merely a styled side part. Surely, he could not rely on his head to confront evildoers. A punch would serve him far better. Recalling his hair, he suddenly remembered that he hadn't styled it in many days. It was time for a makeover. With this thought, he considered whether his transforming hairs could create a stylish hairstyle. For instance, if he desired gentle waves, wouldn't he that require technology and skill? However, he realized he need not rely on such means. In that moment, it felt as if he had unlocked a new realm of possibilities. He dashed to the bathroom, stood before the mirror, and searched for a suave, wavy hairstyle for men on his phone. Subsequently, with a mere thought, he observed in the mirror as his hair seemed to come alive, twisting and changing, curling into strands or cascading as bangs. In merely 2 minutes, a hairstyle was transformed to bear a striking resemblance to the one on his phone. This alteration elevated his appearance to an entirely new echelon, exuding a charmingly rebellious allure. Astonished, Zhang Chen exclaimed, "This is the proper way to do it. I shall henceforth refer to you as the Supreme Hairstyle Wizard." Without delay, he proceeded to search for a second style. After another 3 minutes, he had adopted a completely different look reminiscent of a K-pop heartthrob. Incredible. Brother Tongzi, I've had an epiphany. I now grasp the true essence of this tool. Zhang Chen shouted with exuberance. Brother Tongzi responded. You haven't. You don't understand. You haven't grasped it. How could you conceive of changing hairstyles as a tactic? For a continuous hour and a half, Zhang Chen reveled in the experience. As he ultimately settled on a dashing hairstyle, he stroked his chin thoughtfully and glanced downward. The hair looked splendid. This tool should suffice as well. Then, with a gleeful shout, he declared, Brother Tongzi, I have attained enlightenment. I now comprehend the optimal application of this device. I extend my gratitude to you on behalf of my wife. Brother Tongzi retorted. What on earth? How do I handle a host whose thoughts veer off course? Why must this insight be directed towards women? Can this even be construed as a vehicle for such thoughts? And your wife? For heaven's sake, could you not explore other avenues of application? However, it appears there truly are no alternative uses. Chapter 83, The University Equipment Management Room. Teacher Ron has summoned me for repairs. After a considerable pause, Zhang Chen lifted his head and remarked, Madam, you are indeed fortunate. Why only address me as Madam? Let us try again. Teacher, Madam, both of you are blessed. In another corner, Tongzi was in a fit of rage, exclaiming, What a wasteful creature this is. Toot, toot. Wan Jiao puffed up her cheeks and blew her whistle, followed by a resounding clap of her hands. The students, previously engaged in their own activities, promptly gathered before her. All right, 10 minutes. 2 laps around the playground, and then class will be dismissed. Form a line now. Her commanding voice resonated as she directed the students for their physical education lesson. Before long, dozens of students from a single class began to run in rhythm. In a short while, the dismissal bell rang, and Wan Jiao immediately dismissed the class. Instantly, a throng of students dispersed like startled birds. The girls hurried to the restroom in groups, while the boys did the same. Their laughter and chatter filled the air, embodying the essence of youthful exuberance. Wan Jiao exhaled a sigh of relief and stretched her body. Another physical education class awaited her shortly, but this time she had organized a badminton competition. The first-year students seemed quite interested upon hearing about the match. With only 10 minutes of intermission, Wan Jiao took a moment to stretch before heading to the school's equipment storage room. Being a physical education teacher, she always carried the keys to the storage room. She intended to check the inventory and later have the students come to collect the equipment. However, after walking a short distance, she halted, feeling a sudden sense of urgency. The thought of Zhang Chen crossed her mind, intensifying her anxiety. Biting her lip, she felt a flush creep across her cheeks, recalling a particular day that lingered in her thoughts. Before she realized it, her ears had turned crimson. At that moment, she longed for him dearly. After a prolonged moment of distraction, she sighed, utterly perplexed by her emotions. She was, after all, a teacher, and he was her student. Yet, She found herself inexplicably compliant to his words. Even now, during class, her yearning for him was palpable. I must be going mad, she mused, touching her flushed cheeks before hastily making her way to the restroom. Upon reaching the equipment storage room, Wang Zhao pushed the door open and was taken aback. The spacious room had a section of the ceiling caved in, with panels scattered on the floor. As she flipped the switch, the lights flickered momentarily before extinguishing entirely. Is the light broken? Or is there an issue with the wiring? I need to get someone to fix this, Wang Zhao muttered to herself. The moment the thought of calling for repairs crossed her mind, Zhang Chen's name immediately surfaced in her thoughts. The ceiling certainly required repairs, and the lighting issue had to be addressed. Typically, when such matters arose, the school would hire a tradesman from the market to handle it, with the cost reimbursed by the institution. However, employing external workers was not as economical as utilizing Zhang Chen's services. Moreover, just moments ago, she had found herself thinking of him. Upon seizing the opportunity at hand, she hastily disregarded the badminton equipment and promptly dialed the principal. Principal, there's a malfunction in the wiring of the equipment management room. A portion of the ceiling has collapsed, posing a significant danger that needs immediate attention. Fortunately, I am acquainted with a skilled repairman, and I will contact him to come over. As for the repair fees, rest assured, I will negotiate the costs. After concluding the call, Wang Zhao exhaled in relief, pondering why her heart raced so fervently. Subsequently, she reached out to Zhang Chen. At that moment, Zhang Chen was thoroughly enjoying himself, eagerly awaiting his wife's return to conduct an experiment. Suddenly, his phone rang. Upon glancing at the caller ID, he noticed it was Wang Zhao, and a smile spread across his face. Ah, the teacher can't resist. She must be missing me. It should be nearly time for class to end. With this thought, he answered the call. Teacher, you miss me, don't you? He said, adopting a self-indulgent tone. Don't be ridiculous. Who misses you? I need your assistance, Wang Zhao retorted, trying to maintain her composure. You need my help? Zhang Chen chuckled. Teacher, you're quite the tease. Oh, stop it. If you keep this up, I'll hang up, Wang Zhao exclaimed, a mixture of embarrassment and annoyance coloring her voice. But I do miss you. Zhang Chen's declaration shattered Wang Zhao's defenses. She hurriedly glanced around to confirm her safety within the equipment room before shyly murmuring, I miss you too. Hearing her words, Zhang Chen beamed with delight, reaffirming his belief in the undeniable chemistry between them. In the past, he could never have imagined Wang Zhao expressing such sentiments. The playful undertone was unmistakably romantic, far surpassing mere flattery. Call me brother, Zhang Chen continued. Upon hearing this, Wang Zhao's face flushed crimson. Memories of a certain day flooded her mind. Yet, she felt compelled to comply, despite knowing she shouldn't feel this way. In a moment of unguarded vulnerability, she softly, bashfully called out, brother. The sound of her voice was so sweet it nearly overwhelmed her with shyness. Teacher, Zhang Chen replied, his tone brimming with affection. Please, don't say that. I genuinely have something to discuss with you. Realizing the conversation was veering into uncertain territory, Wang Zhao hastily interjected, I really do have something serious. Zhang Chen was taken aback. Oh, what is it? Wang Zhao took a deep breath, striving to calm her racing heart, and explained the situation. The circuit in the equipment management room has malfunctioned. Upon hearing this, Zhang Chen recalled the equipment room vividly. It was a place he was well acquainted with from his previous physical education classes. The space is quite expansive, and during non-class hours, no one comes around. Inside, various shelves are filled with an array of equipment. If one were to conceal themselves behind, obscured by objects, they would be completely unnoticed. Zhang Chen's eyes instantly sparkled with realization. Moreover, with teacher Ruan's maximum affection level, success is nearly guaranteed. The mere thought of this made it impossible for him to remain seated. He quickly replied, All right, I will head over immediately. No need to rush. I still have a class to attend. I must wait until it concludes before making any repairs. Wang Zhao interjected. Not a problem. I will arrive early to get a feel for the place. Zhang Chen stated. What do you mean by getting a feel? Wang Zhao asked, momentarily taken aback. Hee. You will find out when the time comes. Zhang Chen beamed with a radiant smile. At that moment, Wang Zhao felt her body weaken with a sudden sense of vulnerability. No, it couldn't be. The thought that Zhang Chen might have ulterior motives sent a shiver through her. How could this be possible? Yet, a part of her was curious about what he had in mind. As she was lost in her thoughts, the door was suddenly pushed open. Startled, Wang Zhao nearly dropped her phone. Oh, Teacher Wan is already here. Of course, didn't you hear her on the phone just now? One of her classmates chimed in. Are you deaf? You are the one who is deaf. Teacher Wan, we hope we didn't interrupt your call. Wan Zhao's face flushed crimson. Feeling a wave of heat envelop her. Her mind was in a dizzying whirl. She silently panicked, thinking, oh no, how could this have been overheard? My heavens. It felt as though the sky were collapsing around her. Meanwhile, Zhang Chen was equally bewildered. What was happening? Why had someone suddenly arrived? The atmosphere shifted to one of chaos. Could we have been discovered? He wondered, only to realize that the call had ended. He hastily adjusted his clothing and prepared to exit. He needed to act quickly. There could be no slip-ups. He had resolved that even if they were caught, he would have to take responsibility. After all, it's not as if he couldn't support a teacher. His earnings as a handyman were nearing 100,000. Teacher, did we interrupt your phone call? A group of students sensed something was amiss. Your face seems a bit flushed. Furthermore, it appeared she had hung up in quite a fluster. No, I had just finished. Wan Zhao quickly reassured them. Thankfully, these children were innocent and hadn't caught on. Yes, that makes sense. After all, they haven't experienced such matters, she thought. Luckily, she hadn't said anything too outrageous. Moreover, she had indeed completed her conversation. Had she been discovered, she would have been utterly mortified. Then, Teacher Wan, where is our badminton equipment? Several playful students quickly inquired. After a full day of classes, they were eager for a chance to play badminton. Though it was merely a fun competition, it was far more enjoyable than studying. Oh, let me calculate how much is needed. Ruan Jiao collected her thoughts and swiftly entered the zone. Zhang Chen hurriedly arrived at school, and by the time he got there, the class had nearly concluded. He adeptly made his way to the playground, spotting Ruan Jiao officiating from afar, while his younger classmates were engrossed in their game. Zhang Chen exhaled with relief, sensing that all was well. He decided against approaching her directly, opting instead to sit on the steps beside the playground and observe from a distance. Today, Ruan Jiao donned her typically unflattering sports attire, yet somehow exuded an unexpected allure. Before long, the class concluded, and Ruan Jiao instructed the students to return the equipment to the storage room. Once most had departed, Zhang Chen approached. Just as Ruan Jiao finished her inventory, she heard the sound of the door opening, causing her to straighten in surprise. Turning around, she was met with Zhang Chen's presence. Teacher. Zhang Chen's eyes burned with a familiar intensity. Zhang Chen. Ruan Jiao began to call out, but before she could finish, he swiftly closed the door and stepped closer, lifting her into his arms. She was momentarily stunned, and by the time she regained her senses, it was too late. Why you shouldn't? There are still people around. Ruan Jiao stammered, flustered and embarrassed. Call me brother, and I'll let you go. Zhang Chen whispered teasingly in her ear. No. Ruan Jiao was in a state of panic. Come on, teacher, I want to hear it. Zhang Chen pouted playfully. Ruan Jiao felt a rush of warmth. Although she knew it was inappropriate, her resolve softened, and she bit her lip, whispering his name softly in his ear. Zhang Chen planted a gentle kiss on her, then set her down, amusement flickering in his heart. Moments ago, Ruan Jiao had mentioned that there were too many people around. But she had indicated that this spot was off limits. This implied that the clever Ruan Jiao had already anticipated what was about to transpire. Yet, her words suggested an underlying curiosity of her own. How different from the Ruan Jiao of the past, who would have never entertained such thoughts. Ruan Jiao, noticing the mischievous grin on Zhang Chen's face, hastily composed herself, her cheeks flushed as she reproached him. I came to find you for repairs. You shouldn't act this way. We are at school. Zhang Chen chuckled. Oh, it's not about repairing me. It's more about. Ruan Jiao struggled to articulate her thoughts. Teacher, don't rush me. I'm here to fix this. He gestured towards the ceiling. Ruan Jiao, exasperated, shot him a glare. Then pointed to the ceiling light and the overhead fixtures, explaining, the ceiling needs repairs, and there's a problem with this light. I'm not sure if it's a wiring issue. Only then did Zhang Chen glance up, and instantly, the familiar notification popped up before him. The damaged ceiling, gnawed year-round, my bones have shattered. I dread becoming a cripple. Repair reward, 2,000 yuan. The recently deceased ceiling light, pierced by erratic currents. Please allow me to shine once more. Repair reward, 500 yuan. 2,500 yuan. Zhang Chen's eyes sparkled with delight. Quite a sum indeed. The damaged ceiling posed little challenge for repair. According to the description, it had been gnawed by rodents, resulting in a fractured framework. Thus, a mere replacement of the structure would suffice. As for the ceiling itself, there was no need for a new purchase. The original could remain, as it was still intact. The reward, however, amounted to a generous 2,000 yuan. While 2,000 yuan is not insignificant, it is certainly not trivial either. The most crucial aspect is, the potential for a critical reward is significantly high. And the deceased ceiling light? A mere 500 yuan? That indicates it does not require a complete replacement. It should merely need a straightforward repair. But the erratic currents? Most likely indicative of a voltage issue. With this thought in mind, he did not rush to take action. Instead, he examined the surrounding wires of the ceiling light. Eventually, he spotted a repair notification at a corner. Damaged insulation on the wire. I'm leaking. Oh dear, electricity is escaping my body. Repair reward, 200 yuan. Zhang Chen. Is this it? Upon seeing the reward, Zhang Chen realized it was futile. A mere 200 yuan reward. Moreover, possessing an advanced electrical encyclopedia. Zhang Chen immediately discerned that the erratic currents were likely due to insulation damage, resulting in a short circuit. However, as the wires here were not connected to any other electrical devices, the overall power was minimal. Even with a short circuit, it could only result in damage to the ceiling light at most. The repair method was quite simple. A piece of insulating tape wrapped around would suffice. Observing Zhang Chen's focused inspection, Ruan Jiao could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. She stole a glance towards the door. Occasional footsteps echoed outside. Thankfully, no one approached to eavesdrop. Yet, Zhang Chen's recent actions had startled her. That was certainly not permissible. This was, after all, a storage room for equipment. Although there were no classes at the moment and no one would come to retrieve items at night, the vicinity was adjacent to the playground. Footsteps could be heard from time to time. She could scarcely fathom how exhilarating it would be if something were to occur here. HM? Ruan Jiao felt a chill. Why describe it as exhilarating? Her cheeks flushed, and she believed she must have lost her mind. Chapter 084. I meant to start working. What were you thinking? Teacher Wan, let us begin. Suddenly, lost in her thoughts, Ruan Jiao was jolted by Zhang Chen's words. Startled, she exclaimed, "No way." Zhang Chen, upon taking a closer look, noticed Ruan Jiao's face flushed with crimson. Teacher Wan, I meant to say, let us commence our tasks. He chuckled. It dawned on Ruan Jiao that Zhang Chen's notion of starting was not of the kind she had presumed. Goodness, what was her foolish mind conjuring? Teacher Wan, we must first attend to the matter at hand, and then, at this juncture, Zhang Chen deliberately paused, causing Ruan Jiao's face to feel as if it were ablaze. Not now. Wait until class is over. Her voice trailed off, growing quieter as she spoke. Zhang Chen watched her intently, which made her heart race wildly. I will fetch the materials. Ruan Jiao exclaimed, almost fleeing the scene. As she dashed away, Zhang Chen stroked his chin, amusement bubbling within him. In the past, even if Teacher Wan had such thoughts, she would never have voiced them. Brother Tongzi is truly impressive, he mused, feeling a surge of admiration. Once outside, Ruan Jiao anxiously scanned the surroundings. Those students were bustling about. None seemed to cast a glance in their direction, allowing her to breathe a sigh of relief. Teacher, wait for me. Zhang Chen approached her with a smile and inquired, what materials do you need? I can purchase them at the store. Ruan Jiao exhaled, lowering her voice as she implored, with so many people around, what if someone discovers our relationship? Who would find out? Zhang Chen replied nonchalantly. No. Ruan Jiao retorted, her frustration evident. Zhang Chen chuckled, realizing that Teacher Wan was genuinely concerned. Do not worry, Teacher Wan. I have no desire to create trouble for myself. Here is the plan. I will send you a list of the required materials. You can procure them while I wait here. He stated earnestly. All right. Ruan Jiao nodded in agreement. Though Zhang Chen enjoyed teasing her, he was still willing to heed her words. Humph. If you do not listen, I shall ignore your requests in return, she thought to herself as she turned to leave, treading carefully and feeling anxious about being discovered. How troublesome. Yet, what can I do? I like him so much. Oh, Ruan Jiao, what on earth is happening to you? What will happen once the repairs are finished? He will surely. Never mind, I shall follow his lead. I wouldn't want to upset him. Purchasing materials does not require leaving the university. The small convenience store on campus also manages the maintenance supplies. The materials can be acquired there, with costs directly deducted from the university's funds. After all, the shop is run by a relative of the principal, definitely one of their own. This arrangement is why repairs are typically outsourced to craftsmen from the market. Ruan Jiao harbored a touch of selfishness, seizing the opportunity to summon Zhang Chen. Her intentions were twofold. Firstly, to enable him to earn a bit more. After all, she could easily exaggerate the severity on the maintenance order. She estimated that a service fee of 3,000 yuan would certainly be within reach. Secondly, and more significantly, she yearned to see him. It was puzzling. Despite their brief separation, she found herself missing him profoundly. She couldn't quite fathom why, as this was not her usual demeanor. Ever since that last incident with the electric shock, things had spiraled out of control. With a sigh, Ruan Jia was reluctant to alter her feelings. Upon arriving at the store, she glanced at the messages in her V account, contemplating the absurdity of charging 3,000 for such a meager amount of materials. After some thought, she decided to procure a few additional items. In and out within 10 minutes, she successfully gathered a substantial quantity of maintenance supplies. After all, it was quite normal to fix things at school, and the funding ultimately came from a larger pool. She understood the unspoken rules of the game, which emboldened her to invite Zhang Chen. Otherwise, it would be akin to encroaching on someone else's livelihood. Before long, she returned to the equipment storage room, laden with supplies. Upon seeing the considerable haul, Zhang Chen was taken aback. "Why so much?" he exclaimed, astonished. As he rummaged through the assortment, he discovered a bundle of 200 meters of wiring, a complete set of specialized tools, around 10 rolls of electrical tape, and several meters of wooden frame for the ceiling. Additionally, there were paints, putty, and an entire ceiling light fixture. The bag was brimming, and its weight was substantial. However, he mused, this abundance was precisely what warranted a maintenance fee. That is how we secure the service charge, Ruan Jiao remarked. Zhang Chen pondered. Is Ruan Laosher employing some clever tactics for her livelihood? He felt a swell of gratitude. Well, I suppose I should exert myself even more then. There won't be any issues, right? He inquired. None whatsoever. The school's budget is ample, and they won't mind this little expense, Ruan Jiao assured him. With a nod, Zhang Chen proceeded into the storage room with the supplies. His first task was to properly wrap the frayed wiring, which he accomplished in a mere 3 minutes. In the final minute, he cleverly concealed the wires for a more aesthetically pleasing finish. Once completed, he summoned a pop-up window, eager to see if he might receive a critical reward. Repairs completed. Rewards dispensed. Observing the pop-up, Zhang Chen remained unfazed. As expected, there was nothing extraordinary. It appeared that the rewards for repairs were minimal, and the chances of a critical reward were slim. Next, he set about replacing the light fixture. Opting for a ceiling light, Zhang Chen, feeling rather lazy about repairs, climbed the ladder and swiftly swapped in the new fixture. Given the inconvenience of turning off the power, he chose to work live, executing the task with a certain audacity. Regardless, one is immune to electric currents. However, when Ruan Jiao encountered the electric wires, she experienced a slight aftereffect, primarily recalling an unpleasant encounter from the past. Fortunately, after so many days, these aftereffects had largely dissipated. Well, one cannot say they have entirely vanished. At times, they even seem to intensify. Lost in thought, her cheeks flushed. The process of replacing the ceiling light was somewhat sluggish, primarily due to the need for disassembly and reassembly. Luckily, Zhang Chen was quite experienced. The entire endeavor took merely around 5 minutes. Upon completion, Zhang Chen similarly summoned the maintenance pop-up. Repair completed. Critical hit reward triggered. Rewards doubled. Rewards have been issued. Zhang Chen was taken aback. A critical hit reward? Although it did not include any special abilities, a double reward meant that would amount to 1,000 yuan. Quite a sum indeed. Next came the most troublesome task of repairing the suspended ceiling. In comparison to the other 2 tasks, this one was a bit more complex. However, it was manageable, primarily requiring the refixing of the deformed framework. This necessitated the removal of certain panels. Only after stabilizing the framework could the panels be reinstalled. The process was slightly more intricate. Was there not a possibility of receiving a 2,000 yuan repair reward? Chapter 085, Critical Hit Reward, Self-Healing Factor. Rubbing his hands together, Zhang Chen decisively commenced his task. He disassembled the panel, dismantled the frame, and secured everything firmly before reattaching the panel. While it may sound straightforward, the process was indeed quite intricate. It took nearly an hour to finally complete the job. Descending from the ladder, Zhang Chen took a glance. Ensuring that his work was nothing short of impeccable, he then blinked and summoned the repair notification. Repair completed. Critical hit reward activated. Self-healing factor acquired. Reward dispensed. The mention of the self-healing factor left Zhang Chen astounded. If he was not mistaken, this referred to the ability to heal oneself, right? As this thought crossed his mind, a surge of information flooded in. Brother Tongzi, you are truly my savior. This ability is astonishing. Indeed, the self-healing factor, just as Zhang Chen had surmised, allowed for healing after sustaining injuries. Moreover, the speed of recovery was impressive. If the wound measured less than 1 centimeter, it could completely heal within 3 seconds. In the case of severe injuries, It would take a couple of hours to mend fully. If this were to become a fragment of the populace, well, that would be another matter entirely. It granted self-healing, not immortality. Nevertheless, even this was remarkably formidable. Coupled with his muscle hardening ability, the prospect of sustaining injuries became virtually non-existent. As for the reasoning behind acquiring the self-healing factor despite already possessing muscle hardening, while muscle hardening was advantageous, the self-healing factor was equally essential. Furthermore, muscle hardening, though powerful, would be of little help in the event of significant trauma leading to internal injuries. However, with the self-healing factor, even if one were to fall off a motorcycle at speeds of 120 kilometers per hour, a few hours later, they would still emerge unscathed. Yet, this ability seemed devoid of any buffs. Teacher Yuan would not benefit from it either. Brother Tongzi. Damn, this guy is slipping back into old habits. Ignoring Brother Tongzi's lamentations, Zhang Chen was thoroughly content. Teacher Yuan, however, observed him suddenly lost in thought, her surprise evident. After waiting for what felt like an eternity, she called out, Zhang Chen, what are you staring at? Oh, it's nothing. Just admiring the shelf. Zhang Chen hastily fabricated an excuse. When Wang Jiao glanced at the shelf, her face flushed instantly. The shelf, which had previously held an array of sports equipment, was now vacant due to the ceiling repairs. It appeared quite low, resembling a rectangular table. The thought of sitting atop it made Wang Jiao's cheeks burn with embarrassment, yet internally, she felt an insatiable curiosity, a desire to experiment. After speaking, Zhang Chen noticed Wang Jiao's face was crimson, her gaze fixated on the shelf without a blink. Initially taken aback, he swiftly grasped the situation. Goodness, Teacher Yuan must be reminiscing about that moment again. Wow, this maximum level of affection is truly powerful. The once pure and charming Teacher Yuan had transformed into this? As she pondered, Wang Jiao bit her lip and turned her head, scolding, no wandering thoughts. This is not the place for that. I will call the principal and have him cover the repair costs. Teacher Yuan, this shelf is quite impressive. It suits you perfectly. Zhang Chen remarked, glancing down. Upon noticing his gaze, Wang Jiao felt her legs weaken. Wait a moment, let me handle this first, and then we can talk. Zhang Chen chuckled. Just moments ago, she had declared it was not allowed, yet now it was merely a matter of time? Well then, let us discuss it later. He nodded. 3,000 isn't a small sum, is it? Since you've already put in the work, you deserve to be compensated. The principal has likely misappropriated quite a bit of funds, so it's only reasonable to contribute a little, he added. Wang Jiao took several deep breaths to calm herself before calling the principal. In no time, the funds were transferred without much inquiry from him, as if he were preoccupied. Perhaps even out of breath from running. Once the money reached Wang Jiao, she prepared to forward it to him, but Zhang Chen immediately intervened. Teacher, I didn't come here to make a profit. That won't do. You've worked hard for so long. Look, it's nearly 7. Wang Jiao insisted on transferring the funds. Jiao. Suddenly, Zhang Chen addressed her differently. Wang Jiao felt a shiver run down her spine. She looked up at him, momentarily dazed. You're calling me that again? She thought, feeling the name was rather peculiar. It was more comfortable to be addressed as teacher. However, upon reflection, since they were now a couple, perhaps Jiao was indeed more fitting. Why did teacher feel so much more comfortable? Then I'll just call you teacher. Zhang Chen laughed. Surprisingly, it seemed that the conventional address now felt more awkward. Wang Jiao was utterly embarrassed, yet found the nickname pleasing to the ear. Don't mind that. Take the money. You've earned it through your hard work. Wang Jiao was resolute. Teacher, this is for you. Consider it living expenses. I truly don't lack money. Zhang Chen replied. That is out of the question. I'm still a teacher, and you have only just graduated. But you are my woman. This declaration rendered Wang Jiao speechless. Upon reflection, it did seem to hold some truth. Although she believed she could earn her own keep, the dynamics of their relationship had shifted. Just accept it. You've been short on funds lately. The last time I tried to send you money, you outright refused. If you don't take this, I'll leave. He turned to depart. Yet, in the next moment, Wang Jiao grasped his hand. Don't go, she softly implored. Teacher, what did you say? Zhang Chen teased. Don't leave. Wang Jiao's face flushed deeper. If I don't give it to you, I just want to spend a little more time with you. Just a little more time? Zhang Chen, gazing into her increasingly bashful eyes, inquired. No, not at all. I never imagined that I would utter such a plea. However, at this moment, the equipment storage room contained only the two of us. I had intended to wait until we returned to speak of it. But as soon as Zhang Chen turned away, a fear of provoking his anger surged within me. Moreover, my feelings were genuine. I was not feigning them. With such sincerity, how could Zhang Chen possibly contain himself? He swiftly lifted me into his arms. Time seemed to lose its meaning. Suddenly, with a loud crash, sports equipment toppled from the shelves, scattering across the floor. I was taken aback, instinctively grasping the rectangular shelf beside me for support. In my fluster, I inadvertently cried out in pain, drawing in a sharp breath. What happened? Zhang Chen quickly rose, intending to turn on the light. Don't turn on the light, I exclaimed urgently. When I noticed he remained still, I explained, I think I've cut my hand. How could you have done that? Zhang Chen responded, fumbling for his phone to illuminate the room. Upon shining the light, he indeed spotted a gash on my right index finger. Further inspection revealed that a section of the shelf had become deformed, exposing a thin sheet of metal, clearly the source of my injury. How dreadful. It pains me to see this, Zhang Chen exclaimed, cradling my finger with a look of genuine concern. Hearing his words, a warm sensation blossomed within me, intensifying my affection for him. It's nothing. Let us continue, I said, disregarding the wound, my gaze filled with love. All right, Zhang Chen nodded. At that moment, the triviality of a minor cut paled in comparison. Chapter 086. My self-healing factor has cured the injured teacher? As the lights began to glow, the street lamps around the school illuminated the grounds. Groups of students strolled leisurely across the playground, embodying the spirit of youth. Suddenly, a few boys and girls gathered near the equipment storage room, engaging in conversation that lingered for half an hour. Drip, drip, drip. A sound emanated from within. One of them inquired curiously, what is that noise? Is there really a sound? A girl tilted her head, straining to listen. I don't hear anything at all, but I distinctly heard the sound of dripping water. How can you not? The boy expressed his confusion. Listening again, the sound had vanished. There's no noise. I think you might be imagining things. Another chimed in. Come on, let us go to the snack shop. I'm parched. This time, it's your treat. Last time, I paid. All right, my allowance just came in. Hiki, what about us? Oh dear, you girls shouldn't drink too much. It LL hurt. That is so annoying. Who gets hurt? You know, the monthly pain, as if we're not aware. Oh, watching something a bit risky, are we? What do you mean risky? I was watching films from Hong Kong. Ugh, how disgusting. As they chatted and walked away, the playground gradually emptied. An hour passed. Suddenly, a faint creak broke the silence as the door swung open. Ruan Jiao appeared, still clad in her sports attire, but looking rather disheveled, as if she had endured some unspeakable ordeal. I'll go fetch the mop. Ruan Jiao blushed, ensuring no one was around, and headed towards the cleaning room. However, she was halted by Zhang Chen. What is the point of mopping? A quick wipe with my shirt will suffice. It's so hot. It'll dry by tomorrow, he remarked. Oh, then I'll just grab a cloth, Ruan Jiao said, feeling quite embarrassed. She was resolute against such casual treatment. She was still shaken from the presence of the earlier group of students. Thankfully, she thought, let us set that aside for now. Let me see your injury. Zhang Chen seized her hand to inspect it. It's been so long. You should have at least put on a band-aid, he insisted. However, logically speaking, such a minor wound should have already scabbed over. Yet, concern lingered. No need. It doesn't hurt at all, Ruan Jiao protested. But the very next moment, she inhaled sharply. See? It still hurts. Zhang Chen responded, bemused. It's not my finger that hurts, Ruan Jiao retorted playfully. Zhang Chen, It seems to not hurt anymore. Suddenly, Ruan Jiao exclaimed. What? Zhang Chen looked at her, perplexed. It doesn't hurt. It's quite miraculous. I felt a wave of coolness, and suddenly, it's all gone. Zhang Chen was baffled, yet he turned on the flashlight on his phone to examine her finger. He was taken aback. The wound on her index finger had not scabbed over. It appeared to be completely healed, leaving no trace of injury. When Ruan Jiao noticed his astonishment, she instinctively raised her hand to take a look, gasping in surprise. Where was the wound? She looked as if she had seen a ghost. Although her injury was minor and could heal in 2 or 3 days, it surely would not mend this rapidly. At that moment, her finger seemed as if it had never been harmed. What could be the explanation for this? Ruan Jiao gazed at Zhang Chen, who suddenly seemed to understand. What? Ruan Jiao asked, curious about his revelation. Because Teacher Ruan possesses an exceptionally robust constitution, your wound healed at an accelerated pace, hence. We should engage in more sparring, Zhang Chen declared with utmost seriousness. Ruan Jiao was taken aback, her face flushing with embarrassment. However, Zhang Chen was not merely speaking nonsense. It was highly likely that her body had absorbed the self-healing factors. Could it truly have such an effect? Zhang Chen murmured to himself. By heavens, Brother Tengzi? I have grasped the true application of these self-healing factors, he silently exclaimed. Somewhere, Brother Tungzi pondered, what on earth? What have you figured out now? Frustrated, he would surely have rubbed his forehead, chastising his unreliable host. The situation seemed utterly absurd. In reality, it was quite straightforward. Zhang Chen contemplated briefly and realized that these self-healing factors were distributed throughout his entire body: muscles, blood vessels, blood, bones, saliva, sweat. Indeed, each contained a fraction of his self-healing essence. Thus, when they entered her system, they exerted their effects, healing her wound. Yet, Zhang Chen was uncertain about the extent of this effect compared to his own. Undoubtedly, it would take place within 3 hours, considering the sudden onset of pain one felt and its equally abrupt cessation. It seemed that the self-healing factors had worked their magic on her in approximately half an hour. Goodness! Zhang Chen was astonished. Is there truly such a method? How fortunate would a wife be? But why was she fortunate again? He pondered the most agonizing plight in life when a husband retains his vitality while his wife does not. If she possessed these self-healing factors, goodness, wouldn't he her prowess soar? Imagining this, Zhang Chen found Brother Tongzi rather outrageous. This was a boon for the women in his life. Just envision if one of his beloved women were to sustain a finger injury with his selfless offering. The very next day, her finger would be fully restored. Wouldn't that be a medical marvel? No, it couldn't merely be termed a medical miracle. It was a divine skill, the kind worthy of intense study. This matter must not be publicly disclosed. Zhang Chen stroked his chin. Aware of the adage that possessing such a treasure could lead to trouble, he must keep his secret well guarded. Moreover, it seemed that he could control this phenomenon. If he did not wish for it to enter, it simply would not. Truly, this was the hallmark of a miraculous healer. Having contemplated the entire situation, Zhang Chen still found it somewhat hard to believe. It was quite absurd. What did you say? Wan Jiao inquired, having overheard his soft murmuring. Oh, I suggested that we should leave promptly. Zhang Chen replied. I am aware, but we must first tidy up. Wan Jiao was momentarily taken aback. Yes, yes. Zhang Chen nodded in agreement. Wan Jiao glanced ahead. It was already 10 o'clock. There was no chance of borrowing a mop at this hour. But finding a rag was certainly feasible. Before long, Wan Jiao procured a rag and meticulously cleaned up the area before locking the door and departing. However, upon reaching the school gate, Wan Jiao quietly instructed Zhang Chen, let us walk one after the other. We must not be seen. Understood. Zhang Chen nodded. The university's west gate remained open 24 hours, albeit with security present. While it was manageable during the day with little oversight, the late hour posed potential risks. After Wan Jiao's admonition, she stepped out first. Just as she did, Zhang Chen appeared at her side. Guarantee we supposed to wait 5 minutes? Wan Jiao exclaimed, startled. That was too risky. I should accompany you. Zhang Chen chuckled. What if Wan Jiao began to speak but soon realized that he had emerged from the side? Quickly grasping the situation, she retorted, did you climb over the wall? Of course. This height is trivial for me. Zhang Chen affirmed with a nod. He then took her small hand and said, let us go to the teacher's house and continue our research. Wan Jiao's cheeks instantly flushed with a rosy hue. Chapter 087. The lady no longer fears injury. Having walked a considerable distance, there were still no taxis in sight. Wan Jiao felt utterly exhausted. Although the pain had subsided, her energy had undeniably been depleted. I simply cannot walk any further. Wan Jiao exclaimed, fatigued beyond measure. Why are there no taxis in this area? Zhang Chen remained speechless. Aware that taxis were scarce near the school, Wan Jiao shot him a glance, her cheeks flushing as she recalled their previous encounter in the equipment storage room. At that time, you never said it was unacceptable. Zhang Chen teased, a grin spreading across his face. I can't stand you for bringing that up. Wan Jiao replied, her irritation palpable. Then, Zhang Chen approached her, gently squatting down. Hop on, he urged. What? Wan Jiao was taken aback. I'll carry you, he asserted. Seeing my woman so exhausted, it is only natural for a man to showcase a bit of strength. But you're also tired. Wan Jiao protested, her heart racing. Although they had shared many experiences, she had never been carried by him before. The sensation was utterly enchanting. Come on, Zhang Chen insisted. Wan Jiao bit her lip. Feeling no inclination to resist, she immediately rose and gently leaned against him. Zhang Chen wrapped his arms around her, effortlessly lifting her onto his back. Their faces were so close that Wan Jiao's heart raced even faster. The night breeze caressed them as Zhang Chen strolled leisurely, easily making their way back to the community. Upon entering, he turned on the lights, and Wan Jiao finally observed their disheveled state. Let me take a shower first. Do you want to join me? Wang Jiao inquired, fully aware that Zhang Chen would likely accept. As expected, his excitement was palpable as he seized her hand and led her into the bathroom. The following morning, Wang Jiao opened her eyes but found herself unable to rise. Strangely, despite her exhaustion, her body felt remarkably well. It was a peculiar sensation. Her minor injuries seemed to heal rapidly. She was perplexed, still reeling from Zhang Chen's claims that her daily workouts and dancing had enhanced her recovery rate compared to others. But was it truly that extraordinary? The speed of her recovery was indeed astonishing, yet she struggled to rationalize it. Surely, it couldn't be as Zhang Chen suggested. That would defy logic. As for Zhang Chen, he was already awake, despite the dawn breaking outside. He remained invigorated, having gleaned insights from yesterday's experiment. He had finally grasped the fact that his self-healing factors could indeed transfer to Wang Jiao's body. Moreover, if the quantity was sufficient, she would surely recover within half an hour. If it were less, the recovery would take an hour, and with even fewer factors, it could extend to 2 hours. In any case, this was something he could control. Additionally, saliva contained these self-healing factors as well. If one were to be audacious enough to consume a piece of their own flesh or sip their own blood, it would not be entirely out of the question. Yet, such an act would indeed border on the absurd. Beyond this, Zhang Chen discovered that his self-healing factor was a one-time phenomenon within others' bodies. Once a wound healed, the self-healing factor would vanish. In the absence of injury, it would inevitably dissipate within an hour. Am I truly akin to Tang Seng's flesh? Zhang Chen lamented. Yet, that is not quite accurate. It resembles more of a miraculous elixir. All in all, this ability is rather impressive. Were it not for the fear of pain, I would certainly attempt to test its efficacy on myself. At noon, upon waking, Zhang Chen found that Wang Jiao had already returned to school, as she had classes in the afternoon. After a brief wash, he packed up the leftover wires and tools from yesterday, which would come in handy at home, thus sparing him the need to purchase new ones. Descending the stairs, he had a quick meal before hailing a taxi back to his neighborhood. Upon entering his abode, Zhang Chen sent a message to Bai Xiaovaievi, inquiring if she was at home. Moments later, a reply arrived. I'm at work. Why didn't you return yesterday? Zhang Chen quickly typed back. I was busy with repairs and ended up sleeping at the teacher's house. Teacher? Oh, I see. So you've expanded your clientele at school? Indeed, the repairs were quite laborious, taking about 7 or 8 hours. Wow, you repaired for that long? It must have been thoroughly broken. Yes, no matter how I fixed it, the teacher remained unsatisfied. What kind of teacher is that? Quite difficult to please. After a while, Bai Xiao sent another message. I must go. I almost got caught slacking off. Love you. JPG. I love you too. I'll wait for you tonight. Kisses. JPG. Setting down his phone, Zhang Chen stretched his body and began extracting the old wires from his home. He replaced them with the wires he had brought last night. 2 hours later, the place looked completely rejuvenated. Zhang Chen closed the circuit breaker and turned on the lights, finally restoring brightness to his surroundings. At 7 o'clock, Bai Xiao stepped out of the elevator. Once the doors closed behind her, she unhesitatingly turned and approached the door of the neighboring Zhang family's residence, gently knocking. Creak. The door swung open. Sister, Zhang Chen exclaimed, lifting her off the ground. Hey. Don't. Come in, come in. Bai Xiao gasped in surprise. Zhang Chen chuckled, finding her timid demeanor endearing, closing his own door. He entered his neighbor's home as if it were his own. As Bai Xiao bent down to change into slippers, she was suddenly lifted from behind by Zhang Chen. Oh my, you. Don't be so hasty. I still need to shower. Let us do it together. Zhang Chen grinned. Bai Xiao's face turned pale. This little wolf dog has started again. Yet, what should one do when caught in a whirlwind of love and fear? It is the feeling of affection that captivates her. Yet, what worries me is the pain. You, please be gentle. Bai Xiao pleaded. Rest assured, sister, I promise. Zhang Chen swore to the heavens. The next morning, Bai Xiao rose to go to work, feeling a bit dizzy. This must be due to insufficient sleep. However, there is no pain? How peculiar. Could it be that I have grown accustomed to it? But this thought merely flickered in her mind before being cast aside. It was inconsequential. As long as I can remain with my little wolf dog like this, nothing else matters. Yet, it seems something is indeed different. The injury is healing remarkably quickly. She distinctly recalls that there should have been swelling last night. There are still bruises on her wrist, yet now it is utterly smooth. Completely healed. How strange, she murmured to herself. Suddenly glancing at the time, Bai Xiao was taken aback and hurriedly rushed outside. If she did not hurry, she would be late. However, as she ran, Her legs felt weak, nearly causing her to stumble. There is no pain, but oh, how sore. How are you? Bai Xiao was lost in her thoughts when she suddenly heard footsteps, someone expressing concern for her. She looked up to see Yue approaching, intending to offer assistance. I'm fine, just overslept. My legs feel weak, Bai Xiao explained. Yue was momentarily taken aback. What correlation could there be between oversleeping and weak legs? She had encountered her in a similar state yesterday, marked by dark circles under her eyes. Yet then, it was not weakness, but pain. It seems I have stumbled upon something remarkable. Chapter 088. Envying Zhonglin, Sister Yue's fashion sense is impeccable. I'm going to be late for work. I must leave now. Upon uttering these words, Bai Xiao immediately regretted her hasty proclamation. She dared not linger, fearful of being discovered. Observing Bai Xiao's flustered demeanor, Yue felt increasingly assured that her trembling legs and her desire for slumber were undoubtedly unrelated. However, was that truly the case? Why was she even pondering this? Shaking her head to dispel these thoughts, Yue's mind inadvertently conjured the image of Zhang Chen. It had been several days since she last saw him, and she found herself surprisingly yearning for his presence. Ah, how absurd. What yearning? There was no such sentiment. It was impossible to feel such a thing. Ah, Miss Yi, I was just about to seek you out. As she was lost in thought, a voice belonging to an elderly gentleman broke through. Ah? Yue startled, turning around to see Wu Grandpa, her relief palpable. You gave me quite a fright, Grandpa Wu. You young lady, why are you so easily startled? What are you thinking about? Grandpa Wu inquired, hands clasped behind his back, curiosity etched across his face. Nothing at all. Yue chuckled awkwardly, hastily asking. What brings you here, Grandpa Wu? Oh, it seems there is a leak at my home. I've recently heard that Xiao Zhang does repairs quickly and efficiently. So I thought I'd ask you. Wu Grandpa replied. Of course, I'll call him right away. Yue responded without hesitation. It was only when she retrieved her phone that she realized the implications of her decision. Was this truly what she intended? Oh dear. Her mind must be playing tricks on her. Yet, having spoken the words, she was obliged to follow through. Fortunately, the call connected immediately. Meanwhile, Zhang Chen had yet to awaken, comfortably nestled under the covers, enjoying a deep slumber alongside his wife. Alas, with her sleep deprivation, his rest was even more fleeting. The ringing of the phone roused him from his dreams, and in a half-asleep haze, he answered, Sister, you miss me so soon? Zhang Chen, what nonsense are you spouting? Yue's face flushed crimson upon hearing his words, and she retorted in exasperation. Zhang Chen, suddenly alert, thought to himself, what did I just say? Thankfully, he refrained from uttering the next sentence, narrowly avoiding revealing his feelings. He had to be more cautious in the future. Fortunately, to Yue, his previous statement sounded merely flirtatious. Had he voiced his subsequent thoughts, the situation would have escalated to an insurmountable challenge. Where's the nonsense in that? It's only been a few days since we last met, and you call me first thing in the morning. Surely, you must be thinking of me? Zhang Chen countered, weaving a clever argument. Zhang Chen, if you continue this, I will be quite upset. Yue retorted, her frustration palpable. Meanwhile, Grandpa Wu, eavesdropping on their exchange, perked up his ears with great interest. Heh. Zhang Chen chuckled lightly before inquiring, so, what is the matter? Business, of course. Yue replied, exasperated. Home repairs? Zhang Chen asked. Indeed, Grandpa Wu's residence has developed a leak. Could you please take a look? Yue responded with a hint of annoyance. All right, no problem. Please wait a moment, I will be right down. After saying this, the call ended. Yue glanced at the gossiping old Wu and said helplessly, Old Wu, why are you so fond of gossip? I'm not. My ears were just itching. Old Wu quickly denied it. Yue rolled her eyes. Old Wu was quite the sly one. Meanwhile, Zhang Chen answered the phone with great enthusiasm, primarily motivated by the alluring rewards. He sprang up, hurriedly washed up, and grabbed the dried clothes from the balcony to put them on. Zhang Chen exited the door and promptly entered the elevator to descend. Before long, he arrived at the service hall entrance, spotting Yue standing by the roadside. Beside her, an elderly man stood with his hands behind his back, engaged in conversation. Zhang Chen, over here. Yue waved as she noticed his approach. Old Wu turned to look as well. What a handsome young man. No wonder Miss Yu was blushing just now. There must be something going on, he thought, though he kept this to himself. Sister. Upon reaching her, Zhang Chen called out. His gaze wandered over Yue. Wow, you look even more stunning after just a few days. And, are you wearing stockings again? Yue noticed Zhang Chen's gaze drifting down to her legs. Ah, no, to her stockings. She felt a rush of embarrassment. I just decided to wear them. And now he sees me? What kind of luck is this? She reflected further. Wasn't he at her own doing? If she had just refused old Wu, this wouldn't have happened. With someone present, Zhang Chen would not behave too intimately. It was a delicate situation. Unfortunately, most of her allure was concealed beneath her skirt. Otherwise, she could have been even more enticing. As for her outfit, there wasn't much difference, except today, she wore a pair of black-framed glasses, instantly giving her the vibe of a competent secretary. Yue feigned calmness and nodded at Zhang Chen. He chuckled. Was she outwardly composed but inwardly anxious? Seeing her react this way made him feel a sense of accomplishment. After all they had been through, could she still be nervous? That was a good sign. Only those who care would feel such tension. Old Wu, let us go. Zhang Chen didn't engage in much conversation with Yue, as the occasion was inappropriate. Perhaps they could try this at her home? Come on. Old Wu nodded. Suddenly, Yue called out, Zhang Chen. He turned to see her hesitating. So he said to old Wu, you go ahead. I'll have a quick word with her and catch up. All right, but make it quick. I'm in a bit of a hurry. Old Wu replied. After watching him walk a short distance, Yue pulled Zhang Chen aside and whispered, when we go in, you should ask for the payment first. Only start the repairs after you receive the money. Huh, is old Wu stingy? Zhang Chen was taken aback. Well, a little. Yue admitted. Sister, then why did you call me? Zhang Chen asked, puzzled. Yue replied. I was being impulsive. Upon hearing you were called, I instinctively dialed your number. I, too, am rather fickle. Upon hearing of the opportunity to meet you, I completely forgot about the stingy old man, Mr. Wu. She did not elaborate further. She merely advised that, in any case, you should prioritize securing the payment first. Otherwise, it would be better not to undertake the repairs at all. Understood. Zhang Chen nodded in agreement. However, at that moment, he noticed a shimmering repair notification emerging from the top of Yue's head. Wishing to be complimented by the property manager. Am I not attractive? Don't I radiate charm? Praise me, quickly. Repair reward. 1,000 yuan Zhang Chen. What on earth? Is it really just 1,000 yuan for this? Just a few compliments? Goodness, isn't that my forte? With that thought, Zhang Chen immediately spoke up. Sister, you look exceptionally beautiful today. Your outfit is particularly alluring you. You mustn't say such things. Mr. Wu is still waiting. Yue's face instantly flushed, and she hurriedly glanced toward Mr. Wu, who stood with his hands behind his back. To her surprise, he had not wandered far at all. He was currently stopped, eavesdropping with a curious expression. Zhang Chen blinked in astonishment. Yue's heart raced. Oh no, he shot me a glance. Thump, thump, thump. Yue felt her heart racing uncontrollably. It was true that she had dressed to impress today, not anticipating his presence. Yet, why did his opinion on her attire matter so much? Goodness. The moment I see him, I feel as if I've lost my senses. My thoughts spiral out of control. Xiao Zhang, hurry up. Mr. Wu called out from a distance. Zhang Chen blinked again, perplexed. Something was amiss. Why had the task not been completed? Had my compliments been insufficient? Sigh, what more should I say? Are we even going to conduct business? Mr. Wu frowned and shouted. You'd best hurry up. Remember what I told you. Yue urged. Very well. Zhang Chen nodded, reluctantly deciding to postpone his efforts. However, as he walked forward, he stroked his chin in contemplation. Why hadn't it worked? Not enough compliments. Oh, I understand now. I wasn't flattering enough. The repair notification was quite clear. Am I not sufficiently complimentary? Should I not pour on the praise? Indeed. Once I finish with the old man, I shall attend to her. Xiao Zhang, you're not being proactive. Mr. Wu expressed his dissatisfaction. Yes, indeed, old man. Let us discuss the repair fees. Zhang Chen smiled. You haven't even arrived yet, and you're already asking for payment? Mr. Wu's eyes widened in discontent. One must not speak so, dear sir. My service fee is clearly stated. 150 yuan for the call-out fee is mandatory. And the repair cost will be determined based on the situation once I assess it. Zhang Chen replied. That's rather unreasonable. You're asking for money without even having inspected the issue? Mr. Wu frowned. It is as such, Mr. Wu. My business does not lack for customers. If it proves unfeasible, perhaps you should seek another repair technician? Zhang Chen could not be bothered to argue further. He was not deterred by the complexity of the repair. However, the stinginess and bickering are quite displeasing. Moreover, the repair costs for Yue amount to 1,000. There may even be some unexpected rewards. The crux of the matter is how simple it is to offer compliments. It could also foster closer relationships. What kind of attitude is this for a service provider? The tone is rather arrogant. Mr. Wu is quite dissatisfied. Alas, old sir. I must express my discontent with your words. What do you mean by arrogant? This is merely the standard pricing, and I am even offering a discount. If it's too much, I simply want to conduct business with you. Is that acceptable? Zhang Chen replied decisively. If you want tea, who do you think you are? The only repairman around? Mr. Wu was also incensed. He had hoped to receive services for free. Upon hearing this, Zhang Chen felt a surge of delight. He promptly bid farewell to Mr. Wu and turned towards the service hall. There, Yue had just entered a short while ago. She turned to see Zhang Chen coming in and was momentarily taken aback. Why have you returned? Zhang Chen glanced around the service hall. Besides Yue, Zhang Lin had also arrived, looking perplexed and unsure of the situation, especially after Yue's remark, her gaze darting between the two. Ultimately, she could not contain her curiosity. Yue, what is going on? Oh, Mr. Wu has asked Zhang Chen to come for repairs. Yue succinctly explained. Ah? You mean that stingy old Wu? Zhang Lin was taken aback. It seems that this miserly old Wu is quite notorious in the neighborhood. Zhang Chen chuckled. Indeed. This old man is not only stingy, but also likes to take advantage of others. Thankfully, you didn't go. Otherwise, you would have certainly worked for nothing. Zhang Lin remarked, turning to Yue. Yue, please tell me you didn't recommend him. Ah? I merely encountered him on the road. He insisted on asking. And I couldn't refuse. Yue's face flushed with embarrassment. Zhang Lin was speechless. Sister, Zhang Chen has treated us so well. You're somewhat putting him at a disadvantage. Yue was taken aback. Really? When has he treated us well? Staring at us with wandering eyes? Occasionally making flirtatious remarks? Is that considered good? This is clearly taking advantage. Wait a moment. This is taking advantage of me. Has Zhang Lin also been taken advantage of? The thought of this made Yue's mood sour. Ahem. Zhang Chen sensed the atmosphere was amiss and quickly cleared his throat, awkwardly stating, Lin. Am I really as good as you say? Zhang Lin. At this moment, she had realized the implications of her earlier words, which seemed overly protective of Zhang Chen. Treating them well? That depends on one's definition. If hugging and cuddling count, then indeed. Yue, I apologize. I spoke without thinking. Zhang Lin felt extremely embarrassed. No, Lin, you're correct. I had previously suggested that he collect payment before proceeding with the repairs. Now that I think about it, it would be futile. Given that old man's penchant for taking advantage, getting paid would be a miracle. Yue stated with seriousness. Indeed. Zhang Lin quickly nodded in agreement. Sister, come here. I need to discuss something with you. Seeing that their conversation was dragging on, Zhang Chen hurriedly intervened. As the conversation continued, the question arose regarding when the repair task would be completed. However, it was essential not to commend anyone in front of Zhang Lin. Such remarks could only be whispered in private. What could it be? Yue felt a tinge of apprehension, fearing that this individual might utter something inappropriate. A request for assistance was made, followed by a plea to Zhang Lin. Lin, could you do me a favor and stand guard for a moment? Zhang Lin was not unwilling to help. Rather, she harbored suspicions about the two of them. After all, Yue's attire at that moment was rather revealing. She hadn't worn stockings in days, and now, with this outfit, Zhang Chen had entered right behind her. Was it possible that Yue had dressed with him in mind? The more Zhang Lin pondered, the more convinced she became. Her beautiful eyes lingered on Yue for quite some time. Stockings were indeed appealing, and Zhang Chen particularly enjoyed looking at them. What if I were to wear a pair? Once that thought crossed her mind, Zhang Lin could hardly contain herself. No, I must also buy a pair to try. She resolved quietly, her thoughts swirling chaotically. When she glanced up and caught Zhang Chen's gaze, she instantly lost the courage to refuse. All right. A succinct response. Clear and to the point. However, at that moment, Zhang Chen looked at Zhang Lin in astonishment. Wow, truly worthy of being the repair saint. Selecting stockings can yield a repair reward of 5,000. Indeed, a new repair reward appeared above Zhang Lin's head. Intern female employee wanting to wear stockings. I want to look good too, but I don't know which style to choose. Who can help me? Repair reward. 5,000 yuan. Why was that? A question sprang to Zhang Chen's mind, and then he noticed Zhang Lin's gaze fixed on Yue. Aha. He understood. Seeing Yue in that outfit must have inspired her. However, if she actually wore them, she would be stunning. Zhang Chen nearly drooled at the thought. On the other side, upon hearing Zhang Lin's agreement, Yue felt a moment of hesitation. Yet, when she caught Zhang Chen's eyes, she found herself reluctantly following him outside. Once they stepped through the glass doors and reached the service hall entrance, a wave of fear washed over her, prompting her to halt abruptly and inquire, what exactly do you need help with? Please clarify. It's not that kind of help, is it? Which kind? Zhang Chen replied with a grin. Yue shot him a glare. I'm not cut out for tailoring or technical work. Sister, this is serious. Zhang Chen insisted. His expression earnest. Was it truly a serious matter? Yue questioned, seeing he seemed sincere. Of course. Zhang Chen affirmed with a nod. Then tell me what it is. Yue insisted further. Zhang Chen glanced around, then surveyed the service hall before conspiratorially suggesting, Sister, come, let us go over there. It's deserted. Yue's entire body tensed at that moment, her eyes widening in alarm. What did he intend to do? Chapter 089. To secure repair rewards, deceive Zhang Lin. Yue felt an overwhelming sense of anxiety. This scene was all too familiar. It was in this deserted corner that he had previously made that outrageous request, leading to a series of increasingly uncontrollable events. And now he dared to bring it up again? Observing Yue's heightened tension, Zhang Chen appeared utterly speechless. Sister, it's broad daylight. What could I possibly do to you? One can never be too certain. Yue retorted, her eyes narrowed in suspicion. Come on, let us discuss it over there, Zhang Chen suggested in a hushed tone. No, we shall speak right here. Yue firmly insisted. Are you sure? Zhang Chen inquired. Absolutely. Yue affirmed with a nod. Very well then. Zhang Chen conceded, his gaze sweeping over her as he earnestly remarked, Sister, the short skirt you are wearing today is particularly alluring. Yue's eyes widened in shock, and she quickly exclaimed, Zhang Chen. Yet, he feigned ignorance and continued his flattery. Sister, that shirt is quite fitted as well. And those stockings, are they not suspenders? You, please stop. Moreover, sister, I absolutely adore those black-framed glasses of yours. They give you the appearance of a stunning secretary, so exquisite it nearly drives me mad. Silence. Sister, I'm feeling a bit restless. Are your feet still aching? Allow me to massage them. It's not merely because of your allure, but rather I believe my skills require some honing. Yue felt utterly flustered. In less than a minute, how much had he rambled on? Were these compliments or mere teasing? Yet, why did her heart flutter with delight? Zhang Chen, you mustn't, she thought, even though part of her wished to hear more. But they were right at the entrance of the service hall. If anyone overheard, how would she retain her dignity? Before she could voice her concerns, Zhang Chen's chatter resumed. Sister, sister, sister. For 3 continuous minutes, Zhang Chen's words flowed like a rapid-fire barrage. One moment he praised her face, the next her legs, and then her skirt. Yue could only blush furiously, unable to interject. Finally, in exasperation, she covered his mouth and dragged him into a secluded corner. Meanwhile, inside the glass door, Zhang Lin was utterly astounded. So much praise for Yue. Surely, it cannot be mere teasing? Yet, Yue is only wearing stockings. Is it necessary to shower her with such elaborate compliments? Glancing down at herself, Zhang Lin felt a pang of frustration. Zhang Chen had not lavished her with such attention. She could wear something equally appealing. Biting her lip, she resolved to visit the mall after work to purchase several pairs. I refuse to believe I wouldn't look as good as Yue. Yet, she pondered, this scoundrel, whom does he truly favor, me or Yue? Oh, it seems he fancies both of us. Humph, wretched man. Zhang Lin muttered softly as she pushed open the glass door, her head peeking outside. How she longed to eavesdrop. Yet, what if she were discovered? No, she couldn't do that. Sister Yue had treated her so kindly, it would be utterly inappropriate. Moreover, it was broad daylight. Surely nothing scandalous could occur, could it? Well, that was uncertain. She knew Zhang Chen all too well. His audacity was outrageous. What if something happened to Sister Yue? Just as this thought crossed her mind, Zhang Lin shook her head. How could anything possibly go wrong? Yue was positively elated. She had long noticed the ambiguous relationship between Yue and Zhang Chen. In fact, she was rather enjoying it. How she wished to see what would transpire. But no. She had to endure. Bang. Yue covered Zhang Chen's mouth and pushed him against the wall, her voice a mix of urgency and embarrassment. Zhang Chen, what are you trying to do? You say this in front of the service hall? Zhang Chen glanced at Yue and suddenly stuck out his tongue. Swish. Yue felt a tingling sensation in her palm and quickly withdrew her hand, only to find Zhang Chen grinning at her. Sister, I did ask you. You were the one who suggested I speak here. Yue wiped her palm, her face flushed, and furiously questioned, what exactly do you want? Sister, I merely thought you looked splendid today. I wanted to compliment you. Zhang Chen replied earnestly. Is that a compliment? You clearly are. Yue nearly blurted out. Clearly what? Zhang Chen countered. Yue shot him a fierce glare, genuinely perplexed by his intentions. How could he be so brazen after everything that had transpired? He was infuriating. Cough, cough, sister, I genuinely meant to praise you. Zhang Chen attempted to appear serious. Who would believe that? Yue retorted, her chest heaving in frustration. Really, I'm not joking. Your outfit today is truly captivating. Look. I couldn't help but gaze at you for quite some time. Does that not prove it? Zhang Chen stated with sincerity. Don't be ridiculous. Even if I wore nothing, you'd still stare at me for ages. Yue shot back. As soon as the words left her mouth, she froze. Goodness, how could she have said such a thing? At that moment, her face was not only flushed but her entire body felt aflame. Zhang Chen was momentarily taken aback. Really? This boldness? He mused, realizing the implications of her words. It was no longer merely about gazing. Yue was left speechless. You really dare to continue this conversation? Aren't you afraid of inciting my anger? What else do you wish to say? I am quite curious. As Yue glared at him in irritation, Zhang Chen fell silent. Noting how fiercely this beautiful property manager had risen to the occasion, he decided not to press further, sensing her escalating frustration. Cough, cough, sister. It's my fault for complimenting you. I just felt that your stockings were too exquisite to go unnoticed. Zhang Chen awkwardly explained. Yue's heart ached with indignation. Seeing his demeanor, she felt disinclined to say much and turned to leave. Hey, sister, are you really leaving like this? Zhang Chen called out. What else do you expect? Yue shot back, glaring at her. No, I just meant, sister, please be mindful of your image. Zhang Chen pointed out. Yue lowered her head, her face flushing crimson. Just as she prepared to reach out, she lifted her gaze and found Zhang Chen staring intently. In that moment, Yue swiftly realized this fellow would not let even the slightest detail slip by. Did he truly relish watching this? Releasing her grip, she turned and walked back. At first, she feigned indifference, ambling slowly. Yet, after only a few steps, her pace quickened, fearing that Zhang Chen might catch a glimpse of her embarrassment. Zhang Chen stood stunned. What on earth? Just a few compliments, and she is this flustered? Yet, I must admit, when Yue runs, her movements are quite captivating. As she pushed the door open, Yue's face remained flushed, her mind in a daze. Sister Yue. Over there, Zhang Lin called out upon seeing her enter. Huh? Yue startled, suddenly aware that she was in the service hall. She quickly gathered herself and feigned calmness, asking, what is the matter? Nothing. I was just curious. What did Zhang Chen want with you? Zhang Lin couldn't help but inquire. Her curiosity piqued. Oh, it's nothing, really. He just mentioned something about old man Wu, advising me not to take it to heart. Yue's mind raced, crafting a plausible excuse. Oh, Zhang Lin nodded, not probing further, though she was certain it could not be merely that. After all, she had heard Zhang Chen's chatter and witnessed Yue pulling him into a secluded corner. Oh no, it was a deserted nook. How could that not silence Zhang Chen? Zhang Lin pondered, her mind conjuring a vivid scene. In an empty corner, Zhang Chen pressed against the wall like a timid lamb, while Yue, arms braced against the walls on either side, executed a commanding wall pin. Ah, Zhang Lin, you're daydreaming again. I told you to stop reading those novels. Hurry up and get back to work. Noticing Zhang Lin's peculiar expression, Yue quickly diverted the conversation. In any case, this matter was one she could never disclose. Repairs completed, rewards have been issued. Observing the maintenance notification, Zhang Chen found it utterly uninspiring. No critical rewards? No special bonuses? Brother Tongzi, do you think critical rewards come so easily? You already raked in $1,000 just for a few words and you're still not satisfied? Host, you seem to be getting a bit carried away. My apologies, Brother Tongzi, I shouldn't be ungrateful. After all, receiving $1,000 for just a few compliments is quite a bargain. Just as Brother Tongzi finished his critique, Zhang Chen began to reflect. This guy, knowing full well, yet still complains? Pausing at the doorway, Zhang Chen lingered for several minutes. After contemplating for quite some time, I ultimately decided against entering. I had just extolled Yue in such extravagant terms that it felt as though I had fallen headlong into my own praise. If I were to walk in now, would she not go mad? However, I must secure the repair reward from Zhang Lin, which amounts to a substantial 5,000. The probability of a critical reward is exceedingly high. Yet, it is still not even noon, and Zhang Lin does not finish work until 6 or 7 in the evening. Surely, I cannot wait until then. Is there a way to expedite this? As Zhang Chen pondered, an idea suddenly struck him. He merely wished to wear stockings. There was no necessity to visit a shopping mall. It was only around 10 o'clock. He could make a quick trip to the mall and return with a variety of stockings. When she went home for lunch, wouldn't it be convenient for her to stop by? Trying them on at home versus in the mall is essentially the same. As for whether she would agree, That would depend entirely on his persuasion skills. After all, wasn't it the same for the wife and the teacher? How simple it was to charm them. Zhang Lin would be no different. With determination, Zhang Chen wasted no time. He exited the community and hailed a taxi to the nearest women's clothing store. By 11:30, he returned with several bags containing over 30 pairs of stockings in various styles and colors. He also took the liberty of ordering a sumptuous meal directly from a restaurant renowned for its specialties. Although cooking it himself would yield better results, the effort required would be too great given the time constraints. Upon returning home, Zhang Chen set down his purchases and sent a message to Zhang Lin. Lin, are you off work yet? After a short while, Zhang Lin replied, I still have to wait a bit. Sister Yiwei is gone for lunch. I can only leave when she returns. Then come to my house shortly. I've ordered lobster, abalone, and succulent pork. What else with all this extravagant food for no reason? I ordered it especially for you. It's a treat. A treat? Why? Because I want to treat you. No more questions. Are you coming? If not, I'll just throw it all in the toilet. Seeing that Zhang Chen's message seemed to express frustration, Zhang Lin quickly responded, All right, I'll come. It would be such a waste to throw it away. Zhang Chen rolled his eyes at her reply. The little girl was still trying to play coy. At 12:10, Yue finally returned from lunch. Shortly thereafter, Zhang Lin exited the service hall. Following the address Zhang Chen had provided, she arrived at his home. After knocking on the door, it opened promptly. Welcome. Please come in. Zhang Chen stood at the entrance, a white towel draped over his arm, resembling a waiter. Zhang Lin could not contain her laughter, letting out a snort. What on earth is this? If I didn't know better, I'd think this was a high-end restaurant. I'm here to welcome you. Zhang Chen replied with a smile. This is called a sense of ceremony. Zhang Lin was amused, but as she stepped inside and surveyed the surroundings, her expression shifted to one of discontent. This landlord is quite careless. Isn't? How can he rent out a place that looks like this? The room is astonishingly simple, almost to the point of being stark. A dilapidated table, its age indeterminate, stands in one corner. The walls, yellowed and marred, telltales of neglect. The lighting consists of those indiscriminately strung incandescent bulbs. The kitchen is even more austere, devoid of any pots, pans, or utensils. The living room, though seemingly spacious, appears so merely due to its emptiness. There are hardly any chairs, let alone a sofa. Only the bedroom possesses a semblance of comfort. As Zhang Lin fumed, Zhang Chen remarked with a hint of resignation, the rent is cheap. Even so, this is hardly an acceptable price for such a dismal environment. She retorted, Well, it's just the beginning. We can always purchase some second-hand furniture later. Zhang Chen shrugged off her concerns. What does it matter if it's a bit shabby? After all, I'm only staying temporarily at the landlady's place. Besides, there is someone to warm my bed at night. It's merely a stopgap accommodation. If it weren't for the landlady's hospitality, I would have moved long ago. Apologetically, he added, I might have overreacted. My own living situation isn't much better than this. At that moment, Zhang Lin realized her reaction may have been excessive. Reflecting on it, her own rented abode, compared to this, merely boasted a few more pieces of furniture, albeit in a similarly worn condition, and it was even smaller in size. Yet, she couldn't entirely fault herself. Although she knew Zhang Chen's rent was lower, witnessing the actual conditions for the first time was jarring. Had it been anyone else, she would have shown indifference. But Zhang Chen's situation was intolerable. There will be bread to eat, and money will come in due time. Zhang Chen smiled, suggesting they eat first and informing her that he would need her assistance shortly after the meal. You need my help? Zhang Lin was taken aback. Yes. Just a small favor. If you prefer not to assist, that's perfectly fine. Zhang Chen countered, adopting a strategy of retreat to advance. Of course I can help. As long as it's within my capabilities. Zhang Lin readily agreed. Zhang Chen grinned and pointed to a large array of takeout nearby, saying, lobster, abalone, and pork knuckles, along with several other sumptuous dishes. Come, let us eat quickly. We've been working all morning. Upon seeing the spread, Zhang Lin gasped, You spent extravagantly again. How much did all this cost? Chapter 090, Critical Strike Reward. My eyes are my measure. Merely a trifling sum. Zhang Chen remarked nonchalantly. Trifling? These lobsters and abalones hardly come cheap. Zhang Lin scoffed, a hint of peculiarity in her tone. How can Zhang Chen, who is supposedly so impoverished, afford such lavish dishes? Not only were they expensive, but they were also plentiful. What could he possibly need assistance with? Surely it was not something excessively outrageous? The thought sent a wave of anxiety through Zhang Lin. She knew Zhang Chen too well. There had to be a hidden agenda. Yet, Why had she not considered this when he first mentioned it to her? Or perhaps she had, but chose to overlook it. In an instant, her imagination conjured a grand narrative directed by Zhang Chen, featuring both of them in a tale woven with romance, suspense, horror, and intrigue. What are you staring at? Sit down and eat. Zhang Chen, noticing her prolonged days, could not resist reminding her. Zhang Lin snapped back to reality, casting him a peculiar glance before inquiring. What do you need my help with? It feels like a trap akin to the banquet of Hongman. She felt a tinge of apprehension. Something was decidedly amiss. Come. Let us eat while we converse. Zhang Chen cheerfully urged. Zhang Lin found herself unable to resist. The enticing aroma of the dishes wafted toward her, awakening her appetite. Hesitantly, she allowed herself to be seated. Here, try this. It's the signature dish of Fu Man Lu. And this braised pork knuckle is exquisite, tender, and flavorful. Once seated, Zhang Chen exhibited extraordinary enthusiasm, personally serving her dishes and pouring her drinks, even elucidating the merits of each delicacy with impressive flair. To an outsider, one might easily assume she was being attended by a master chef. If Zhang Chen were aware of her thoughts, it would surely be a tad awkward. Damn it. Muscle memory can be quite troublesome. What began as a serious matter had somehow veered off course, all due to the culinary delights before him. It was inevitable. Given his masterful skills in the kitchen, instinctively, he yearned to showcase his prowess, driven by experience alone. Meanwhile, Zhang Lin was somewhat bewildered by the grand display from Zhang Chen. Are you here to treat me to a meal, or merely to list the dishes? She teased. Yet, his descriptions seemed remarkably sensible. Could it be that he intended to enlist her aid in opening a restaurant? Truth be told, his discourse on culinary arts was indeed impressive. It suggested he had done his homework. However, given her understanding of Zhang Chen, she found it hard to believe such a notion. Thus, she glanced between the sumptuous spread and Zhang Chen, a flush creeping onto her cheeks. Here they were, a lone man and woman, in his abode. She hoped nothing untoward would transpire. Eat. Why are you so shy? What is our relationship? You seem so reserved. Zhang Chen could not help but exclaim. What relationship could we possibly have, considering you are treating me to such an extravagant feast? Zhang Lin retorted. Just good friends. Zhang Chen replied. Zhang Chen spoke earnestly. What else could it be? Zhang Lin sighed. Forget it. I'm too lazy to think about it. Since you're treating, let's eat. However, we must discuss your spending habits. One cannot frivolously squander money. Next time you require my assistance, there's no need to treat me to such extravagant meals. You hardly earn enough to justify this. As she voiced her thoughts, Zhang Lin silently calculated the situation. Indeed, he hadn't earned much yet. Just from the past 2 days of home repairs in the community, he must have pocketed at least a couple of thousand. He was earning more than she was. Yet, even with that, it remained within the realm of average earnings. One must save some money. Living paycheck to paycheck is not an option. I am willing to treat you. You just focus on eating. Zhang Chen replied with a smile, adding, and I'm not boasting. Given the time to cook, I could prepare something even more delectable. Zhang Lin rolled her eyes at his bravado, boasting without hesitation. You think you can cook better than this? Zhang Chen. Even if you earn more than I do at my job, it's still hard-earned money. Don't squander it. Just treat me to something simple like spicy hot pot occasionally. She advised earnestly. What? Zhang Lin was taken aback. Ahem, never mind. Let us hurry and eat before it gets cold. Zhang Chen coughed lightly. Zhang Lin regarded him with a peculiar expression, nodded, and began to eat. The atmosphere felt oddly peculiar, reminiscent of a young couple enduring hardships together. By the way, what do you need my help with? She inquired, unable to contain her curiosity as she ate. Let us eat first, and we'll discuss it afterward. Zhang Chen replied. Zhang Lin felt increasingly uneasy. This fellow was perpetually secretive. Surely, there was something significant at stake. Yet, having already embarked on this venture, there was little recourse left. Before long, having satisfied her hunger, she placed her chopsticks down and stated seriously, Now may I know what it is? Lin, although I work as a repairman, I am considering venturing into another business. The last time I helped a shopkeeper with electrical repairs, we had a conversation that revealed a business opportunity. I intend to explore it, but this is not my forte, so I need your assistance. Please do not refuse. Zhang Chen preemptively set the stage. A business opportunity? What could it possibly be? Zhang Lin was increasingly intrigued. Let me show you. With that, Zhang Chen stood up to retrieve a bag. Upon opening the plastic bag, Zhang Lin peered inside, and her face flushed instantly. Startled, she sprang up. You bought so much? Her tone was frantic. Her face a deep crimson as she stared at Zhang Chen, momentarily dumbfounded. What are you talking about? The shopkeeper's wife gifted it to me. Zhang Chen explained. I plan to give it a try. I've heard good things about it. While I'm doing home repairs, I might as well promote it. It should generate good business. Zhang Lin's eyes widened in disbelief. Have you lost your mind? If you go door to door selling this, they'll surely label you a weirdo. Is that really so unacceptable? Zhang Chen feigned disappointment. Of course it is. That woman would never buy this. If you're lucky, she won't call the police. Zhang Lin retorted, exasperated. What kind of logic is that? I agree. It does seem unwise. Zhang Chen nodded in agreement. Why are you doing this? Zhang Lin asked, visibly annoyed. It's free. The shop owner is eager to attract customers, and I just happen to gather so many. Zhang Chen replied with utmost seriousness. Besides, I must say, Lin, with your stunning figure, I merely wish for you to give it a try. What? Zhang Lin was taken aback. Isn't this just your way of starting a business? Do you want to see? Isn't it enough that you've already seen Sister Yue? You. How did you know I wanted to try? Her cheeks flushed. Lin, you should really give it a shot. I genuinely believe it suits you perfectly. Zhang Chen coaxed. Had it been another woman, she would have likely slapped him. Yet, Zhang Chen was confident he could succeed. He had thoroughly analyzed the young lady's recent behavior. Now it was merely a matter of whether she would take the plunge. Do you truly think I would look particularly good in it? Zhang Lin asked, almost as if enchanted. Absolutely. Zhang Chen nodded. Upon hearing her response, he knew he had won her over. Then between me and Sister Yue, who looks better? Zhang Lin posed a challenging question. Zhang Chen's mind raced, and he replied with a smile. Well, you must try it on to find out. I can't compare without seeing. Zhang Lin was still hesitating. Sensing the perfect moment, Zhang Chen swiftly selected an outfit and handed it to her. This is what Sister Yue wore. Give it a try, and I'll make my comparison. Zhang Lin felt her temperature rise several degrees. Looking down, she noticed the garment in her hands. Do you really want to see? She asked softly, her voice barely above a whisper. I do. Zhang Chen unabashedly confessed. All right. Zhang Lin nodded and turned, quickly running inside. However, just as the door closed, it swung open again. What's wrong? Zhang Chen was taken aback. Can't you see I'm wearing pants? What can you possibly see if I change? She exclaimed, attempting to flee. Wait. Zhang Chen grabbed her hand, feeling slightly bewildered. In his eagerness for her to wear the outfit for his viewing pleasure, he had completely forgotten that Zhang Lin was in long trousers. What could he possibly see? Yet, where was that glaring reward for his patience? He didn't want to wait any longer. His mind raced, fueled by imagination. Suddenly, an idea struck him. I have a solution. What solution? Zhang Lin inquired, perplexed. Wear my t-shirt. It's large enough to cover you, similar to a dress. Zhang Chen proposed. Zhang Lin's eyes widened in surprise. Come on. Choose one for yourself. Zhang Chen pulled her toward the bedroom, where several t-shirts hung in the wardrobe. Zhang Lin bit her lip, feeling the weight of Zhang Chen's anticipation. Then, recalling Sister Yue. No. If Sister Yue can do it, so can I. With newfound determination, she pointed to one of the shirts and declared. This one. Great. Change, and I'll wait outside. Zhang Chen replied eagerly. After speaking, he swiftly exited the door. Zhang Lin gazed at the black t-shirt, her head spinning. Well, since it has come to this. She bit her silver teeth and changed. Soon, the bedroom door swung open. Zhang Lin donned Zhang Chen's black t-shirt. Her upper body completely enveloped within it. Being youthful and vibrant, freshly graduated from university, she inherently possessed a blend of innocence and shyness, complemented by her exquisite figure. At that moment, adorned in the t-shirt, she effortlessly transformed from a naive college girl into an enchanting young woman. The fusion of these two styles seemed to elevate her beauty several notches, captivating Zhang Chen's gaze entirely. Zhang Lin felt bashful, exceedingly bashful. She had never been so audacious before, feeling embarrassed even in the solitude of her home, let alone in front of Zhang Chen. However, when she caught a glimpse of his admiring gaze, a flicker of confidence blossomed within her. Surely, I must look better than Sister Yue. Otherwise, why would he be so entranced? How do I look? Zhang Lin's voice trembled slightly as she asked softly. You look absolutely stunning, Lin. In this. You resemble a fairy. Zhang Chen exclaimed with enthusiasm. Is it really that exaggerated? Zhang Lin shyly smiled. Absolutely. Zhang Chen nodded, then handed her more outfits. Try these on. And I'll compare. Zhang Lin shot him a glance, momentarily speechless. Compare? I can practically hear your calculations from the North Pole. Nevertheless, despite it being her first time wearing such attire, she felt remarkably good. No wonder so many men are drawn to this style. It certainly possesses a certain allure. Zhang Lin pondered, Could Sister Yue wear this to catch Zhang Chen's eye? She was well aware of Yue's intentions, claiming she had no interest in Zhang Chen. Who would believe that? As thoughts of her surfaced, a competitive spirit ignited within Zhonglin. She promptly retreated into the room, transitioning from initial shyness to unrestrained delight, and surprisingly found herself somewhat addicted to it. Unbeknownst to her, her phone rang. Oh, it's Sister Yue. Zhonglin glanced at her phone, suddenly realizing her mistake. She had forgotten she was still at work, and it was well past 2. Panic set in. Don't worry, Zhang Chen called out. This is just to distract that boss lady. It's all yours now. I have no use for it. Just keep it here, and we'll talk after I finish work. Zhonglin dashed into her room. Upon emerging, she had no time to converse with Zhang Chen. She flung open the door and hurriedly ran out. Zhang Chen watched her retreating figure, utterly satisfied. Today had certainly been a fulfilling experience. He had always thought Zhonglin was well suited for such attire, and today's revelation confirmed his suspicions. Of course, the most important aspect was that his repair task was finally accomplished. Gazing as Zhonglin entered the elevator, Zhang Chen blinked and summoned a pop-up window. Repair completed. Critical hit reward triggered. Obtain the Eye of Measurement. Reward has been granted. The Eye of Measurement? What on earth? Zhang Chen was momentarily taken aback. This item was simply too dazzling. Hidden within that reward, he immediately discerned its extraordinary nature. Tongzi Gu. What do you mean by seeing its extraordinary nature? Are you certain it's not simply due to the word measurement? To be honest, upon first encountering this so-called Eye of Measurement, Zhang Chen's initial thought was that his eyes could perceive remarkable things. What could that possibly be? Naturally, it was the ability to see through objects. His first reaction was to wonder if his eyes could indeed see through. However, in the next moment, a torrent of information surged into his mind. He felt a bit dazed. So, this is what it meant? Measurement. It implies precise evaluation. His eyes, upon gazing at an object, could instantly ascertain its length, width, height, circumference, volume, and so forth. For instance, at this moment, he stared intently at the table where he had just dined. Instantly, 3 lines of numbers materialized in his mind. Object, table, length, 120 cm, width, 80 cm, height, 90 cm. Upon closer inspection, he focused on the front left leg of the table. Object, front left table leg, length, 5 cm, width, 1 cm, height, 115 cm. Of course, there were no markings in his eyes, but the information in his mind was remarkably precise. I can see the data of objects? Zhang Chen muttered, feeling as though he had stepped into a web novel. But what on earth is the utility of this? He felt a twinge of frustration. Lifting his gaze, he suddenly fixated on a poster of a female celebrity affixed to the corner wall. More specifically, his attention was drawn to the central figure of the poster. Almost instinctively, data emerged in his mind. Zhang Chen. No way? Can photos also be quantified? Holy smokes. Does this mean I have truly become the embodiment of the phrase "my eyes are a ruler"? This is utterly absurd. Tongzi Gu. Have you bestowed upon me divine skills for wooing women? Tongzi Gu. This is slander. He is slandering me. Chapter 91. My eyes are filled with data. He took out his phone, opened a short video app, and searched for captivating dance performances. He indulged in watching 7 or 8 videos in succession, thoroughly enjoying himself. As he watched and critiqued, an hour slipped by unnoticed. Shutting off his phone, he was left in awe. Truly, Zhongzi Gu is remarkable. Such abilities indeed. The Eye of Proportion lives up to its name. Additionally, the comprehensive encyclopedia of stockings is quite impressive as well. However, it feels somewhat pointless, as he does not wear them. Yet, possessing new skills is undoubtedly beneficial. At the very least, his discerning eye would be impeccable. After all, isn't it all ultimately for one's own benefit? Not too shabby. Rubbing his hands together, Zhang Chen felt a surge of enthusiasm and began to delve deeper into his studies. Wait, was one missing? After counting, he realized it was indeed absent. Zhang Chen paused in surprise. In the next moment, oh no, did Zhonglin take it? He recalled that Zhonglin had suddenly noticed the time and, in her haste, had hurriedly dressed and left, likely forgetting something. As a result, she had taken it with her. Returning to the service hall, Zhonglin spotted Yue and quickly apologized. I'm sorry, sister. I'm late. What happened? Have you been dining for nearly 2 hours? Yue could not help but inquire. She was not angry. Zhonglin was typically diligent at work. This unexpected tardiness piqued her curiosity. I got caught up in a drama and lost track of time. Zhonglin fabricated an excuse. Really? Yue appeared skeptical. Of course, it's true. Zhang Lin fervently swore, I would never deceive you, sister. All right. Just don't let it happen again. Yue nodded, deciding not to probe further. Zhang Lin nodded, feeling a sense of relief. Despite their close relationship, it was still work. She then made her way toward the service desk. Yue casually glanced down and was taken aback as she noticed Zhang Lin's pants swaying while she walked, revealing something unexpected. Yue was momentarily stunned. When did Lin also? The key point was, why the concealment? Wait. Suddenly, Yue recalled seeing Zhang Lin that morning. At that time, as she walked, her ankles were bare. But now, coupled with her tardiness, an unsettling premonition washed over Yue. Where had she gone? Moreover, where had she changed? Surely she didn't run to the mall? In an instant, her thoughts turned to Zhang Chen. That fellow had been exchanging glances with Lin. Did she think she was invisible? Zhang Lin actually. And Zhang Chen's residence was right in this neighborhood. No need to ponder further. It had to be his doing. But, was that all? Could there be more to the story? The mere thought sent Yue's mind into a whirlwind. As she pondered more deeply, she couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. Yet, directly inquiring seemed out of the question. Moreover, if they were indeed embroiled in trouble, what could she possibly do? Sister Yue, what are you looking at? As Zhang Lin approached the service desk and turned around, she caught Sister Yue's gaze fixed upon her, prompting her to ask curiously. Oh, nothing much, just getting on with work. Yue replied, lifting her head. Zhang Lin nodded, albeit with a lingering sense that something was off with Sister Yue. Her complexion had shifted unexpectedly. Why does it feel a bit warm today? After standing for a moment, Zhang Lin sensed something was amiss. Suddenly, she froze, hastily tugging up the hem of her pants. The realization struck her like a bolt. No way. When did I change out of these? As she reflected on the situation, panic engulfed her. In her haste, she had not noticed the change. However, now that it was apparent, every movement felt exceedingly awkward. Just then, she vividly recalled the way Sister Yue had looked at her moments ago. In that instant, the realization dawned upon her. Sister Yue must have seen what she was wearing. A wave of anxiety washed over Zhang Lin. Could Sister Yue have guessed? Surely not. But how could this happen? Zhang Lin, why didn't you take more care? Flushed and conflicted, it took her a considerable time to regain her composure. She reasoned, even if she saw, what does it matter? Am I not allowed to wear this? Someone even said I look good in it. After all, she thought. She had worn it, and Sister Yue had donned similar attire as well. It was merely a comparison, and Sister Yue was no lesser in that regard. What kind of mentality is this? With such thoughts swirling in her mind, Zhang Lin couldn't help but steal a glance at Yue. To her relief, Yue was not fixated on her, but was instead engrossed in her own tasks. Perhaps she had not noticed. Zhang Lin exhaled a sigh of relief. Though she held such thoughts, she still had a deep respect for Sister Yue. Even if she felt a competitive urge, the disparity in their temperaments was undeniable. The age factor was evident. Sister Yue's allure lay in her maturity and grace, qualities that naturally drew admiration. In contrast, Zhang Lin was youthful and strikingly beautiful, embodying the essence of an invincible young maiden. Yet, it seemed that men were often captivated by the allure of a more mature woman like Sister Yue. This was an inherent quality, intertwined with age, something Zhang Lin felt she could not rival. Furthermore, it appeared that Zhang Chen had an affinity for both. How charming he is, Zhang Lin mused internally. However, she couldn't deny that she envied Sister Yue immensely. Unbeknownst to her, Sister Yue often found herself envying Zhang Lin as well, her youth, her figure, her innocent charm. After all, people tend to covet what they do not possess. And in this regard, both women were quite similar. As time passed, the workday came to an end. To avoid an encounter between Madame and Zhang Lin, Zhang Chen decided to leave for the day, carrying a bag in hand. At that moment, the neighborhood bustled with activity, couples strolled hand in hand, young girls returned from school. And Zhang Lin couldn't help but admire a stunning woman in denim. Wow, she's quite a sight, she thought, while also noticing an older lady who caught her eye. It was a flurry of sights and sounds, a mere collection of data. There was no escaping it. Zhang Chen's eyes were truly remarkable. Not only could he discern the intricacies of human beings, but even the minutiae of a small electric scooter were laid bare before him. He could ascertain the diameter of its wheels, the length of its body, and its height with uncanny precision. In essence, his gaze served as a measuring tool, revealing all data with extraordinary accuracy. The dimensions of height, weight, and body shape were instantly apparent to him. This ability was nothing short of magical. Taking out his phone, he sent a message to Zhang Lin via V. Before long, A response arrived. I'm heading to the bike shed now. I'll be there shortly. Not long after, Zhang Chen beheld Zhong Lin approaching gracefully. His gaze involuntarily drifted downward, catching sight of her pant leg lifting slightly, revealing a hint of gray stockings. Goodness, it was indeed a different kind of scenery. Then, Zhang Chen pondered, is the data really that vividly apparent? The moment this information surfaced in his mind, perfect remarks began to materialize. As Zhong Lin walked toward him, she noticed Zhang Chen's gaze directed her way, causing her face to flush instantly. How could she not understand what Zhang Chen was observing? Yet, surprisingly, there was a sweetness blooming within her. Sighing softly, she reflected not on Zhang Chen, but on herself. How have I changed so much? Lin, why the sigh? Zhang Chen's eyes shifted upward to meet her face. It's nothing, just a bit tired, Zhang Lin replied. Her gaze evasive. Then you should rest. Don't exhaust yourself for work. Zhang Chen remarked, handing her a bag. Here, this is all for you. Zhong Lin hastily accepted it, flustered as she lifted the seat of the electric scooter to stow the plastic bag away, her back turned to Zhang Chen. At that moment, he couldn't help but murmur to himself, is it still changing in real time? What? Zhong Lin heard him mumbling. As she turned around, comprehension dawned on her instantly. Her face flushed a deep crimson, and in an exasperated tone, she retorted, what are you talking about? Cough, cough. Zhang Chen cleared his throat, quickly saying, no, I didn't say anything. You are insufferable. Zhong Lin exclaimed, flustered. She glanced around to ensure no one was paying attention before giving him an annoyed look. What if someone overhears us in such a public place? Then we shall speak quietly, Zhang Chen replied with utmost seriousness. Zhong Lin responded with an exasperated, Zhang Chen, you drive me insane. She was thoroughly infuriated. At such a moment, he was still speaking nonsense? Don't be angry. No one can hear us. Zhang Chen said with a cheeky grin. I'm ignoring you. I'm riding home, she declared, mounting the electric scooter, preparing to leave. Hey, where's the rush? I still have something to ask you. Zhang Chen intercepted her. What is it? Zhang Lin inquired, unable to contain her curiosity. Are you wearing this to work tomorrow? Zhang Chen asked with a playful smile. Zhang Lin was taken aback. Wait, why are you running off now? I haven't even replied yet. Zhang Chen stroked his chin thoughtfully. As I watched Zhong Lin ride away, a sense of satisfaction washed over me. This young girl is genuinely amusing when teased. Just as I was lost in thought, a sudden voice interrupted my reverie. Lin has quite a nice figure, doesn't she? Startled, I turned to find Yue had seemingly appeared from nowhere, uttering her comment without any preamble. Sister. You startled me, I replied, somewhat speechless. You were so absorbed in watching her. Yue rolled her eyes at me. Then, she noticed that I was equally entranced. My gaze fixed upon her with an intensity that seemed to linger. Feeling a bit flustered, she remarked, if you're going to stare, at least don't be so obvious about it. It's rather inappropriate. However, my fixation was not merely on her. Rather, it was the analytical prowess of my observational abilities at work. A torrent of data flooded my mind, far more overwhelming than what I had processed regarding Zhong Lin. Have you had your fill? Yue asked, her voice a mixture of irritation and embarrassment as she caught me still gazing at her. I quickly averted my eyes, offering an awkward smile. What can I say? Sister, you are naturally beautiful and irresistibly alluring. A few extra glances are merely a testament to your stunning figure. Such absurd reasoning, Yue retorted, utterly unimpressed. I chuckled, deciding not to pursue the matter further. Instead, I inquired, Sister, are you off work now? Indeed, she nodded, unable to suppress her curiosity. Are you going out to dinner with Lin? Not at all. Just giving her a few items, I replied. What items? Yue queried, already suspecting the answer. Why are you so interested in this? I countered. Interested? I'm merely concerned that Lin might be deceived by you. She huffed. Sister, that is slander. When have I ever deceived her? I protested. Never? Then what was she doing at your place during lunch? Yue's gaze was intense and probing. Realizing that she had picked up on something, I sensed a hint of jealousy in her tone. After a moment of contemplation, I quietly explained, it's quite simple. While I was assisting someone with repairs, I thought to conduct a little business and brought along some samples, asking Lin to help me test them. I didn't hide anything, sharing the details with a touch of mystery. Yue seemed baffled. Really? With such a flimsy excuse? Do you think Zhong Lin would believe you? Even a fool wouldn't buy that. Sister, I plan to pick up more samples tomorrow. Why don't you help me try them instead? My intentions were glaringly obvious. What? Yue was taken aback. Business requires models. And your aura is distinctly different from Lin's. If you try them, I will have much more confidence. I asserted earnestly. I trust you as far as I can throw you. Yue scoffed inwardly, clearly seeing through my ruse. It was evident I simply wanted to see her. How could she possibly agree to such a proposal? Yet, if she declined, I would undoubtedly turn to Lin Lin, and that was simply unacceptable. Then come to my house, Yue suggested. I was momentarily stunned. Wait, you're actually agreeing? What is wrong with that? Why are you lost in thought? Are you trying to deceive me? Yue gazed at him, as if attempting to see through him. Of course not. It is indeed true. Very well, tomorrow I shall bring some items to your home. And I will also provide a complimentary massage technique. Zhang Chen replied earnestly. Yue cast him a disdainful glance. A complimentary offer? Your calculations are glaringly obvious. Fine. It's settled then. After work tomorrow, come over, but do refrain from bothering Lin Lin. Yue said with utmost seriousness. Understood. I shall heed your words. Zhang Chen nodded. I shall take my leave now. Yue waved her hand and turned to depart. As he watched her leave, Zhang Chen smiled softly. This Yue seems to be a tad jealous, and quite intensely so. Upon reaching the ground floor, just as Zhang Chen was about to ascend again, he spotted Bai Xiao approaching. When he saw her, he feigned unfamiliarity, merely exchanging a brief greeting before heading inside. Zhang Chen chuckled to himself. In front of him, she exhibited a completely different demeanor, maintaining an innocent facade in front of others. With a smile, he followed her inside. Once in the elevator, they deliberately kept their distance. It was not until they exited the elevator, ensuring they were alone, that Bai Xiao finally sighed in relief. Without waiting for Zhang Chen to speak, she seized his hand, hurried to her door, swiftly opened it, and pulled him inside. An hour later, Bai Xiao rose to use the restroom. Zhang Chen chuckled and followed her. How embarrassing for the lady. How annoying. It's not as if you haven't seen me before. She chided, but made no effort to shoo him away. Sister, what has gotten into you today? Have you been stimulated? Zhang Chen was not concerned about that. He merely felt that she was being rather forward. The past few days had been quite generous towards her, after all. Not at all. I just missed you. Bai Xiao replied with a smile. She was reveling in this feeling, reminiscent of being in a relationship, cuddling with her boyfriend, sharing sweet nothings. While she spoke, Zhang Chen suddenly widened his eyes. What on earth? He couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Is there even data for this? Chapter 092. May I request your guidance in dance? Is this not a royal treatment? Early the following morning, the lady left for work while Zhang Chen indulged in sleep. A phone call interrupted his slumber. Oh, it was Xiao Xiao. Is that you, Li Xiao Xiao? Zhang Chen exclaimed, rising from his cocoon of blankets in surprise. Of course it's me. What time is it? And you're still in bed. Li Xiao Xiao responded, somewhat exasperated. Oh, I stayed up too late last night, and just couldn't wake up. Zhang Chen admitted sheepishly. Stop staring at your phone so much. Li Xiao Xiao retorted. Zhang Chen chuckled. Staring at my phone? My friend, this is a high-end affair. You, my dear girl, have yet to grasp the essence of staying up too late. One day, I'll have to enlighten you. Did you seek me for something? Zhang Chen inquired directly. Disregarding her previous banter. Car repairs. Li Xiao Xiao replied quietly. Car repairs? Zhang Chen took a moment to process her words. Haven't you forgotten? It's only been a few days. Last time, my mother asked you to help fix the car, and you barely made any progress. I've had to drive the car to kindergarten these past few days. Oh, right. Zhang Chen suddenly remembered. The last time she needed repairs. She had no money and had ended up serving as a mere power bank. In the midst of it all, she had inadvertently learned some dance moves. Wait a moment. Shouldn't you have contacted me the very next day? It's been several days. Zhang Chen couldn't resist asking. Li Xiao Xiao felt a flush of embarrassment. It was out of fear. You saw me in the back seat of the car last time, when I practiced dancing in class. I couldn't help but feel embarrassed thinking about it at home. That was sheer shyness. Even though my mother hinted at it, I pretended not to hear. However, today was different. She had no choice. The need for car repairs served as a pretext, primarily because she was anxious. The dance Zhang Chen choreographed had indeed produced remarkable results, yet as the performance approached, her confidence waned. She felt as if everything was amiss. Knowing Zhang Chen was an exceptional dancer, she thought to seek his guidance for encouragement. Yet, perhaps this was merely an excuse, as he had not reached out to her in days, acting as if nothing had happened. Will you come down, or not? Li Xiao Xiao asked directly. Of course. I remember you promised to treat me to a meal. It's been days, and I haven't tasted a single morsel. Zhang Chen complained playfully. Li Xiao Xiao felt a wave of embarrassment. She had indeed promised, especially since Zhang Chen had been such a great help. But, I have no money. I'm broke. How could I possibly treat you? She murmured disheartenedly. Don't use such crude language, young lady. Zhang Chen chided lightly. Ah? Li Xiaoxiao paused, realizing what he meant, and promptly retorted in frustration. What nonsense are you spouting? Zhang Chen laughed. Xiaoxiao, I want to pursue it further. After all, she was an unmarried young woman, and such jesting needed to be kept to a minimum. Wait, I'm coming down now. With that, Zhang Chen hung up the phone, rose from his bed, and proceeded to wash up. Meanwhile, on the other end, Li Xiaoxiao finished her call only to notice her mother eavesdropping nearby. She was left speechless. Mom, you're listening to my calls too? Cough, cough. Xiaoxiao, you were calling Xiaozhang, weren't you? Her mother inquired. Yes, I called him to ask for a favor. Li Xiaoxiao replied. Ah, that's the spirit. The more you interact, the better you'll know if he's suitable. Her mother remarked with a hint of matchmaking intent. Mom, are you still my mother? Why are you so eager for me to find a boyfriend? Li Xiaoxiao exclaimed, utterly bewildered. Her mother's mindset seemed excessively liberal. Sweetheart, how old are you now? It's about time you start dating. I really think Xiaozhang is a fine young man. Her mother expressed with satisfaction. Fine? He hasn't even fixed his car yet. Li Xiaoxiao retorted, before raising her hand and saying, Mom, could you spare a couple of bills? I need to change the battery. Spare what? Your mother's pockets are cleaner than your face. Ask Xiaozhang for money. Her mother declared with a stingy expression. Li Xiaoxiao rolled her eyes, aware of her mother's ulterior motives. I don't have money for a battery. Isn't it convenient to ask Zhang Chen for help? It might just lead somewhere. It puzzled her how her mother could seem so pleased at the thought of her daughter being courted, yet when she reflected on it, she realized she didn't mind it either. Before long, her phone rang. Where are you? Zhang Chen asked her. Oh, I'm coming down right now. Li Xiaoxiao exclaimed in surprise, wondering how he had called her so swiftly. Is that Xiaozhang? Her mother's eyes sparkled with interest. Yes, I'm heading down, she confirmed, grabbing her bag and preparing to change her shoes. I'll go down with you, her mother declared enthusiastically. Why are you tagging along? Li Xiaoxiao responded with a resigned expression. To see Xiaozhang. It's been several days since I last saw him. I just want to say hello. Her mother's excitement left Li Xiaoxiao in disbelief. Well, you're so eager? They descended the stairs and emerged outside, where Li Xiaoxiao immediately spotted Zhang Chen standing next to the carport. Xiaozhang. Before Li Xiaoxiao could call out, her mother had already greeted him from a distance. Li Xiaoxiao rubbed her forehead, feeling exasperated as she followed her mother over. Zhang Chen was equally surprised to see Li's mother accompanying them. Hello, Auntie, he greeted as they approached. Turning to Li Xiaoxiao, he added, the car still has its old issues. The battery definitely needs replacing, otherwise it won't function properly. I have no money. My mom won't give me any, so I can't change it, Li Xiaoxiao said, glancing at her mother. Child, you make it sound as if I never help you. Where do you think I get my money? Her mother retorted. Zhang Chen interjected. Is that so? It shouldn't be too expensive. Replacing it should only cost around 300 or so. Surely, there's no ulterior motive here? Xiaozhang, you and Xiaoxiao chat. She needs your assistance with something, so I want to interrupt you too. With that, her mother decisively slipped away. Zhang Chen inadvertently cast a glance, only to be momentarily taken aback by an unexpected sight. He quickly turned his gaze towards Li Xiaoxiao, instantly regaining composure. Today, Li Xiaoxiao's attire was refreshingly simple. Her hair was tied back in a neat ponytail, with wispy bangs framing her cheeks. She wore a white printed t-shirt paired with denim shorts, showcasing her long and fair legs, complemented by a pair of elegant white sneakers. The ensemble radiated youthful vibrancy. Particularly through his remarkable eyes, Li Xiaoxiao's figure was accentuated, exuding a sweet charm intertwined with a hint of innocence, rendering him almost spellbound. Li Xiaoxiao, however, was unfazed by his gaze. Not again. You're still looking? No peeking, she huffed, turning her body to the side. To her surprise, this only fueled his interest further. You still dare to look? Li Xiaoxiao stamped her foot in frustration. Yet, how could he resist? The naturally beautiful Xiaoxiao stood before him, so alluring that turning away would be unmanly. He felt the need to assert his masculinity. Where did you learn such twisted logic? You call it manly when it's merely lustful, Li Xiaoxiao retorted. Yet, she had steeled herself for this. Look all you want. I'm not afraid of your gaze. It won't cost me £1. This isn't twisted logic. It's simply the essence of being a man. Zhang Chen chuckled. All right, your essence is noted. Now let us address the issue at hand. Li Xiaoxiao gestured towards her little electric scooter. Sister, it's beyond repair. Here's my proposal. I'll pay for a replacement, and you can reimburse me when you have the funds. What do you say? Zhang Chen suggested. The battery of her scooter was as good as dead. I told you, I want to borrow money. Li Xiaoxiao firmly refused. But didn't you ask your mother? Zhang Chen responded, bemused. That's different. It's my mother. I can't borrow from you. Li Xiaoxiao insisted. Then I'm afraid I'm powerless to assist. I'm no magician. Zhang Chen shrugged. There's a solution. Can't you just write it? It'll run just fine with enough charge. Li Xiaoxiao replied. What do you mean? Zhang Chen inquired, his gaze unwavering. This made Li Xiaoxiao blush. After several moments of hesitation, she murmured, I'm a bit nervous. I'm afraid I want to dance well. Zhang Chen immediately understood. You want me to help you practice? Yes. Li Xiaoxiao eagerly nodded, then clasped her hands together. Pleading softly, I beg you, the school leaders will be present this afternoon. I can't afford to mess up. So, you're requesting my assistance? Zhang Chen remarked. Li Xiaoxiao felt as if Zhang Chen had suddenly grown more assertive. Yes, I'm asking you for help, she affirmed, nodding fervently. Then surely, something must be offered in return? Zhang Chen proposed. I'll treat you to a meal, though I'll be the one cooking primarily to save costs. Li Xiaoxiao replied. That sounds acceptable. Zhang Chen agreed, nodding. After all, a beautiful young teacher personally preparing a meal for him was indeed a delightful prospect. After all, when cooking, one must turn their back. Well, let us depart. Li Xiaoxiao exclaimed, striding over to the electric scooter and swiftly mounting it. So hasty? Zhang Chen was taken aback. Indeed, the performance is scheduled for this afternoon. You must provide me with encouragement this morning. Li Xiaoxiao replied. This. Zhang Chen hesitated. Hurry up and get on. I refuse to believe you can resist. As she spoke, Li Xiaoxiao playfully twisted her body, causing Zhang Chen's eyes to nearly pop out in astonishment. Is it not true? You, my dear girl, are aware of what I am planning, aren't you? Clearly, you understand. Of course, I cannot resist. Zhang Chen unabashedly declared as he climbed aboard. Li Xiaoxiao's face flushed crimson. She was bewildered as to why she had acted so boldly. Once he sat down, her heart began to race uncontrollably. Yet, surprisingly, she felt an exhilarating thrill within. We are off. Li Xiao shouted. Excellent. Zhang Chen nodded. And in the next moment, the electric current surged. Oh, Li Xiaoxiao suddenly cried out, standing up abruptly. What is it? Zhang Chen inquired, feeling a twinge of regret for the unexpected shock. I think I was shocked. Li Xiaoxiao blushed, asking, is my electric scooter leaking electricity? Impossible. It's merely a lead-acid battery in the scooter. It's not lethal. Zhang Chen assured her. Ah? Li Xiaoxiao gasped. Rest assured, I suspect it is merely static electricity at play. Zhang Chen deftly changed the subject. But my jeans shouldn't cause that, right? Li Xiaoxiao murmured. Pure cotton wouldn't, but synthetic fibers are prone to static electricity, and it can reach several thousand volts. Zhang Chen casually added. Li Xiaoxiao rolled her eyes. Do not be ridiculous. It cannot be that high. If it were, I would surely be electrocuted. Not at all. You would merely be dazed, and I would heroically come to your rescue. Zhang Chen quipped. In the next moment, silence enveloped them. Li Xiaoxiao's neck flushed a shade of pink. Zhang Chen realized. Oh no, why did I speak so carelessly? You are insufferable. Li Xiaoxiao fumed. How can this person be so cruel? One cannot expect wisdom from a fool. He speaks nonsense. Xiaoxiao, what are you saying? What have I done? Zhang Chen feigned ignorance, pointing ahead and saying, I merely reminded you that static electricity cannot kill. Li Xiaoxiao. This fellow truly possesses the gift of gab. He can twist black into white. Sit properly. Li Xiaoxiao exclaimed in exasperation. Ah, Zhang Chen nodded. Then, he activated the electric current. Yes. This time, it was not misdirected. Li Xiaoxiao genuinely felt her little scooter rejuvenated, racing with remarkable speed. She was increasingly perplexed. What on earth is this strange phenomenon? Could Zhang Chen possess some rechargeable battery-like quality? No, that cannot be. It would be far too bizarre. The journey was calm and uneventful as they smoothly arrived at the kindergarten, adjacent to the park. How did we end up here? Zhang Chen was taken aback. I wanted you to watch me dance. Li Xiaoxiao retorted with a hint of irritation. Look, we've already been watching all this way. What I say little more? Oh, Zhang Chen nodded. It seems she truly lacks confidence. It's not about the men. They reached a secluded open space. Li Xiaoxiao parked the car nearby, feeling a wave of nervousness wash over her. Noticing her anxiety, Zhang Chen reassured her. Xiaoxiao, don't worry. You've been practicing for a few days now, and you should know that the dance I choreographed for you is not difficult. As long as you practice diligently, you'll be just fine. Just relax. Though he said this, she still felt anxious. I'm here with you. Come on, perform a complete routine in front of me. Zhang Chen encouraged. Li Xiaoxiao nodded. However, Upon seeing Zhang Chen, her nerves intensified. Who was to blame? Naturally, it was Zhang Chen. The look on his face while she danced was unmistakable, even to a blind person. Yet, she thought, if she could just let go and dance freely in front of Zhang Chen, would she still feel nervous? After all, during the performance, she would need to keep an eye on those children. She would also have to dance down there, allowing the children to recall the moment whenever they wished. Otherwise, if any child forgot, it would be disastrous. With that in mind, she opened her phone, played the music, took a deep breath, and tried her best to ignore Zhang Chen's presence as she began to dance. Although it wasn't Zhang Chen's first time watching, he always discovered new aspects each time. For instance, this time, Li Xiaoxiao's long legs paired with her denim shorts, combined with her dance movements, were simply mesmerizing. A stunning beauty performing just for him. Was that akin to royal treatment? Moreover, it was evidently not at all sensual. Yet, Li Xiaoxiao's performance stirred something within him. Nevertheless, despite his admiration, Zhang Chen could tell that Li Xiaoxiao had been practicing diligently over the past few days. Her dance movements were precise, flowing seamlessly and gracefully. It was truly captivating. Chapter 093, The Insomniac Kindergarten Principal, Zhang Meiru. How is it? Is it all right? As the final notes of the performance faded, Li Xiaoxiao turned to Zhang Chen, inquiring about his thoughts. Come on, the first move. Zhang Chen gestured. Li Xiaoxiao nodded and executed the initial pose. Raise your hands a bit higher. Lift them slightly. Twist your body. Is this correct? She instinctively swayed her body in accordance with Zhang Chen's instructions. Excellent. Simply perfect. Zhang Chen affirmed with a nod. Yet, in the next moment, Li Xiaoxiao froze. Zhang Chen, she exclaimed, a mixture of shyness and indignation in her voice. Ahem, please don't be upset. I merely wanted to assess your dancing talent. Zhang Chen explained. Li Xiaoxiao's face flushed crimson. I trusted you so much, and you had me dance to this? How could you? Seeing her in a fit of anger, Zhang Chen chuckled. Your dance is already splendid. There is no need for further refinement. Besides, it's just a dance for kindergarten children. There is no need for excessive rigor. He added with a grin. I believe you possess considerable potential. Why not try some electric dance? You saw me perform last time, yet you didn't dance yourself. I feel rather shortchanged. Li Xiaoxiao was so exasperated that she almost laughed. Shortchanged? How can you even say that? She pointed an accusatory finger at Zhang Chen. What about your earlier gaze at me on the electric bike? Wasn't I the one who suffered more? Ahem, you caught me, Zhang Chen admitted without hesitation. What do you think I was doing? I know exactly what you're up to. Li Xiaoxiao stomped her feet in frustration. What can I do? It's simply because you, Xiaoxiao, are naturally enchanting, especially with that alluring figure. It's simply irresistible. Zhang Chen sighed. You still wish to commit a crime? Li Xiaoxiao felt utterly exasperated. I shouldn't have brought him here. Am I merely courting trouble? If I were to say I didn't want to, would that imply you lack appeal in my eyes? That would indirectly suggest you are not beautiful, which is utterly unthinkable. I pride myself on my honesty. I only speak the truth. Li Xiaoxiao was at a loss for words, her finger trembling as she pointed at him. How can you be so infuriating? She muttered. Yet, despite her irritation, she couldn't deny that this guy danced exceptionally well. She often found herself watching dance videos afterward. In retrospect, while his movements appeared simple, they undoubtedly showcased profound skill. The rhythmic quality and expression he exhibited during his dance were impressive, something she had studied multiple times. It puzzled her, though, with such remarkable dancing prowess. Why was he engaged in maintenance work? Surely he could be a dance instructor or run a dance academy. Those would be far superior options. Moreover, with his looks, he would likely attract numerous admirers, which would surely be preferable to merely pursuing her. Just then, Li Xiaoxiao's phone rang unexpectedly. Upon glancing at the screen, it was evident that she became increasingly anxious. As she answered the call, Li Xiaoxiao's voice resonated. Director, Teacher Li, everything is prepared here. Why haven't you arrived yet? Please don't be late. On the other end of the line, the director responded. I won't be late. Director, how could that happen? I shall be there shortly. Li Xiaoxiao replied. However, Zhang Chen observed her gripping the phone tightly, visibly anxious. Zhang Chen found her reaction quite peculiar. Surely, even the director shouldn't induce such a level of nervousness. Yes, I'm on my way. She hung up the phone, pacing anxiously. Just then, her expression shifted dramatically, causing her to freeze in place. Zhang Chen noticed a notification bubble appearing above her head. Nervous kindergarten teacher, what if I run to the restroom when I'm anxious and can't come out? Repair reward, 2,000 yuan. Zhang Chen was taken aback. No way. You can't be serious. Are you calling me for repairs? He paused, realizing the implication in the description. This cannot be true. At that moment, Li Xiaoxiao's feeling of urgency intensified, rendering her immobile. Yet, she understood her psychological barrier. How could she perform under such circumstances? Xiaoxiao, what is wrong? Zhang Chen tentatively inquired, aware that such matters were too embarrassing for her to disclose. It's nothing, really. As expected, Li Xiaoxiao refrained from revealing her distress, but her demeanor betrayed her anxiety. Ultimately, she could no longer contain herself, urgently asking, is there a restroom nearby? None, I think. The park's facilities seem to be locked. Zhang Chen replied. What am I to do? Li Xiaoxiao's complexion paled. Xiaoxiao, are you this anxious after just a few words from the director? This is a psychological issue. Zhang Chen remarked. No, it's not the director's fault. It's just that whenever I face such performances, I feel. She hesitated to elaborate, instead explaining. Perhaps I have some psychological trauma from the past. Oh, enough about that. What should I do now? Zhang Chen glanced around. The area was sparsely populated, as it was work hours, and the nearest residential zone was quite distant. After surveying the surroundings, he noticed a patch of planted area nearby, filled with numerous plants and tall weeds. He pointed towards it and said, let us go over there. What, dear? Surely we can't just do it in the middle of the road. Li Xiaoxiao exclaimed in surprise. Zhang Chen shrugged. Upon hearing this, Li Xiaoxiao's face turned a deep shade of crimson. She was baffled at her own predicament. How could she be in such a situation at this critical moment? Finally, summoning her courage, she whispered shyly, then you must keep an eye out for me. Please hurry. Zhang Chen nodded and accompanied her to the designated spot. Li Xiaoxiao stepped inside, finding it, indeed, a suitable refuge. However, she clearly desired it, yet it was utterly impossible. After waiting for quite some time, a look of frustration crossed her face, leading her to suspect that something might be amiss with her health. Outside, Zhang Chen surveyed the surroundings, relieved to find that there were indeed very few people present. Yet, several minutes had passed, and it seemed that it truly was unfeasible. It appeared that I must assist you, he mused inwardly. Time was of the essence, and he could not afford to waste it. Glancing around to ensure the area was vacant, a flicker of electricity danced at his fingertips. Li Xiaoxiao wished she had simply perished. How could this be happening? With her head bowed and silence enveloping her, she didn't even dare to look ahead. After all, it was exceedingly embarrassing. Surprisingly, however, it seemed her psychological barrier had dissipated. At that moment, when she thought about the performance, she found herself surprisingly untroubled. It was quite miraculous. Meanwhile, Zhang Chen rode his bicycle with Li Xiaoxiao seated behind him. He offered her words of comfort, saying, Xiaoxiao, don't mind it. This is perfectly normal. In my eyes, you remain that sweet and adorable girl next door. You dare say that? Li Xiaoxiao retorted, playfully pinching his waist, prompting Zhang Chen to squirm with ticklishness. Ahem, please don't pinch. I won't mention it again. Zhang Chen responded. Li Xiaoxiao's face flushed crimson, and she fell silent. Zhang Chen refrained from further teasing her. However, he couldn't help but think that the repair pop-up from the system was quite absurd. Fortunately, he possessed the ability to discharge electricity, which efficiently resolved Li Xiaoxiao's significant dilemma. Upon arriving at the kindergarten, Zhang Chen parked the bicycle by the roadside and gazed at the bustling scene of the school. I want to be going in. You'll manage, right? He asked. Huh. Li Xiaoxiao felt her nerves resurface at his words. She then implored, could you accompany me inside? I fear I want to be able to handle it. On what grounds should I accompany you? Zhang Chen countered. I can't just say I'm a parent, can I? Just say you're my brother. Li Xiaoxiao blurted out, her face turning beet red. Zhang Chen was momentarily taken aback. He had expected her to claim he was her boyfriend. Was this truly the case? Ah, wait. This identity, upon reflection, ISNT half bad. All right. Zhang Chen nodded, readily agreeing. With a sigh of relief, Li Xiaoxiao inexplicably felt much of her anxiety dissipate. She couldn't quite understand why. Upon reaching the entrance, the doorman greeted them warmly. Ms. Li, bringing your boyfriend to watch your performance? Li Xiaoxiao thought to herself. How could she have forgotten about the doorman? He was aware of their identities. Oh, pish-posh. What identity? He is merely my brother. She promptly clarified, sir. What are you talking about? This is my brother. The doorman looked at her with a puzzled expression. All right, I understand. Bringing your brother to see you dance, got it. Hurry inside. Principal Zhang is waiting anxiously. Li Xiaoxiao. Well, given that expression, it was evident the doorman did not believe her. Yet, there was nothing she could do about it. Blushing, I reluctantly led Zhang Chen inside. The kindergarten was abuzz with excitement. Children were darting about, many clad in performance costumes. Is your showcase taking place within the school? Zhang Chen inquired, somewhat taken aback. Indeed. Li Xiaoxiao nodded. It's a competition for our grade, modest in scale. Primarily intended as a rehearsal for the official competition on Children's Day. Oh, I see. Zhang Chen responded with a nod. As we walked a short distance, a woman in her 30s approached us. Upon catching sight of her, Zhang Chen's eyes brightened. She had shoulder-length, slightly curled hair, adorned with black-rimmed glasses. Wearing a white work jacket over a black shirt, complemented by white work trousers and polished women's shoes. How lovely, Zhang Chen mused, recognizing her as a woman of considerable elegance. Unlike Bai Xiao, who exuded a homemaker's aura, or Yi Wei, who leaned towards a more domineering style. This woman possessed a well-rounded charm, with both appearance and demeanor strikingly impressive. Principal, I sincerely apologize for my tardiness. Li Xiaoxiao quickly offered her apologies. You haven't missed much. The event hasn't even commenced yet, and not all the students have arrived, the woman replied with a smile, her gaze inadvertently lingering on Zhang Chen's face. Momentarily captivated by his striking looks. What a handsome young man, she thought, before curiously asking, Li teacher, is he your boyfriend? No, he's my brother, Li Xiaoxiao hurriedly clarified. Your brother? I've never heard you mention him before, the principal remarked. Well, he is my cousin, not my biological brother, Li Xiaoxiao explained. Oh, the principal nodded, smiling at Zhang Chen, extending her hand. Hello, I am Zhang Meru, the principal of Red Sun Kindergarten. Hello, Sister Zhang, Zhang Chen replied, shaking her hand. However, the address left both Li Xiaoxiao and Zhang Meru momentarily speechless. Zhang Meru chuckled and said, that title makes me feel quite embarrassed. There's no need for embarrassment. You are older than I, and addressing you as sister is entirely appropriate. Moreover, you have single-handedly established such a large kindergarten. That is truly impressive. Zhang Chen complimented with a radiant smile. Oh, it's not as glorious as it seems. Managing a kindergarten is fraught with challenges, and I experience considerable pressure daily. Zhang Meru sighed, shaking her head in resignation. Under pressure? Insomnia? Zhang Chen inquired. Yes, I struggle to sleep, and during the day, I am swamped with work, utterly exhausted. Zhang Meru admitted with a nod. If you're having trouble sleeping, I can teach you a set of massage techniques that should help alleviate some of that stress. Zhang Chen offered. Massage? You know how to do that? Zhang Meru looked surprised. Indeed, my grandfather is an esteemed traditional Chinese medicine practitioner. It's a family tradition. Zhang Chen replied effortlessly. Li Xiaoxiao, standing by, was astonished. Goodness, are you trying to impress my superior right in front of me? And you're a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner? Why have I never heard of this? Aren't you just a maintenance worker? She thought, incredulous at his confident demeanor. Zhang Meru was somewhat skeptical, yet she had indeed been troubled by insomnia lately, prompting her to give it a try. With a faint smile, she responded, tell me, and I shall attempt it. The method involved pressing the Shinmen point with 3 light touches followed by 1 firm one. Then the Naguan point with 1 firm and 3 light touches. Subsequently, she was to press the temples with 9 light touches and 1 firm touch. And finally the Bai Wei point, which required 6 firm touches and 1 light one. After pausing for 3 minutes, she was to repeat this sequence and technique, totaling 9 cycles. After which she would undeniably feel a difference. Zhang Chen articulated the method in one breath, leaving Zhang Meru somewhat bewildered. She had anticipated something simpler, just a few acupoints to press, but this was far more intricate than she had envisioned. Merely listening to the instructions made it difficult for her to retain the details. Moreover, the phrase 3 light touches and 1 firm touch seemed to evoke a blush. Yet, was it truly possible that, at her age, she could still attract the attention of younger men? Surely not. She was aware that some younger fellows were particularly fond of older sisters like her, even obsessively so. However, seeing him for the first time and knowing he was Li Xiaoxiao's cousin, it felt rather far-fetched. Despite her doubts, Zhang Meru found herself harboring no aversion. It must be said that attractiveness is indeed the foremost driving force of population growth. Had the individual been less appealing, would Zhang Meru have exhibited such a reaction? She would have likely wished him to find a more comfortable place to be. It's really not complicated at all. You should feel something after the first attempt, Zhang Chen asserted. Zhang Meru nodded, following his guidance and giving it a try. After completing the sequence, she genuinely felt a clarity in her mind, albeit fleeting. I truly felt something, she exclaimed, astonished. You are quite skilled at massage? Of course, it is a family heirloom, Zhang Chen replied, nodding. Li Xiaoxiao, standing nearby, was eager to inquire when he had acquired such a family skill, yet observing the director's reaction led her to believe it might actually be true. After all, they were not acquainted, and the director would not likely play along with such a statement unless it held veracity. So, was it indeed real? Chapter 94, Should I request home repairs or treat insomnia? Director, where is the power source? At that moment, someone nearby called out. Ah, I'm on my way. Zhang Meiru responded, turning back with a resigned smile. Li, you should get ready quickly. It's about to begin. Li Xiaoxiao nodded. I'll head over first. Zhang Meiru gestured to the two and turned to walk away. Zhang Chen's gaze immediately followed her, captivated. I must say, she truly possesses a certain charm. Zhang Chen remarked in admiration. Still watching? Can you behave normally for once? Li Xiaoxiao exclaimed, exasperated by Zhang Chen's demeanor. Cough, cough. Zhang Chen hastily averted his gaze. Feeling awkward. What can I say? The director's figure is indeed remarkable. And what if the director hears you? Li Xiaoxiao exclaimed in a panic. Honestly, look at the situation. Zhang Chen chuckled sheepishly. It does seem a bit inappropriate. Let us go. Li Xiaoxiao chided lightly, leading Zhang Chen inside. As they reached the classroom door, a group of children had already gathered. Upon seeing her, several little ones rushed over, calling out to Li Xiaoxiao. Hey, children. Please don't move around. Let me take attendance first and see who is absent. Li Xiaoxiao immediately donned a warm smile and began organizing them. Teacher, who is he? Suddenly, a curious little boy noticed Zhang Chen and asked. Oh, he is the teacher's brother. Li Xiaoxiao replied with a smile. Wow, the teacher's brother is really handsome. Yes, big brother is so handsome. Upon hearing this, many children spontaneously chimed in, making Zhang Chen chuckle. Little one, you're quite handsome too. You'll definitely grow up to be a dashing young man. All right, let us get ready. Li Xiaoxiao quickly interrupted their chatter and led the group of children into the classroom. They took attendance and confirmed the number of participants. Then proceeded to collect their performance costumes from the designated teacher. After helping them into their outfits, they had been bustling about for over an hour. Finally, at 3 o'clock, the rehearsal commenced. Meanwhile, the audience seating in the kindergarten had been arranged, with numerous parents seated below to watch the performance. Zhang Chen joined them. Observing the teachers leading the children in their presentations, finding the experience quite unique. Soon, it was time for Li Xiaoxiao's class to take the stage. Zhang Chen watched as she stood at the front of the stage, directing the children as they entered, her back to the audience, guiding their movements. Essentially, she was leading the dance, for organizing children was no easy task, and some might forget their cues mid-performance. Her reminders were fundamental. However, it was evident that Li Xiaoxiao was quite nervous. Go for it. Suddenly, Zhang Chen called out encouragingly, clapping his hands. The other parents, hearing this, quickly joined in. And the applause erupted, filling the air with excitement. Upon hearing his voice, Li Xiaoxiao understood that it was a form of encouragement directed at her. She took a deep breath, feeling inexplicably reassured. The tension that had gripped her began to dissipate significantly. As the music began to play, Li Xiaoxiao instantly found herself immersed in the performance. The children on stage danced in perfect unison, and she joined them in their movements from the audience. Nearby, the teachers and the principal watched attentively. Before she realized it, Li Xiaoxiao's class performance had concluded. The entire process flowed seamlessly, although the dance steps were simple. They left a lasting impression. It was evident to many, including Principal Zhang Meiru, that this choreography had been meticulously crafted under guidance. Distinctly different from the routines of other classes, it was clear that Li, the teacher, had invested considerable effort into this performance. Indeed, the dance moves were unfamiliar to her, seemingly improvised. Li Xiaoxiao clearly valued this recital. As she stepped off the stage, Li Xiaoxiao finally exhaled, relieved to have navigated this challenge successfully. Curiously, she had not felt the urge to use the restroom despite her nerves. Ah, son, you danced wonderfully. Wan, you were absolutely fantastic. While she was lost in thought, a group of parents surged forward, each eager to find their own child and shower them with praise. They soon turned their compliments towards Li Xiaoxiao. The choreography you arranged was beautiful, Teacher Li. Indeed, thank you for your hard work, Teacher Li. Quickly, let us all shout our thanks to her. Faced with such heartfelt gratitude, Li Xiaoxiao felt her cheeks flush and hurriedly replied, Dear parents, there is no need to praise me so. I'm blushing. This is all thanks to the children's hard work. Yes, the children put in great effort, but your contribution is substantial too. Absolutely, your efforts are significant. Li Xiaoxiao's face turned a deeper shade of red upon hearing this. Nonetheless, she knew it was time to conclude the accolades. Now that our recital has wrapped up, Children, please line up, and then you can go home with your parents. She was well aware of how many children were in her class, but it was imperative to ensure that each one was safely handed over to their parents. A structured process was essential. Once all the tasks were completed, Li Xiaoxiao felt a wave of relief wash over her. "Xiaoxiao, come here for a moment." Suddenly, the principal's voice resonated from behind her. "Principal?" Li Xiaoxiao turned in surprise and walked over. "Where is your cousin?" Zhang Meru inquired. "Huh?" Li Xiaoxiao was taken aback and glanced towards the audience, saying, "He was just over there." Then, with a puzzled expression, she looked at Zhang Meru and asked, "Is there something you need from him?" "Indeed." Zhang Meru rubbed her temples and remarked, "I just tried using his method, and it was surprisingly effective, albeit a bit repetitive. I wanted to ask if he had any other techniques to help me with this issue." Li Xiaoxiao's heart skipped a beat. Despite being in her 30s, the principal possessed an exceptional physique and stunning beauty. Although she had not known Zhang Chen for long, she was acutely aware of his character. The moment he laid eyes on a beautiful woman, he became utterly transfixed, desperately seeking ways to take advantage of the situation. The lewd glint in his gaze directed toward the principal was unmistakable. Upon introducing him, one could only hope she would not fall prey to his antics. As for any subconscious motives, Li Xiaoxiao chose to disregard them, for she found it disturbingly unsettling that she could still harbor affection for someone so utterly lascivious. The principal? He possesses no medical skills. He is merely deceiving you, Li Xiaoxiao declared earnestly. Deceiving me? Zhang Meru glanced at her with a hint of curiosity, sensing that Li Xiaoxiao seemed reluctant for her to become acquainted with him. Indeed, his primary occupation is that of a repairman, primarily engaged in on-site repairs. Li Xiaoxiao revealed Zhang Chen's true identity. A repairman? Zhang Meru was taken aback and inquired, "How skilled is he?" Li Xiaoxiao was utterly unprepared for the principal's question. After a moment's reflection, she recalled that while he was quite adept at fixing toilets, he struggled with electric scooters. Of course, she understood it was due to the battery being faulty, yet it was perplexing how he managed to ride it at all. It felt almost supernatural. Nonetheless, she had to admit his skills were commendable. Quite satisfactory. She offered as an assessment. "Perfect timing. I have an issue with my shower head that needs replacing. Since he is your cousin, I might as well support his business," Zhang Meru stated. "Isn't that a bit odd?" Li Xiaoxiao exclaimed, surprised that her momentary lapse had inadvertently pushed Zhang Chen into the spotlight. The regret she felt in that instant was palpable. Why she felt such remorse remained a mystery even to her. Deep down, she recognized Zhang Chen's inherent wickedness, yet she found herself unwilling to act on it. "What's strange about it? I need to find a technician to replace it anyway," Zhang Meru replied. In truth, there was another aspect to consider. Although Li Xiaoxiao asserted that Zhang Chen lacked medical expertise, Zhang Meru had personally experienced the benefits of his techniques. Earlier, when she had been plagued by a headache and anxiety, she had attempted the massage technique that Zhang Chen had demonstrated multiple times, with immediate results. However, the overwhelming responsibilities at the kindergarten soon resumed, and the pressure led to renewed discomfort. She was certain that Li Xiaoxiao's cousin possessed genuine massage skills. Otherwise, such results would be impossible. It was fortuitous that her shower head was indeed malfunctioning, providing her the opportunity to seek his assistance and simultaneously inquire about remedies for her insomnia and anxiety. Seeing that the principal had firmly decided, Li Xiaoxiao knew she had no choice but to comply. Although her expression betrayed her discontent, she could not refuse. "I will go find him." "Please wait here for a moment, principal," she said. Zhang Meru nodded, watching as Li Xiaoxiao departed, deep in thought. The relationship between this teacher and her cousin seemed decidedly peculiar. Eventually, after a considerable search, Li Xiaoxiao spotted Zhang Chen in a corner. "Have you finished your tasks?" Zhang Chen inquired. "Having finished my tasks, but the principal has something to discuss with you," Li Xiaoxiao remarked. "Is it about insomnia?" Zhang Chen inquired. "Not just that. There is also an issue regarding on-site repairs," Li Xiaoxiao responded, somewhat irked. "On-site repairs?" Zhang Chen's eyes brightened instantly. "This is my forte. As the saying goes, at 30, one is as fierce as a wolf or tiger. Perhaps Zhang Meru is not to be underestimated." Of course, while that thought lingered in his mind, Zhang Chen understood that it was currently improbable. The principal wouldn't simply entertain a handsome man without reason. "All right, this is precisely what I do." Zhang Chen nodded and asked, "Where is the principal?" "Over there," Li Xiaoxiao pointed, looking rather displeased. Zhang Chen chuckled. "Li Xiaoxiao seems a bit jealous." Leading Zhang Chen to the principal, Li Xiaoxiao announced, "Principal, I've brought him." "Sister, is something broken at home?" Zhang Chen queried immediately. Indeed, The water inlet pipe of the shower has malfunctioned and needs replacement. Coincidentally, Teacher Li said you are a repairman, which works out perfectly. After I finish work, could you assist me? Zhang Meru explained. Absolutely. Zhang Chen readily agreed. Great. After you're done, you can ride in my car, Zhang Meru instructed. Sure. Zhang Chen nodded. Once Zhang Meru departed, Li Xiaoxiao looked dejected and said, Now that you've gone, how will I get home? Simple. Have the principal give you a ride. Zhang Chen suggested. Li Xiaoxiao shot him a glare and huffed. You claim to be a repairman, yet you can't even fix my little electric scooter. Oh please. Are you blaming me for your own lack of resources? Zhang Chen retorted. Li Xiaoxiao pressed. Then why is it that when you ride it, it works perfectly? She had wanted to ask this for quite some time. Because the little scooter is female. Zhang Chen replied. What nonsense. Li Xiaoxiao was left speechless. All right. Let me take you home first. Then I'll return to see the principal. Zhang Chen smiled. You should be finished by now, right? Not at all. I can only leave once everyone has departed. Li Xiaoxiao said gloomily. Then there is nothing to be done. You'll have to figure it out. Zhang Chen replied. However, why did Li Xiaoxiao seem to cling to him? What could she do? She could only endure. She couldn't simply prevent him from leaving, after all. She wasn't anyone significant to him. How annoying. She stomped her foot, feeling exceedingly irritable. It wasn't until 7 o'clock that the teachers at Hongtang Kindergarten gradually filtered out. After locking the storeroom, Zhang Meru turned to see Zhang Chen waiting at the entrance and sheepishly said, Did you wait long? I'm sorry, there were too many trivial matters. Indeed, sister. You truly have it tough managing such a large kindergarten alone. No wonder you often struggle to sleep and suffer from headaches. Zhang Chen replied. Zhang Meru glanced at him and asked with a smile, Did you figure it out? Of course. The on-site repairs are a pretense. The real issue is fixing your headache. Zhang Chen chuckled. Your description is truly remarkable. It even suggests a repair of the mind. Zhang Meru couldn't help but chuckle. Yet the need for an in-home repair is not unfounded, as there is indeed an issue with the showerhead's water inlet. However, the primary reason is my desire for a restful slumber. Upon mentioning this, weariness washed over Zhang Meru's face. Insomnia is genuinely distressing. All right. I shall give it a try. Zhang Chen nodded in agreement. A glance at Zhang Meru stirred something within him. At last. My massage techniques have found a purpose once more. The massage method previously imparted to Zhang Meru is derived from the 72 postures of bone alignment and muscle relaxation. Although it pertains to realigning bones and relaxing muscles, the knowledge of meridians and acupoints contained therein is profoundly intricate. However, for a complete alleviation of insomnia, this technique may not be entirely suitable. Massaging the soles of the feet is essential. The acupoints on the soles connect throughout the body, serving as the origin of energy flow. By properly massaging the feet, insomnia will naturally be remedied. Zhang Chen possesses considerable confidence in this regard. Indeed, this confidence is not misplaced. It is bestowed by the esteemed Zhongzi brother, whose skills are unparalleled. Yet, it is not the right time for such matters. That shall be addressed once we reach her home. I wonder whose feet are more exquisite, Zhang Meru's or Yiwei's. Let us go. My car is parked outside, Zhang Meru declared. Zhang Chen nodded, subsequently following her out of the kindergarten. Not far ahead, they arrived at a roadside parking space. Soon enough, they approached a red BMW 5 Series. Let us get in and grab a bite. Zhang Meru beckoned. All right. Zhang Chen was unreserved, opening the car door and taking a seat. As he entered, he cast a glance at Zhang Meru, his eyes widening in astonishment. The key point is that his perception was instantly refreshed. Zhang Chen was utterly captivated. The proportions of her figure are simply flawless. Chapter 095, An Unexpected Incident. Maintenance Reward, 500 yuan. Fasten your seatbelt. Upon seeing Zhang Chen take his seat, Zhang Meru casually reminded him, and with an unintentional glance. She caught sight of him swiftly turning his head away. Zhang Meru was momentarily taken aback, reflecting on the direction of his gaze, and couldn't help but smile. To her surprise, she had managed to capture the attention of a young gentleman. Although she considered herself a mature single woman, it seemed that her figure and looks were still appealing. Why should she feel uncomfortable? The fact that a handsome man was drawn to her was a testament to her allure. Moreover, she found herself quite curious. Li Xiaoxiao's cousin appeared to be rather bold. Considering they had only just met, she was not overly concerned. It was as natural as a young girl admiring a handsome man. How could she, as a woman, not understand that? It was perfectly normal. Sister, let's go. Zhang Chen noticed she had not moved and took the initiative to remind her. seemingly unfazed by his earlier impolite glance. "All right." Zhang Meiru smiled and promptly drove away. Twice cooked pork, fish-flavored shredded pork, braised eggplant, egg drop soup. Accompanied by 2 bottles of High-B and 2 servings of rice, the dishes were steaming and exuded a warm, homely aroma. The street-side eatery was modest in size, but bustling with patrons. At that moment, the two found themselves squeezed into a corner, their chairs side by side, elbows brushing against one another. Zhang Meiru's distinct fragrance enveloped Zhang Chen, permeating his senses. He was not exaggerating. He had taken several deep breaths of it. He had even noticed it while in the car. "Sister, it smells wonderful." Zhang Chen could not help but compliment. "Indeed, although the place is small, the flavors are delightful." Zhang Meiru nodded in agreement, fully acknowledging his remark. Zhang Chen countered. "Not that. I wasn't praising the food. I was admiring your fragrance. After all, while these dishes might seem commendable to the average person, Zhang Chen perceived numerous flaws. The sauce was insufficiently thickened, the frying had been overdone, and the garlic flavor was slightly overpowering. It was inevitable, given his culinary prowess. Of course, his observations stemmed purely from instinctive olfactory memory. He possessed an uncanny ability to discern the quality of dishes through their aromas. "Let's eat quickly. It will get cold soon," Zhang Meiru urged. "Then I shan't hold back." Zhang Chen replied with a slight smile, eagerly diving into his meal. Naturally, amidst devouring the food, they engaged in conversation. "Sister, I didn't expect you to be quite down-to-earth." "What do you mean by down-to-earth?" "I'm not wealthy. I save wherever I can," Zhang Meiru replied. "Surely you jest, sister. You run such a large kindergarten," Zhang Chen retorted, seemingly unconvinced. Zhang Meiru sighed. "Do you know why I struggle with insomnia? Running a kindergarten is challenging. The number of children is dwindling." "Is that so?" Zhang Chen shook his head. "I don't quite understand this, but from what I see, your kindergarten seems to be doing well. That's merely the facade. The pressure is immense." "Why am I even telling you this?" Zhang Meiru shook her head and urged, "Let's eat quickly. It's getting late. You'll need to help me change the shower head when you return, and it will soon be 9 o'clock. Don't worry, sister, it's no trouble at all. Even if it gets late." Zhang Chen replied earnestly. "Thank you so much." Zhang Meiru expressed her gratitude. "There's no need for thanks. We are family. Besides, this is part of my business." "All right, then I appreciate your help." After speaking, Zhang Meiru pointed to the braised eggplant and said, "I believe the braised eggplant here is absolutely delicious. You should try it. It's particularly appetizing." "Indeed." Zhang Chen nodded in agreement. As they dined, their conversation flowed effortlessly. They had nearly finished when Zhang Meiru stood to settle the bill. At that moment, a couple who had just paid their bill at a nearby table made their way outside. Simultaneously, 3 or 4 new patrons entered, converging right at the entrance. The 2 exiting guests were engrossed in conversation and, in an instant, failed to notice the newcomers entering. Consequently, the lead individuals collided without warning. One woman was unexpectedly shoved against Zhang Meiru, who had just risen and was still in the process of standing. The table jolted as the woman bumped into it, causing a bowl of egg drop soup that was precariously close to the edge to topple over. The soup splashed onto Zhang Meiru, who was half-crouched. "Watch out." Zhang Chen instinctively began to shout, but his body reacted faster than his mind, a result of his recent training. Before he could utter the words, he swiftly wrapped his left arm around Zhang Meiru's waist and pulled her towards him. The force of his action caused her to lose her balance and fall back onto the seat. In the next moment, the bowl of soup spun through the air, narrowly avoiding her body. However, the soup still splattered mid-air, drenching Zhang Meiru's legs. "I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to," the woman who had bumped the table exclaimed, startled. At that moment, Zhang Meiru felt a chill on her legs. Then, she heard a loud crash as the bowl hit the floor. Suddenly, she realized, had Zhang Chen just pulled her close? In an instant, her thoughts raced, and she sprang to her feet, her face flushed with embarrassment. As for Zhang Chen, he was caught off guard, still processing what had just happened. Just moments earlier, he had only been able to see the graceful curve of Zhang Meiru's neck, but now she stood, and he was bewildered. "I'm terribly sorry. I was in such a rush that I didn't see you." The woman apologized profusely. Fortunately, despite the mishap, both parties remained reasonable. The woman responsible for the spill continued to apologize. "It's all right. It was an accident." Zhang Meiru reassured her, understanding the situation. As she spoke, she reached for a napkin, bending down to inspect her pants. This delighted Zhang Chen immensely. "Ah." At that moment, Zhang Meiru suddenly called out and quickly sat back down, turning her body towards Zhang Chen. Zhang Chen was taken aback and glanced down at her pants, now stained with egg flour soup. The work pants were adorned with a shimmering maintenance pop-up. Soiled work pants. I'm stuck. I need water. Maintenance reward. 500 yuan. Zhang Chen's eyes widened in disbelief. Indeed, it had arrived. The reward from Brother Tongzi was here again. However, what was this nonsense about needing water? Wasn't it just a bowl of soup? Did these pants have some kind of obsession with cleanliness? At that moment, Zhang Meru felt both shy and anxious. Determined not to let the little puppy take advantage of the situation, she rushed towards Zhang Chen. Yet, upon turning, she found Zhang Chen staring intently at her. Instantly flushing red, she dared not speak. If she did, wouldn't everyone see? Regretting her choice to wear white pants, she quickly reacted by removing her jacket and draping it over her soiled trousers, shooting Zhang Chen a glare. Finally brought back to reality, Zhang Chen met Zhang Meru's gaze and, embodying a dramatic flair, exclaimed, "What are you doing? You've made my sister's pants dirty." Zhang Meru was momentarily stunned. "No. I was glaring at you to stop looking. Why are you acting all innocent?" She thought to herself, he was quite clever. The woman, embarrassed, hurriedly apologized and offered to compensate. Zhang Chen pondered, if she compensated, how would he complete the maintenance task? The crux was that this maintenance task required him to drink water. Did she think he was an animal? Oh, so that's how it is. Brother Tongzi, thank you for this unexpected benefit. I understand now. Brother Tongzi, what? You've realized again? Oh, it's dirty. Isn't it? What are you thinking about? There's no hope. Just perish, host. Don't say that. Zhang Chen's sudden outburst startled Zhang Meru, who quickly spoke softly, addressing the woman. It's all right. It was an accident. You need to compensate. However, as for this bowl, I will cover the cost for the boss. The woman hurriedly agreed, and the others also quickly apologized. Meanwhile, Zhang Chen continued to feign indignation. Zhang Meru shot him an exasperated glance, stood up, and tied her jacket around her waist, casually wrapping her sleeves back, declaring, I'll go settle the bill. You wait for me outside. Zhang Chen took the cue and complied. What was the fuss about? That wasn't his original intention, after all. After successfully settling the bill, the boss even gave a discount of 10 yuan. When Zhang Meru emerged, she spotted Zhang Chen waiting at the door and immediately recalled the earlier scene. Her charming face flushed, filled with embarrassment. Sister, how did it go? Did you burn yourself? Upon seeing her, Zhang Chen hurriedly approached with concern. Zhang Meru, with a look of exasperation, replied, Burn? It's nearly finished. It's already cooled down. How unfortunate. Can I really encounter such a situation? Zhang Chen exclaimed indignantly. It's merely an accident. There's no need to dwell on it. Zhang Meru replied, Sister, I'm going to buy a bottle of water. Zhang Chen blurted out absent-mindedly. What do you need water for? Zhang Meru was taken aback. To wash up, Zhang Chen stated. Upon hearing this, Zhang Meru's cheeks instantly flushed a rosy hue. Thinking to herself, this is a disaster. Yet, it was something she should have anticipated as long as he wasn't blind. Was that little puppy blind? Certainly not. He was so engrossed in his own affairs. No need. I'll just use a wet wipe. I still have to wash when I get home, Zhang Meru asserted. All right then. Zhang Chen nodded, pondering how absurd this repair task was. How could I possibly let my pants drink water? At that moment, he truly felt powerless. Once they reached the car, Zhang Meru rummaged through her belongings, only to discover that she had run out of wet wipes and was left with only tissue paper. Could you please buy a bottle of water for me? Zhang Meru's face turned slightly red. The egg drop soup was quite different from water. At this moment, it felt rather uncomfortable. She couldn't possibly run to the store in her current state. Upon hearing this opportunity, Zhang Chen nodded eagerly and rushed to the nearby shop to buy 2 bottles of water. You wait outside for me, Zhang Meru said when she noticed he had no intention of leaving. Oh, okay. Zhang Chen nodded, feeling regretful yet helpless. After all, Zhang Meru was not some aristocrat. Once the car door closed, Zhang Meru finally exhaled in relief, casting a glance at Zhang Chen outside. After tidying herself up, she looked at her reflection and couldn't help but recall what had just transpired in the store. She was at a loss for words, wondering how she could have encountered such a situation. After waiting for about 10 minutes, the car door opened, and Zhang Meru said to Zhang Chen, It's all right now. You can get in. Great. Zhang Chen nodded, making his way to the passenger seat. A glance caught his eye. Zhang Meru's coat was draped over her lap. TSK. Zhang Chen felt helpless. Was it really necessary to be so guarded against him? Seeing that Zhang Chen appeared rather disappointed, Zhang Meru feigned calmness, while internally feeling quite peculiar. Even while driving, She nearly shifted into reverse gear instead of forward. She was genuinely too nervous. Ahem, I'm sorry, I got a bit anxious. Zhang Meru offered an explanation. Yes, dear sister, there's no need to be anxious. It was merely a minor mishap. Zhang Chen nodded. Zhang Meru thought to herself, you're so composed, aren't you? It's not like you were the one embarrassed. After a moment of irritation, she finally sighed and drove them home. Repair completed. Rewards have been issued. Zhang Chen stared at the pop-up notification, his expression inscrutable. It seemed the chance of obtaining skills from this 500 yuan repair reward was rather slim. The probability of new characters appearing had not increased either. It appeared he would need to pursue higher rewards. Shortly after 8 o'clock, the car entered the Longrui Bay community, and he gazed at the pristine and orderly surroundings of the neighborhood. Zhang Chen could not help but exclaim, Sister, you truly possess remarkable capabilities. This location is rather expensive. It's manageable. I bought it early when prices were lower, Zhang Meru replied. As they spoke, the car came to a halt in the underground parking lot. They ascended to the 12th floor via the elevator. Upon entering the apartment, Zhang Chen was struck by the spaciousness befitting the home of a kindergarten principal. Please take a seat. I'll change into something more comfortable, Zhang Meru said, gesturing towards the refrigerator. There are beverages inside. Feel free to help yourself. All right. Zhang Chen nodded, watching as she retreated to her bedroom. A few minutes later, she emerged in a t-shirt and plaid pants, complemented by women's slippers. Her attire now reminiscent of a neighborly matron. Zhang Meru felt a twinge of anxiety. To be candid, she had initially held no reservations, after all. Zhang Chen was not a complete stranger. He was, after all, Li Xiaoxiao's cousin. However, following the recent turn of events, she began to regret inviting a man she hardly knew into her home at such a late hour, despite his youthful demeanor. Would anything untoward occur? She had made an effort to don more conservative clothing, yet when she glanced in the mirror, she felt her figure appeared somewhat inappropriate.